Chapter 701. Giants never retreat. Ulysses arrived at Snowman's location, but he failed to hit anything. It slid past, leaving behind a deep chasm. Behind it, fireballs exploded afterward, producing bursts one after another. Klein's somewhat stiff figure flashed about thanks to the fire. The King of the North didn't manage to open up a gap from him as the 5 meters was maintained. By the time Ulysses came to a stop, Klein, who was still invisible, suddenly sensed something amiss. A corresponding scene appeared in his mind. He lunged forward as he clung close to the ground and appeared underneath the frost dragon. Meanwhile, Ulison's thick and powerful tail had swung over, lashing it towards the nearby Cyatas and Mobbit. Whoosh! With a loud crack, Mobbit was sent flying as he dodged the frost dragon's tail. As for Cyatas, she failed to keep up. Although she had the aid of the gales to retreat and reduce the force, she had been struck in the side. The strike shattered the thick illusory scales that surfaced over her body while her ribs fractured. She was also thrown out, but thanks to the wind, she didn't fall too hard onto the snow. If it were Marbit or Anderson, this strike would have instantly killed them. Thankfully, the storm pathway had the corresponding illusory scales to protect her. Furthermore, every sequence advancement brought about corresponding improvements. Cyatas was only heavily injured, but she didn't lose consciousness. She didn't even completely lose her mobility. At that moment, Ulison's neck moved as it widened its mouth, spewing out a light blue beam of light. The beam of light swept past Snowman, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Edwina, Frunzer, and Anderson were blocked by the huge dragon's body. They couldn't help him in time with the use of their other Beyonder powers because of the distance. Bang! The frost dragon leaped up a little and turned around. When it hit the ground again, it left a slight tremor. At that moment in time, it was clearly in a terrible state. The crack on its right shoulder was abnormally nasty. Although the frozen light blue liquid barely stopped the wound from worsening, its corresponding claw was nearly maimed and could hardly be used. Many of the illusory scales on its body had shattered and abnormally dimmed. It was as though they had lost large amounts of vitality. Regardless, it had severely injured and restrained 3 of its opponents. The situation was much better than before, especially with Grossel being seriously injured. It was no longer caught up in battle and could now attack as it wished. Upon seeing this scene, Edwina's light blue eyes turned black again. Sticky, vile thoughts slowly flowed. She suddenly clenched her right palm, causing Ulison to raise its head in a roar. It was in excruciating pain as light blue liquid flowed from the corner of its eyes and mouth. At that moment, the only thought on the frost dragon's mind was to purge the emotional disturbance from its spirit body. Taking the opportunity, Edwina's eyes lit up and turned extremely pure. The light of dawn around her had quickly materialized into a sword. She wanted to play the role of a guardian to fend off the King of the North. She believed that Jam Sparrow definitely had his reasons for staying by Ulison's side while being invisible. All he needed was time. At that moment, a figure enveloped in the original light of dawn had charged at the frost dragon. It was none other than the giant Grossel. His chest had sunk in, his grayish-blue skin was pale, and the broadsword in his hand had web-like cracks. However, he still bravely faced his enemy. Grossel cleaved at his target like he was burning up his life, emitting light and warmth. Giants never retreat. Amidst his roar, Grossel parried the frost dragon's repeated blows, and he managed to dodge the ice-blue breath in time due to its maimed front claw. Imprison! Frunzer ran over and began to restrict the King of the North's actions. Edwina also worked in tandem with him. Once Ulison's rage allowed it to escape the restraints, she triggered its emotions again, allowing the restriction to continue and prevent the charge from happening again. At this moment, Anderson switched between throwing burning white spears and fireballs. Again and again, he dealt severe damage to the frost dragon. After Mobbit managed to catch his breath, he continued stealing its thoughts or powers, stopping the frost dragon's attacks. Ulison attempted to spread its wings a second time. It flew into the air a second time, sending snow flying, but with Frunzer adding another flight restriction, it could only give up when it sensed the difficulty in doing so. Klein, who kept switching positions by its feet, gained a deeper control of its spirit-body threads. It had long reached the 20-second threshold, but he failed to achieve success. This was because the King of the North's spirituality was extremely potent. After a while, there was a clang. Grossel's broadsword was tainted by the frost dragon's breath as he was struck by its claw. The former shattered completely, turning into countless fragments as they flew everywhere. With sputtering sounds, the invisible walls in front of Grossel reached their limit as they let through several fragments that impaled his head and chest. Franzer, who was similarly nearby, failed to dodge in time. The side of his armor collided with the fragments as his side was mangled. Giants never retreat, Grossel roared loudly once again. The light of dawn radiated from him once again as a sword made of pure light appeared in his palm. As the dark red blood on his face flowed, he parried the frost dragon's strike. At that moment, Klein was flicking the spirit body threads before he finally saw the opportunity to achieve initial control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Ulison's actions instantly froze as all its joints seemed to grow rust. The frost dragon immediately became alert and sensed that the source of the danger came from beneath it. Seizing the moment before its thoughts came to a complete halt, it instantly made the decision to sit down. It wanted to quash the despicable fella. Suddenly, its mind went adrift, having forgotten what it wanted to do. And about 20 meters away, Marbit Zorost's knees buckled as he sat strangely on the snow. Klein took the opportunity to move his feet, walking to the side of the frost dragon's hind legs at a decent speed. His invisibility was beginning to wear off. After all, the mimicked ability definitely couldn't compare with the original. He extended his hands halfway as his spirituality jumped, his actions akin to controlling a huge puppet. Bang! Ulison, whose thoughts were already slowing down, finally recalled what it wanted to do. Its hind legs slowly bent as its hefty figure smashed downwards, but all it did was send snow and dust flying. No, no good. Have to. Do that. Thoughts flashed through its mind sporadically as its heart suddenly contracted, condensing a terrifying light blue halo. This was the Beyonder power stemming from its life. It could create a cold hell. With this, Klein and company would completely freeze. If not for Snowman's experience and powers being capable of restraining that state, more than one or two Beyonders would have died. However, with it under Klein's control, everything Ulison tried to do was clearly impeded. Edwina acutely noticed the source of danger, which she previously had no idea about. Immediately, she clenched her right fist, detonating the frost dragon's strong emotions. The King of the North's figure trembled in slow motion as the light blue halo that it had just converged scattered out of control. It failed to interfere with its environment. Ah! The frost dragon's mouth slowly opened as it let out a stuttering cry. Cyatas stood up with great difficulty the moment she recovered a little. Upon seeing the situation, she immediately held back her pain and drew her bow. Her hair flared up again as heavy dark clouds appeared in midair once again. Two different silver bolts of lightning added radiance to each other as they surged onto the bow, forming a terrifying arrow that swirled with a bolt of lightning. Cyatas's face twisted as she released the arrow. The silver bolt of lightning instantly penetrated Ulison's chest with a whoosh, tearing open a ghastly wound. Flames spewed and lightning bolts sparked inside its wound, causing greater damage. At that moment, Anderson's eyes lit up. A blazing white flame enveloped his body as he transformed into a stream of light, accurately shooting straight for the wound. Pitch black marks rapidly surfaced on the frost dragon's abdomen as though someone was scribbling over it. Ulison's thoughts weren't as slow due to the intense stimulation. As it struggled to flap its wings, it soared up into the sky. Flying is prohibited here. Frunzer added more restrictions in a timely manner. Bang! King of the North fell to the ground again as its pitch-black marks on its abdomen tore open. Light blue blood and damaged organs spewed out like a waterfall. Anderson took the opportunity to jump away from the dragon's body. The flames over his body had extinguished as a transparent layer of ice covered him. Cold. It's really cold. He held death bracketant as he stiffly jumped away. His body was constantly trembling. Klein, who had nearly allowed the frost dragon to escape his binding, achieved initial control again. He made Ulison's thoughts of making everyone present die with it slow down, as it suffered from theft and explosions. Its long neck slowly looked up, as it let out a slow whimper as its body collapsed bit by bit. During this process, Klein didn't attempt to stop Cyatas and company's continued attacks. He knew very well that to turn the frost dragon into a marionette needed far more than 5 minutes. There were too many accidents that could happen in that span of time. Frunzer stood straight while panting. With the side of his body mangled, he pushed forward his swordless palm and declared in ancient Hermes, "Death!" Ulison's body trembled as it collapsed to the ground like a small mountain made of ice. Light blue light that was nearly white was released from its body as its flesh and body quickly disintegrated. Soon, the gigantic dragon corpse turned into a snow-laden heavy door that swung outwards. Without anyone mentioning it, all the Beyonders present knew that it was a door leading to the outside world. Finally, finally, success! Grossel laughed out loud as his voice grew softer. Thud! His nearly 4-meter tall figure fell forward as he held himself up with a knee. Following that, the light of dawn around him scattered as his aura was almost immediately gone. Grossel, Cyatas and company went over with great difficulty or great speed. Grossel looked around him slowly, clenching his fist as he gave a good-natured laugh. We succeeded. Giants never retreat. His head with the single vertical eye drooped down when his voice came to a halt. Chapter 702, Epilogue. Grossel. Frunzer, who was closest to the giant, rushed to Grossel and caught him. Then he slowly released his grip and stood up, as though he had just experienced a confusing dream. Cyatas tore out of Marbit's arms, and ignoring the pain all over her body, she ran to Grossel's side with the aid of the wind. She bent down and carefully observed for a moment. Then she nudged the giant and hysterically shouted, "Wake up! Wake up! It's time for us to leave." Her voice softened into silence. Marbit stood by the side, seeing the giant unable to maintain his body as it wavered. Finally, it fell to the ground with a thud. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. At that moment, Anderson and Edwina had already run to Snowman. One used a flame, while the other mimicked holy light to quickly defrost him. As Klein was nearby, he directly arrived by Grossel's side. His spirit body thread's vision told him that the giant was dead. Only his spirit lingered, but it was beginning to scatter. This made his damage transfer powers completely useless. From the moment Grossel ignited the light of dawn and engaged the frost dragon in a second battle, he must have prepared himself for death. Klein fell silent. Marbit glanced at him and said with a rueful smile, "To be frank, I've not seen many giants. Most of my impression of them had come from books, teachers, and parents. I always thought that this race was cruel and violent, unintelligent creatures who were closer to monsters. However, Grossel wasn't like that. He was frank, honest, and optimistic. Although he might appear rather silly, he knew better than anyone what was right and wrong. He told me that this was because he wasn't one of those ancient giants. He wasn't even a second or third generation giant. The cruel and violent giants similarly had the ability to reproduce and give birth. As for their descendants, there would be more rational ones appearing from time to time. These descendants would reproduce and have more descendants, allowing the entire giant race to escape from the confines of being monsters. He, I don't know if I should believe him, but his existence has proven the possibility. As Mobbit said that, he suddenly paused as though immersed in his memories. At that moment, Edwina and Anderson helped Snowman, whose body was still a little stiff, walk over. The ascetic struggled as he walked to Grossel's side. Looking at the tightly closed single eye, Snowman gestured the sign of the cross on his chest. He half closed his eyes as he whispered a prayer. "Father of all things, the great source of everything here lies an honest and pure soul. May he enter your kingdom and receive eternal redemption." Cyatas opened her mouth as though she wanted to say that Grossel's faith was in giant King Ormir, but she ultimately chose to keep silent. She watched in silence as Snowman completed the prayer. "We have to leave as quickly as possible. No one knows how long this door will remain open," the elven songster said as she surveyed the surroundings. Her sorrow and pain left her rather quick-tempered. She looked down at the giant and added in a heavy voice, "We can't let Grossel's soul dissipate in this illusory world. We have to bring him back to reality." "All right," Mobbit immediately agreed. Klein and company didn't object either. Edwina turned her head and shouted at the mountain cave of ice and snow, "Danitz, you can come out now." At that moment, Cyatas's eyes darted around as though she had recalled something. She turned her head and said to Klein, "Do you have a pen and paper?" "Yes." Klein took out the fountain pen and notes he brought around with him. This was a professional trait of being a seer. Cyatas received it and began scribbling on it. She didn't stop, even when Danitz ran out of the cave. Danitz kept silent. He was also in low spirits as well, lacking the joy and excitement he should have with the pending departure from this book world. Finally, Sayatas stopped writing and handed the paper and pen to Klein. The formula you wanted. Aren't we completing the trade only after leaving? Klein mumbled silently in puzzlement. He received the pen and the ocean songster potion formula. As though sensing his puzzlement, Sayatas turned her head and looked at Grossel. She said with a heavy voice, "We are now companions. So you can give me the potion formula directly." Klein put the items away and nodded indiscernibly. "I'll give you the wine cup after we leave." Sayatas didn't respond. Instead, she nudged Marbet. "Bring Grossel along." Marbet looked down at his body, which wasn't too muscular, and his sharp, curvy leather boots. He gave a bitter smile of helplessness and walked to Grossel's thigh. Frunzer silently followed as he bent down to embrace the giant's left shoulder. Anderson looked around and tasked, "All of you are injured or weak. Let me do it." He then lifted up Grossel's other shoulder. Klein was just about to help with the other thigh when Danitz rushed over to take the spot. Upon seeing this, he stopped in his tracks. He then watched Anderson and company lift Grossel as they walked towards the illusory snow-laden door. Klein, Edwina, Sayatas, who stumbled as she walked, and Snowman silently followed beside them before they arrived at the exit formed from Ulison's corpse. At that moment, Klein surveyed the area and discovered that the light blue blood that flowed out from the King of the North had vanished. It was as though it had never existed. Indeed, it's a conjured monster that's almost real. Klein walked behind as he watched Edwina take a few steps forward as she bent her back, placing her palms on the door. Then, Vice Admiral Iceberg exerted her strength and pushed open the snow-laden door. Silently, everyone saw everything disappear after turning illusory, then transparent. Rows of brownish-yellow bookshelves quickly appeared before their eyes, along with the orange-yellow sun which had just set below the horizon, and a desk with a fountain pen, ink bottle, and paper. This was Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's cabin. Klein quickly placed the middle of the table in his sights. Sitting on it was a book filled with yellowish-brown goatskin. The book flipped to the end as a result of a formless wind. Klein and company then saw the epilogue. With the help of the crazy adventurer and the strongest hunter, Grossel fulfilled his promise. He led his teammates and slayed the King of the North, but he also ended up sleeping forever in the Nation of Frost. It didn't even give our ending. Sayatas, where do you plan on heading to next? Marbet released Grossel's thigh as he turned his head to ask the elven songster. Sayatas's eyes seemed to glaze over for a few seconds before she firmly said, "Seek out my race." Just as she said that, she suddenly saw Marbet's flaxen-colored hair rapidly turn white. His originally smooth face had obvious wrinkles. In just a second, Marbet was dying of old age. Sayatas's heart tightened. Just as she was about to lunge forward, she was surprised to realize that she had lost the strength in her legs at some point in time. With a thud, she fell to the ground and realized that the back of her hands were covered in the aged spots of an elder. She instantly understood what was happening as tears immediately flowed down her face. She struggled as she attempted to crawl towards Marbet. Marbet had similarly slumped to the ground as he crawled towards her while extending his right palm. Sayatas reached out her right palm and grabbed the wrinkled and thin hand. They raised their heads with great difficulty as their pupils reflected one another. The corners of their mouths curled up simultaneously before loosening weakly. Their eyelids drooped down and blocked out the light. Klein, Edwina, Anderson, and Danitz failed to react in time to such changes. They had no idea what they could do as they helplessly watched Grossel's corpse rapidly rot as his flesh and blood evaporated, leaving his skeleton and Beyonder characteristic. As for Marbet, Sayatas, Snowman, and Frunzer, they aged in seconds before breathing their last breath and repeating whatever had happened to Grossel's corpse. Their clothes had either disappeared or turned to dust. Their souls dispersed at extraordinary speeds before they were gone. Even the one who lived inside the book for the shortest time had been there for 165 years. Edwina muttered softly as she turned her head to look at that bones which faced the sea and sun. It was none other than disciplinary Paladin Frunzer. He was sitting on a chair looking west where Backland was. Snowman was seated cross-legged to the side. His corpse maintained the posture of praying. That's right. They've lived in the book world for centuries or millennia. With the rules of the outside world as non-demigods, they should have died long ago. I should have realized this. Why wasn't I wary of this point at all? Could it be? Klein suddenly recalled the psychological influence on Marbet, Grossell, and company as he began having an idea. He once again looked down at the book bound by goatskin. He believed that it had many, many more secrets. This fellow is rather interesting. He died just like that. Anderson looked at Marbet's corpse as he smirked. At that moment, all the Bayunder characteristics had slowly condensed. However, Frunzer didn't produce anything similar to that. Edwina observed for a moment before softly saying, the potion he consumed was illusory, likewise for the strength he obtained. It's just like that frost dragon. It was likely conjured in the book world. It was almost real. Klein sighed silently. He was momentarily at a loss for words, so all he could do was maintain Jem and Sparrow's silence. In the next 10 minutes, no one spoke in the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream until the 4 Bayunder characteristics took form. One of them was the size of a fist resembling a heart. It was covered with holes as it shimmered with the light of dawn. Another resembled a jellyfish. Its translucent exterior seemed to contain azure blue seawater, and inside it were vortices that were occasionally stirred by hurricanes or flashing silver lightning while emitting a faint, ethereal song. Another was a pure, bright crystal that exuded holiness. The last was a baby's palm with 5 thin, stretched-out fingers as it kept changing colors due to the environment. Sigh, we can't just keep watching like this. Finally, Anderson broke the silence. Let's split the Bayunder characteristics. Just as Edwina's light blue eyes were dyed with pangs of fire, the hunter shrugged and said with a wry smile, I believe that they'll have wishes such as this, as we were companions who fought together. Chapter 703. Thank you. Present seeing Edwina's gaze warm up, Anderson curled the sides of his mouth and shook his head with a sigh. You're always so inflexible. That's why you aren't able to become an artist your entire life. After sighing again, he looked at the corpse on the chair. We can't keep watching. We have to do something. Doesn't Cyatas wish to find her race? Let's bury her near an elven ruin in Sanya Island. Marbet looks like he wants to be with Cyatas. We should bury them in the same tomb. Doesn't Frunzer want to return to Backland? Burn his remains to ashes, store the ashes in a box, and bring it to the city when possible. If time permits it, then someone can look for his descendants. As for Snowman, it's not known if he believes in the ancient sun god or the original creator. Who knows if the two are the same? Heh, to us, it's the same. There's definitely no way to find the corresponding cathedrals or altars. Therefore, the only thing we can do is bury him beside Grossell. Grossell. He wishes to return to the giant king's court, but that's a city in myths and legends. There's no way to find it in the real world. However, there are giant ruins in the northern and southern continent. We can bury him there and allow him to have a proper burial. Giant King's Court, Backland. Klein listened in silence as he deliberated for a few seconds. Leave the ashes of Grossell, Snowman, and Frunzer with me. He believed that in the time to come, the City of Silver would manage to reach the giant King's Court. When that happened, he could hand Grossell's and Snowman's ashes to Little Sun and allow him to bury the 2 ancient figures. As for Backland, Klein needed to return to it, as it was the final destination of his travels. He could then bring back Frunzer, who had left his hometown for more than 165 years. Edwina added, the Golden Dream often goes to Sanya Island. I'll handle Cyatas's and Marbet's remains. All right, you'll be in charge of the cremation later. Anderson turned to look at Danitz as he chuckled and sighed. Look, everyone plays a part in this. There's no need to feel inferior. He originally imagined that Danitz wouldn't understand his consoling and would glare at him angrily. To his surprise, this well-known pirate's expression turned heavy as he nodded in silence. Ahem. As companions who face the King of the North together, let's each choose one. Treat it as though we're inheriting their legacy. Anderson gestured at the shimmering items on the floor. Heh heh, these Bayunder characteristics definitely have remnants of their psyche. I wonder what kind of influence they will bring, be it concocting it into a potion for consumption or getting an artisan to craft it into an item. There should be something special about them. The former can be digested with the acting method, but nothing can be done about the latter. Ah, from the looks of it, you don't know the acting method. Treat it as though I didn't say a thing. The last 2 lines were said to Danitz. Klein didn't have the mood to lampoon Anderson. He looked at the 4 Bayunder characteristics and said, Give Cyatas's to me. This was the main ingredient of an ocean songster. Edwina thought for a moment before saying, "I'll take snowmans." It corresponded to the priest of light, which Klein already had one of. Hence, he didn't choose it. Anderson glanced at the remaining two Beyonder characteristics as his gaze paused at the strange item that resembled a baby's palm. I have to say that this guy is very interesting. Perhaps it can be made into a mystical item that can talk to me. That way, everyone wouldn't be too lonely. At that moment, the giant's heart didn't have an owner. Klein glanced at Danitz and indifferently said, "It's yours." "Mine. I didn't do anything. I didn't participate in the battle." Danitz was extremely surprised. Klein said simply, "You scouted and took on a risk." To Klein, this was a form of compensation. This was because Danitz had chanted the fool's honorific name and knew Jam and Sparrow's secret. Therefore, he had to force the faith of the fool on him. Otherwise, it would only leave latent risks. Although this was a risk which Danitz was willing to take, Klein still wished to compensate him. Of course, he hoped that Danitz would view it as a bestowment from the fool, and regardless of exchanging Grossel's Beyonder characteristic for money, using it to purchase the corresponding formula and ingredients, or making it into a defensive mystical item, all of them would be very useful for Danitz. "Take it," Edwina said as she looked at Danitz. "All right." Danitz nodded after a few seconds of silence. After distributing them, Klein took a few steps forward and bent his back to pick up Cyatus's Beyonder characteristic. Looking at the azure blue seawater sloshing inside the translucent membrane, he could vaguely hear the elf's beautiful singing. Just as he stood up, he saw Danitz nodding as though he was responding to a question. However, no one had spoken. Klein's gaze swept past Edwina's expressionless face and suspected if this mysticism magister was communicating with Danitz in a way others couldn't hear. Seeing Danitz give an affirmative answer, Edwina reached out to pick up Grossel's travels from the desk and closed it. She then handed it to Klein. "This is a token of my gratitude. Without me, all of you would have defeated the Frost Dragon." Klein didn't reach out his hand as he looked at the book comprised of yellowish-brown goatskin. "No, we definitely would have died. We had no way to defend against the King of the North's final frenzy. Besides, you were taking a huge risk entering the book." Edwina was like a teacher, explaining to him the reasons in a serious manner. "My only request is that you will tell me the answers if you figure out its origins and principles." Klein was very curious about the secrets hidden in Grossel's travels. He couldn't reject the offer as he reached out to take the magical book. "Okay." At this moment, the importance of the giant king's court became more obvious. He even thought of buying the black iron key belonging to the giants and was worth £50 while he was at it. However, he didn't immediately make the request to prevent Edwina from thinking that he was trying to fleece her. He prepared to wait a few more hours, or perhaps tomorrow, before borrowing the key from Vice Admiral Iceberg. He would head above the grey fog to divine its worth before offering to purchase it. Seeing Anderson and Danitz pick up their Beyonder characteristics, Edwina glanced at the darkening sky and said to Klein, "Where are you heading to next?" "Bayam," Klein replied frankly. Edwina nodded. "You can head there on the Golden Dream. We have plenty of rooms." Klein nodded indiscernibly as he agreed. Who wouldn't want a free ride? After dealing with the remains and cleaning up the captain's cabin, Edwina walked to the door and opened it. There were gasps of pleasant surprise as the mood in the corridor turned jubilant. "All right, it's fine now." Edwina looked around as a smile formed from her cold expression. The crew cheered loudly, making Anderson stroke his chin and frown. "It's more exaggerated than I imagined." Without a doubt, his words were drowned by the ebullient cheers. After everything came to an end, Klein and Anderson left the captain's cabin under Danitz's lead and headed for other rooms on the same level. Half turning his body to look where they were, Anderson suddenly sighed. "Is that it? Although we didn't get to know each other for more than half an hour, people who fought alongside you often leave a deep impression. But to think they suddenly died in a baffling manner. All of them." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "This world is filled with baffling deaths to begin with." "That's right." Anderson immediately smiled. "That's why optimism is needed to enjoy life. If I were to face death one day, I'll definitely be composed and cool, not losing my elegance at all. I would face it in the most handsome manner possible. Don't raise flags for yourself." Klein didn't say a word as he entered the room Danitz opened for him. Anderson took the room beside him. In the room, Klein stood at the window as he silently watched the darkening sea for nearly 10 minutes. Then he entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited the incantation, and went above the grey fog. Sitting at the high-backed chair of the fool, he conjured the world's figure and made him make a praying pose. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform the sun that I've obtained the sequence 6 notary potion formula he wants. I also have clues to the priest of light formula and main ingredients. He can delay payment by putting it on credit and pay for it in the future. Klein was doing this to prepare for his advancement to sequence 4. The City of Silver had rich resources, so it was possible that particular main ingredients or difficult supplementary ingredients that were hard to come across would exist over there. Therefore, with him in no rush to get anything, he planned on letting Little Sun owe him. The reason why he didn't say that he had obtained the main ingredients and potion formula for Priest of Light was because he felt that it was too exaggerated. He planned on telling him once Little Sun was more or less done digesting the potion. After checking the conjured scene twice, he transmitted it into the crimson star representing the sun as a stream of light. Afternoon town. Having just finished patrolling the periphery of the newly established camp, Derek's vision suddenly blurred, and he saw an endless grey fog and an indistinct figure praying inside a dark red glow. Immediately following that, he heard the world's voice and learned that his notary potion formula had been acquired. Mr. World's efficiency is really high. It's the exact number of days that he promised. Furthermore, he even got clues to the Priest of Light potion formula and main ingredients. Derek felt joy after a moment of alarm. He couldn't help but admire the world, wishing that he would possess similar strength and styles in the future. Above the grey fog, the world made another prayer after Mr. Fool confirmed that there weren't any problems with the Ocean Songster potion formula. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. Hanged Man that I've already obtained the Ocean Songster's potion formula and the corresponding main ingredient. I'll give it to him during the next tarot gathering. Please get him to consider what he would like to provide in exchange. Chapter 704. Origins on the Undulating Sea, inside an ancient and dark sailboat. Alger Wilson stood in front of a window, considering the report he had to produce when he arrived at Pasu Island. It was at that moment when the endless grey fog and a figure lording over him appeared. He then saw a dark red glow and saw a blurry figure resembling the world. He then heard the figure's calm words. After hearing it, Alger's eyes widened. He found it difficult to suppress his joy as a strong sense of bewilderment and shock emerged within his heart. He remembered very clearly that the world had only promised the son to obtain the notary potion formula within 3 days at the last Tarot Club gathering. He hadn't mentioned anything related to the Ocean Songster potion formula, but in just days, this gentleman had obtained the rare Sequence 5 formula and even its main ingredient. What did he do exactly? Alger muttered silently to himself as he couldn't help but recall Jamin Sparrow's cold and formidable appearance. He found the man more and more unfathomable. Is this the advantage of being a blessed? Yes, I just received the news yesterday that Jamin Sparrow boarded the Future last week in Nuz. On the one hand, it proves that Admiral of Stars is indeed the Hermit, and on the other hand, it means that what the world did last week was extremely important. For example, entering those dangerous waters in the Eastern Front to obtain something. Therefore, he had no choice but to seek the Hermit's help. As such, he advanced and became a Sequence 5 powerhouse. This can explain how he obtained the Ocean Songster potion formula and its main ingredient in the span of a few days. But what did he do exactly? Don't tell me that he killed someone from the middle upper echelons of the church. Alger couldn't help but frown. He quickly calmed his heart as he focused on another matter. Although instantly obtaining the formula and main ingredient delighted and excited him, making him feel that becoming a Tarot Club member was a turning point in his life, he still needed to pay for it. What can I give the world? Alger fell into deep thought, depressed to realize that he didn't have any items or money of equal value. He subconsciously paced about his window. Above the grey fog, the busy world vanished as Klein cast his eyes on Grossel's travels, which he had brought above the grey fog. This book, comprised of yellowish-brown goatskin, was silently placed on the long bronze table. It didn't appear special in any way, appearing so ordinary that only history fans would notice it. Klein conjured a pen and paper as he cautiously wrote the first divination statement. This is the spectator pathway's uniqueness. He was most worried about this point, as it meant that he couldn't seal the book above the grey fog. It might bring about unexpected accidents, but carrying it with him made it possible for him to be sucked into the book at any time. That would be very problematic. He undid the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, composed himself, and attempted a divination. When he opened his eyes, the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise. It meant a negative result. From the looks of it, this strange book isn't the spectator pathway's uniqueness. Then, there's no need to be too afraid. Klein thought for a few seconds before divining if Grossel's travels was the corresponding item of the spectator pathway's sequence 1 or 2. To his surprise, the divination ended in a failure. Huh, he thought for a long while before penning a new divination statement. Its origins. The reason why Klein dared to do such a divination was because he knew very well that the spectator pathway's sequence 0 had long perished. There was a high chance that the uniqueness was in the hands of the Twilight Hermit Order. Therefore, the chances of him having to face a real guard was negligible. Putting down the pen and holding the paper and book, Klein leaned back into the chair and recited the divination statement as he entered a dream with cogitation. The grey, hazy world cracked open as the sky turned extremely dark. It was as though strong winds were stirring the dark clouds. In this dark environment, a sliver of light appeared first along the horizon as it grew bigger and clearer. It was a floating continent. It was a huge continent that could hold several cities. The continent's periphery was grayish-white in color. Huge boulders revealed their outlines, and above them there were dozens of erect 100-meter-tall stone columns. They either stood independently or propped up magnificent ancient palaces. Dragons of different colors, grayish-white, scarlet-red, yellowish-bronzy, as well as some made of ice, were flying over the continent and the one-of-a-kind city. At times, they would land on a stone column to rest as they overlooked the land. At other times, they would enter the opulent palace and vanish from Klein's sight. Among them, the smallest one was about the size of King of the North Ulyssin. The biggest spanned 100 meters. The scene quickly zoomed in as a palace with a height of over 200 meters occupied Klein's vision. Its interior had stone columns erected, propping up a dome. The space was so large that it allowed any dragon to move freely within. The camera kept moving inward, and soon Klein saw a book made of yellowish-brown goatskin. Its cover was blank as it floated in midair. Compared to its surroundings, it was amazingly small. Right behind the book, a large shadow appeared. Just as the shadow's silhouette was outlined, Klein felt his thoughts instantly explode. His eyes spewed out with blood as his ears were left with two black holes. His mouth and nostrils had white matter stained with blood spew out from them. The mysterious space above the grey fog gently trembled as it pacified everything. Klein quickly recovered as he gritted his teeth and rubbed his head. It hurts. It freaking hurts. It's in no way inferior to the eternal blazing sun. I didn't even discern his looks or gain any knowledge. Was he, dragon of imagination Anquelt? According to Little Sun's information, he had perished at the end of the second epoch. After so many epochs, spanning 2 to 3 millennia, just prying into the mystery was enough to put me in such a sorry state. If not for the grey fog's screening and assistance, I would have died immediately. This mark is way too powerful, isn't it? There's no way of comparing them. Its damage is inferior to the previous encounter with the eternal blazing sun, but one had died long ago, while the other is still alive. It just begs the question if the ancient gods are stronger than the real gods of the present day. Using nearly a minute to recover from the pain, Klein recast his gaze on Grossel's travels. He tapped the mottled table's edge and muttered silently, "This book's author is Dragon of Imagination Anquelt. A book written by an ancient god, a storybook that can automatically deduce the ending. What is his goal? When this book was formed, the Dragon of Imagination likely hadn't encountered the ancient sun god and was fine. After all, it would take some time to go from the City of Miracles, Liveside, to the giant King's Court. And before Grossel was swallowed by the book, the giant King's Court was clearly still in existence. Just a prank, a toy used to kill his boredom. Or could it be that the Dragon of Imagination had foreseen some of the future? He specially created this book to leave behind a chance for himself or the dragons to resurrect. However, he underestimated the ancient sun god's might, and he completely perished. It made the book unusable for millennia, so all it could do was naturally absorb characters into it to play out a story. Klein made some guesses, but he wasn't able to verify them. After some consideration, he thought of finding a chance to enter the book in search for clues. In the future, I can enter as a spirit body above the grey fog. Once I encounter any trouble, I'll immediately return. Yes, I'll make the attempt after I'm no longer with Edwina and Anderson. I have to be careful and cautious. Klein nodded as he divined if leaving Grossel's travels above the grey fog would bring undesirable changes to the mysterious space. But he was met with failure again. As for the reason, he actually knew why. This was a place that transcended the spirit world. Divining about matters involving this area naturally failed if attempts were made to obtain revelations from the spirit world. After deciding to frequently come above the grey fog to take a look so as to prevent any accidents, Klein threw Grossel's travels into the junk pile. He then waved his hand, summoning a golden wine cup that had been partially flattened. The cup had complicated patterns engraved on it with the elvish phrases Calamity and Kohainum. Apart from that, there wasn't anything special. With it in hand, Klein silently rubbed it for a few seconds. Knock, knock, knock. Klein politely knocked on the door to the captain's cabin. Is there something? Edwina, who had let down her hair, looked at Jaem and Sparrow and asked. Klein handed over the elf queen's golden wine cup. Put this in Cyatus's tomb. All right. Edwina fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding and receiving it. She habitually studied the engravings and symbols on the cup before withdrawing her gaze in embarrassment. She then looked out the window and said, They'll be organizing a bonfire party. Will you be participating? No, Klein shook his head. I understand. I don't plan on participating either. Not everyone is like Anderson, who can quickly raise his spirits, Edwina said with pursed lips. Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Klein was momentarily at a loss for a response, and apart from giving lessons, Edwina wasn't good at socializing. Immediately, the two of them fell silent. About 10 seconds later, Klein silently inhaled and broke the silence. Are you selling that key that originates from the giants? Yes. Edwina thought about it before glancing at her collector's room. She added, I can lend it to you for studying. You can decide whether to buy it before leaving the ship. Chapter 705, Mythical Creature. You didn't even need me to mention it. I was still a little embarrassed to raise the subject. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After considering Jaem and Sparrow's persona, he calmly said, I do not take advantage of others. Just as he said that, he felt a little regretful. He was afraid that Vice Admiral Iceberg would really change her mind. Edwina's light blue eyes moved slightly as she said, The only condition is that you have to tell me the answer to anything you figure out. Phew. Klein didn't harp on the issue as he nodded. Okay. About a minute later, he carried an iron black key the size of a heptachord, and at that moment there was a series of fervent singing from the deck. Your eyes are so mesmerizing that it feels like the light from dawn. When night comes and the sun has gone down, I almost start feeling melancholy, fervently awaiting your light. Oh, your eyes are so mesmerizing that it feels like the light from dawn. Klein subconsciously went to the window and looked out. He saw that the bonfire had already been lit, and the Golden Dreams crew that had nothing to do on their hands were gathered around it. They were either roasting meat or fish as they guzzled beer. Otherwise, they would be dancing a rather random but lively dance alongside singer Orpheus's singing. It was a very merry atmosphere. The oily roasting exuded a tantalizing aroma that wafted upwards. Klein saw that Anderson Hood was also among the pirates, drinking in high spirits and eating happily. From time to time, he would shout a few words and say a joke, as though he was already a member of the Golden Dream. He was no longer ostracized like before. Instead, Danitz didn't appear among them. At the very least, Klein didn't see him near iron, skin, or barrel. As long as he doesn't provoke others, Anderson is rather good at socializing. This might be the intelligence-gathering powers of a conspirer. Yes, he might have transferred the hatred onto me. I wonder if Danitz will work hard after what happened. If he can improve himself and acquire greater strength, then as the fool, I wouldn't only have myself as a subordinate. I don't have to always appear as a trinity. Heh heh, this secret existence of mine finally has a real believer, someone I can directly order to do things, even though it's only limited to Danitz. I have to say, it's still quite pathetic. As Klein reflected over the matter, he prepared a ritual to sacrifice the giant's key above the grey fog. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered as he instinctively activated his spirit vision and looked to the side. White bones were thrown up as they materialized into the messenger with black flames in its eye sockets. Half of the messenger's body was in the lower deck, so it was nearly level with Jem and Sparrow without tearing through the ceiling. However, the palm holding the letter remained huge, as though it could easily wrap it around Klein's head. Mr. Azek was quite quick to reply this time. As Klein politely nodded, he received the letter and unfolded it. Just as he was about to read its contents, he suddenly realized that the skeleton messenger remained standing there. It didn't vanish once it delivered the letter. "Is there something?" Klein asked in surprise. Just as he said that, an idea flashed through his mind as he quickly added, "If there's a need to reply, then I will summon you again." The skeleton messenger's huge head nodded as its body collapsed like a waterfall before returning to the underworld. Ma'am Rionette Tinecare previously waited for me to give a reply, same for the skeleton messenger this time. Is this some new regulation the messenger world has enacted? Pewee, there's no such thing as a messenger world. They're all individually summoned, and most messengers are just doing it part-time. Yes, the skeleton messenger gave me an aggrieved feeling. Klein shook his head without much thought before focusing his attention on Mr. Azek's letter. Put it simply, attaining godhood begins from the moment one advances to sequence 4. It's a slow process of evolution towards a mythical creature. This process comes to an end at sequence 2. Therefore, there is a qualitative difference between an angel and a saint. In ancient times, the former are even called subsidiary gods. Every demigod, including saints and angels, have their own mythical state. This is a non-human form, which is a potpourri of complex knowledge, godhood characteristics, and secret symbols. Ordinary people will suffer tremendous damage from a simply glance to the point of losing their minds. And as the demigod grows in strength, the damage only grows more potent and irresistible. Therefore, creatures at this level have to constantly control themselves to not expose this form, or just from their very existence alone, it can bring about a catastrophe to their surroundings. To demigods, one of the main traits of losing control is losing reason. When that happens, they will no longer be able to restrain their mythical creature form. However, a saint's mythical form isn't complete. There are clear characteristics of their original race. Strictly speaking, one is a true mythical creature only after they reach sequence 2. I wonder if the blood that Ma'am Hermit wants is the blood of a mythical creature in the true sense of the phrase, or if the criteria can be relaxed. Heh, I wonder if the placenta blood from Will Ossipton's birth counts. He is a sequence 1 snake of fate, an absolute mythical creature, just not in the correct form. I'll accumulate more matters before writing on the paper crane to ask him. Yes, there are only 2 more times, so I need to do it for serious matters. However, I'll be returning to Backland soon. With this in mind, Klein silently calculated when Will Ossipton would be born. He didn't make an accurate recollection, but based on his impressions, Will Ossipton had been conceived last November, and it was currently only the middle of April. Therefore, he will be born in July, perhaps earlier, Klein thought without great certainty. After all, he didn't have a girlfriend or wife in his previous life, much less having a child. He quickly threw those thoughts to the back of his mind and began setting up the ritual. He sacrificed the giant's key to himself. The reason why he didn't use his spirit body to carry it, it was simply because it was too heavy. Soon, he arrived above the grey fog. He made the iron-black key fly onto the surface of the bronze table as he seriously inspected it a few times. After confirming that there wasn't anything abnormal about it, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement, the place this key corresponds to. With the paper in hand and his arm around the key, Klein leaned back into his chair and fell asleep while chanting. This time, the grey, hazy world first presented a distorted, translucent screen. As the scene zoomed in, he immediately appeared before a 10-meter-tall door. The door was mainly grey and blue in color, and on its sides were various engraved symbols, labels, and patterns. They were stately and mysterious. The light of dusk shone over faintly, dyeing the door with a clear sense of decline. It was like the daylight was gone for the world, with only eternal eventide replacing it. Right on the heels of that, Klein noticed that the opening in the door's left side, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, there was a pitch-black socket which was equivalent to an adult's fist. The scene quickly shattered as Klein opened his eyes. A door similar to the black cloisters, but of a different color, the light of dusk. My interpretation is that it represents a particular door of the giant king's court. Yes, the first distorted, translucent screen should be the barrier between the forsaken land of God and the outside world. Therefore, without the grey mist eliminating interference, there's no way to see the scene via divination. Klein tapped on the edge of the martled table as he made judgment. He had already decided to buy the giant's key. After going through the hassle of bringing £50 in cash back to the real world, Klein tidied the items on the table and held a thick stack of cash. He left his room once again and walked to the captain's cabin. Heh, as a desire apostle, Kirchhoff's bounty is equivalent to a key and £10. Klein glanced at the cash in his hand as he knocked on Vice Admiral Iceberg's door again. With a creak, Edwina appeared by the door. When she saw him holding the cash, her brows twitched as she widened her eyes. She said with a brightened expression, "You have results," Klein tersely acknowledged. "I already obtained results that it's likely related to the Giant King's court." "The Giant King's court has spoken in myths." Edwina's eyes lit up as she asked. Klein gently nodded in affirmation. Edwina's lips quivered as though she wished to inquire further, but ultimately she didn't say a word. She took the £50 in cash. She turned back to look at the rows of bookshelves in the captain's cabin and fell silent. She finally said to Klein seconds later, "If you're interested in these books, you can borrow them any time in the day. My only request is—" Klein secretly predicted what Vice Admiral Iceberg was about to say. "My only request is that you can talk to me about history whenever you're free." Edwina paused before she added with her eyes appearing bright. Klein chuckled inwardly and said after some thought, "All right, but I will not answer every question." Meanwhile, he silently prayed inwardly, "Let's hope Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection has methods to create higher-level charms." "No problem." The corner of Edwina's mouth twitched as her expression became livelier. "See you tomorrow." Klein took off his hat and pressed it to his chest as he bowed to bid farewell. Edwina also seriously returned the pleasantries. "See you tomorrow." Backland, Irongate Street, outside Braveheart's bar. Emlyn White got off a carriage, pushed open a wooden door and walked in. He was then triggered by the mixture of smells inside as he pinched his nose in contempt. He hadn't had much progress in the competition to hunt for the primordial moon believers. Therefore, he planned on heading to the Braveheart's bar, which Sherlock Moriarty often mentioned. He was there to find the rather informed black market arms dealer, Ian. The latter's name was acquired by Emlyn through other means, adapted from O Soul Mio. Chapter 706. That man turning his body to the side, Emlyn avoided a bulldozing drunkard. While swatting his clothes with a frown, he continued jostling towards the bar counter. During this process, he didn't seem to be doing anything, but the surrounding customers would always fail to touch him. Be it in terms of speed, agility, or his balance and coordination, he had reached a rather terrifying level. Finally, Emlyn arrived at the bar counter as he rapped the wooden counter. "Where's Ian?" The bartender glanced at him. Without a word, he kept his head low and wiped his glass cups. Emlyn stood there in surprise, wondering if he had done something wrong that earned him nothing. This angered him a little as he wished to reach out and yank the bartender out. However, he believed that such acts were lacking as a gentleman. He forcefully held down his emotions and looked around and discovered that everyone was drinking. With a thought, Emlyn experimented by saying, "A cup of Ormir red wine." The bartender's actions paused as he looked up and gave the handsome, black-haired, red-eyed man an odd look. "We don't have that available." This was the finest red wine in the world. The price was staggering. Emlyn wasn't dumb, and he could tell from the bartender's eyes that he had ordered something he shouldn't have. On careful thought, he said, "1 glass of Southville beer, 5 pence." The bartender finally lowered the cup and cloth. Emlyn took out a 1 soldi note and said, "Keep the change." "Thank you." The bartender pointed left and said, "Ian is in card room 1. Emlyn immediately smiled, feeling happy and proud that he had resolved an actual problem. He didn't take the cup of Southville beer and instead turned around and walked straight to card room 1. Knock, knock, knock. He politely knocked on the door. "Please come on in." A rather adolescent voice sounded. Emlyn adjusted his collar and pushed open the door, only to realize that the scene inside was unlike what he had expected. He believed that since it was a card room, there would be a bunch of people surrounding a long table playing games like Texas. But to his surprise, there were indeed about 8 people, but there weren't any poker cards. A piece of paper was placed in front of every participant as they seemed to be recording something. Apart from that, there were only fountain pens and multi-faced dice on the table. Emlyn instinctively cast his gaze on the youngest person inside. It was similarly a handsome boy with red eyes. He looked about 16. "Ian?" Emlyn asked. Ian nodded with a smile. "That's me, sir. Is there something I can help you with? Or do you wish to join our game?" "Game," Emlyn returned with a question. Ian chuckled. "Yes, game. I don't enjoy playing cards or billiards, but something needs to be done when spending the whole day here. I gained some inspiration from Emperor Rosel's biography. It's to organize a few people to sit down and attempt a tabletop adventure. In this game, as long as you abide by the rules, you can be any Onia doctor, an adventurer who loves eating vegetables, a private detective who always carries a wrench and pipe, or an adventurer who enjoys radical ideas. Together, they can head to some ancient castle and seek out the history hidden within, battling all kinds of monsters along the way. Sounds a little interesting. Emlyn had a feeling that this game suited him well. "Haha, do you want to join? We're currently embroiled in a ploy and are facing a powerful ancient vampire. He appears to have a handsome face, but beneath his skin are boils formed from his boiling blood." Ian warmly invited him. "Sanguine, thank you very much." Emlyn's expression twitched indiscernibly as he directly said, "I have a mission for you." "All right, let's go to the room next door." Ian took his round hat and old satchel and stood up. The billiard room next door had no one in it. The boy closed the door with great familiarity as he surveyed the area before looking at Emlyn. "Sir, I do not know you. Might I know who introduced you?" Emlyn lifted his chin and smiled. "Sherlock Moriarty." Just as he said that, he suddenly looked left and right as he raised his hand to pinch his nose. "So it's Detective Moriarty." Ian heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it. "I'm assured then. By the way, didn't he go on vacation to Daisy Bay? When will he be back?" Emlyn lowered his right hand as he said without a change in expression, "He isn't back yet. I've been to his rented apartment. To be frank, a normal vacation should have ended by the end of January. It's already April." "Could it be that something happened to him?" Ian asked worriedly. Emlyn recalled the powers and mysteriousness which Sherlock Moriarty presented as he shook his head. "Perhaps he's caught up in a complicated case." Ian didn't speak further as he asked, "How may I address you? What mission do you have? You can call me Mr. White." Emlyn took out a piece of paper that resembled a bounty notice. "Help me find these 5 people." Ian received it and carefully flipped through it for a while. £20 for an effective clue, £150 for an exact location. Is that acceptable? No problem. Emlyn felt that the price was just too cheap. Compared to this, the prices seen at the Tarot Club were way more exaggerated. Ian folded the piece of paper and said, "Mr. White, how do I contact you if I have any clues?" "South of the bridge, Harvest Church." Emlyn had already thought of the answer. Upon hearing that, Ian gave him an odd look. "You're a believer of Earth Mother. That's rare in Backland." "I'm not." Emlyn firmly shook his head. "I'm only doing volunteer work over there." Without waiting for Ian to speak, he asked, "How did you inherit those red eyes?" This was something he had wished to ask when he first saw Ian. This was because red eyes were a trademark characteristic of Sanguine in ancient times. However, there was a long period of time when humans and Sanguine copulated in the fourth epoch. They were all residents of an empire. Hence, with the widespread fellowship, many descendants were produced. There was an increasing number of red-eyed mixed bloods as they passed down their genes, becoming an uncommon eye color for humans. To put it simply, every red-eyed human had a Sanguine ancestor. Ian replied in surprise, "My father. I've no idea how much further up the family tree, as I was a vagabond. From the looks of it, he isn't connected to the Sanguine." Emlyn handed over a £20 deposit, feeling somewhat disappointed before turning to leave the billiard room. After he left, Ian didn't immediately return to the card room. Instead, he closed the door and said into the air, "Detective Moriarty hasn't returned to Backland. I'm a little worried about him." A figure suddenly appeared in the billiard room. She had a pale face with exquisite features while wearing a black bonnet. Dressed in a black Gothic regal dress, she was none other than Wraith Sharon. "He's doing fine," Sharon replied without any perturbation in her tone. Her figure dematerialized before vanishing. "You always says the same thing. Don't tell me that you've always been in contact with Detective Moriarty." Ian mumbled softly as he picked up a newspaper in the corner of the billiard room. Placed on it was the Tussock Times, and beneath it was News at Sea. The latter was mainly used to report the situations of the different colonies of the Lone Kingdom and matters at sea. But due to technological restrictions, the news at sea that reached Backland was severely outdated. It wasn't of much use to people who needed it, so subscription numbers were low and the business was floundering. Later, with a suggestion from a new chief editor, the newspaper's style changed. It had more rumors out at sea, as well as all sorts of strange matters revolving pirates and adventurers. It appeared more like stories rather than actual news reports. To people's surprise, this change in style was welcomed, as it involved ghosts, specters, sea monsters, and treasures. It became the semi-literate people's prime choice to flaunt their knowledge to the illiterate at the various bars. After all, although the stories seemed fake, they were sufficiently interesting. Ian casually flipped through the newspapers without finding any content of interest. He only had a deep impression on one of the reports in News at Sea. According to our correspondent, on the night of the 25th March, the King of Immortality fleet attacked a ship heading from East Balham to Fasak and plundered all its goods and money. And living up to his title, Slaughter Kirches finished a bloody massacre. These pirates are really preposterous. Ian shook his head and lowered the newspapers. He returned to the card room and continued his game. Outside the bar, Emlyn boarded a carriage and leaned onto the carriage wall as he watched the street lamps move past him. He pinched his nose again and silently muttered, "A wraith. This arms dealer sure is resourceful. Not bad." Emlyn closed his eyes as he felt more hopeful about his entrusted mission. The sunlight shone in from outside, dyeing the captain's cabin golden. Edwina sat on a chair with a book in hand as she looked opposite her. "So you also believe that the Solomon, Trunsost, and Tudor empires all coexisted? This is a necessary condition for the War of the Four Emperors," Klein simply replied. He held a book titled Book of the Three Worlds. It originated from a life school of thought member before it landed in Vice Admiral Iceberg's hands. It described the material world, the spirit world, and the world beyond rationality. It included some information on charms, with rather profound parts. Klein was seriously reading information on this in a bid to better use the Sea God Scepter and the Worm of Time. Klein had actually discovered that the books collected by Vice Admiral Iceberg were various ancient texts that were rather unsystematic. This was quite different from the characteristics of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom which backed her. Therefore, he guessed that the internal, orthodox, systematic mysticism knowledge of the Church was not public. Edwina was just about to ask again when she suddenly realized the Golden Dream's cruising speed gradually drop. She looked out the window and after a few looks said crisply, "We've arrived in Bayam." Chapter 707, Danitz's request, we've reached Bayam. Klein stood up upon hearing that and looked out. He saw the familiar Resistance's private harbor. He didn't show his surprise as he commented calmly, "Faster than I expected." It was 3 hours faster than he had expected. "It's faster than I expected as well." Edwina looked away and agreed with Jem and Sparrow. "However, these are all unimportant details." Klein lowered his head, pretending as though he was browsing through the rest of the Book of the Three Worlds. He then handed it to Vice Admiral Iceberg. "That marks the end of this discussion." Edwina looked at the book in silence. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. She reached for the Book of the Three Worlds and placed it on the table in passing. Following that, she got up and bowed. "I look forward to future discussions with you. Your expertise in ancient history is admirable." If Klein had been acting as himself, he would have said a few words of humility while praising Vice Admiral Iceberg for her breadth of knowledge. Unfortunately, he was the crazy adventurer, Jem and Sparrow. All he did was nod and say, "We are collaborators." It meant that there would be opportunities in the future. He didn't speak further as he left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. He packed his suitcase with a relaxed mind, waited for the Golden Dream to dock, and then headed straight for the deck. At that moment, there were many crew members gathered on the deck. It included gourmet Brew Walls, singer Orpheus, and flowery bow-tie Jodson. Most of the crew, who were upper echelon members of the pirate crew with their heads worth a handsome bounty, they gave sincere smiles as they happily kept waving at Klein. Among them, Beryl and Iron Skin were filled with excitement as they belted out a song for their departing guest. When did I have such a good relationship with them? Klein lampooned as he walked past the pirates until he arrived at the gangway. Anderson Hood was there with his hair combed, his clothes neat and tidy. He said with a laugh, "They probably mean to say goodbye, or should I say let's hope we don't meet again. Chairman, you know how dangerous a situation you were in. You nearly became the public enemy of every crew member. They were so eager to steer the Golden Dream to Bayam in 5 minutes." Klein was just about to answer when he saw Danitz jog over with a black cloak draped over him. This fellow has really resolved himself to do better, and he plans to leave the Golden Dream to go at it alone. This is a little incompatible with my plans. Only by being around Vice Admiral Iceberg and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom would his value as a believer of the fool be accentuated. However, it doesn't matter. If Danitz can grow stronger, it will be even more meaningful. Klein habitually measured the pros and cons before ignoring his other thoughts. He looked at Danitz in silence and waited for him to speak. Danitz opened his mouth with a serious expression, but nothing came out of it. All he did was give a hollow chuckle and say to Anderson, "Do you have the potion formula for Conspirer?" "Yes," Anderson said with a chuckle, "but I have no plans on selling it to you." Danitz's expression darkened as Anderson continued, unfazed. "What's the point of obtaining the Conspirer potion formula now? Any attempts to advance now will only result in failure. Pal, it's best you redo your acting as a hunter, followed by a provoker, and then a pyromaniac. Heh, it's best that you get an artisan to make that giant's heart into a defensive mystical item. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would be killed by others when the time comes. After you're sure about your chances, get the Conspirer potion formula from your captain. She has it. However, I believe that will be the end for you. Heh, Conspirer has very high requirements." Danitz's face twitched as he was being marked, but he remembered every word Anderson told him. This was because the man before him had the title of Strongest Hunter, who had rich experience on this pathway. Furthermore, he had a vague idea that the key was acting. He suspected that the captain's guidance from before was directed at this, just that it was rather vague. "There will come a day when I'll let you know what a true conspirer is," Danitz stubbornly retorted before looking at Jam and Sparrow. He cleared his throat as he said, without daring to look into his eyes, "I've already made the request with Captain. In the future, I'll be in contact with the Resistance, and I'll often be in Bayam. It means you don't wish to leave the Golden Dream, but you will find opportunities to hone yourself. Heh, why does it feel like you're reporting to your boss?" Klein chuckled inwardly as he gave a terse answer. Danitz was instantly relieved as he felt a lot better. If it wasn't because his companions were watching behind him, he would have diligently helped Jam and Sparrow carry his suitcase and send him all the way to the dock. After watching Jamin and Anderson leave, he cautiously decided to pray to the Fool every day starting tonight. He wanted to show his devotion to prevent any accidents from happening to him. Inside the Resistance's private harbor, Anderson watched as Jam and Sparrow circled into another newly built road before walking out of the woods via the shortest distance. "You seem familiar with this place. This road wasn't here the last time I was here," Anderson said, partially bored and poignant. "Of course, there are so many people praying to me every day telling me what they've done, and I occasionally give them a response, such as directing them to mend this road." Klein thought smugly but replied with a stoic expression, "Where does your friend stay?" "In a manor in the Bayam City outskirts." Anderson sped up his pace as he led the way. An hour later, he brought Klein to a manor. There was an eclectic smell from various spices, mixed with an indescribable ersatz exoticism. After informing the gatekeeper of their intentions, the two didn't wait long before they saw a man of medium-sized build of less than 175 meters walk over. By his side were his butler and valet. The man's skin was somewhat sallow, with quite a tan. His contours were gentle, but his eye sockets were much more recessed than most Lonese. To Klein, he could basically determine the man's background. He was a Highlander from the Fainapata kingdom. The man was already a little plump, with a rotund, amiable face. He immediately laughed when he saw the strongest hunter. Anderson, you aren't dead yet. I'm waiting to attend your funeral, Anderson replied without standing on ceremony. He then turned sideways to Klein. Ukfa Canerchris, the doctor of my former team. He didn't introduce Jayaman Sparrow to Ukfa and said with a grin, I've brought you business. Ukfa instantly understood Anderson and didn't ask in front of his butler and valet. He led the duo towards the main building in the manor. Along the way, Klein saw buildings like windmills, bakery, brewery, and militia training grounds. The entire manor appeared like a miniaturized kingdom. Apart from the lack of a blacksmith, it was completely self-sufficient. Most iron products were cheaper buying them from the city than personally making them. This is the pastoral lifestyle. Klein sighed silently as he followed Ukfa into the house and to his study. Ukfa didn't call the mistress of the house over, nor did he carry his child to meet Anderson and Klein. Clearly, he didn't wish for them to have any contact with the mysterious world. Hence, after he closed the door, he went straight to the point. What's the business? Didn't you wish to sell that revolver? He has intentions on buying it. Anderson pointed at Klein. Jayaman Sparrow. Jayaman Sparrow, the powerful adventurer who easily hunted Wormtongue Mither, Ukfa said in surprise, but he didn't show any fear. Although he had distanced himself from the adventuring lifestyle, he knew that he couldn't be careless. Therefore, while in Bayam, he would proactively keep himself informed to prevent trouble from happening. Anderson scoffed when he heard that. That's old news. This gentleman's achievements include successfully hunting slaughterer Kirches while living to this day. Kirches, the second mate of the King of Immortality, Ukfa's expression changed. He couldn't hide his horror as he secretly turned wary. That's right, Anderson said, with a self-deprecating smile. In the pirates' playground, he's the one who's recognized as the strongest hunter. Ukfa gulped as he looked at Klein. He couldn't help but smile and say, I believe you have the ability to buy Death Knell. Death Knell? Klein asked with piqued interest, but he didn't show it. That's the name of the revolver. It has accompanied me for a decade. Sigh, if it's not because it overlaps in functionality with one of my other mystical items, and isn't of much use for me at present, I wouldn't be willing to sell it, Ukfa replied with a sigh. At that moment, Anderson tusked with laughter. That wasn't what you said before. You said you preferred farming tools. A planter. Klein made the corresponding judgment based on Anderson's words and Ukfa's expression. Meanwhile, the corresponding potion names flashed through his mind. Sequence 9, Planter. Sequence 8, Doctor with the ancient name Healing Pastor. And Sequence 7, Harvest Priest. It's no wonder Anderson introduced him as his former team's doctor. Klein thought for a moment and said, Do you know Frank Lee? Haha, no. Although I'm from Fainapata, my formula and ingredients were obtained by myself, one at a time. I had nothing to do with the Church of Earth Mother. Therefore, I wouldn't dare to return to Fainapata. However, I've heard of Frank Lee. He's someone who gives the church quite a headache, Ukfa replied frankly. He's only a Sequence 6 biologist, but he's given such importance by the church. I really do wish to meet him if there's a chance. No, you won't. You will regret having that thought. Klein could tell from Ukfa's answer that he believed in Earth Mother and was likely a powerful Sequence 5 Beyonder. By his side, Anderson's face twitched when he heard Ukfa. He said with lingering fear, that guy does give one a headache. In a certain sense, you can call him a devil. His powers and thoughts have exceeded the level of a Sequence 6. All right, let's not talk about him. Whenever his name pops up, I still remember the milk that was jettisoned. Ukfa looked at the duo in puzzlement as he restrained his looks of curiosity. He walked to the table side, opened a drawer, and pulled out an iron black revolver that looked a little longer than an ordinary revolver. This is Death Knell, Ukfa introduced it solemnly. Chapter 708. Revolver worth 90 pounds Death Knell. Striking the enemy's death knell with every shot. I like this name. Klein controlled his facial expressions as he went forward without any anticipation or excitement on his face. He reached out to receive the iron-black revolver with a slightly long barrel. He was originally very worried that Ukfa would raise the price if he showed any strong desires for it. This was common in any transaction. But on second thought, with Jayaman Sparrow's reputation, and with Anderson, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, as a witness, it was unlikely that Ukfa Canerchris would offend him despite possibly being a Sequence 5 Beyonder. After all, he had quite the adventuring circles and had hoped to lead a quiet and settled life. He definitely had reservations that the crazy adventurer might sneak into the manor in the middle of the night despite not flaring up in front of him. Therefore, his attempts to maintain his calm and composed attitude became one of simply maintaining his persona. Realizing that Jem and Sparrow were seriously inspecting and studying Death Knell, Ukfor gave a detailed introduction. Its powers are rather uniform: to reap the lives of others. There are three methods. First is weakness attack. There's no need to meet any conditions. Just directly inject your spirituality and pull the trigger. It will allow you to discover the target's weaknesses from a mysticism angle. In other words, it would be the aspects where defenses are weaker, and it will provide you with the corresponding accuracy, thus resulting in extraordinarily terrifying damage. The second is lethal attack. You have to cock the hammer before shooting. Its distinguishing feature is that wherever you hit the target, it will be equivalent to an attack on their weak spot. And if you really do strike the true weak spot, it will be capable of dealing a lethal blow to an enemy without overly strong defenses. To targets who are good at defending, 3 shots would be able to resolve the matter. This includes Guardian. Of course, that is under the premise that the 3 lethal blows aren't spread too far apart. It's best not to exceed 5 seconds. The third is slaughtering, on the foundation of a weakness attack, providing more than twice the spirituality on top of that will imbue ordinary bullets with grapeshot effects. Simultaneously, when aimed at a group of enemies, it will result in area of effect damage. To increase the damage, it will need to meet the conditions for lethal attack, as well as provide more than thrice the spirituality. This drain will be quite a burden on the user. It can also be combined with bullets with different characteristics, allowing you to target different kinds of enemies. This sounds like it corresponds to a Sequence 5 Reaper of the Hunter pathway. Klein glanced at Anderson and asked, seemingly in thought, if the target's physical condition reaches that of a Sequence 4 Dragon, how many strikes of lethal attack will kill it? Ukfor was taken aback as he shook his head in a daze. I've never met a dragon before, much less a dragon whose physical condition has reached that of a demigod. Does Jaeman Sparrow plan on using this gun to slay dragons? And a demigod dragon at that? Isn't that way too crazy? Ukfor suddenly felt that the adventurers these days were completely different from the ones he met back when he was active. He didn't even consider the possibility of death. Anderson coughed before clearing his throat. That will depend on your luck. For real, trust me, luck is extremely important. If you encounter a dragon that has been beaten to a state close to death, then 1 shot would be sufficient. Otherwise, I suggest you to run. Yes, it's more important to stay alive. Of course, if the demigod dragon doesn't defend and stays there for you hit it, 5 shots of lethal attacks should be enough to kill it. Ukfor looked at Anderson before looking at Jaem and Sparrow. He decided not to pursue the topic as he changed topics. Anderson has told you about the negative effects of Death Knell, right? You will receive a weakness that originally didn't exist, or it will enhance an already existing weakness, making it become more extreme. This effect will be maintained for 6 hours. There was once a time when I became extremely afraid of cats. There was one when I had just hunted a famous pirate, but I ended up going limp in the legs in front of a newborn kitten. I knelt before it, wailing and crying for it to spare me. If you carry it around, the problems aren't great. It will only make you easily thirsty. Just drinking more water and heading to the washroom more often would solve the problem. Why does it feel like the negative effects of an additional weakness will bring me more trouble? However, it is something acceptable. Klein deliberated and said, name your price. £90. Anderson should have mentioned it. That's my bottom line. Ukfor looked at Death Knell in Jaeman Sparrow's hands and said, this is already cheap enough. If it wasn't because I was worried that getting to know more Beyonders would affect my present life, I would have actively promoted it. I'm sure I can sell it for £12. Indeed, a mystical item at this level can be sold for sky-high prices if the negative effects aren't too serious when meeting a suitable buyer. Normally speaking, 0 to £12 is a reasonable price. Although Klein had the intention of bargaining, the price was already low enough that he felt embarrassed to try and take advantage of him. With a terse acknowledgement, he said, I'll give it a run. I'll complete the deal if there aren't any problems. Of course, he didn't really try the gun, as it would give him a weakness for nothing. His method for inspection was to use his spirituality to probe the gun. along with testing for the credibility of Ukfa's words via divination. He did it rather openly, without minding Ukfa's and Anderson's gazes. I'll make confirmation later above the grey fog. However, Ukfa likely doesn't dare to lie to me. He's definitely afraid of a crazy adventurer seeking revenge on him. After all, he has already obtained a settled and quiet life. He has a wife and children. Klein placed death knell on the table, lifted his suitcase, and took out £90 from it. The money had been removed from above the grey fog to air it ahead of time. After Ukfa received the money, he did a quick count and confirmed the authenticity of the money. As expected of a recently famous adventurer, few people can produce £90 in cash at once. Even a tycoon doesn't have that much liquidity, he said poignantly as he put away the stacks of cash. I even spent £50 to buy a key not long ago. Klein felt his heart suddenly turn empty as he saw the £90 enter Ukfa's drawer. I've been out at sea for so long, saving up so much money, but in just moments it's all gone. Now I'm left with £683 and 6 gold coins. I can't even afford a relatively decent manor. Klein sighed as he took out the ordinary revolver from his underarm holster, removed the bullets inside, and stuffed them into death knell. After Anderson watched the entire transaction, he said with a tusk, "Ukfa, you've changed. In the past, you would have checked the authenticity of each note. If you find it troublesome, I can help you. It's totally fine, but I'm worried that Jayaman will shoot you." Ukfa clearly knew the strongest hunter's talent at provocation. He could imagine the scene of Anderson posing in a way that was begging to be beaten, counting each and every note while verifying them against the light in slow motion. "Well said." Klein silently praised him. He then stuffed the iron-black, long-barreled revolver into his underarm holster. The original revolver was thrown inside the suitcase. "Thanks to you, I no longer have to fret over this matter," Ukfa said with a smile as he pointed at the door. "I'll get my valet to send you out." Anderson opened his mouth as he chuckled. "Ukfa, aren't you going to keep us here for dinner? When you're married with kids, I'll treat you to the best food at the best restaurant," Ukfa said with a smile, completely unfazed by his accusation. Out of the manor, Anderson looked up with squinted eyes. At the sight of the setting sun, he chuckled. "Back when I knew Ukfa, he was a doctor who was good at planting all kinds of strange plants on the ship to improve everyone's lives. I thought he would die early on during our adventures, but to my surprise, he was always lucky. He even became a druid later. Why are your poignant words also so deserving of a beating?" Klein deliberately said, "He does have good luck. As your companion, luck is needed to survive." Anderson turned his head in surprise as he scrutinized Jayaman Sparrow. "You know how to mock others. Or have you been infected by me?" He wasn't too affected by it as he straightened his clothes, took off his hat, and said with a smile, "All right, you've gotten the mystical item you need. If there's nothing else, it's time I embark on my own journey. Don't forget that demigod's mission." Klein succeeded in using a single sentence to crumple Anderson's expression. "I already have an urge that compels me to finish that matter as soon as possible. All right, there's no need for goodbyes. Perhaps we might really meet again one day." Anderson gave a self-deprecating laugh, waved the hat in his hand, and turned to head towards another path that left to Bayam. As he watched the strongest hunter depart, Klein slowly heaved a sigh. Holding his suitcase, he followed the path he took to get here and headed for Bayam under the red evening sky and the shelter of unique palm trees, inside Bayam City. After finding an ordinary inn to stay in, Klein began considering his subsequent plans. "I'm finally free. I can attempt to act as a marionist. I have to figure out the corresponding principles. That's the most pressing issue for now. Yes, marionist. The focus should be on the marionette. I haven't actually created a marionette and controlled it in battle. I should start from there. This matter can be completed before returning to Backland. Not only do Bayanders have to stay hidden there, making it difficult to encounter one, but no matter what one does, it's easy to get on the bad side of the church or some important figure. I need to be careful. It's not a good place to select and create marionettes. The sea is better. I'll go make my rounds at the bar later. I'll find a pirate who deserves death to give it a try." With this in mind, Klein immediately got up and left his room. As though he was bringing his certificate of deposit to a bank to withdraw the money, he headed for the nearby seaweed bar. Famous pirates often showed up there. Soon he arrived at the bar's entrance. After straightening his clothes, he pushed open the heavy wooden door. Gazes subconsciously swept past his face before they moved away as though it wasn't anything extraordinary. Following that, someone shouted with a suppressed voice, "Jam and Sparrow." In a blink of an eye, several figures in the bar ran for the back door. Before Klein could figure out what was happening, the bar was left relatively desolate and empty. Chapter 709. Ellen's warning as Klein looked at the bar, which was so silent that he could hear breathing, he was taken aback. Only then did he step in and walk straight to the bar counter as though nothing had happened. I should change my appearance the next time I come, he thought in frustration, just short of facepalming. Ukfa's lack of awareness that Jam and Sparrow had successfully hunted slaughterer Kirches had made Klein believe that the latest news hadn't reached the city of generosity, and he boldly came to the seaweed bar. To his surprise, the problem lay in Ukfa, who had kept a distance from the adventurer circles. He was a little behind on the news, and the crazy adventurer's infamy had already spread amongst the pirates around the Rorsted archipelago. Sighing silently, Klein sat in front of the bar counter and rapped the wooden counter. 1 glass of Southville beer, 6 pence. The bartender gulped his saliva with great difficulty. Klein took out a few copper pence and placed it in front of him. Without a change in expression, he asked, "Any developments recently?" The bartender took the money and carefully delivered the beer to Jam and Sparrow. Then he forced a smile and said, "Admiral Amirius Revelt has been transferred back to Backland. Admiral Robert Davis has replaced him, becoming the highest-ranking naval commander of the surrounding waters for the kingdom. The archipelago's situation is a little tense, and many pirate crews have sent people to gather intelligence. Admiral Amirius was ultimately implicated by his brother and lost his post. However, as long as he wasn't directly involved, it can't get worse for him when considering his status as a demigod. At the very least, he can maintain the treatment he receives as an admiral. Nothing will happen to his family either. Once the matter blows over, he might still have a chance of being a high-ranking member of the Navy." Klein gulped down the beer and asked in passing, "Which family is Robert Davis from?" "No, he's not a noble. He's one of the rare officers who slowly rose up the ranks to admiral. In the Berserk Sea, Sanya Island, and East Balam, he has rendered plenty of meritorious services." The bartender recalled the commendations the papers recently had for Admiral Robert Davis. After a pause, he said, "However, I heard that he has received the sponsorship of many nobles. Yes, with the Imperial Navy, admirals who are from the royal family or aristocrats or have close ties with them take up at least 80. The remaining 20 are mainly rear admirals and vice admirals." Klein had long learned of the situation from the documents he received from Amirius Revelt. Compared to this, the army was a lot better. Jam and Sparrow didn't continue asking as he seemed to focus on his drinking. The bartender then added, "In the past 2 to 3 months, the resistance has been very active. They've been constantly attempting to destroy railways or set up blockades on public roads. They've given the Governor General's office quite a headache, forcing it to dispatch large numbers of soldiers to maintain a smooth flow of traffic. However, the resistance army seldom clashes with them head-on. I'm aware of that. It's all going according to my plans. In a place where the natives and mixed bloods take up 80, it's not difficult for the resistance to gather accurate intelligence. Coupled with external sponsors, it wouldn't be hard for them to live on for short periods of time. The reason why they were in a dire situation in the past was all because Calvatua was an irrational sea serpent. It often got them to attack key nodes in a city, fighting head-on with the lone kingdom's navy and army. Klein mumbled to himself in delight as he drank another mouthful of beer. He had also warned the resistance to not be overly active. If they forced the Governor General's office into a corner, the lone kingdom might send Sequence 5 Bayanders or even demigods who were good at pursuit and tracking. With the resistance's strength, there was no way they could put up a fight. In the name of Sea Guard, Klein's instructions were to maintain while slightly improving their present situation and await for the global situation to change. This wasn't too far off. According to the various matters Miss Justice had feedback on, and with the Hanged Man giving insight that affirmed this, it was certain that once the Lone Kingdom was done with its internal reforms, and making the original and newly added ironclad warship become its main force in combat, A war against the southern continent's colonies was inevitable. He silently drank his beer until the bartender was done. He then wore his hat, got up, and left the bar, heading straight for his inn. Along the way, he saw bronze-skinned children with curly hair and natives with brown jackets and pantaloons. These people either made way in horror without even looking up, or they were hunched in a corner, looking at Klein with a complicated look in their eyes. Klein helplessly curved the ends of his lips as he silently returned to his room. He didn't immediately change his appearance and head to the various bars to seek out pirates. This was because he was certain that they would hide the entire night and not appear again. Just as Klein was planning to enter Grossel's travels to explore it, there was a knock on his door. Without needing to ask, all he did was grip the knob when the visitor's appearance naturally surfaced in his mind. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark red coat and white slacks. He wore a ship-shaped hat. The corners of his eyes and mouth, as well as his forehead, had clear wrinkles. He was none other than the captain of the White Agate military personnel, just Elland. Impressive. News of me appearing in Bayam just spread, and he managed to find where I'm staying. Of course, it's because I didn't attempt to hide myself. I directly used my identification documents to check in. Klein turned the knob and pulled open the door. He politely greeted him. Good evening. Good evening. I'm very glad to see you back in Bayam. Ellen took off his hat and entered the room without any reservations. Is there something? Klein pulled a chair over and sat down. Ellen sat opposite him and chuckled. Isn't visiting a friend the most important matter? You're such a smooth talker. Too bad Anderson is gone, or he can learn from you. Klein felt triggered for some reason. He maintained his usual state and looked into Ellen's eyes. All right, you've made your visit. Ellen seemed to have expected such a response. He smiled and said, Do you still remember Dana? Of course, she and her brother are adorable. I wonder if they've recovered from the fright I gave them the last time and have given up any curiosity towards the mysterious world. Klein calmly replied, I don't have amnesia. Forgetting unimportant matters aids our mental health. Heh heh, this isn't said by Emperor Roselle. Ellen simply explained, Didn't you tell Dana's father that he should post an advertisement in the Sanya Morning Post for 3 days in a row, asking to buy Damir's special cured meat if he needs your help? He did so recently, but unfortunately you weren't in Bayam or the nearby seas. What happened after that? Klein's instincts told him that Dana and her family went in serious trouble based on Ellen's relaxed attitude. Ellen chuckled and said, I heard your conversation back then, and after discovering the advertisement, I visited them using the address. As you know, Dana is a lovely lady. She reminds me of my daughter. The matter isn't too complicated. Erdi, who's Dana's father, had a bunch of valuable goods plundered by the crazy captain. This plunged him into a terrible economic situation. Although it isn't as bad as going bankrupt, life for him has definitely turned for the worse. That's why he wishes to commission you to get the goods back. I knew you weren't in Bayam back then, so I had to go through my own channels to help Erdi recoup the goods at a reasonable price. Crazy Captain. Klein first found the title familiar before recalling where he had heard it before. According to red-haired Helen, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's delivery of slaves for the Demoness sect was passed off to crazy Captain Connors Victor. The latter appeared to have close connections with many of the slave dealers and merchants in the Lone Kingdom, and this was tied to the truth behind the human disappearances in the colonies, as well as the underlying reason of the great smog of Backland. I've always been trying to investigate this matter. Back when I attacked Tracy, that was half the reason, but unfortunately I didn't succeed. Later, I was busy acting for the digesting of the potion and my search for mermaids, so I temporarily abandoned my investigations. Klein's thoughts raced as he asked without a perturbed look, Where's crazy Captain now? Erdi has already gotten back his goods, Elland hissed, emphasizing that the matter had been settled. Klein looked at him and repeated, Where's Connors Victor now? Elland shook his head in exasperation. I've no idea, but his subordinates are still in Bayam trying to gather intelligence. As you know, Admiral Amirius has returned to Backland, and he's been replaced by Admiral Davis. Many changes are in place, so the pirates need to have a new handle of the latest situation. Therefore, I guess that Connors' ship is docked in the shadows of one of the nearby islands, but that's a guess with no way to confirm. After listening in silence with his hands clasped, Klein said, Thank you. Elland exhaled and looked out the window as his expression rapidly turned solemn. I came here today to tell you that you're too eye-catching. The higher-ups are beginning to pay attention to you. A powerhouse that can easily kill Kirches wouldn't be ignored. It's best you stop using this identity for checking in. Otherwise, you might face some difficult problems. Klein nodded seriously and said, "All right." He was very grateful for Captain Ellen's warning, but he didn't show it on his face. After Elland left, Klein immediately changed his appearance, switched ins, and confirmed that he wasn't tracked by the military. After doing all of that, he began considering the search for crazy Captain Connor's Victor. To others, this was an extremely difficult task, but Klein had a trick up his sleeve. It was to use the Sea Guard Scepter and communicate with nearby sea creatures. As long as Connor's Victor was in the Rorsted Archipelago's waters, there was no way he could hide from Klein. Of course, it was necessary that he had enough time to perform the search. Chapter 710. Plan above the grey fog, Klein extended his hand and summoned the Sea Guard Scepter from the junk pile. He began browsing through the countless points of light swirling about the sealed artifact. Every point of light corresponded to a believer's prayer. The glows swirled with ethereal holiness. Soon, Klein did a preliminary screening as he focused on the waters instead of the archipelago. After he had isolated the Sea Guard Scepter above the grey fog, he was unable to directly use the divine artifact to sense the surrounding waters and do anything effective. He had to rely on the scenes of his believers' prayers as a foundation before reaching out 5 nautical miles to influence the corresponding undersea creatures. Klein emanated his spirituality and touched one of the specks of light. He saw a native performing his daily prayers in the evening on a fishing boat before docking. As Klein's thoughts changed, the angle of the scene quickly drew higher as more dark clouds and undulating waves appeared in the scene. There are signs of a storm brewing hours ahead. That's right. I did find the atmosphere repressing when I was out. That's why Ellen said that crazy Captain Connors' ship is likely to be hiding in the shadows of some island. It was to avoid the storm. Klein tapped the edge of the mottled table as he muttered silently. Having deduced this, it made his search much easier. This was because he didn't need to search the extensive waters. All he needed to do was focus on the different islands around those waters. With a change in thought, a blue gem at the tip of the Sea Guard Scepter in Klein's hand lit up. On the waters which no longer had the fishing boat, the crimson moonlight shone down on the deep blue waves that were slowly rising. Suddenly, splashes silently surged upwards as an exaggerated eye looking up into the sky surfaced. Beneath the eye was a massive silhouette. At the same time, all kinds of fish began surfacing nearby. They took in the indistinct halo that came scattering down, and they circled around before swimming down and headed in different directions. 10 seconds later, the waters in a 5 nautical mile radius returned to its previous state. The deep blue waves rose up to a high height again, awaiting the final eruption. Phew, this is a little draining. Klein raised his left hand to rub his temple. He wasn't only simply commandeering the sea creatures, he had also bestowed them with remnant Bayonder spirituality to a certain degree. It allowed them to transmit the scenes they saw by praying after they discovered any docked ships around the island. This wasn't too difficult or complicated for the Sea Guard Scepter, but it was burdensome and draining for the controller, Klein. Then Klein selected a few praying believers situated on different islands around the archipelago. He then used the same method to command the sea creatures of the region. After doing all of this, he didn't bother throwing the Sea Guard Scepter into the junk pile before returning to the real world. He took off his coat and collapsed into bed. Having expended his spirituality to the limit, he believed that he would fall asleep immediately. Yet, his head began aching, preventing him from opening his eyes or falling asleep. Klein could clearly feel that his skin seemed overly sensitive. Lumps grew over his skin, and hidden beneath them were countless meat tendrils. Indeed, as Mr. Hanged Man said, if you drain your spirituality to zero for 2 consecutive days, you'll definitely start hearing things and show signs of losing control. My body became a little abnormal just from reaching my limits once despite not even maintaining it for too long. Of course, it's because I've only recently advanced, and I haven't digested much. Furthermore, there's the excess from the potions from the prior sequences. Klein regained his train of thought as he attempted to cogitate the stacked spherical lights, so as to calm the fatigue of his body and mind. Having gradually recovered, he finally fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was in the middle of the night. At that moment, the winds were howling outside. The rain was pouring as the storm had finally unleashed its might after a prolonged period of brewing. And this wasn't a rare situation in Bayam. Apart from that, the night was relatively serene. Klein went to the washroom to clear his bowels. Washing his hands and taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he once again appeared above the grey fog. He picked up the sea guard scepter on the end of the long bronze table and began browsing through the scenes from the sea creatures. The scenes were that of ships, all located at different ports, harbors, or the shadows of different islands. Although Klein hadn't seen crazy Captain Connors Victor, he had previously learned of his traits and the various emblems of his pirate crew. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of failing to identify him. Scenes flashed past as he patiently scrutinized the details of the ships. About 10 minutes later, a look of unconcealed joy appeared in his eyes. He zoomed in on a scene as he pulled the orientation of the scene closer. He had found the suspected ship. The ship was docked at the back of Saimim Island, an island furthest from the Rorsted archipelago. Behind it was a towering cliff with churning waves below it. Its sails and flag had been reefed up, but there was a white skull emblem with an eye patch on the 2 sides of the ship. This was none other than the emblem of the crazy captain's pirate crew. Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and made a confirmation with divination. The answer made him rejoice, as it was indeed Connors Victor's ship. And Crazy Captain only had one ship. It's no wonder that despite most adventurers at sea knowing that Crazy Captain is in contact with the kingdom's human traffickers and slave merchants, the Church of Storms's investigations of the colony disappearances didn't point to him. He only has a bounty of 300 pounds. The pirate crew only has one ship, so it just looks like it's a small business. It's impossible for him to do large-scale human trafficking. What should I do next? Klein first sighed silently before considering his angle of investigation. His first reaction was to summon a massive undersea creature, hitch a ride on something akin to a whale, and head straight for Saimim Island while the storm continued. Then he could infiltrate and use his powers as a marionnettist to control crazy Captain Connors Victor without causing too much of a stir. But on careful thought, he felt that it was a rash decision. It wasn't a problem dealing with other pirates who weren't at the pirate admiral level. But since crazy Captain Connors Victor was involved with a terrifying matter like the Great Smog of Backland, he had to consider that Connors's normal actions were just a disguise, in consideration of how he might have another identity, with the ship concealing some secrets. There was a high chance that there was a trap that could deal with pirate admirals. Klein might not walk out alive despite being armed to the teeth if he made such a rash infiltration attempt. Should I summon myself and head over with the Sea Guard scepter as a spirit body? This can avoid some accidents, as I can immediately end the summoning if anything goes wrong. However, the Sea Guard scepter is essentially the Bayonder characteristic of a high-sequence Bayonder from the Storm pathway. As long as it appears in the real world, it might attract Sea King John Cartman. This will prevent the situation from developing as I expect it to. Klein looked at the storm in the scene as he came up with a preliminary plan. Before that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement. Dealing with Connors Victor is very dangerous. Picking up the silver chain of the spirit pendulum, Klein reined in his thoughts and focused on the divination. Soon, he opened his eyes to see the topaz pendant turning clockwise at a high frequency and large amplitudes. This meant that dealing with Connors Victor was very dangerous. It's as I expected. Thankfully, I didn't rashly rush over. Klein picked up the Sea Guard scepter and decided on executing the plan he had just thought of. It was to use the prayer scene and strike Connors Victor's ship with the Sea Guard scepter from afar by using the cover of the storm. He would rouse the nest and force out its secret. After grasping the relevant situation, he would end the attacks before Sea King John Cartman sensed the abnormality or arrived at the scene. Klein wouldn't feel disappointed if Connors Victor unfortunately landed in the hands of the Sea King. This was because he would have to think of the means to pass the information to the 3 churches after he figured out the truth of the Great Smog of Backland. If Crazy Captain successfully escaped, Klein would have pried into his secrets by rousing the nest. He could then subsequently formulate a plan of attack. Phew. Klein slowly exhaled as he watched the ship bob about with the dark, crashing waves before raising the Sea Guard scepter high in the air. At the tip of the scepter, the blue gems that circled around it had begun to emit a bright light. Chapter 711. The Storm Attacks Simeem Island. Under the towering cliff, dark sea waters were being roused by the surrounding waves as they churned about considerably. On crazy Captain Connor's Victor's ship named the Single-Eyed Skull, a few pirates donned cloaks as they pulled up their hats. The rain pattered down heavily on them as they fought against winds that could lift a child, in order to walk out the cabin and inspect the ship to prevent any accidents from happening. Their cloaks were made of linen, but their surfaces were smeared with an already hardened, sticky liquid. The raindrops were unable to permeate through that layer and could only flow down onto the deck. The liquid was Darningsman tree sap, produced from the southern continent's rainforest. It was naturally water-resistant and was quite commonly seen. It was originally rather cheap, but after a research team last year suspected that it had beneficial effects on hair growth, its price skyrocketed. In such weather it's suitable to be inside the Red Theater, drinking liquor, smoking weed, and having women in your arms. A pirate looked out of the shipboard and grumbled. His companion echoed him as he pulled at his cloak's hood. I heard there's a bunch of new arrivals at the Red Theater. I really want to give them a try. How did you learn of that? Another pirate asked in passing. He was met with a chuckle. I heard it from the boss. It's not like you have no idea what captain's business is. That's why the boss knows plenty of human traffickers. Ha! They prefer to be called slave merchants. Speaking of which, I recall what happened that time. The pirate who spoke at the beginning wore a reminiscent look. Among the goods sent over, there was a young noble lady who had fled from her home. Her skin, figure, looks, Tusquare were. I have no idea how to describe it. I still remember her to this day. What a pity that she committed suicide. As they spoke, they suddenly felt their vision brighten as they subconsciously looked up into the sky. Apart from the pattering rain, there was an abnormal silver bolt of lightning that was snaking its way through the dark clouds that hid the crimson moon and stars. Suddenly, a gigantic bolt of lightning that illuminated the surrounding waters smote down, heading straight for the single-eyed skull. Boom! The bolts began to spread out randomly as the wooden ship burst into flames. Deafening thunder echoed in the pirates' ears. Right on the heels of that, silver bolts of lightning struck down like they were brandishing their claws. The tiny sailboat was instantly plunged into a lightning forest. At that moment, the thick lightning bolts that were about to interweave together had suddenly separated. They split apart in violation of the natural laws, and they failed to hit the single-eyed skull. They hung close to the ship's surroundings before striking the pitch-black water, lighting up the surrounding sea as sizzling lightning bolts snaked out in a spectacle. The pirates on the deck suffered from the strike. One of them had been charred black like an overburnt piece of wood. Two collapsed as their bodies convulsed. There really is a problem. Above the grey fog, Klein couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene of his lightning storm being dispelled. He was certain that this was a power at the level of a demigod. If he had rashly infiltrated the single-eyed skull, even with creeping hunger, death knell, and Grossel's travels, there was no way he could put up an effective resistance against such strange powers. And by then, he wouldn't have the time to pray to himself and respond using the Sea Guard scepter above the grey fog. Taking a deep breath, Klein made all the blue gems on the tip of the white-boned scepter light up. Around the single-eyed skull, there were two kinds of sounds in the storm. One was piercingly sharp, as though it could prick through one's eardrums and penetrate one's brain. The other was deep, sounding like a beating heart as it struck on one's spirit body. This gave the pirates an extremely uncomfortable experience, with many having the urge to vomit blood. However, this was only the beginning. The sound of splashing water intensified as a dark wave surged up to a height of nearly 10 meters, running opposite the island's cliffside. The wave was like a wall created by a deity as he pushed it toward the single-eyed skull with an invisible hand. This was a tsunami that Klein created. It could already be considered a calamity. The whooshing sound of the wave sounded like explosions as the pirates on board looked at the dark sky outside, the churning clouds, and the massive tsunami. It felt like the apocalypse mentioned in mythical legends had arrived. They lost all will to save themselves. But as they were waiting in despair for the final judgment, a disturbance that didn't abide by logic or scientific laws appeared in the middle of the waves created by the tsunami. An indescribable vortex rapidly took form as it tore through the entire wave, causing the terrifying waves to rapidly collapse as a result. Amidst a rapturous rumble, a secondary wave threw the single-eyed skull up high into the air as the gigantic wave from before dispersed, spraying a portion of its load onto the ship. One of the masts broke, and the ship was in shambles. Even the deck was completely flooded. Whoosh! A strong wind suddenly stirred and swept up the pirates, turning into a hurricane that exceeded its own limits, pushing the airborne single-eyed skull further towards the sea. The ship began to ride the squall as it flew across the sky, covering a distance of several nautical miles without landing in the undulating waters. It was as though it was an airship that continued stably proceeding forward. Klein was amazed at the demigod or sealed artifact of the corresponding level inside the single-eyed skull for nullifying the tsunami. He sighed at his lacking sequence, as he couldn't create the destructive tsunami that Calvatua had previously created, despite stirring the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. In the meantime, he controlled the hurricane and ensured that the single-eyed skull didn't lose its support and plummet, afraid that it would leave his 5 nautical mile range of influence. At that moment, his goal wasn't to destroy the single-eyed skull, nor was it to capture crazy Captain Connor's Victor, but to force out the demigod or sealed artifact hidden inside the ship. A powerhouse or item at this level was scarce in the world. By seeing their appearance, he would know who they were sooner or later, as well as which organization they belonged to, and this provided the subsequent direction for the investigation regarding the Great Smog of Backland. I hope it's not from the seer pathway, otherwise, who knows if it's his true face or not. However, this is also a good thing. Since I'm investigating the truth of the Great Smog, I'll figure out what Insi Zangwill is doing, and I'll make preparations for my subsequent revenge. I'll also be able to successfully find the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula and main ingredients. As Klein silently sighed, he made the gem on the tip of the Sea God scepter emit a pure azure light. With a hum, the single-eyed skull's flight experienced a change. It plummeted like a roar and didn't even manage to glide. Suddenly, it turned very, very light, landing on the sea's surface like a feather caressing a human's face. At that moment, Klein, who had exhausted plenty of spirituality, was just about to muster his remaining strength to create another tsunami when he heard an explosive boom from the scene. It was a terrifying sonic boom. Furthermore, it was different from normal sonic booms, as though it was mixed with the howling sounds of the wind. It was from Sea King John Cartman. Although he was still a distance away, he wielded mastery of these waters, so he could exert his influence across space while he rushed over. This was a Sequence 3 saint who was close to that of an angel. The terrifying sonic boom sent the single-eyed skull flying out. There was no hesitation on whether it would harm anyone. After all, there was nothing wrong with striking down on pirates. Meanwhile, Klein felt a psyche that was so potent that it was terrifying as it swept across the area in search of any spots that appeared abnormal. It caused the scene before his eyes to be affected as everything turned indistinct. After resisting another blast, Klein calmly and rationally ended the response. He shut down the corresponding prayer scene before throwing the Sea God scepter into the junk pile. The gap isn't anything trivial. If Sea King didn't appear, I wouldn't have the confidence in forcing out that demigod. My sequence is still too low, giving me troubles when using the scepter as it's overly burdensome. However, at sea, the storm pathway is really powerful. They're practically mobile calamities. The powers displayed by that demigod had the key elements of distortion, confusion, loaning, and violation of normality. It appears to be the Black Emperor paths of the divine. Others might not realize it, but I have the corresponding card of blasphemy. It definitely isn't only a Sequence 5 mentor of disorder, an Earl of the Fallen. The military has a portion of the potion formula for the Black Emperor pathway, but it seems to be limited to the first 5 sequences. They lack sequences 4 and above. Although Klein failed to force the demigod or corresponding sealed artifact out, he had gained a certain number of clues from their reaction. He suspected that a particular faction in the royal family wasn't only cooperating with the demoness sect and in Sea Zangwill, but it was also secretly in cahoots with a faction that wielded most of the sequences of the Black Emperor pathway. The descendants of Solomon or Trunsost is king of the 5 seas Nast involved in this. Klein was in serious thought when he heard overlapping prayers in his ear. It broke his train of thought as he instinctively emanated his spirituality and touched the rippling light beside his chair. Then he saw Danitz. This well-known pirate had his eyes closed as he piously prayed to the fool. Klein took out his pocket watch in a daze and took a few looks at the time to confirm that it was almost 3 in the morning. Is he nuts? Why is he praying in the middle of the night? Does he not want me to sleep? Klein watched carefully in exasperated amusement and discovered that Danitz looked tipsy. There was even faint singing echoing outside. The crew members of the Golden Dream are having another bonfire party. Are they celebrating the departure of Jem and Sparrow? To think they celebrated all the way into the middle of the night. Klein instantly understood why Danitz was praying at that moment. He took a deep breath as he emanated his will into the halo, saying in a deep voice, "Those who say my name are on my mind." See, King John Copman arrived at Samim Island as he began searching for the abnormal tsunami that had happened here, as well as the ship that belonged to an unknown pirate crew. He was certain that there was a demigod on board that ship, this tall and brawny cardinal of the Church of Storms, with thick, dark blue hair, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punisher, clenched his fists as the dark clouds in the sky cracked open, sending crimson sunlight scattering across the sea. After identifying the positions of the stars, John Cartman flew in a particular direction. Suddenly, his speed slowed down because he saw a pirate ship with a flag fluttering with the single-eyed skull emblem. The ship wasn't manned by anyone as it drifted in the wind. Scarlet flames were everywhere on it, along with charred corpses. In the middle of one of the masts, a middle-aged man was tied to it. He wore a triangular hat and a black eye patch. His exposed eye was widened and filled with horror. A wooden pole had impaled him in his chest as blood dyed everything. His life and spirit body had completely dissipated. Chapter 712. The loyal Alger situated beyond the storm, the Golden Dream had crimson-red moonlight shine through the thin clouds and onto one of its rooms which was dark and unlit. Danitz was standing beside his bed, motionless. It was as though he had encountered the Beyonder powers, resembling Medusa's petrifying gaze. He couldn't help but grind his teeth loudly as his feet indiscernibly trembled. An endless grayish-white fog and an indistinct figure that stood high above everything, saying the awe-inspiring words, "Those who say my name are on my mind," filled his mind. There really was a response. There really was a response. Danitz's lips quivered as he muttered silently to himself. He felt that his calves had gone soft. This was the first time he was receiving a response from a prayer. He was frightened out of his wits. He long knew that the fool was an unknown existence, the figure whom the secret organization backing Jem and Sparrow believed in, and that he had already made a connection due to chanting his honorific name. If he had any actions of disloyalty or betrayal, he would immediately die a baffling death. But this knowledge stemmed from the knowledge vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina had taught him. He had never encountered similar situations before, and he had never imagined that an unknown existence would respond to him. When the fog, figure, and voice suddenly appeared before his eyes and ears, he learned for the first time that mighty existences would directly respond to their believers. Yes, deep down, Danitz had unknowingly changed the unknown existence into a mighty existence. Just as he recovered from his shock, he hurriedly took a few deep breaths as he attempted to pace about to relieve the remnant horrors in his heart. However, just as he took a stride with his right foot, he discovered that his legs had gone limp. All he could do was collapse onto his bed before barely managing to turn around to sit up. It really is a magnificent existence. It's real, Danitz muttered softly as he came to a clear realization that he had involved himself in something serious. Back in the book world, as he had only chanted the honorific name without discovering any abnormalities, all he felt was fear, having known of the possible outcomes. Now, he was facing a hidden danger that finally outlined itself, as well a future he couldn't see clearly. How could he not plunge into an inescapable pit of extreme fear? After an unknown period of time, Danitz exhaled as he consoled himself. It might not be a bad thing. At the very least, Jem Sparrow is still living, and he's leading quite a good life. Upon having this thought, he forced a smile. I'm a member of a secret organization, and in the future, a person blessed by a magnificent existence. As his thoughts raced, Danitz decided to pray every morning when he woke up. He believed that no existence would dislike a pious believer. Of course, he would keep in mind the revelation and often pray inwardly. The next morning, Klein woke up normally, having exhausted himself the previous night. He slowly got out of bed and saw that the skies were blue and the ground outside was wet. The entire world seemed to be cleansed by water, making it abnormally fresh. However, the disorderly leaves, broken branches, and all sorts of trash were an indication that it wasn't a peaceful night. After washing up, Klein wore an ordinary Lonese face, ordered a cup of gurney sap, something that originated from Simeem Island, and a rather heavy choice for breakfast titavato make up for his previous night's expenditure. As he drank the beverage that resembled lemonade with sugar and milk, he ate the fresh, fragrant meal that mixed mutton and fish together, along with the sweet and slightly sour flavor of the fruit. Klein held up the newspapers provided by the inn with great pleasure as he read through the papers, starting with the Sanya Morning Post and News Report. At the end of breakfast, he flipped open Strange Cases, a paper that was rather popular among adventurers, and he saw a striking article headline: Bloody Infighting Amidst Storm. According to sources, there was intense infighting on Crazy Captain Kana's Victor's single-eyed skull. The pirates executed Crazy Captain and killed each other, and reports say that no one survived. All of this evil was concealed by the terrifying storm last night. No one was aware of the conflict until the single-eyed skull was found drifting around Simeem Harbor. The article attached an unclear photo, seemingly captured from the harbor in secret. The photo's single-eyed skull's characteristics stood out at once. It was heavily damaged, and many spots were charred black. Only a single mast remained intact, while the middle mast had a figure with a triangular hat pinned to it. It's Connor's Victor. He died just like that. Klein's pupils constricted as he seriously contemplated. It can almost be confirmed that there was a demigod on the ship last night. When he saw that Crazy Captain was targeted, or with Sea King in pursuit, he could only care for himself. Unable to bring Connors with him, he decisively silenced him and destroyed all evidence. Klein, who had plans on continuing his pursuits of Crazy Captain, felt dejected. He realized that although the trail of clues hadn't been completely cut off, there was little of it left. The only matter he was aware of at that moment was that the demigod likely belonged to the Black Emperor pathway. From the intensity of the storm last night, the single-eyed skull was likely sent to the harbor by Sea King John Copman so as to do any follow-up investigations. I wonder if they will have any additional findings. Yes, I can get Mr. Hanged Man to keep an eye out for it in the Church of Storms. There's no need to inform him since the Tarot gathering will be this afternoon. The world can directly commission him to do so. Klein quickly made up his mind before downing the rest of the gurney sap. Then he returned to his room and planned to retrieve the radio transceiver which he had placed above the grey fog for an extended period of time to contact Arrows. He wanted to see if it had any other clues regarding the Bizarro sorcerer potion formula. Having left Oravi's East Sea, which was also where the Aurora Order's demigod had previously targeted him, Klein now dared to use items with the grey fog's aura. However, he knew very well that he couldn't do it frequently, and each use couldn't be for too long. Otherwise, there was the possibility of the true creator detecting it. Due to this reason and his wariness against arrows, he planned on doing whatever he could do himself, and he would seek advice from others if possible. He only planned on playing the question and answer game if he was out of options. In the Blue Avenger, which was docked at the Resistance's private harbor, Alger planned on getting one last resupply before his return to Pasu Island. After instructing his crew which items to purchase, he changed into local clothing, and he went straight for Bayam. After circling a few times, he came to the Cathedral of Waves, planning on reporting to Diocese Bishop Chogo about recent developments. Although he was returning to Pasu Island and reporting his work to the upper echelons of the church, he knew very well who his immediate superior was. He knew that he needed to act appropriately and not make his superior believe that he was skipping the chain of command by directly establishing relations with the upper echelons. Chogo remained hale and hearty as he was very pleased with Alger's proactive reporting. After he heard that, he said with a brisk tone, "There's no need to worry about it. It's just routine reporting. I've already informed His Eminence Cartman that you're devoted to the Lord and are loyal to the Church. You're one of the most trusted captains, and His Eminence Cartman will inform the Council of Cardinals of this. He paused, but without giving Alger any time to speak, he continued. In addition, there's another mission. Investigate people who are intimately tied to crazy Captain Connor's Victor. This is a mission directly issued by His Eminence Cartman. You have to take it seriously. Investigate people related to Crazy Captain. Alger was puzzled, but he didn't question it. Instead, he struck his right fist on his left breast and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." The grizzled Chogo nodded and thought for 2 seconds before asking, "Do you know Jayman Sparrow?" This question sounded like a bolt out of the blue. It left Alger's pupils constricting as he nearly lost control on the spot. Thankfully, he was mentally strong, allowing him to barely maintain his normal state. "I've heard of him. He's been very famous recently. Not only has he hunted Wormtongue Mither and seriously injured Tracy, but he has also boarded Catlia's future." Alger droned on to hide the stirrings in his heart. Chogo made a terse acknowledgement. "You were at sea, so you're a little behind on the news. Jayman Sparrow killed Kirches at Taskgarter last week and obtained his bounty. That pirate was indeed a devil, a Sequence 5 devil." "Kirches, Agalito's second mate?" Alger asked, with very honest emotions. He knew that Kirches was suspected to be a Sequence 5, but he didn't know that he was of the devil pathway, and the fact he was both a Sequence 5 and a devil meant plenty of things. It meant that he was difficult to kill, which meant that Jayman Sparrow had very likely killed Kirches during a sudden encounter. This meant that Jayman Sparrow was already at the pinnacle of Sequence 5s. If it wasn't because he was seeking to purchase the Sequence 4 potion formula, I might even suspect that he had become a demigod, Alger thought, feeling perturbed. He was alarmed to realize that in a week, the world had obtained the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient, killed a Sequence 5 devil, and might very possibly have a Sequence 6 notary potion formula in hand as well. How did he do it? Alger realized that he was feeling a little frightened of the world. Of course, it wasn't something unacceptable for him. This was because he knew that the world was Mr. Fool's blessed representative, and Mr. Fool's blessed clearly wasn't a single person. If one was responsible for the notary potion formula, while another was responsible for the ocean songster, then it was possible that Jayman Sparrow had only killed Kirches. Although this similarly left one apprehensive, it didn't seem like a fabricated story. Chogo nodded solemnly. "Yes, Agalito's lack of reaction implies something. Focus on gathering information about Jayman Sparrow." "All right, Your Excellency." Alger bowed reverently, having already decided to be perfunctory with the mission as much as he could. Inside the inn, Klein placed the radio transceiver on the table. Before long, rushed clacking sounds were heard. Chapter 713. 3 questions amidst the clacking sounds, the radio transceiver spewed out new illusory paper. On the paper were words composed of Lonese. "Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Arrodes, has finally caught up to you. There's no need to be so excited." Oh, the way Arrodes speaks is as professional as always. He didn't express his bitterness about not being able to contact me for prolonged periods of time, nor did he question me about why I haven't been looking for it. It directly blamed itself by claiming that it hadn't caught up to me. It makes me feel a little guilty, but I still need to be wary. Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. Arrodes didn't wait as it used the radio transceiver to produce an emoticon of carefully peeking out on the illusory paper. "Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your servant has sensed that you are one step closer to returning to your holy throne. Am I right? This fellow has evolved really quickly. He's already using colored text to form a nascent form of emoticons. From Arrodes's point of view, I'm a true god taking steps to find myself. That's why, although it can clearly sense that I'm only a Sequence 5, it still treats me with respect and is even more humble." Klein understood that the mirror was deliberately asking a question, so he nodded in a frank manner. "Yes, you have already answered my question. As an exchange and a rule that I need to overlook, you can raise a question to me." Arrodes typed quickly in response, before adding a smiley face. Klein didn't hesitate and asked directly, "Where can the potion formula for Bizarro Sorcerer be found?" The illusory paper spat out a long paragraph of complicated symbols before turning into a mirror as it represented a realistic scene. It was a dark cathedral without any natural light source. Inside, it was a bunch of squirming things that were all so blurry. It looked as though it was a pencil drawing that had been wiped by an eraser, preventing any exact details to be seen. However, Arrows added a bunch of text at the bottom of the scene. This is Zeratul. In his advancement to Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries, he lost control and became a monster. However, Great Master, you have to be careful. He is a very crafty person. Perhaps everything about him is just an act with a purpose. I'm unable to look at him directly, as it will bring me harm. Aside from him, you will be unable to obtain the potion formula from any demigod from the secret order. This is because back then Zeratul would directly provide the high-sequence potion to them, and there's almost no way to use any Beyonder methods to reverse divine it. What a detailed answer, and it even gave me the additional knowledge that the sequence one corresponding to the seer pathway is attendant of mysteries. Does it mean being an angel that serves upon mystery? From the looks of it, the secret order approach can only work by directly facing Zeratul to obtain the potion formula, and I'm not even capable of viewing him directly. It's no wonder the snake of fate, Will Ossipton, told me to find the crazy Zeratul without mentioning the secret order. Klein was moved by Arrodes's attitude. If he didn't feel that he lacked the level and strength to commandeer this sealed artifact, he even planned on truly treating it as his servant. Amidst the clear clicking sounds, another segment of the illusory piece of paper appeared, presenting another scene. It was a towering mountain peak. On it was a swath of dilapidated palaces. Inside it was a gigantic stone chair. Klein was very familiar with this scene. Without Arrodes's footnote, he knew what it represented. The Antigonus family's treasure hidden at the main peak of the Hornicis mountain range. White paper continued being spat out as a new scene was presented. Just like a movie, it had changes in the camera angle. The first scene that appeared in Klein's eyes was a lofty Gothic-style bell tower and beautiful palaces around it. The former represented the Bell of Order, and the latter represented the Sodler Palace. They were landmark buildings in Backland. The scene changed, and soon there was a new building on the paper. It was a pure black cathedral with two symmetrical bell towers. The scene of the cathedral's interior grew larger, and soon it presented the entirety of the interior. It was then fixed at a pair of iron black doors that swung open. The door was abnormally heavy, and on it were 7 dark sacred emblems, as though they were guards of the tenebrous heaven. Channy's Gate, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein recognized the familiarly styled door. Based on the architectural style, he confirmed that the cathedral was the church of the Evernite goddess's headquarters of the Backland Diocese St. Samuel Cathedral. White paper was spat out, and the scene changed as it plunged deep into the darkness. On an empty bookshelf built from bones, there sat an ancient notebook. It was a black, hard-covered book. Klein recognized the notebook at once. It was the Antigonus family's notebook, which had caused the death of the original Klein. After going round and round, everything came back full circle. Klein silently observed it for a moment, and after the scenes disappeared, did he regain control of his thought processes. Yes, back then, the members of the Aurora Order were able to see the clown potion formula from the notebook. Having been acknowledged by it, the content presented to me will definitely be completely different from before when I flipped through it. It should have the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. It just lacks the ingredients or characteristics. So this notebook has been sealed behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's Gate all this time. To get it from there, the difficulty in doing so wouldn't be lower than finding Zeratul and facing him directly. Back then, there were high-sequence Beyonders involved in the great smog of Backland. After I reported the matter to the Backland Diocese's church through Miss Justice, the matter was quickly quelled. This is sufficient enough to prove that the Backland Diocese has plenty of power. They have no lack of demigods or sealed artifacts. Yes, regardless, I'll need to return to Backland first and see if there are any opportunities. In contrast, I'd prefer not to head to the Hornicis mountain range. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the radio transceiver which had turned dark and solemn. Last night, who was the demigod on crazy Captain Connor's Victor's ship? Clacking sounds quickly sounded as the illusory paper from before vanished as new ones were spat out. The content on the piece of paper was likewise a realistic scene. On an exquisite brass chandelier, 5 candles of different heights spread their warmth and light. A middle-aged man wearing a triangular hat and black eye patch stood before a cabinet that stored grape wine, champagne, and tequila. He was humbly looking opposite him. Opposite him was a tall figure in a black cloak. Its face was completely hidden beneath the hood. The figure didn't seem to have a real head, only a blob of heavily distorted darkness that was embedded above the neck. Thanks to the portraits from bounty notices, Klein recognized the one-eyed man to be crazy Captain Kenorsh's disheveled and oily hair cascaded down and happened to cover his neck. Opposite him is likely that demigod, but he deliberately disguised himself and did the corresponding anti-divination preparations. For Arrows to be able to produce a scene of this level is already impressive enough. Klein wasn't too disappointed. Instead, he carefully memorized the figure's build, more than one. 85 meters tall, but less than one. 9 meters, rather long arms, and when hanging his hands down, it almost reaches the knees. The broad shoulders prop up the cloak. The feet are faced outwards to a certain degree. As an expert in disguises, Klein believed that when a person disguised himself and prepared a certain level of anti-divination measures, there was a high chance that he wouldn't take note of disguising his build, especially when one's body didn't have any particular traits. Therefore, this can provide a certain amount of clues. This allows Klein to find the person familiar when he sees the target. Very good. It's your turn to ask. After keeping that in mind, Klein stopped scrutinizing the figure as he waited for Arrodes's question with piqued interest. He was curious as to how Arrodes would continue breaking through his image of him. The typing sounds slowed down as it seemed to appear hesitant. Bit by bit, the illusory white paper was spat out. Great Master, see, can I say something to you? Yes, Klein answered the question, puzzled. He began to look forward to what Arrodes had to say. The sound of typing hastened as it exuded an obvious sense of warmth. On the illusory paper, a single line appeared. Great Master, happy birthday. This is belated. Your current body was born on 4th March 1327. I originally wanted to wish you a happy birthday at midnight of that day, but I failed to keep up with you. It's a topic that really exceeded my expectations. I even forgot about my own birthday. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he was at a loss for words. He had received the original Klein's memory fragments and received parts of his emotions. He knew the birthday, but for a person who led a solitary life, why would he remember such things? This fellow is actually the first person to wish me a happy birthday. Benson and Melissa must be feeling more upset today. The interview should have ended in February. I wonder if Benson succeeded in becoming a civil servant. Klein felt poignant as the way he looked at the radio transceiver warmed up. He thought for a moment as he calmly asked, Third question, your origins. The typing sounds paused for 2 seconds before sounding out again. A white piece of paper was spat out as a new scene surfaced. Large amounts of black sticky liquid spewed out from the ground as they spread outwards in a distorted manner. They grew different numbers of arms and legs before becoming strange monsters that charged ahead. During this process, a speck of light was shot out along with the black liquid before landing on a rock, to which it rapidly fused together, turning into a mirror with ancient patterns and black gems adorning its two sides. What kind of strange scene is this? This was how Arrodes was born. What was that speck of light? Where did it originate from? It does seem like a Beyonder characteristic. Klein came up with a preliminary interpretation of the scene. The typing sounds didn't stop as another line appeared. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Taking note of the time, Klein shook his head. No. You have finished answering the questions, and it's time for me to leave. Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your loyal and humble servant, Arrodes, looks forward to serving you again and hopes to be able to continue following in your footsteps. At the end of the illusory piece of paper, a hand-waving emoticon was presented. Chapter 714. New diary pages inside the quiet room in the inn. The dark and silent radio transceiver instantly returned back to normal as its surroundings stopped being eerie. Klein busily set up the ritual and sacrificed it above the grey fog before having the time to consider the answers he had received. According to the clues provided by Arrodes, and combining the answers from Mr. Azik and Will Ossipton, Klein had a basic idea on how he should proceed. It wasn't just because he wished to return to Backland for some rest and reorganization, but because he viewed the large city as a main locale that he would spend a long period of time being active in. He wanted to see if he could steal the Antigonus family's notebook from the Church of the Evernite Goddesses, St. Samuel Cathedral. If he confirmed that there weren't any solutions, he would attempt to switch to neighboring bay under pathways. But if that was impossible, he had no choice but to take the final route head to the main peak of the Hornicis mountain range. I definitely can't use my identity as Sherlock Moriarty when I'm back in Backland, unless I wish to dig out in C. Zangwill or the royal family faction that's hiding in the darkness. However, when contacting people I'm familiar with or using the resources of the Church of Steam, I can transform back into Sherlock Moriarty. In short, I have to create a new identity. Furthermore, it has to be completely separate from Jam and Sparrow. I won't directly return to Pritz Harbor this time. I'll make a detour to Daisy Bay and make sure that no one can figure out my background. Klein's thoughts raced, and he soon came up with a clear train of thought. After determining the next steps of action to take, he planned on drawing some blood and heading above the grey fog to explore Grossel's travels using his spirit body. But in consideration that there was a terror gathering in the afternoon, he lay back in bed and took the time to rest and relax. The future smoothly cruised through the undulating waves as Admiral of Stars, Catlia, stood by the window, watching the scenery that seemed to go on without end. And by the deck, there were Nina's exasperated shouts from time to time. She would be angrily scolding Frank Lee for producing a bunch of fast-growing, beef-flavored mushrooms that enjoyed eating fish. Catlia sighed silently as she nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge. At that moment, her spiritual perception was suddenly triggered as she looked down at her study desk. At some point in time, a few pieces of yellowed paper had appeared there. The Emperor's diary entries. She finally sent a messenger over. Catlia turned around in delight and picked up the few pieces of paper that were akin to a preliminary probe. By 3 in the afternoon, having memorized the symbols, Catlia saw the illusory crimson light surge at her like a tide, drowning her within. Under a high dome propped up by stone columns, Catlia saw similar red beams soar up, transforming into indistinct figures. She didn't look carefully, as she realized that a pair of familiar glasses had naturally appeared over her nose bridge. It was almost a perfect replica of the one from the outside world. Then she caught Miss Justice elegantly stand up from the corner of her eye. Miss Justice briskly greeted the figure at the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey was in a good mood recently, after she returned to her family's castle. As an obedient daughter, she helped her mother, Lady Caitlin, resolve some psychological problems that stemmed from her age and physical condition. She received extremely good feedback, allowing her to conclude more of the acting principles for psychiatrist. Amongst them, the most important principle was to help others resolve psychological issues. She suspected that this was the reason why the potion's name was psychiatrist and not psychologist. Miss Justice is very happy. Klein appeared infected as he nodded with a smile as a response. During this process, he noticed that Mr. Hanged Man appeared to be preoccupied with concerns. He looked like he was hesitating and struggling, having not made up his mind. This means that Mr. Hanged Man is able to buy the Ocean Songster's potion formula and main ingredient, but he will have to pay a huge price. I thought he would request to pay for it in installments. The fool Klein reined in his gaze without any signs of unrest as he surveyed the area. After Miss Justice was done with her greeting, Catlia looked towards the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Here it comes. I wonder if the 3 diary pages specially selected by Queen Mystic will be valuable. For instance, providing clues to the card of blasphemy for the seer pathway. This will be able to provide me with another alternative." Klein was filled with anticipation as he calmly and naturally said, "Very good. You can think of a request." "Yes, Mr. Fool," Catlia replied in an impeccable manner before requesting to conjure the contents of the diary pages. Upon seeing her behavior and thinking about how she acted in the dream, Klein was rather gratified. He felt like a teacher having successfully reformed a student. This is the first time Ma'am Hermit is providing Emperor Roselle's diary entries. With the standards and ability she has showcased, it's impossible for her to have failed to find it in the past. Yes, in the past, she was more of an observer. After being punished by Mr. Fool, she has truly integrated into our tarot club. Together with how Catlia had performed last week, Audrey made a judgment. Meanwhile, she sensed that Mr. Hanged Man didn't seem normal. He looked like he was anticipating something, but was also unable to bring himself to part with something. She was rather intrigued. Klein didn't wait too long before the 3 diary pages were conjured and came into his hands. Derek and the other members instinctively fell silent so as to not disturb Mr. Fool's reading. 9th February. Today is Bornova's birthday. He's already a healthy, strong, honest, and kind young man. His piousness has won the church's favor. Everyone is congratulating me, saying that Bornova will definitely become a saint. They praise him for how pure and flawless his faith is. I should be very happy, but I can't hide my dismay. I wish that my children can be more human, to have more emotions. I hope that they can be themselves, and not just a believer of a deity. However, almost everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that Bornova's present state is excellent. Matilda is the same. Likewise for Seal. Most of my noble officials share the same feelings. Only Bernadette shares my point of view. She has told me in private that she believes a person should be more self-centered as long as they don't harm others. Recalling the words Zeratul had said during Bornova's birth, as well as the premonition I've had after becoming a demigod, my heart is turning heavier. Adorable angel, heh heh, what an adorable angel. Is this you being wary of me? Is this how you are attempting to control me? No, you can probably never understand the pride inside me. To me, so what if you're a deity? I can replace you. 11th February, contact with Zeratul was fruitless again. Ever since he obtained that Antigonus notebook, the number of times this secret order leader appears has been decreasing. I've no idea what secret he's scheming. Anyway, he will definitely not tell me. 12th February, I made a mystical item very suitable for Bernadette. This can allow her to effectively avoid the hidden sage's nagging, as long as she doesn't proactively pray and seek a response. Yes, this item seems to be able to help saints into the easternmost front of the Sanya Sea, where the battlefield of the gods is. It prevents one from being influenced by the true creator's ravings, and that place likely hides the secret to the forsaken land of God. I was only making a present for my daughter out of fun. To think that it has such powerful effects. Bernadette, your dad is really the best artisan in the world. Best artisan. Does this mean that the Emperor had already reached sequence 2 of the Savant pathway when he wrote this diary entry? That he had become an angel? With the god of steam and machinery present, this is the peak an artisan can attain. It's no wonder that Queen Mystic can freely enter and exit the battlefield of the gods. So it's because of a gift from the Emperor. Indeed, a child with parents is like a treasure. Klein felt wistful. In addition, he could sense Emperor Roselle's repressed and angry feelings from the diary entry. He used his comprehension skills that were honed from his previous life to figure out what was written in between the lines. After he became an angel, the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery obstructed him and suppressed him. The God of Steam and Machinery had exerted some influence on his youngest son, Bornova, making him become the most devout believer and appointing him as someone who could become an angel and enter the land of perfection. And this not only made Emperor Roselle submit to the suppression while having misgivings, but this had also stirred thoughts of rebellion in him. The Emperor later became a public enemy of the world because of this rebellion. Klein nodded inwardly. Meanwhile, he noticed a matter regarding Zeratul. He suspected that the miracle invoker only began aiming for sequence 1 after he obtained the Antigonus family's notebook. For this, he planned many things, but something happened during his advancement, turning him into a monster. Of course, just as Arod said, Zeratul might not have lost control. He could be hiding something or plotting something. After quickly scanning through it, Klein flipped the page and looked back. It wasn't continuous, and it was brand new content. 5th October. A few primordial moon believers were caught by the men in black organization I established. They failed to complete the corresponding sacrificial ritual. Their behavior has intrigued me, as their strength seems to come directly from the Crimson Moon. Unfortunately, large amounts of data have confirmed that the Crimson Moon is really a satellite that's revolving around our planet. Then, how is it fusing physics and mystery together? With my present strength, it's not impossible to head for the Crimson Moon. At most, it will be troublesome and a little difficult, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. 17th October, I've finally made up my mind. I will attempt to switch to the neighboring mystery prior pathway. Only by doing so can I become a sequence 1. I've always suspected that the hidden sage is only a conceptualized uniqueness. Due to some sort of accident, it became sentient and awakened. Therefore, this pathway sequence 1 position is likely still empty. Chapter 715. Madness in his later years. I've long obtained the potion formula of Knowledge Emperor from that most ancient organization. Now, it's time to seek the corresponding ingredients. It might already belong to a particular angel, and it might have fused with an object around it, turning into a warped and evil monster or a chaotic and terrifying sealed artifact. In short, I have to be careful. It's best that I find a suitable helper. Knowledge Emperor. This sequence 1 potion name is rather interesting. If I hadn't directly seen the blasphemy slate, I would have imagined that it belonged to the reader pathway, making it belong to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Even stranger, these 2 pathways aren't switchable. I once discussed this matter with that mysterious leader and old Mr. Hermes. We basically came to a consensus and believe that the reader pathway represents the omniscient part of omnipotent and omniscient, and the mystery prior and the savant pathways correspond to knowledge itself, which is categorized into 2 aspects. One is more about mystery, while the other is more about reality. Heck, when I become a knowledge emperor, Bernadette can stop worrying about the hidden sage's infusion of knowledge. She can also stop being afraid of pursuing knowledge. The emperor eventually switched to the mystery prior pathway. I wonder if he successfully became a knowledge emperor. Perhaps it's because of this that his ties with the Church of Steam completely fractured, making him the public enemy with no one to help him. All he could do was place his hopes on the Twilight Hermit Order. Klein thought poignantly as he came up with possible conjectures. Apart from that, he was rather interested in the Emperor's explanation of how the reader pathway wasn't interchangeable with the mystery prior and savant pathway. He believed that by deepening his understanding of it, he might be able to figure out the rules and rationale behind the interchangeability of Bayonder pathways. To the typical Bayonder, the reader, mystery prior, and savant pathway belong to the knowledge domain. There should be a very strong connection between them, yet the former is different. Reader belongs to the omniscient part of the phrase, omnipotent and omniscient. Then the secret suppliant, which is the shepherd pathway, is the omnipotent part. Then there must be a certain intersection between the 2. For example, being potent as a result of being erudite, and being erudite as a result of being potent. Therefore, they can be interchanged. Starting off from this angle, the storm pathway can be understood as omnipotence in the sea, land, and air domain. The spectator corresponds to the psyche, making it a powerful supplement for storm. Then, why can the sun pathway be interchanged with them? Considering how there was an ancient sun god who was deemed to be omnipotent and omniscient, does this mean that the sun pathway is the foundation that accommodates omnipotent and omniscient? Yes. According to such a thought process, mystery prior and savant are different aspects of knowledge itself. That's why they can be interchanged. Then, how is assassin and hunter differentiated? What about the Evernight, death, and guard of combat pathways? In moments, Klein thought of many things, but he didn't have the time or sufficient knowledge to delve deeper into his analysis. All he could do was temporarily throw the corresponding questions to the back of his mind and will the 3rd diary page to the top of the stack. At a cursory glance, Klein suddenly became focused. This was because the diary page was very different from the past ones. It didn't have a date, and the words were spaced apart. Because it was the original copy, the weight placed on the page when the words were penned was obviously out of the ordinary. Klein swept through the page as the contents were reflected in his mind. No, impossible. How can that happen? If my predictions aren't wrong, I'm not the only one who met with that encounter. No, no, how can that happen? The thing that I saw tells me that everything will be destroyed. Likewise for everything I've created. No, I can't accept such an ending. I have to work hard to save myself. I can't rely on the 7 deities. As long as I ascend to the throne of Sequence Zero, only then will I and the things I value be preserved. Should I attempt to pull Mr. Door back into the real world? No. Although he claims to be only a Sequence One, I believe that he isn't just an ordinary Sequence One. It's very likely that he will bring unexpected catastrophe upon me. The Chinese words, which were much larger than those on the first 2 pages, had occupied the yellowed piece of paper in a haphazard manner. There wasn't much content, but it left Klein's head throbbing painfully. Back when he was writing this diary entry, Emperor Roselle was very likely a Sequence 1 knowledge emperor. The content he wrote was infused with a potent sense of mystery and was colored with his emotions. This also meant that if Klein had read the contents in the real world, he might very well turn mentally unstable or go mad and lose control on the spot. Thankfully, Ma'am Hermit doesn't know Chinese. Otherwise, she would have mutated when she was memorizing the contents. Even if she doesn't understand Chinese, she must have found it especially tiring and draining. If one is exposed to it for extended periods of time, visual and auditory hallucinations can't be avoided. Furthermore, there's a high chance that early signs of losing control will appear. Klein thought, congratulating himself for his good luck. His focus quickly turned back onto the diary entry as a sense of puzzlement surfaced. What did the Emperor see that made him so emotional? His mood was also rather extreme. No, the agitation and rashness, as seen in the words, are a little abnormal. It doesn't match the image of someone who has occupied a high position for extended periods of time. It doesn't match the level of an angel. Even in his final days, he said that after he dies, he didn't care if floods deluge the heavens. He didn't lose his composure or appear that agitated back then. Who influenced him? Or did something corrupt and pollute his thoughts? Also, he mentioned that he's not the only one who met with that encounter. What is he referring to? Transmigration. It's true that he isn't the only one who transmigrated for no baffling reason. There's also me, or even more. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein didn't waste any time. He made the 3 diary pages vanish as he smiled at Catlia. Have you thought of the request? Catlia bowed in preparation as she said, I wish to know why Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years. Audrey, who was in the same row as her, blinked. She believed that she had heard wrongly, as she didn't expect Ma'am Hermit to immediately ask such a heavy question. Furthermore, how does she know that Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years? Also, she only handed 3 pages, so how can she ask a question of this magnitude? It doesn't abide by the principle of equivalent exchange. Audrey had many thoughts arise in her mind, but she didn't stop Ma'am Hermit's question. Instead, she waited for Mr. Fool's response with piqued interest and inexplicable excitement. Alger, Emlyn, and Fours similarly held their breaths. They cast their gaze at the end of the bronze table. Only Derek and the world seemed oblivious. Klein thought and chuckled. First, we need to accept reality. I'm not omniscient, nor am I omnipotent. He had said those words in a relaxed, self-deprecating manner, but the hermit and company didn't show any signs of unrest. Instead, they appeared even more reverent. To them, it was obvious that Mr. Fool wasn't omnipotent and omniscient. Ignoring their guesses regarding Mr. Fool's state, this hidden existence's honorific name didn't have any related descriptions that explained the problem. Furthermore, none of the present true gods and evil gods had honorific names that involved omnipotence and omniscience. After setting their expectations, Klein began to answer the hermit's question. I also wish to know what Roselle encountered in his later years. At present, it can be confirmed that due to an unknown cause and source of stimulation, Roselle cast his gaze on Sequence 0. He didn't explain what Sequence 0 corresponded to. In the Tarot Club, there were more people who knew of it than those who didn't. Even those who didn't know could have guessed something. Sequence 0. The Emperor wanted to become a god. It's no wonder that it said that he went mad in his later years. Audrey knew what Sequence 0 meant as she instantly sighed. Likewise for Alger. Catlia clearly knew what Sequence 0 implied. She expressed her gratitude while in thought as she retracted her gaze. Sequence 0. Emlyn and Fours ruminated over the phrase, as though they had just realized that there was a position above Sequence 1 that belonged to true gods. Derek looked at Mr. Fool with a muddled expression. He didn't understand what was wrong with Emperor Roselle's attempt, someone who had a strong presence in history. In the City of Silver, if anyone had the chance, every resident would wish to become a Sequence 0 true god, so as to create a more sustainable living environment or to lead everyone out of the Forsaken Land. Klein didn't elaborate as he leaned back into his chair and surveyed the area. You may begin. With that said, he controlled the world to look at Derek before smiling deeply. The notary potion formula you want has been acquired. Thank you, Mr. World. According to the agreement, I will remember the debt and await your request, Derek said sincerely. All right. Klein gave a response by controlling the world before making a show of him, requesting Mr. Fool to conjure the formula. Before long, the potion formula was in Little Son's hands. Derek received it in glee as he ravenously scanned the contents of the goatskin. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients: 1 set of crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders, 5 feathers of a spirit-packed bird. Supplementary ingredients: 100 ml of radiant spirit-packed trees juice, 1 golden-rimmed sunflower, 1 white-rimmed sunflower, 5 drops of aquafern juice. Without waiting for the others to speak, the world looked at Alger and said once more, "As you know, I have your ocean songster potion formula and main ingredient." Ah, Audrey and company were momentarily dumbfounded. Catleya couldn't hide her alarm as she looked at the world. She vividly remembered that Jaeman Sparrow had just hunted Slaughterer Kirches a week ago. How did he obtain the ocean songster potion formula and main ingredient? Don't tell me he killed an ocean songster. That would be considered a high-ranking member in the Church of Storms. It's only been a week. Catleya found this unrealistic. Chapter 716. Island and Ruins. Mr. World has also obtained the potion formula and main ingredient for Ocean Songster. He's really impressive. Derek moved his gaze from the goatskin in his hand and looked at the gentleman seated at the other end of the long bronze table. In his mind, the world's toughness had reached a whole new level, one that could match the weaker members in the 6-member council. Foz was also similarly astonished as her poignancy grew deeper. She remembered that back when she first joined the Tarot Club, Mr. World gave her the impression that he was gloomy and reserved. Apart from that, nothing stood out. In the subsequent gatherings, he began to show that he was experienced and knowledgeable, as well as possessing rather impressive abilities. At a glance, he was a senior Beyonder who had experienced many things, just second to Mr. Hanged Man amongst the Tarot Club members. This image had already formulated in Force mind, but in recent months, Miss Magician was repeatedly surprised by the world. He was first capable of obtaining rather important information, and following that, he sold plenty of Beyonder characteristics in a short span of time. He made her involuntarily suspect if he was a Beyonder assassin who was active in the mysterious world. She feared him from the bottom of her heart, but along with that came happiness. This was because it meant that she could commission Mr. World with certain requests that would be met with high chances of success. When the new member, the Hermit, appeared, Foz even imagined that Mr. World's halo would be blanketed by this powerful lady. But to her surprise, he had snatched the limelight and blinded everyone with his magnificence. To obtain the Ocean Songster potion formula, its corresponding main ingredient, and the notary potion formula was seemingly impossible by human standards. He really is impressive. I admire this kind of quiet and ordinary person who is actually very capable. Sigh, I wonder when I can become a Viscount. After this hunting competition, the winner will receive a prize that's likely something that will allow a sanguine to become stronger. Emlyn White quickly turned his thoughts back to himself. As Audrey was sighing in amazement, she was puzzled about a matter from before. Why is the impressive Mr. World not searching for Emperor Roselle's diary pages? He's not like Ma'am Hermit. He has already joined the Tarot Club for quite some time, and he doesn't need to observe. It's not like he doesn't have any requests that don't require him to search for Emperor Roselle's diary pages to obtain something from Mr. Fool. Then why isn't he searching for them? Has he privately submitted them? But why? Imperceptibly, Audrey felt that Mr. World and Mr. Fool had a connection to a certain degree, but she wasn't able to confirm it, as there were just too many possibilities. At this moment, Alger turned to the seat of honor after a few seconds of silence. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to communicate privately with the world. Here it comes." Klein nodded with anticipation as he isolated everyone's senses. Alger waited for 2 seconds before turning back to look at the world, Jam and Sparrow. "I will use an unknown primitive island's coordinates in exchange. On the island, there aren't only extinct Beyonder creatures that cannot be found on the northern and southern continent, but there's an ancient ruin of unknown age. Back then, phew, it was discovered by Kilangos and me. Back then, we lacked the strength to delve deep inside it. However, he discovered certain traces, and he suspected that the ruins hide something extremely important. He believes that the value isn't lower than a card created by Emperor Roselle. My strength is inferior to Kilangos, and I didn't go as deep as he did. I had no idea what he saw, other than guesses about the situation from his remarks. What Mr. Hanged Man said holds plenty of information. From the looks of it, he long knew Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. They had even adventured together and found the primitive island and ancient ruins. And previously, he was also the one who thought of finishing off this pirate admiral while he was away at sea. Mr. Hanged Man isn't an ordinary member of the Church of Storms. His past seems very complicated, and he hides many secrets. Yes, a primitive island's value isn't small. For a secret organization, this can be the foundation to support the growth of its members. Klein controlled the world to appear to be in thought as he attempted to obtain more information from the Hanged Man. With the world not rejecting or agreeing, Alger, who had calmed down, calmly said, "On the island, there are traces of demigod-level Bay-Under creatures. To you, that should be something valuable. On this point, I can swear on Mr. Fool's name. I guarantee that I'm not lying. After I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer's Potion formula, I'll have to consider how to obtain the corresponding ingredients. At the level of a demigod, money becomes of little use. Trading gives me the highest chance of obtaining something I need. The location of demigod-level Bay-Under creatures is important. That ruin is also quite interesting." The world didn't hesitate as he chuckled. "Deal." Alger didn't immediately receive the Ocean Songster Potion formula. Instead, he said, "I have a condition. I wish that on your first exploration of the primitive island that you will do it with me. With Mr. Fool watching all of this, I believe you won't be concerned that I'll be up to no good." Klein considered it for a moment and made the world nod. "No problem. I will need companions when heading to dangerous places. I hope that you will have the required strength." Alger wasn't angered by the world's tone as he heaved a sigh of relief. "That's why I wish that your first exploration will be after I advance. Of course, if I were to lose control because of my potion, this agreement will naturally be null and void." "No problem," the world replied without any qualms. Alger didn't hop on the topic. After obtaining Mr. Fool's agreement, he conjured the situation of the primitive island on a goatskin. It's along the periphery of the Rorsted Sea. It's quite a big island, almost the size of Blue Mountain Island. Klein received the goatskin and quickly scanned through it to gain a general understanding of the primitive island. He quickly looked up and said, "I'll hand over the potion formula and main ingredient after the gathering ends." "All right." Having made his choice, Alger no longer had any reservations. When hearing that, he felt upheavals going through his heart, but he appeared even more staid on the surface. After the duo's private conversation came to an end, Katlia retracted her gaze at the world and looked at Fours. "The meteorite crystal has been obtained, 600 pounds for 60 grams. That's fast. Ma'am Hermit is really efficient." Fours felt delighted, but she was also stumped. After last week's gathering, she had already obtained the crystallized blood of a Lavos squid. For that, she had paid 600 pounds, leaving her with 230 pounds. Adding the 150 pounds she received this week from her royalties, she was still short of 220 pounds. "I'll first borrow from Zio. She should have that much. After I succeed in advancing, I'll try to earn money as quickly as possible. I have to." Force silently drew a breath and said, "All right. We will do the transaction tomorrow at this time." The hermit tersely acknowledged, and without wasting any time, looked at Audrey. "The black hunting giant lizard's spinal fluid has been confirmed. 800 pounds. There are temporarily no clues for the illusory chime tree's fruit." "That's already very good. Better than I expected. Thank you, Ma'am Hermit." Audrey sincerely thanked her without even minding the price. She recently realized that there was a benefit to establishing the Relic Search and Preservation Foundation. She could use her funds in a more secretive and unnoticeable manner. It made it difficult for her parents to notice. After confirming the two transactions, Katlia surveyed the members as though she was one of them. "Any clues to the blood of a mythical creature?" Klein immediately controlled the world as he chuckled with a hoarse voice. "Are you referring a pure mythical creature? Pure mythical creature. There are impure mythical creatures." Audrey and company were puzzled but interested by what they heard. Katlia was taken aback as she said, "A pure one, which means the blood of an angel. 1 drop is enough." She didn't introduce it in detail back then, because she believed that, for the time being, such a high-level object wouldn't appear in the Tarot Club unless Mr. Fool was willing to provide her with help. And clearly, Mr. Fool didn't need anyone to explain to him what a mythical creature was. I have certain clues, but I can't guarantee that I can obtain it. Furthermore, it might take another 3 months at least. Klein controlled the world to give the response. The other Tarot Club members fell silent. They never expected the world to have clues to an angel's blood. What can't he accomplish? Audrey, Fours, and company had their impression of Mr. World refreshed again. As for Alger, he suspected that the world would seek Mr. Fool's angel for a drop of blood. After a brief moment of silence, Emlyn, who suddenly realized that his advancement wasn't necessarily as obvious as the other members, weakly said, "Are there any clues regarding my previous commission?" Foz immediately said, "There are suspected cases. I will continue investigating." Burdened with debt, she was motivated to work. At the end of the trading segment, Derek mentioned his request of buying the crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders. As for the feathers of a spirit-packed bird, the City of Silver had it in their special warehouse. In addition, he also sought to purchase the golden-edged sunflower and other supplementary ingredients. They were commonly seen items in the outside world, but they were lacking in the forsaken land of God. The crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders and the supplementary ingredients aren't difficult to obtain. Emlyn's attention was caught as he said, "Then, what can you use in exchange?" Back when he provided Miss Justice with the fruit of the Tree of Elders, he had already learned where the crystallized roots were. Derek thought and said, "A Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5 vampire. It was quite a commonly seen monster in the depths of the darkness." "Sanguine," Emlyn said through gritted teeth. "There's no rush. I'll tell you when I've decided what I need." He didn't want an item obtained from a transaction to overlap with the prize of the hunting competition. All right. Having already owed a debt to the world, Derek was relatively at ease. After a moment of silence, Klein rapped the edge of the mottled table to indicate the commencement of the free exchange. Chapter 717. The World and Hero Bandit, inside the ancient palace, standing above the grey fog. Alger wasn't in a rush to mention the matter regarding crazy Captain Connor's Victor. He turned his head to look at the sun. "Are you still in Afternoon Town?" Derek nodded honestly. "Yes, we took a very long time to establish a camp. Later, with small teams, we wiped out the remnant monsters, one street at a time, in search of any ancient ruins that might still exist. Although this process is slow, it's sufficiently safe." His answer was extremely detailed, and it gave the impression that Mr. Hanged Man could ask more questions if he wished to know more. Audrey listened with interest as she raised her hand slightly. "With all of you staying in Afternoon Town for so long, what do you rely on for food? Is there any black-faced grass nearby?" She had long heard from Little Sun that the City of Silver relied on the black-faced grass that they grew around the city as their source of sustenance. "We carried a portion of powdered black-faced grass, but the main source of food comes from hunting those monsters. Once the Beyonder characteristic is expelled, a large proportion of them can be eaten once we skin them and roast them with fire. However, there's a certain degree of corruption in the meat, which will result in psychological problems. We can't continuously consume the meat, and we will need to spread out the intervals," Derek replied in a serious manner to Miss Justice's question. Audrey recalled the few monsters in the depths of the darkness mentioned by Little Sun, and having terrifying vibes about the dark and eerie area around the City of Silver, she couldn't help but press further. "Wouldn't that be very disgusting?" Fours, who was attentively listening to the other members' conversation, was inspired by this question. She deliberately didn't look at Emlyn as she asked Derek with piqued curiosity, "I remember you mentioning that monsters in the depths of the darkness include vampires. Their bodies run with pus and are extremely ugly. Then, how would you consume vampires after killing them?" Emlyn, who heard the question, forgot to correct her by informing her that Sanguine weren't vampires. His expression turned livid as he felt an inexplicable feeling of indescribable horror. Derek was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "There are some monsters that are indeed disgusting, very disgusting. Just like the vampires as mentioned by Miss Magician, but we have no choice. As long as it's edible, we will eat it." His voice gradually turned heavy, as though he once again deeply felt the tragedy that was the curse which enveloped the City of Silver. The palace that looked like a giant's residence fell silent once again. Even Emlyn, who wanted to retort Derek, didn't say a word. All he did was curl his lips and retract his arm. A few seconds later, the world broke the silence with a chuckle. "Let's return to the sea. There have been certain matters that require your attention." Crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull drifted to a nearby harbor after a storm. The masts were snapped, and there were charred marks. The entire crew, including Connors Victor, died. No one survived. Justice and company didn't know who Crazy Captain was. They weren't too interested in the news, other than being curious as to what caused this destructive naval tragedy. On the other hand, Alger shared completely different thoughts from them. There must be a tremendous secret if the world is paying attention to the matter regarding Crazy Captain. It's no wonder His Eminence, Cartman, issued such an important command to get the mandated Punisher and captains to investigate the situation. Alger's eyes darted about slightly as he said after some thought, "In Bayam, the Church of Storms is actively investigating the people and matters surrounding Crazy Captain Connors Victor. Heh, there's no need for me to commission it." Klein chuckled inwardly and got the world to directly ask, "What clues does the Church of Storms possess?" "I have no idea. I'll try my best to understand the situation." Alger frankly shook his head. He believed that the world understood what he was implying, that he wasn't exactly sure, but he would sound out what the church knew. Audrey, who was listening out of curiosity, realized that the matter regarding Crazy Captain wasn't simple. Hence, she asked probingly, "Mr. World, isn't this common infighting among pirates?" Klein was just about to be perfunctory with Miss Justice, but without divulging anything further when he suddenly thought of a problem. Behind the great smog of Backland and the disappearances, there might be a particular faction from the royal family. It also included some military personnel, and Miss Justice would lean towards the nobles and royal family, both her emotions and from her standpoint. If there comes a day when I target those bastards who are deserving of death, she might not find it acceptable if I commission a mission to her. She might even fall into a dilemma. Therefore, I should now inject the impression in her that the royal family and military have plenty of bad guys. I would subtly change the direction in which her standpoint and emotions are directed towards. For this, I can bear the burden that some of the information regarding the world is leaked. Klein thought for a moment and made the world say with a relaxed but mocking tone, "Crazy Captain is related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves, which Mr. Hanged Man was previously investigating. The Demoness sect takes the people who are tricked or abducted and hands them over to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, and they have them ship the people over to the northern continent's East Seas coast. Then, with Crazy Captain Connors Victor, it completes the last mile. This pirate is intricately tied with many human traffickers and slave merchants in loan. Back when I informed Mr. Hanged Man of the news in January, someone witnessed Balin, who was involved in the disappearance cases, with a M in an E member who is loyal to the royal family. Also, Backland's largest human trafficker, Capim, had guards from the Arbiter pathway. With so many matters compounded together, do you think that Crazy Captain's death is simply a result of pirate infighting? Heh heh, I've always wondered why the person behind all of this needs so many slaves. The connections between the clues were clearly presented before Audrey, Alger, and company. It made them suddenly realize a lot of things. Mr. World left Backland and headed for the sea to seek out clues. He's always been investigating the truth behind the Great Smog and Prince Edisac's death. According to the information he provided, it's clear that the true murderer hasn't been punished. He's still hidden inside the royal family, and there's a portion of the military who are working for him. How despicable. This kind of person should be thrown into hell. How does Mr. World know that the guards around Capim were Bayanders from the Arbiter pathway? Did he fight with them? Audrey's mind raced as she suddenly made the connection. Capim was killed by Hero Bandit Black Emperor. The latter clearly knew which pathway Capim's guards belonged to. Hero Bandit Black Emperor is Mr. Fool's blessed. Mr. World is suspected to have certain connections with Mr. Fool. He has never sought Emperor Roselle's diary pages. Therefore, Mr. World is Hero Bandit Black Emperor, and he's also Mr. Fool's blessed. He doesn't hand in Emperor Roselle's diary pages because he hands them over in private. Some of his actions from before were to hide his identity as a blessed. This is a test given to him by Mr. Fool. It's really hard to connect Mr. World with Hero Bandit Black Emperor. The latter feels like a hero. Audrey felt like she had stumbled upon the truth as she began to wonder what kind of person Mr. World, who was also Hero Bandit Black Emperor, was actually like in real life. Alger and Catlia instantly understood why Jam and Sparrow had attacked Tracy. This blessed was seeking out the truth behind the great smog of Backland. And the truth hidden behind this was something Mr. Fool was interested in. Fors and Imlin, who lived in Backland, also vaguely sensed something when the world mentioned Capim. After all, hero bandit Black Emperor's legend was rather striking in the recent half a year. He became an important character in many run-of-the-mill novels. Even Fors herself had thought of making him the protagonist in a love story between a hero bandit and a young royal lady. They finally understood why the world had noticed in time that something was brewing in Backland and that a tragedy was about to happen. This was because this gentleman had been tracking the corresponding clues the entire time. From the looks of it, the matter in Backland is far from over. There will likely be another accident in the future. I really wish to flee from this place immediately, but Zia definitely wouldn't want to. I have no way of explaining this to her, for suddenly had thoughts of fleeing Backland. Emlyn wasn't too afraid. From his point of view, the Sanguine's important figures were in Backland and were definitely able to provide some protection if a disaster really happened. After 2 seconds of silence, Alger said in a serious manner, "I will try my best to investigate this matter." He had already sensed that the truth behind Crazy Captain's death hid a rather terrifying storm. As such, he was a little apprehensive and afraid, but he also trembled with excitement that he was involved in the most important matter regarding the southern and northern continents. After Catlia heard that, she nodded. "I will also seek out relevant information. If there are more clues provided, perhaps I might be able to help." Klein thought for a moment before letting the world speak frankly. On the night of Crazy Captain's death, a high-sequence Beyonder suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway appeared on his ship. However, this demigod managed to escape before John Copman arrived. Black Emperor pathway, demigod. Alger and Catlia ruminated over these phrases as they considered an angle of attack. Audrey and company were astonished that the Tarot Club had discussed the development of demigods to something directly involving demigods. The cases that they were involved in were really increasing in level. As for Derek, he didn't understand a thing. With Crazy Captain's matter coming to pass, Catlia glanced at the world before deliberately mentioning her tidbit. Another incident happened at sea. Last week, the crazy adventurer Jaeman Sparrow hunted the second mate of the King of Immortality, Slaughterer Kirches. He was a Sequence 5 Beyonder. How impressive! Fors, who was only a Sequence 8, sighed from the bottom of her heart. She knew very well what it meant to be a Sequence 5. "Yes, he really is a legendary adventurer," Audrey echoed. Emlyn turned agape before he closed his mouth. He felt that he was still a distance away from that level. Alger said without any signs of unrest, "It's because of this that the investigation of Jaem and Sparrow's origins has become an important mission of the various major organizations." "Are you implying that the Church of Storms has gotten you to investigate me?" Klein instantly read in between the lines as he made the world chuckle. "I wonder where I can claim this commission. I wish to use some unimportant information in exchange for money. I have some understanding of Jaem and Sparrow." "Oh, Mr. World is hinting that he doesn't mind me exchanging what appears to be important, but in reality is actually meaningless information regarding Jaem and Sparrow in exchange for rewards and trust." The hanged man nodded in enlightenment. The free exchange continued for a while until Derek finished learning this week's list of ancient Hermes terms before everything came to a close. After he watched the bowing Miss Justice and company leave, Klein cast his gaze onto Grossel's travels. Chapter 718. Characters in the book not finding himself overly exhausted, Klein rubbed his temples and beckoned over a tiny metallic bottle from the junk pile. Inside it was a tiny tube of blood that he went through great effort to extract from his vein, and he had long brought it above the grey fog. It was only waiting for the opportunity when Klein would use his spirit body to enter Grossel's travels to explore the book world. After opening the cap, Klein wasn't in a hurry to smear the blood over the book's dark brown cover. Instead, he summoned all the items from the junk pile that he had brought to the mysterious space before the Tarot gathering, and he spread them out in front of him, in consideration of how the Black Emperor's form was too eye-catching, and with him not too certain of the exact situation in the book world. Klein decided against bringing the card of blasphemy. Instead, he used Azic's copper whistle to fortify his spirit body to prevent himself from failing to return above the grey fog before being instantly killed by some unknown power. As the ancient and exquisite copper whistle fused into his body, Klein's spirit body swelled up and became more corporeal. Two pitch-black flames flared out from his eye sockets, as though they possessed a life of their own. With the help of cogitation, he adjusted his spirituality, converging the iciness that stemmed from the aspect of death within his body. Soon, his eyes returned to normal. This was like an evil spirit, taking on an ordinary form to lure prey into its proximity. Right on the heels of that, Klein wore creeping hunger and held death knell, while he hid the nightmare bayonder characteristic in his body. The latter was prepared for him to seek out any abnormalities when exploring the dreams of the living entities in the book world. After completing all his preparations, he poured a few drops of blood and smeared it over the cover of Grossel's travels. After a brief wait, his vision turned blurry, as though countless translucent objects were hidden within it. Following that, it turned clear. There were blue skies, white clouds, grayish-brown city walls, and passers-by. This is no longer the land of ice and snow from before, but a city that looks very normal on the surface. Klein stood by the side of the dirt road as he observed the residents of the book world. He discovered that most of them wore linen shirts, a short brown coat, and loose dark-colored trousers. Their overall style was akin to that of the Lone Kingdom centuries ago. He looked down at the format of the tailcoat, starched shirt, and damaged dark red bow tie as he silently changed it all out. Instantly, he was no different from the people around him. He then walked to the city gates in preparation to enter. At that moment, a leather-vested soldier at the gate stopped him. Entrance fees, 1 little. Do I look rich? I don't even know what a little is. Klein mumbled inwardly, amused. He then communicated with him at a spiritual level, successfully transferring the soldier's attention onto a merchant caravan behind him. As a quasi-wraith who could possess anyone and control them, exerting a psychological influence on others was nothing extraordinary. It wasn't a particularly potent ability, but it was extremely useful against ordinary people. When Klein entered the city, he walked through the streets in a seemingly relaxed manner, but he inwardly remained wary. He felt that public hygiene was slightly better than Backland a few years ago. It appeared to have a mature sewage system, preventing the situation of any waste and trash being dumped. I couldn't tell that this is an illusory world inside a book at all. Everyone has spirit body threads. Klein proceeded forward as he observed. Suddenly, he noticed a stone building that was more than 10 meters tall to his side. It only had 2 stories, and the top of the door was about 4 meters tall. Beside the building was a signboard. It was written in a language that was completely different from any of the outside world's languages, but Klein instantly understood what it meant. Pessoat Blacksmith Guild. There's a blacksmith guild. This place really hasn't entered the age of steam. Just as Klein was feeling poignant, he saw the door creak open, and out walked a giant with 4 long limbs. The giant's skin was grayish-blue, and his head had the trademark single vertical eye. In his hand was a huge and heavy sledgehammer. He walked across the street with his lips curled. The humans walking past him didn't show any fear, as though it was a common sight. They even greeted the giant. "Good afternoon, Grossell." Grossell. Klein, who was rather face-blind to giants, had his pupils constrict. Only then did he realize the familiarity. He was just about to chase after them when he discovered that the giant had turned into another street, vanishing from his sights. Klein stood on the spot, silently observing the intersection as he came up with a few guesses. There's another Grossell in the book world. No, the ending of the travels is that Grossell died in battle in the nation of Frost. This is another story. Filled with all kinds of questions, Klein wasn't in a rush to find Grossell. He turned and entered a bar by the side of the street. Such places were often the places with the most messy and multifarious information in a city. It aided him in quickly gaining a grasp of the entire situation. The bar's lighting was dim, and the ventilation wasn't the best, making the air appear somewhat turbid. At that moment, there weren't many customers drinking. Most of the people were by the bar counter, chatting happily with each other or the bartender. Klein slowly walked over when his gaze froze. He saw a man wearing a black pointed hat and an asymmetrical coat by the side of the bar counter. He looked pretty handsome with his flaxen-colored hair, deep brown eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. He was none other than the Solomon Empire Viscount, Marbit Zorost. Upon seeing him, Klein recalled the scene of the Dream Stealer's rapid aging before he collapsed onto the ground. as he struggled to crawl towards elvish songster Citas and grabbed her hand. All of that remained clear as day, as though it had just happened yesterday. Yet Mobbit had once again appeared before his eyes. Klein's expression grew heavy as he walked over and sat beside Mobbit. He didn't say a word, as he knew that Mobbit was one to start a conversation. Outsider, first time in Pessoat. I swear I've never met you before. Mobbit put down a cup of distilled liquor as he turned his head to the side. I come from the nation of Frost. Klein randomly cooked up a story. Mobbit immediately laughed loudly. You're a funny one. This is the nation of Frost, but of course, that was many years ago. Ever since the King of the North was killed by a bunch of adventurers, no heroes, this place is no longer plagued by ice and snow. Everyone believes that it should be called the Nation of Neverwinter. Klein fell silent without responding. Why so serious? It looks like you have your own troubles. Mobbit rapped on the wooden bar counter, showing signs of sympathy. He downed a mouthful of spirits and said, I'm telling you, men should absolutely not get married. It's the beginning of suffering. Do you know, when she gets worked up a little, she would beat me up. When she's happy, she beats me up. Same when she's embarrassed or angry. Anyway, she beats me up for any reason. From this very moment, I've decided not to return home again. Does this mean you got married to Citas? Klein kept silent for 2 seconds as he sized up Mobbit's face. He discovered that there were no signs of bruises and swelling on his face. This meant that the elvish songster knew that men needed to put on appearances. He asked with a sigh, Then why did you marry her? Mobbit was taken aback as he smiled wryly. I came here with a merchant caravan. When I first saw her, she was just that beautiful. Her singing was moving and seemed to hide indescribable sorrow. Heck, I'm as afraid of her now as I was infatuated over her back then. I definitely won't return. Hey, why do you seem a little sad? You don't have to be sad for me. I'm already free. At that moment, the door to the bar suddenly opened as a beautiful female voice shouted, Mobbit, come out here. I'm counting from 10. Never come back if you don't come home. 10, 9. Mobbit immediately jumped up and ran to the door. As he ran, he muttered, I know you don't have any patience. You always jump to 2 after counting to 8. Klein turned his body and saw Citas's figure, but he no longer had the intention of communicating with her. The real Mobbit and Citas were already dead. The ones living in the book world were just 2 characters. Standing up and leaving the bar, Klein came to a nearby deserted alley. He planned on confirming the kind of spirit world this world had. He quickly outlined spherical lights in his mind as his thoughts gradually emptied out, and his body and mind became tranquil. As his spirituality spread out bit by bit, several indescribable illusory figures appeared around him. However, up high in the sky, it lacked the 7 lustrous brilliances of different colors that contained endless knowledge. The 7 lights don't exist here. The number of spirit world creatures here are lacking. This place is indeed a fake spirit world created by the book. Klein took a step forward and found the colors in his vision saturate to the extreme as it overlapped with the obvious differences. He wasn't in a rush to explore the spirit world. He exited it and began window shopping through Pessoat and chatted with others. Before long, he found Grossel's residence. The giant ran a blacksmith shop. He was taking an afternoon nap on a huge bed on the 2nd story. Klein directly entered by passing through the wall and came to Grossel's side. He observed the giant for a few seconds and took out the nightmare Beyonder characteristic from his spirit body. With some difficulty, he used some of its powers that it came naturally equipped with. Deep, serene darkness quickly spread as it instantly enveloped Klein and Grossel, and in a spirit body state, Klein directly saw a blob of irregular, hazy spherical light. His spirituality immediately emanated over and touched the spherical light. All sorts of scattered scenes instantly flashed past around him before fixating on a forest with towering but withered trees. On the other side of the forest was a mountain and steep cliffs. At the top of it was a magnificent palace. The palace was huge and opulent, and it didn't seem suitable for humans. It gave him the impression like it was from a myth, as the light of dusk that scattered above it seemed frozen. Klein had seen this palace before. It was the giant king's court that had appeared in the dream world of the battlefield of the gods. However, this angle was completely different from before. He was situated behind the king's court. Chapter 719. Dream Tour Klein turned his gaze to the forest where light could hardly penetrate through its denseness. having gained a rough idea of where he was. This was the waning forest which Grosel guarded when he was at the giant king's court. The trees in the forest were tens of meters tall, and the thickness of the trees was the arm's span of several giants. However, their barks were mottled with signs of rot everywhere. The leaves and twigs were mostly withered and dropping as they interwove with each other like a dark cloud floating in midair. Grosel and similar-looking giants guarded the boundary of the forest, either carrying axes or broadswords, fully concentrating on defending the area. According to Grosel, this waning forest has the bodies of giant King Ormir's father and mother buried in it. Apart from this ancient guard, no one else is allowed to step inside, including these guards. Yes, giant King Ormir's parents should be so-called original giants, the kind that was the craziest, cruelest, and most ferocious. Perhaps. Why would Grosel have such a dream? As Klein was in thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss. According to his random conversations in Pessote, the present Grosel was a native giant who had nothing to do with the giant king's court. Therefore, having such a dream made it appear rather abnormal. From the psychology alchemist's theory, which Ma'am Darley and Miss Justice have discussed before, perhaps the book world will use or clone the original character's subconscious or collective subconscious when creating a character. Then it would make minor changes, making the consciousness fulfill the required settings. Therefore, Grosel's dream will be influenced by his subconscious, reproducing life in the giant king's court. If that's the case, it can only be said that this book is a cruel author. The moment Klein thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. He felt that this was an opportunity for him to gather relevant information on the giant king's court. He previously planned on directly learning about such matters through Grosel. But in order to keep his promise, the giant guardian had died in the battle with King of the North Ulyssin. After his spirit body left the book world, it quickly dissipated without giving him any chance of communicating. Now, he finally had another method, which was to explore Grosel's dream. There had to be parts of it that were ridiculous or exaggerated, but the remaining content had to be a true reflection of reality. As long as an approach of careful study is employed, it's not impossible to distinguish the two. Grosel never entered the waning forest, so the scenes inside must stem from his imagination. There's no need to explore it. Klein slowly cast his gaze onto the mountain where the king's court was. It wasn't tall, which meant that the waning forest was on a mountain rather close to the king's court. It was probably just a straight path from there to the ancient guard's residence. Klein didn't waste time searching as he walked straight to Grosel and acted like he knew him well. He asked in a relaxed tone, "How should I return to the king's court?" He knew that Grosel was an honest giant, and he would only be more honest in his dream. Grosel raised his hand to scratch the back of his head as he looked down with a confused look. He said with a smile, "Isn't it simply by taking the barren tunnel?" He pointed ahead and added, "You'll see it when you circle around that boulder." "Thank you," Klein sighed as he said with a bow. As he watched Klein depart, Grosel scratched the back of his head again, muttering to himself in confusion, "Who is he? Why do I find him so familiar?" After circling a boulder that protruded out the mountain, the scene opened up before Klein's eyes. A gigantic cave at least 30 meters tall appeared. Erected outside, the cave was a stone stele. Engraved on it was a single vertical eye, a high nose, and plush lips. It looked like a giant's head had been squeezed in to reveal the frontal facial features. Just as Klein approached, the mouth on the stele opened. "Why are you returning to the king's court ahead of time?" "By His Majesty's orders," Klein said in an unflustered tone. After all, the intelligence level of all the living beings in this dream was equivalent to the owner of the dream Grosel. The lips on the stele opened and closed as it let out a humming sound. "Please answer a question. Otherwise you shall not pass. If only I brought along arrows, it should be rather fun to see what happens," Klein lampooned as he calmly nodded. "Okay." The steel's lips closed for 3 seconds before opening. "If your wife, daughter, and a woman you covet ask you to judge which of them is most beautiful, who would you choose?" This is completely different from the magic mirror's style. Klein's lips quivered as his mind raced. Using nearly 10 seconds, he answered, "My intelligence is insufficient to determine this matter. I will assign someone who is more intelligent than me to give the answer." "How can I answer something that can get me killed?" He gritted his teeth as he added, "Who is this more intelligent person?" The giant's face on the steel froze for a few seconds. Klein solemnly answered, "Of course it's our king." The steel was shocked beyond words. It took quite a moment before it said, "All right, I'll consider it as you answering the question. You may pass." Klein immediately crossed the strange steel and walked into the cave. The ground in the cave was paved with large stone panels that had been weathered. The sides and top of the cave were filled with murals, speaking of stories of the giants and dragons battling the demonic wolves, mutants, devils, and phoenixes. The drawing style was crude, and the color choice was dark. However, it was extremely vivid. Klein walked forward as he observed the murals. He discovered that there were swaths of withered weeds, as well as all kinds of coarse gravel in between the stone panels and the bottom of the murals, and the lack of water and the decline of life became more apparent the deeper he ventured inside. After walking for an unknown period of time, Klein saw a huge grayish-blue open door. Standing on each side of the door was a 4 to 5 meter tall giant. The giants guarding this place were different from Grossel and the others. They wore solid and beautiful iron-black armor and firm, exquisite helms. They looked like two huge statues. They didn't stop Klein and allowed him to pass through the door and enter the hall within. The hall wasn't too spacious. The ends of the hall could be seen clearly, and it could probably only hold 5 to 6 giants. As Klein was observing his environment, he suddenly halted. Then the hole seemed to be pulled up by an invisible hand as it quickly rose. He staggered a little before finding his footing. All he saw were grayish-black walls flashing by as they kept sweeping downwards. In about 10 seconds, there was a thud as the hole stopped ascending. At this moment, it wasn't the cave tunnel outside the door, but a magnificent palace propped up by stone columns. Klein briskly left the original hall as he sized up his surroundings with piqued interest. This is the giant king's courts elevator. This seems to be the place where the guards live. Outside is a long table taller than humans, with extremely large chairs. On the two sides are rooms, and inside them are neatly ordered beds. Klein swept past the various items in the hall before he stopped at a mural. The mural's main character was a giant dressed in full-body silver armor. As there was nothing to scale, Klein was unable to know exactly how tall he was. The giant stood by the side of a cliff, with a sword in hand pointing diagonally upwards. His body emitted a bright halo, like a rising sun illuminating the surroundings. Many giants were genuflecting around him, as though praying or worshipping him and awaiting a bestowment. The giant king's son, god of dawn, Badhail. Klein looked at the face of the mural's main character in thought, and he saw that his face was blocked by a mask. There was only a dawn-like halo coming from his eyes. It's very similar to the god of combat statue in the Backland underground ruins. His face is completely hidden behind a mask. Heh, Queen Mystic said before that the god of combat is a giant who lived from ancient times. Therefore, their church's headquarters, the great Twilight Hall, resembled the giant king's court. Could it be the son of the giant king? God of Dawn escaped the destruction of the king's court, and at a certain point in time, he managed to retake the authority wielded by his father. Klein made a bold guess, but he lacked any evidence or clues. He used the correspondence principle to look at the wall opposite the mural. There was also a mural there, but the main character was no longer God of Dawn, Badhail. Instead, it was a female giant in a leather vest and long skirt. This female giant stood sideways. Her facial contours were soft, and her single vertical eye was focused beneath her. Long, dark brown hair reached all the way to her back. Her right hand was spread out as she held items like wheat and fruits. Around her were golden fields, clear lakes, and trees covered with fruits and colorful mushrooms. Giant Queen, goddess of harvest, Umbella. Klein looked around, but he didn't see the mural representing giant King Ormir. There's no depiction of the ancient guard because this is the residence of remote guards. Then, going out from here will likely be the interior of the giant king's court. Klein carefully walked to the door. He used the method he employed in the dream world of the battlefield ruins of the guards by activating creeping hunger and using the strength of a zombie to open the door. However, there wasn't a palace in the frozen dusk that he had imagined outside. Instead, it was a gray, hazy world. It appeared to be a cliff with a bottomless pit. According to Miss Justice's previous experience, this is likely the boundary of the dream. The only way is to head down and enter Grossel's subconscious. Finally, I'll arrive at the sea of collective subconscious. Miss Justice discovered a mind dragon in the human sea of collective subconscious where she was. Then, in this book world created by the dragon of imagination, what would be contained in the sea of collective subconscious? Klein's mind whirred as he conjured a staircase that led down into the hazy world. The staircase didn't head straight down, but spiraled around deep into the grey haze. The bottom couldn't be seen, nor were any of the details of the mind world that were possible to discern. Chapter 720. Philosopher after silently observing it for a few seconds. Klein walked forward as he got onto the staircase and carefully walked down it. The surrounding light gradually dimmed with a grey, hazy luster that enveloped the extremely silent world. The moment Klein proceeded down the staircase, he felt more and more like he was being locked inside a dark, silent room. Slowly, his ears could hear his sloshing blood and his beating heart. The latter sped up as it was invaded by panic and horror which he could hardly keep in check. Klein focused his mind as he imagined the stacks of spherical light so as to stabilize his emotions and recover. To his side, a grayish-white cliff coldly stood there, a representation of the domain of Grossel's consciousness. It was silent as though it were dead, but the surrounding grayness would occasionally coruscate. Klein focused his gaze and saw that in one of the points of light, there was a giant who ripped apart a human before stuffing it into his mouth, as well as Grossel panicking. Back then, the latter was less than 3 meters tall, and it was clearly still an adolescent. The point of light flashed past, appearing in the frozen dusk that scattered over the mountain peak. Time here seemed to become impeded. Klein was just about to seek out any valuable information in Grossel's subconscious when he suddenly heard sounds akin to a beast's panting. With a whoosh, a huge palm appeared from the surrounding haze. Its skin was grayish-blue and was covered with signs of rot. On it was an obvious yellowish-green liquid as it quickly grabbed at Klein's ankle. Amidst the panting sound, similar palms rose up one after another from the staircase below, as though they were attempting to forcibly pull Klein's spirit body into the mind world's darkest and most unfathomable zone. Instantly, these rotting palms formed a dense horse as they kept struggling upwards and let out sounds of horrible, hair-raising panting. It made Klein instinctively jump up 3 steps. However, the countless palms that belonged to giant corpses didn't stop. They squirmed along the staircase as they surged upwards, covering every inch of space. Klein was just about to reach out his right palm to draw Death Knell and use purifying bullets combined together with Death Knell's slaughter ability to finish off the countless monsters when 2 questions suddenly flashed in his mind. Where do these palms come from? Why would they be inside Grossel's subconscious? The moment this thought came to mind, his spiritual perception was triggered. Klein came to a realization as he immediately abandoned his thoughts of using Death Knell. He calmed his breathing and imagined the spherical lights. The huge, rotting palms took this opportunity to reach his feet as they grabbed his calves and ankles. At that moment, they silent vanished as though they had never appeared. Indeed, this is an illusion created by Grossel's subconscious. Here, minds don't just face each other, but they interact with them as well. If one lacks the corresponding Beyonder powers, the deeper one goes, the easier it is to have an emotional breakdown. Intrusion by the other party's subconscious will slowly happen until one's Beyonder powers are severely tainted. As a result, one will become a mental patient that will never be able to recover their rationality, and this might very well lead to a loss of control. This is different from communicating with spirits. Corruption isn't avoided simply by maintaining lucidity and reason. This is because one is already inside the target's Beyonder powers. Klein muttered to himself, having figured out something. He hesitated for a few seconds before turning around to climb back up the stairs. He gave up on venturing deep into Grossel's mind world because he lacked the Beyonder powers to placate his own mind. Insisting on heading down was equivalent to suicide. I'll consider exploring again after I find a mystical item that targets this aspect. Klein determined his thoughts as he walked faster. Finally, with a leap, he returned to Grossel's dreamscape and returned to the guard's quarters in the giant king's court. He already felt exhausted, so he immediately left the dream, walking out of Grossel's blacksmith through the walls before observing the wonders of the book world. I've already met Grossel, Marbit, and Sciates, and while I was casually chatting with others, I also heard of the devout priest, Snowman, and the philosopher, Frunzer. However, there isn't an Anderson Hood, Edwina Edwards, Danitz, or Jayaman Sparrow. Therefore, only the dead will possess brand new characters in the book. Or could it be that only those who had stayed in here for extended periods of timefully expressing themselves as an adventurer in their day-to-day lives would be able to have their subconscious replicated? As Klein strolled by the side of the street which was illuminated by the setting sun, he considered something that he found crucial. If it were the former theory, where the dead would revive and become new characters, then there was nothing Klein needed to worry about. However, if it was the latter, he had to consider reducing the frequency at which he explored the book, as well as strictly control the amount of time he spent in it each time. There's no way to ascertain it for now. I'll deal with the situation by assuming it's the latter. There's definitely nothing wrong with being cautious. Klein quickly made up his mind and was about to return above the grey fog. At that moment, he saw another familiar figure. Frunzer, with his black hair and blue eyes, was sitting on a long wooden chair by the street. He was staring blankly at the sky, which seemed to be alit in flames, as though he was in thought. Recalling how this lone soldier's ash urn was still with him, he planned on sending it back to the Church of Storms cemetery in Backland. Klein silently sighed and walked over before sitting beside him. He asked, as though it was a casual conversation, "What's on your mind?" "I'm wondering who I am, where I come from, how I should return." Frunzer didn't look away as he said in a dreamlike state. Without waiting for Klein to ask another question, he shook his head with a chuckle. "I ultimately feel that I don't belong here. I'm not myself at the moment, and that there's some place awaiting my return. They always mock me for considering such pointless questions, so they gave me the title of philosopher." As he spoke, he looked at the setting sun and once again fell into silence and looked spellbound. Klein didn't say a word. He sat there quietly and accompanied Frunzer in watching the sunset. Finally, he silently vanished. Frunzer didn't notice that the person beside him had already left. He sat there motionless like a marble statue, looking far into the distance. After replenishing the ship's supplies, Alger Wilson instructed the Blue Avenger to leave the Resistance's private harbor. It wasn't going to stay too long in the Rorsted archipelago. He had to return to Parsu Island to make his report by the designated time. At that moment, in the captain's cabin, he was watching in anticipation at the illusory door that was formed by items with spirituality and a burgeoning flame. It was the door of sacrifice, and it was also a door of bestowment. Amidst an illusory creaking sound, the mysterious door slowly opened, revealing an infinite depth and darkness within its interior. Light shot out from within before converging immediately. After everything calmed down, two items had appeared on the altar at some point in time. As for the door with all kinds of strange symbols, it was gone. Alger was able to compose himself as he seriously thanked Mr. Fool. He finished the ritual according to the procedure before reaching out to pick up the two items. One of them was a piece of paper that had been neatly folded, while the other was a translucent jellyfish that had azure blue seawater in it. Alger inspected the latter and discovered that there were occasional vortexes formed by winds or occasional lightning streaks, and from time to time he could hear a distant, moving voice sounding from it. This voice sounds like a woman's. From the looks of it, this characteristic's owner was a lady. Alger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This meant that it wasn't some quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of Storms that had been killed. The Church of Storms didn't have any female high-ranking members, quasi or not. Putting away the ocean songster's bay-under characteristic, Alger unfolded the piece of paper. He swept past the main ingredient, and he quickly looked at the supplementary ingredients. Finally, his eyes paused at the ritual. To him, the main ingredients were unimportant with a bay-under characteristic in hand. He could look at it later. As for supplementary ingredients, they were rather easy to find, so they didn't need much attention. It was the ritual that was of utmost importance. Drink the potion in an Obninsk's belly. Alger silently read the ritual's contents as the corresponding information quickly surfaced in his mind. Obninsks were ancient sea monsters. They could directly devour a sailboat, and it had a humongous, distorted body. It had as many as 3 heads and many tentacles that entangled with each other. They were the protagonists in many legends at sea. Most of these sea monsters were tamed by the Church of Storms. They had a fixed region of activity, but it was unknown if they had near-human intelligence. It's no wonder the Church controls Obninsks and not other sea monsters. It's no wonder there are so many Beyonders in the sailor pathway among pirates, but only a few can reach sequence 5. Either they directly inherited it, or they're the subordinates of King of the Five Seas or Queen Mystic. Then, where should I find Obninsks that don't belong to the church? Alger frowned slightly as he contemplated his advancement that bypassed the Church of Storms. His first reaction was to find Queen Mystic Bernadette through Admiral of Stars Catlia. From her, he could find Obninsks that didn't belong to the Church of Storms. His second reaction was that it exposed himself to danger. This was because the corresponding Obninsks were likely servants of Queen Mystic, and they would report everything to their mistress. Yes, this will be the last resort if there aren't any other choices. Alger's thoughts raced as he quickly had another idea. That was to pray to Mr. Fool. This reawakened existence secretly wielded the former authority of Sea God Calvatur. He could commandeer undersea creatures, allowing him to know where to find Obninsks that didn't belong to any faction. There's no need to rush it. If I were to advance now, I won't be able to hide the advancement from others because of my lack of control over the spirituality dissipation. I can perform the prayer after I make my report and leave Pasu Island. Alger calmed down and memorized the ocean songster formula. Then he moved the piece of paper to the tip of the candle's flame. As he watched the flame devour the formula at an increasing speed, Alger's gaze turned deep. After finishing off the remnant traces, his gaze landed on a sea map and locked onto a location. Banzi. Alger had planned on making a trip to Banzi in passing while en route to Pasu Island. He wanted to know what the present state of the harbor was. He had already shared his thoughts with his sailors, and no one objected. This was because they were equally curious as to why Banzi Harbor was suddenly destroyed. They were curious what it had turned into. Chapter 721. Klein's guidance on the future. Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves and began flicking his fountain pen while writing with a smile. My dear friend, Jayman Sparrow, I have good news for you. I have successfully cultivated a new breed of mushrooms by using the flesh and blood of a rose bishop. As long as there's fish, it will keep growing. We'll no longer have to worry about not being able to eat mushrooms due to long voyages. Furthermore, it has been crossbred with beef, making it taste excellent. Its only flaw is that there's no way to make it catch fish by itself. External help is needed, but I don't think it's too big a problem. After all, based on what Nina said, it wouldn't corrupt the ocean. Well, let's just pretend she's right. I've mailed you some dried mushrooms. As long as you give it water and fish, they will immediately become normal and reproduce by themselves. I hope you will like my gift. After going on and on, Frank finally folded the letter and placed it in an envelope. He stuffed 3 dried mushrooms into it before applying glue and sealing it. After doing all of this, he took out the note Klein had given him, followed the description written, and began to seriously prepare the ritual needed to summon the messenger. This wasn't complicated for Frank, so it didn't take long for him to set up the altar and create a wall of spirituality. Finally, he solemnly placed a lone gold coin before the candle. He lit the candle, softly chanted the incantation, and stared at the flame. He watched it burgeon as a headless woman walked out with 4 heads in hand. Frank first jumped in fright before staring at Reenette Tinker's 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads that looked identical with patience as he muttered, "How was it done? Why are they completely identical? If planted in soil, will more be grown?" The eyes of the 4 heads held by Reenette Tinker turned in different directions before uniformly falling on Frank Lee's face. Suddenly, the soil stored inside all kinds of vessels within the room flew out and piled before Frank. Following that, Frank floated up as he tumbled in midair with a shocked expression. He was thrown straight into the pile of soil with his head first. His legs kept struggling as they dangled outside, but he was unable to pull himself out of the soil pile any time soon. Only then did 2 of Reenette Tinker's 4 heads reach out forward, separately biting down on the letter and the gold coin. Only after she completely disappeared did Frank Lee finally find the best spot to exert his strength to escape the soil as he fell to the ground. She's powerful, Frank first sighed with a sense of lingering fear. Following that, he wiped the soil beside his mouth, bit into it, and chewed on it carefully before muttering to himself, "It's a bit sour." At that moment, Catlia, who had just finished a sacrifice in her cabin, sensed something. Her dark purple eyes subconsciously looked towards Frank Lee's room, and she vaguely saw a crudely made illusory doll. The doll didn't have a head. The scene flashed as Catlia closed her eyes immediately. She felt her eyes were burning as she couldn't help but have her tears flow out. She knitted brows little by little as she muttered in disbelief, "Ancient bane." After sending the meteorite crystal and black hunting giant lizard's spinal fluid to Miss Magician and Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world. He lay himself down on a reclining chair as he allowed his body to rock gently. He began considering where he would head to next. With news of Jam Sparrow's sighting and crazy Captain Connor's victor's matter, it's unlikely that the pirates will openly appear in Bayam for some time. They've either left the harbors or are hiding themselves, making it difficult for others to find them. That is to say that there's no need for me to stay here. The matters regarding the resistance can be directed by responding to them through Sea Guard or by going through Danitz. I'll head to the Seaweed Bar later. I'll get a fake identity, buy a scalped ticket, and head for Daisy Bay's Canant City. That's not only the biggest harbor around here, but it's also Davy Raymond's hometown. I previously agreed to this Red Glove's request, when I released him from creeping hunger, that I would pay this beautiful bay city a visit, and tell his daughter that revenge has been exacted. Yes, I'll also think of a way to return the Nightmare's Bay under characteristic to the church. Heh heh, how hypocritical can people be? I'm planning on returning a nightmare characteristic, while also planning how to steal a sealed artifact from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's Gate. Shaking his head, Klein closed his eyes and slept to recover his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt something as he opened his eyes naturally. He quickly activated his spirit vision. Then he saw Rionette Tanker walk out of the void. This messenger was wearing the same complicated black dress with a letter clasped in one of the head's teeth. Who mailed it? Danitz, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Frank, or Anderson? Klein received the letter as he nodded in appreciation. Thank you. He was very courteous with his powerful messenger with a mysterious background. He didn't wish to be strangled to death one day. Do you want to? Immediately. Reply. Rionette Tanker's four heads spoke one after another. Klein tore open the envelope, took out the letter, and opened it to read it. The content alarmed him as he nearly forgot to reply to her. As for Rionette Tanker, she wasn't quick-tempered. She silently waited by the side. One day, Frank Lee will destroy the world. He definitely needs to be controlled. I can't give him a chance to advance. Seriously, how much does this fellow love to crossbreed and create all kinds of strange plants? The city of Silver is in need of food. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he had a bold idea. It was to direct Frank's research efforts towards all kinds of food that suited the city of Silver. This way, cows, fish, mushrooms, rose bishops, the sea, and the world would be safe. Klein hurriedly looked up and said to his messenger, "Yes, I'll immediately reply." He instantly got up from the reclining chair, walked to the desk, got out a pen and paper, and started writing quickly. I have a question. If you eat the mushroom breed you create, then eat cooked fish and drink a cup of water, will it continue to reproduce? After finishing the reminder, Klein proceeded to the main point. Is it possible for you to create wheat that can grow without sunlight, or cows that can produce milk and meat simply by consuming monsters? That seems rather interesting. He continued on this topic and wrote a few paragraphs before folding the letter. He then handed it to Rionette Tanker, and in a natural way, he said, "The postage will be paid by Frank. Let's hope he isn't dead." After the messenger's four heads said those words one after another, a representative was made to bite on the envelope. Let's hope he isn't dead. Klein jumped in fright. Just as he was about to clarify the matter, Rionette Tanker had already entered the spirit world and disappeared. After contemplating for 2 seconds, Klein wrote a divination statement and used his topaz pendant to confirm that Frank Lee was still alive. He silently heaved a sigh of relief, packed up the dried mushrooms, and rubbed his temples before lying back into the reclining chair. After dinner, at the Seaweed Bar, Klein wore an ordinary-looking face and came here once again. Unlike before, the customers in the bar were mainly mixed blood or natives who had darker skin and curly black hair. They were either part of the gangs in Bayam, or they were secretly working for the resistance, or even both. There weren't many ordinary people, and the commonly seen pirates who often came from different countries were all gone. Only a few people dressed as adventurers were drinking liquor and discussing rumors at sea. Klein swept the bar and found Daniel, who Danitz had mentioned. This thin local could provide him with fake identification documents and scalped ship tickets. Without any apprehension, he went over. A second-class ticket to Canant for tomorrow and an identification document. Daniel looked up and glanced at him. After some thought, he said, "A total of £20. Just a second-class ticket to Canant costs around £9. However, scalped tickets are more expensive to begin with. Together with the faked identification documents, £20 isn't too ridiculous." Klein silently did the math before saying, "When can I get it?" "In 45 minutes, Daniel replied like clockwork. "You can pay £5 first, and then pay the rest after receiving the ticket and identification." "All right." Klein didn't harp on the issue as he took out his wallet and pulled out 5 £1 notes. He wasn't worried that anyone would target his wallet, for it might mean that he would save the £20 or even get more. Moments after Daniel checked the authenticity of the notes and was about to inform his subordinates to get working, he suddenly realized that the bar was extremely silent. Klein also sensed it as he subconsciously looked towards the door. There were two people there. One was wearing a formal tailcoat and a black trench coat with brown hair neatly combed backwards. His eyes weren't big, but they were bright and piercing. He had a thin mustache around his mouth, making him exude a gentlemanly feeling while also looking a little sloppy. The other person wore a hooded robe, which was rather rare. His face was hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to identify him. The sloppy gentleman scanned the area and was rather pleased with the crowd's reaction. A silver coin was tumbling in between his fingers as he walked towards Daniel. The hooded person followed behind him, taking out something from his clothes and stuffing it into his mouth, producing crunching sounds. The silver coin stopped moving when the sloppy gentleman came in front of Daniel. He said with a chuckle, "Prepare 10 tickets to Pritz Harbor tomorrow for me. They need to be split between 3 different ships." "Yes, Mr. Oder." Daniel stood up in a panic as he replied. Klein momentarily failed to recall who the sloppy gentleman who was tumbling the silver coin in his hand was. Only when he heard the name, Oder, did he find him familiar. As he was recalling, he saw the man in the hood take out a coffee-colored sweet before popping it into his mouth. He was munching on it, producing the sounds. After obtaining an affirmative reply, Oder and the man didn't stay any longer. They walked to the staircase in the quiet atmosphere, and they headed for the second floor of the bar. Daniel exhaled as he turned his head to see Klein looking puzzled. He then said, "Oder, the adventurer Oder who serves the Dawn. I remember, Silver Coin Viper Oder. He's always claimed that he works for Queen Mystic, but no one could prove it. I can ask Ma'am Hermit later. The last I heard of him was at Daymir Harbor. He was apparently mixing with Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn. However, the latter has already been finished off by Mr. Hanged Man." Klein instantly recalled many things as he deliberated and asked, "What about the other one?" "Who knows?" Daniel turned his head to instruct his subordinates as he got them to prepare some identification documents and the corresponding ship tickets. Chapter 722. An unpeaceful night, as Silver Coin Viper Oda wasn't a pirate. There were all kinds of rumors about him, most of which could hardly be verified. Klein retracted his gaze from the staircase and walked to the bar counter. He found a seat at the counter and tapped it. A cup of Zarha. This was a locally produced malt beer. It was a lot cheaper than Southville beer that needed to be shipped over from the northern continent. 3 pence. The bartender recovered from his silent state as he picked up an overturned cup. The crowd in the bar began to break out into whispers as they were illuminated by the gas wall lamps. All of them were discussing the reason for Silver Coin Viper Oda's purchase of 10 tickets. He's definitely being pursued by someone. 10 tickets among 3 ships. It's clearly to prevent his pursuers from knowing which ship they boarded. A gang member with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his tattoo, shared his view based on his experience from evading capture twice. An adventurer drinking Lanty-proof scoffed. "You don't understand, Oda. If his plan was that simple, he wouldn't have the title Silver Coin Viper. I dare bet that he won't be on any of those liners from those 10 tickets. The only thing I can confirm is that they're heading to Pritz Harbor." Another adventurer shook his head when he heard that. Perhaps the news of him heading to Pritz Harbor is fake as well. The gang member from before was taken aback by what he heard. Refusing to be one-upped, he said, "According to your descriptions, Oda has likely thought of what you figured out. That's precisely why he's heading to Pritz Harbor and will be on one of the 3 ships. The 2 adventurers were about to retort him, but they decided that there was quite a non-zero chance of that happening after some careful thought. Momentarily, none of them said a word. This made the gang member extremely happy as he downed the rest of his liquor. Klein was holding a cup of Zaha as he sipped it while listening to the conversation. He was waiting for the fake identification and tickets he needed. There's another 45 minutes. I hope nothing happens. Don't make the bar into a mess. He silently prayed as he drew the crimson moon inwardly. The light yellow beer slowly dropped in volume, while Klein would look at the wall clock from time to time, or at the entrance, hoping that time would pass faster. Half an hour later, the door to the bar was suddenly opened with a loud thud as the evening wind gushed in. No way. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he held back his urge to smile wryly. He turned his body to look at the sound. Standing by the door were 5 people. Their leader had black hair and brown eyes, with recessed facial features and cut facial contours. He looked Lonese and looked to be in his early 40s. His expression was cold, and he exuded a natural air of dominance. It made everyone in the bar quieten down without realizing it. And the 3 men and the woman behind him were in trench coats. They didn't hide the fact that they were holding revolvers and that they would instantly aim and shoot if there was any slight sign of abnormalities. I don't know them. They aren't on any wanted list or have any bounties on them. Klein mumbled to himself as he maintained his state as a spectator. The 5 intruders suddenly scattered as they came before different customers, bent their backs slightly, and looked at them before asking, "Where is Silver Coin Viper Odor?" The customers were hesitant to give an answer when they saw the black muzzle pointed at them, along with the handle made of ivory and ebony which exuded a strange sense of beauty under the lights. They went to the 2nd floor. The customers who had been asked nearly pointed to the staircase in unison. Someone is really pursuing Odor. This is an act against Queen Mystic, or has Silver Coin Viper done something himself? Or could it be because of the mysterious hooded man beside him who was eating sweets? Klein drank another mouthful of beer as he saw the intruders send 4 people up to the 2nd floor. One was left behind to continue questioning the customers. Soon, the latter grasped the situation of Oda's request to purchase tickets from Daniel. Immediately, the person walked straight to the thin and dark-skinned black marketer, and he asked in a heavy voice, "Tell me honestly, where is Oda heading with those tickets?" Daniel didn't put on a front just because of his social connections. He forced a smile and said, he didn't make it clear. He requested for 10 tickets that are to be distributed across 3 different ships. The departure date is set for tomorrow, with the destination being Pritz Harbor. For real? The questioner was a seemingly radical man in his 20s. Daniel softly replied, "You can ask anyone here." All of them heard it. Dogsed. The man shoved Daniel angrily as he turned to walk towards the other customers. Daniel staggered backward and was about to fall and hit his head onto the side of a tiny circular table when he suddenly felt an additional force on his shoulder. Instantly, he regained his balance. He subconsciously looked over and saw that it was the customer who had just requested to purchase a fake identity and scalped tickets. "Thank you, those bunch of military hyenas." Daniel first thanked him before softly saying through clenched teeth. The person who had helped him was Klein. He didn't wish for anything to happen to this ticket scalper. After all, he had paid a deposit of £5. Of course, helping the innocent was also a habit of his. Military hyenas. In Bayam, this description often refers to people from M. What did Silver Coin Viper Odor do? Klein silently asked himself as he eliminated the possibility that someone was targeting Queen Mystic. To the lone military, it was meaningless. As he was thinking, the M members who had headed up to the 2nd floor rushed down. As they ran, they said to their partner, "He has long fled through the window." The group of people came and left in a rush. Soon, the bar resumed its usual din, but the still gently wobbling main door proved that it wasn't as calm earlier. Klein's wait for his fake identification documents and scalped ticket paid off. He didn't need to worry about any possible interruptions. After paying the remaining £15, he left the seaweed bar, and he returned to the ordinary inn he stayed at. John Yode. This name is way too simple, isn't it? Before I return to Backland, I need to make a more realistic identification document. Klein flipped through the series of identification documents before throwing them inside his suitcase. He took a bath and relaxed, prepared to leave Bayam tomorrow and begin the last stage of his sea travels. At this moment, he heard knocking at the door. Who is it? Klein hurriedly took off his bathrobe, wore his clothes and pants, and walked to the door. Outside were a few policemen in black. One of them looked Lonese, while the rest were either mixed bloods or pure natives. "What's the matter?" Klein asked, puzzled. "Please show us some identification," a mixed blood said politely, since the gentleman in front of him was apparently a Lonese. "Thankfully, I just made one. Otherwise, I'll be spending the night at the police station, or I'd have to flee on the spot, change my looks, and redo everything." Klein mumbled as he returned to his room and took out the identification documents. The lone police officer casually flipped through it as he said, "Mr. Yode, are you living alone?" "Yes, everyone in the inn can vouch for me," Klein replied frankly. The Lonese police officer revealed a smile and said, "Have you seen this person before?" As he spoke, a constable beside him unfolded a portrait. On it was an elder who was abnormally thin with white, messy hair. Apart from that, nothing stood out. "No," Klein shook his head. "He likes to eat sweets," the Lonese police officer added. "Sweets." Klein suddenly recalled the mysterious hooded man behind silver coin viper odor. He had been eating plenty of coffee-colored sweets in a short period of time. After a short deliberation, Klein said without hiding anything, "Perhaps. Back when I was in the seaweed bar, I saw a man who loved eating sweets and was following silver coin viper odor." The Lonese officer didn't hide his disappointment. After a simple word of thanks, he ended the questioning. Only after he knocked on the other guest rooms did Klein close the wooden door and return to the reclining chair. Odor's matter has not only attracted M. but it has also gotten the Governor General's office to send manpower to do a citywide search. "This is quite something," he muttered, and decided to head above the grey fog to browse through the prayer points of light around the Sea God's scepter. He could gain more information from the prayers of the believers in Bayam. He didn't wish to end up embroiled in a massive maelstrom for giving the wrong response. After entering the bathroom, he went above the grey fog where he summoned the white bone scepter from the junk pile. Swirling around it were countless points of light. As he browsed through each point of light, he determined that the questioning wasn't on a small scale. The target was Odor and the mysterious man, but he couldn't figure anything else out. After some thought, he cast his gaze on a point of light that had been specially marked out by guardhood. It belonged to a mixed-blood policeman named Boulia. He claimed to have swallowed humiliation by changing his faith to the Lord of Storms for the Sea Guard so as to climb up the police ranks. He was already a superintendent. Then, Klein cast the Sea Guard's will into the corresponding point of light. Boulea, who was in the police station, assigning work to his subordinates, suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. He hurriedly found an excuse to enter the washroom as he silently prayed. "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, the great Calvatur, your pious believer has something to report to you. The person we are specially searching for tonight is a very thin elder. His hair is completely white, but he has luxuriant hair. It's just very messy. He's very afraid of the cold, and he wears thick clothing even in Bayam. He loves to eat sweets, as though he's a steam engine himself and sweets are high-quality coal. The higher-ups have informed us to find him, but not harm him." Klein ignored Boulia and reined his thoughts back as he tapped the side of the long table. Compared to the portrait, such a description gives me a sense of familiarity. It's like I've heard of it somewhere in the past. To a seer, a sense of familiarity meant a clue. Hence, Klein wrote a divination statement and began questioning his spirituality. As he chanted the statement, he leaned back into the chair. He fell asleep with the aid of cogitation. In the grey and dark world, Klein found himself back in Backland, back in 15 Minsk Street, which he previously rented. In front of him was the red-eyed Ian. This teenage boy looked up and said, "Tyranny von Helmersuin, the greatest scientist after Emperor Roselle, a mathematician, a mechanist, and the father of the second-generation difference engine." Suddenly, Klein woke up and knew who M. was looking for. They were finding the great scientist who caused many deaths between the lone military and the Inti's spy organization, solely because of a third-generation difference engine. They were finding the science freak who had mysteriously disappeared for years. It's no wonder Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, had a modified radio transceiver that surpassed those in Backland. Klein was instantly enlightened. Chapter 723. Another good deed today. After a moment of his mind going adrift, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly composed himself. He discovered that the matter had little to do with him. He wasn't motivated to participate in the matter. He was apathetic to whether the lone military found Tyranny von Helmersuin because he lacked a sense of belonging to the lone kingdom. What he had done in the past was solely to ensure a stable society and that its citizens wouldn't suffer any accidental damage. If possible, he didn't mind instigating a revolution to allow the poor to lead better lives. I never expected myself to become more of an internationalist after coming to this world. He gave a self-deprecating laugh as he prepared to return to the real world and have some sleep. Under the cloak of darkness, he would allow the tempest outside to freely unleash its might. At this moment, his attention was caught by the biggest item in the junk pile through the corner of his ice radio transceiver. Speaking of which, what is the faction controlling Tyranny von Helmersuin? It's nothing much if it's people from Queen Mystic Bernadette's side. She's a strong believer of do as you wish, but do no harm, so she wouldn't do anything overboard. It wouldn't be good if it's the Rose School of Thought, represented by Admiral of Blood. Ignoring the Temperance faction that's being suppressed, as believers of the Chained Guard or Mother Tree of Desire, their level of vileness can't be lower than the Aurora Order. Letting them grasp the most advanced technology available might bring about a disaster. Klein stopped his actions of wrapping his body with his spirituality. He gently tapped the edge of the mottled table. He soon had an idea, which was to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world, adjust it to the correct frequency to see if he could receive the telegrams from Admiral of Blood's crew. Then he could use the codebook he had to decipher the communications. There will be a huge sweep of the city tonight. The matter must be at a rather important and intricate point. If the ones controlling Helmersuin are them, there's a possibility of the appearance of crucial telegram exchanges. In a situation in which the Governor-General's office, the lone military, and the Church of Storms haven't placed importance or even accepted this technology, this is the safest method. Therefore, Admiral of Blood and Company have a non-zero chance that they wouldn't change the frequency and codes after old Quinn's death. Anyway, I'll just give it a try. After some deliberation, Klein didn't delay as he returned to the real world and busily prepared a bestowment ritual. After bringing the radio transceiver into his room, he didn't immediately use it. Instead, he used a ritual dagger and created a wall of spirituality to seal the room. He was doing it to air out the grey fog's smell. To him, there was actually no need to go through so much trouble to confirm the faction that controlled Helmersuin. He could have used the grey fog's aura to contact Arrows and receive the answer. But the problem was that he had posed his questions recently, and the smell that frequently appeared might incur the notice of evil guards like the True Creator or the Primordial Demoness. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Klein decided to play safe by relying on himself. After about 8 minutes, when the airing was almost complete, he dispelled the wall of spirituality and controlled the radio transceiver to begin his surveillance. After an unknown period of time, the corresponding frequency received a transmission. Klein held back the joy in his heart as he seriously made notes. Then he flipped through the codebook, which he had replicated using divination, and he began the necessary deciphering process. Soon he wrote a line on a note: 32 Black Pepper Avenue, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Indeed, the people in control of Helmersuin are Admiral of Blood and Company. There might be powerhouses from the Rose School of Thought involved. Klein immediately made a judgment. This wasn't confirmed based on the content of the telegram, but a simple inference from the existence of the telegram itself. If Admiral of Blood and Company were uninvolved, it was unlikely for them to send and receive telegrams involving Bayam streets. The meaning of this telegram is to gather by 32 Black Pepper Street tomorrow before 7 a.m. Does it mean that Helmersuin and Silver Coin Viper Odor are hiding there, and they're reporting to Admiral of Blood of their location and giving a corresponding time? Klein thought for a moment and immediately returned above the grey fog. With the intel he had just received, he wrote the divination statement: Tyranny von Helmersuin's present location. With the paper in hand, he leaned back into the chair and chanted the statement in a raving-like manner as he entered a dream with cogitation. In the grey, hazy world, he saw an underground hall with countless gas wall lamps. Inside the hall was a massive, complicated machine. It was constructed from copper cylinders, operating levers, take-up levers, and countless gears. It took up nearly two-thirds of the space. A thin elder with grizzled, disheveled hair wore a thick coat as he paced in front of the machine. From time to time, he would pop a sweet into his mouth and munch on it noisily. No, it shouldn't be called a difference engine. It's an adorable fellow who can analyze questions and calculate the answer based on a set of procedures. Yes, its name should be a calculator. The elder kept muttering to himself as Klein's vision was pulled upwards and out the underground hall, arriving at the building above. It was a three-story villa with a garden and lawn. Outside was its address, and it reads, 32 Black Pepper Avenue. He really is here. Klein opened his eyes as he silently exhaled. Then he was stumped about what to do next. A scientist like him is useless to me. Instead, it's the root of many problems. I can't just keep him above the grey fog. Therefore, there's no need for me to personally get involved and take him away. Hand over the news to the lone military or the Church of Storms. This will effectively prevent the Rose School of Thought from obtaining any benefits, but there's a faction in the military that is likely related to the true culprit behind the great smog of Backland. It's not a good thing to have Helmasuin fall into their hands. The Church of Storms is well known for being rash. A conflict might end up with the scientist meeting the deity he believes in. After some careful deliberation, he gradually had a bold idea. It was to make the news public. He would make the existence and location of Tyranny von Helmasuin known to the Lone Kingdom military and the churches. This could effectively ensure that the scientist's capabilities would be employed by the Lone Kingdom itself, and not any one faction. The key is balance. Klein smiled as he muttered. He then beckoned with his hand for the Sea Guard scepter. For the former him, he had to carefully distribute flyers across the city to make a matter public and known to all. But now, he had an even simpler and effective method. He selected a believer who happened to be praying, and then pulled his view back as the surrounding area spanning 5 kilometers entered his vision. Then, with the Sea Guard scepter, he wielded control of the wind. Once the wind calmed down, Klein's will sank into the scene as he changed his voice, saying with a low roar, Helmasuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Whoosh. In Bayam, the howl of the wind turned intense as it swept in every direction, bringing with it the deep and loud voice. Helmasuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Helmasuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. This voice soon spread across Bayam like a broadcast to the entire city. Silver Coin Viper Oda was donning a cloak, pretending to be Helmasuin. He hid himself in a crowded building in the slums, occasionally appearing to mislead Minini and the Governor General's office's police officers. Suddenly, a gale swept past as the voice sounded in his ears. Helmasuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. What? As the voice resounded, Oda fell into a dazed shock. Without noticing it, he fell from the top of the roof and nearly injured himself badly. Behind the Cathedral of Waves, and in a small nearby building of the Governor General's office, John Cotman and Robert Davis heard the voice in the wind. The first reaction they had was to look up at the sky before casting their eyes towards the borough where Black Pepper Avenue was. After the broadcast, and being in a good mood, Klein threw the Sea Guard scepter back into the junk pile and returned to the real world. He wasn't in a rush to bring the radio transceiver back above the grey fog. Instead, he left it there as he continued monitoring the transmissions. This way, even if there are powerhouses from the Rose School of Thought hidden in Bayam, they wouldn't dare appear. Heh, and regardless who takes action, they'll have no choice but to hand it over to the country. Unfortunately, I don't have the habit of writing a diary like the Emperor. Otherwise, I could write something like, I did another good deed today. Klein silently sighed, took off his coat, got into bed, and slept. He didn't care what was going to happen next, as it had nothing to do with him. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up and sat up. Then there was knocking on his door. Who could it be? To knock in the middle of the night. I'm currently John Yode. Klein wore creeping hunger and took out Death Knell from under his pillow before coming to the door. The visitor's looks quickly surfaced in his mind. It was a thin elder with grizzled, disheveled hair. He was wearing a coat stuffed with cotton and a tweed overcoat. He was popping a coffee-colored sweet into his mouth. Tyranny von Helmasuin, holy FCK, why is he here looking for me? I'm just the ordinary John Yode. Also, how did he escape the tracking of a demigod? Klein's first reaction was to tell the man that he had gotten the wrong person, but he held back and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Helmasuin smiled weakly and said, "I noticed you when we were in the seaweed bar. However, I didn't have a chance to talk to you. Heh heh, my life is at its end, so I recently recalled many things. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Orange Light Hilarion. Orange Light Hilarion." Klein was taken aback before he asked in puzzlement, "Is there something?" Helmasuin chuckled. "I'm here to warn you. Be careful of the mother tree of desire." He paused for a moment before saying, "All right, I need to leave, and I'm about to die before returning to the spirit world. Do you have any enemies here?" "Why do you ask?" Klein asked, confused. Helmasuin coughed and said, "I can silently die at their doorstep. That way you would have your revenge." Chapter 724. The true meaning behind the warning. Upon hearing Helmasuin's reply, Klein couldn't help but twitch the corner of his lips. He nearly froze on the spot. "My enemies aren't in Bayam. Even if you were to die at Sea King's doorstep, it wouldn't be of much use." He slowly drew a breath and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he asked, "Helmasuin, no, mister. Hilarion, how did you notice me? You even came here before your death to specially warn me." This was also the puzzlement he had towards Arodes and Rionette Tinecare. He just never had a chance to ask them. With the door in between them, Helmasuin fell silent for 2 seconds. Then, he said with a smile in his tone, "There are some tiny, unique traits about you. In high-level creatures of the spirit world, it's no secret. It's noticeable as long as they make contact with you in close proximity. After all, the grey fog that represents the great ruler of the spirit world is above our heads. Deities with certain unique authorities or beyonders who represent fate can also discover this point to a certain extent. Of course, the premise is that close contact has to be made. Grey fog. Although Orange Light's explanation and Arodes's compliments are nearly identical, he is the first person I've met that directly pointed out the grey fog to me to my face. Therefore, the mysterious space is the divine kingdom above the spirit world left behind by the great ruler. Which sequence zero pathway is this? The deities who can discover that I'm augmented by the grey fog include the mother tree of desire, so she was able to target me. Klein's thoughts bubbled like boiling water as all sorts of questions popped in his head. Just as he was about to speak, Helmasuin had continued. In Yellow Light's prophecy, the great ruler above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse. However, I cannot be sure that you are equivalent to him. There are too many possibilities for you that allow that unique trait. For example, you being his blessed, his child, or his chosen oracle, but none of this stops me from expressing my friendship. Ahem, you know about Backland's stock exchange, right? You're like a railway company that just got listed. You seem to have a bright future ahead. Some people will naturally think well of you and purchase a certain number of shares, but there will be no lack of people who are greedy. They wish to use other means to seize this company or obtain the controlling rights. I'm part of the former, while Mother Tree of Desire and even more powerful spirit world creatures are part of the latter. Is that so? If it wasn't because the transmigrator, Emperor Roselle, who existed before me, had some level of interaction with the grey fog, and if I hadn't divined my origins in that mysterious space and received clear scenes of Earth, allowing me to recall even more of my memories, I would have suspected if I was the reincarnation of the great ruler above the spirit world. Taking everything into account from this experience, Emperor Roselle and I are more like the chosen oracles. The great ruler above the grey fog is equivalent to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Klein couldn't help but generate all kinds of conjectures as his mind was in a mess like a cat playing a bowl of yarn. He calmed his emotions and said, "Is there any way to hide this unique trait? Become a demigod." Helmasuin suddenly coughed after answering, "Do you mind if I die at your doorstep?" "Yes." Klein didn't wish to draw the attention of Sea King John Cartman, Naval Admiral Robert Davis, and other demigods. Helmasuin munched at his sweet and said, "Then I'll have to leave immediately, or else there wouldn't be time. After you become a demigod and have the powers to probe deep into the spirit world, we might have a chance of meeting." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Thank you for your warning, Mr. Hilarion." Helmasuin didn't reply as he lumbered to the staircase. As he listened to the footsteps down the stairs, Klein focused. Suddenly, he had a certain theory about why Emperor Roselle had failed to enter despite discovering the existence of the grey fog. He restored that silver plate, which resulted in his transmigration far after he became a Beyonder. As for me, I was already an ordinary person when I attempted the luck enhancement ritual again. Also, Emperor Roselle chose the savant pathway, while I took the seer pathway. The mysterious space above the grey fog clearly provides great aid in divination. Therefore, the prerequisites for entering the space above the grey fog is to be an ordinary person or be a Beyonder of the seer pathway, as well as knowing of the corresponding incantation, rituals, and symbols. The Emperor's experiments were too late, and he had chosen the wrong pathway, so he naturally had no means of entering it. With how the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways are considered neighboring pathways, perhaps the former two would work too. Could this be the deeper reason why the Emperor made the poignant point in his diary that he should have chosen one of these three pathways? Apart from not having any sequence zero for these three pathways, preventing any influence from the peak, it's also the key to entering the grey fog. As his thoughts churned, Klein placed this matter, which he couldn't obtain any confirmation of, at the back of his mind. He began considering Orange Light Hilarian's warning, be careful of the mother tree of desire. Due to the incident as Admiral Amirius, Klein was rather wary against the mother tree of desire. He had no choice but to change his identity and use the need for him to act, so as to hide for 2 months. Subsequently, he wasn't too willing to provoke Admiral of Blood and other members of the Rose School of Thought, afraid that he would fall into a trap. Towards the extreme danger lurking around, a normal human's first thought was to resolve the matter. It was likewise the same for Klein. However, the problem was that he had no solutions. The mother tree of desire was suspected to be a sequence zero true god located in the astral world. Even if Klein jumped up, there was no way he could hit her or defeat her. And the faction, the Rose School of Thought, that she controlled was an organization with quite a long history. It likely had angels presiding over it and had grade zero sealed artifacts. Otherwise, it was very difficult for them to survive to this day with the churches and all the secret organizations at odds with it. Therefore, even if Klein had plans of getting the help of Mr. Azik or other powerful figures, there was no way he could uproot the Rose School of Thought. It was even possible that they would encounter danger. Due to these reasons, Klein could only hide and hope that he could successfully advance to Sequence 4 and become a demigod. I've always been careful against the mother tree of desire. Mr. Orange Light Hilarion didn't know that I once fell for the evil god's trap at Oravi Island. Or did he specially come over to warn me that she would be doing something major soon? He was previously under Admiral of Blood's control, and Admiral of Blood is a member of the Rose School of Thought. He might very well know of something. Klein was instantly alarmed. He didn't just blindly believe that a faceless transformation was enough to fool the mother tree of desire's attention. According to Orange Light Hilarion's explanation, she would be able to discover certain unique traits when in close proximity with me. This is something the faceless Beyonder powers are unable to mask. She hasn't done anything in a while. Could it be that she is attempting to use this sensation to bestow something to her believers through some ritual or item, and that she is about to succeed soon? Klein slowly frowned as he felt that it was certainly a possibility. This made him more eager to return to Backland. In that huge city, even angels had to behave themselves, just like a particular snake of fate. The believers of the Mother Tree of Desire and the powerhouses of the Rose School of Thought were unable to act as they wished. All they could do was wait for an opportunity. Phew! Klein exhaled and headed above the grey fog. He divined if his life would be in danger soon. This time, he received a negative answer his life wouldn't be in danger. However, Klein didn't relax as a result. He recalled that the mother tree of desire's divination interference could penetrate the grey fog's shielding to a certain extent, and very long ago, his spirituality had prevented him from divining the werewolf Beyonder characteristic above the grey fog. This was because it might very well involve the chained guard, and the chained guard was suspected to be another manifestation of the mother tree of desire. Either there's really nothing going on and that I'm overthinking matters, or the danger is already very close. That's why the mother tree of desire took action to interfere. To be safe, I need to make preparations, even if it's proven to be a false alarm. It's still better than being captured by the Rose School of Thought and taken away by the Mother Tree of Desire to perform some unspeakable matters. Klein immediately returned to the real world and took out a pen and paper before quickly writing a letter. He started with, "Dear Mr. Azek, considering how the underworld was inside the spirit world, that the demigods of the death pathway were considered high-ranking spirit world creatures in a certain way, and that Mr. Azek might be able to see his unique trait after he recovered his memory." Klein was rather honest. He directly wrote about the entire conversation between Orange Light Hilarian's manifestation, Helmasuin the scientist. The only thing he left out was about the grey fog and the parts about the great existence above the grey fog. Finally, he mentioned something. "Does Mr. Hilarian's warning imply that I'll suffer mortal danger from the Rose School of Thought?" After he folded the letter and blew the copper whistle to summon the messenger, Klein still didn't find it safe enough. He hurriedly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Silently, Rionette Tinker appeared before him. Each of the four heads with blonde hair and red eyes rotated and said, "There's no letter. I have something to discuss with you." Klein forced a big smile. He handed over the gold coin he received from Anderson and said, "This is the fee for the summoning." One of the heads, Rionette Tinker, held bit onto the gold coin. The two other heads that didn't get the chance to speak asked, "What is it? I might face a certain degree of danger soon. I wonder if it's possible to summon you for help." Klein tried his best to make his eyes look sincere. The 8 eyes on Rionette Tinker's forehead darted around as they said, "Yes, pay 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. That's 10 £0. Klein turned agape as he said with a wry smile, "I don't have that much money." Rionette Tinker's four heads spoke one after another. "You can pay by installments, installments." Klein was surprised that his messenger kept with the times. After 2 seconds of shock, he said, "All right." Rionette Tinker didn't say anything else as her four heads nodded simultaneously before disappearing in front of Klein and returning to the spirit world. Chapter 725. Morning upon seeing the messenger disappear, Klein thought of the demigods he could contact on short notice, but he realized that there weren't any. All he could do was turn his attention onto what he should do next. The citywide broadcast must have made C. King John Copman not only find Helmasuin, but he would also do his best to search for Sea God and the traces of his believers. "It's easy to be detected if I leave in the middle of the night, so I can only choose to stay here until daybreak. I can't take that ship tomorrow. If I encounter an attack midway, I might affect everyone on the ship. Furthermore, it's not discreet enough. I can summon an undersea creature and leave by riding it. I can rest and switch rides on the deserted islands and reefs we encounter along the way until I arrive at the next port. Since Orange Light said that the unique trait can only be detected at close distances, it still won't exceed the size of a city. Even if the Mother Tree of Desire tries to expand her perception range to find me via a ritual or her believers, it might even be limited to the size of a particular street. This is also why I encountered a trap when I arrived in Oravi. As long as I leave Bayam, I should be able to escape from their gaze." While Klein's thoughts gradually turned clear, he suddenly heard a signal from the radio transceiver. He hurriedly went over and quickly jotted it down. Then, with the codebook, he transcribed the corresponding words into a single sentence. Before long, the telegram's content appeared on paper in jet black. "I see you, I see you." When Klein read those words, he felt a chill run through his heart. Bayam, in an ordinary residence not far from the Governor General's office. In a spacious basement, there were candles silently burning, scattering their dim glow around the surroundings. Silver coin Viper Odor had already taken off his hooded robe. He looked at the middle-aged man opposite him as he trembled. He said with a quivering voice, "Lord Senna, I don't know how Helmasuin's real hiding place was known by others as well." Senna wore an old triangular hat. His eye sockets were recessed, and his face was shockingly pale. He looked more like an evil spirit than a human. He raised his hand to stroke the two black mustaches above his lips as his light brown eyes coldly swept across Odor's face. In response, the well-known adventurer couldn't help but lower his head. After observing him for a few seconds, Admiral of Blood, in his white trousers and red coat, said with a deep voice, "Less than 3 minutes after that telegram was sent, it was spread across the entire city, and the message spread was part of the telegram. I suspect that another faction has begun paying notice to radio transmissions, and they had obtained our codebook from old Quinn. Yes, yes, it has to be the case, Oda hurriedly echoed, hoping that Admiral of Blood wouldn't pin the loss of Helmasuin as him being inept. He knew very well that this pirate admiral was cruel to subordinates who made mistakes. Senna swept his gaze at Oda and sneered. Regardless, you failed. If not for you and your mistress giving me plenty of joy, I would have gotten you to dig out your intestines. Send a telegram. Tell that listener who might or might not exist that I can see him. Let him spend the night in horror and unease. This is the only thing you need to do now. Upon hearing that, Oda immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Admiral of Blood in trepidation and the bloody altar behind him before reverently replying, Yes, Lord Senna. He felt that he would have become part of the sacrificial items just moments ago. After Oda retreated out of the basement, Senna turned his head to look at the altar covered with human heads, organs, limbs, and blood. He said in a manner even more reverent than how Oda treated him, Lord Shanks, has the ritual succeeded? Yes. All that's left is to wait for God to respond. A cold, unfeeling voice sounded from the drooping curtains around the altar. Then the curtains seemed to possess life as they rolled up on both sides, smoothly forming a knot before landing in the middle of the altar. A somewhat translucent figure appeared by the side of the altar at some point in time. His skin was slightly brown, and his wrinkles formed deep crevices. His white, thinned hair was like leaves in autumn, as though they had lived for many, many years. He humbly fixated his gaze at the candlelight with his brown eyes. Senna didn't dare say a word as he stood beside Lord Shanks, awaiting for any changes to happen to the altar. Suddenly, the candle's flame was dyed with all kinds of colors. Each color seemed to correspond to the different desires of an observer. The heads, organs, limbs, and blood on the altar moved by themselves as they stacked up together, forming the state of a melted candle. Before long, they formed a tree of flesh and blood that wasn't too tall. Its surface was uneven, resembling the shell of a walnut. Plop, plop, plop. The interior of the tree of flesh and blood seemed to have a heart beating forcefully with strength. When Senna was about to succumb to the din, the tree of flesh and blood instantly withered, rotting into slush and collapsing. There was a tiny, flesh-colored, moist, sticky ball left behind. Soon, the tiny ball grew 4 limbs and a head, turning into a palm-sized humanoid creature. Its face didn't have any eyes, nose, or ears, other than a pinhole-like mouth. In its mouth, grayish-white fog spewed out before converging back in. It repeated several times without stopping. The elder named Shanks devoutly and passionately chanted the name, Mother Tree of Desire, and reached out to grab the strange, tiny figure. Silently, all the candle lights were extinguished, but to a wraith who had night vision, this didn't affect them from seeing things. Senna observed Shanks and heard this important person say in a deep voice, We've prepared for a long time for this ritual, and God's grace can help us sense the existence of the target through a wider range. Next, we can use the glasses made by the life school of thought to accurately locate him. As he spoke, Shanks took out a monocle from his inner pocket. It didn't look any different from a normal monocle, but it coruscated with a pearly white luster in the darkness. Lord Shanks, what should we do next? Senna asked respectfully. The wrinkled Shanks thought for a few seconds and said, Seek out the target after daybreak. If he has powerful helpers, we will monitor him and prevent him from leaving our detection range. Then patiently await Lord Sewer's arrival. If he doesn't have any guardians and is weak himself, then we shall take action directly. After hearing the word, Sewer, the corners of Senna's forehead twitched as though just the mere mention of this important figure's left him apprehensive. He slowly took a deep breath and said, Yes, Lord Shanks. After answering, Senna instinctively touched the necklace by his chest. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient coin. Klein, who didn't get much sleep for the rest of the night due to the fright from receiving the telegram, immediately sacrificed his suitcase, wallet, and most of his cash to the mysterious space above the grey fog at daybreak. After clearing up his tracks, he went to the front desk to check out. He rode a carriage to the borders of Bayam, left the city, and climbed the mountain as though he was heading for a cemetery prepared for locals. Midway through his journey, he suddenly took a detour into the woods and planned on walking straight to the cliffs where a massive undersea creature was waiting underneath for him. The birds chirped, and the insects buzzed in the woods as critters would occasionally scuttle by. Klein walked through the humic material-covered grounds at high speed. Along the way, he saw mushrooms growing after the rain, torn cloth, and rubbish which the Bayem residences had left behind after a picnic. Everything seemed so serene alongside the fresh morning air. A leaf fluttered down as Klein didn't stop and easily dodged it. At that moment, the leaf's speed sped up and did a surprising bend, clinging to him in between his lips and nose. It was like an adult's palm that clasped his mouth and nose tightly, making it impossible for him to breathe. Sue, Sue, Sue. The surrounding trees had their branches fall off as they shot at Klein like sharp arrows, and the rubbish left from the picnic received a life of their own. They formed an airtight net as they came looming over. Chapter 726. Preparations are very important. Suddenly, Klein had a familiar feeling. It felt like every tree, every leaf, every rock, every blade of grass wanted him dead. Upon seeing the rubbish comprising of fragments and paper lunge at him in a strange web, his body suddenly collapsed into a paper figurine. Sue, Sue, Sue. The arrow-like branches impaled the paper figurines and landed into the distance. As for the strange net, it immediately enveloped everything within into a ball as it gently squirmed. Klein's body appeared to the side about 8 meters away. He knew that the attack he was worried about had finally descended upon him. He didn't make any observations or show any hesitation. Raising his right palm, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the adventurer's harmonica. The situation he had encountered had made him realize that the attacker was likely a demigod from the Rose school of thought. It was an enemy he was currently unable to defend against. The one who had been pursuing Sharon back then gave him a similar feeling. At this moment, the paper figurines in his pocket suddenly flew out as they plastered over his face, one after another, layer after layer. At the same time, Klein's sleeves automatically tightened as they bound both his arms, preventing his palms from reaching down. His Taraba shirt and brown jacket were tightening like a bear giving him a hug. In seconds, he was bound on the spot by his clothes, trousers, and shoes. His face was covered with paper figurines as his ribs were on the brink of fracturing. He found it abnormally difficult to breathe. Klein was mentally prepared and was equipped with rich combat experience, so he didn't panic. His right thumb and middle finger, which weren't affected, touched each other as he snapped his fingers. At his ham, scarlet flames immediately soared up, burning the tightly bound trousers clean before spreading upwards and downwards. Seizing this opportunity, Klein bent his knees and jumped up with great difficulty, like a cannonball that weakly fell to the ground moments after being launched, as he lunged to his right. In midair, he snapped his fingers again. This time, the sleeve by the right arm joint was ignited. As for the spot where he was originally standing, the green weeds suddenly withered, as the blackened ground suddenly turned white, as if it had been weathered by the elements. This attack was silent and deadly, without any forewarning. Klein knew that his enemy was powerful and that staying in the same spot would likely result in him suffering an attack he couldn't resist. Therefore, he first removed the influence on his legs. If he hadn't done so, he would have already been heavily injured and lose his ability to do combat. He might have even perished. With a smacking sound, two spots around Klein's sleeves ignited. His right palm finally had the freedom to move as he reached into his pocket and grabbed the adventurer's harmonica. Plop! He fell to the ground, rolling as he immediately stopped himself with his right hand to bounce up. His left palm, which wore a human-skinned glove, snapped its fingers. This time, his target was the paper figurines that were plastered over his face to prevent him from breathing. Pah! The paper figurines burned up as the scarlet tongues of fire burned Klein's hair. At that moment, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. An icicle had formed and was speeding right for his head like a thin, gloomy green arrow. Due to its speed, it was translucent itself, making it usually impossible to discover it. But even though Klein's danger premonition was triggered, it was a little too late. This was because his clothes were still affecting his mobility. It was too late for him to dodge the attack. A thought flashed through his mind as he barely bent his back. His upper torso was bent backward, and he moved quite significantly to his right. Oof! The thin, cold ice arrow struck his left chest, instantly shattering the brown jacket and white round collar shirt, which were located there as they scattered into the air. However, this lethal ice arrow didn't continue heading forward. This was because, in its way, was a book with a dark brown cover. The book appeared ordinary, and it was bound into a book with commonly seen yellowish-brown goatskin, but it didn't shatter like the two pieces of clothing. There wasn't even a hole pricked open. Grossel's Travels. This was an item that even the Sea Guard Scepter's lightning storm imbued with some powers of the mysterious space had failed to damage. Last night, the telegram of "I see you" gave Klein such a fright that he undoubtedly reinforced his protective countermeasures. He prepared every method he could think of. Apart from hiding the book at his vital spot, his other pocket had the iron cigar case which stored the influence of the corrupted true creator. Once things went bad, he would dispel the wall of spirituality, throw out the item, and see if it would draw the attention of the true creator. He hoped that he would send his powerful subordinates to make the situation more chaotic. He knew that even evil gods like the true creator hated the mother tree of desire. After withstanding the ice arrow, Klein fell to the ground while somersaulting to the side. He then brought the adventurer's harmonica to his lips and blew hard into it. At that moment, his face was turning a little black due to the burning of the paper figurines, but due to flame controlling, he wasn't injured. Then he felt that the clothes on his left arm, waist, thighs, neck, and legs were restored to normal, giving him newfound freedom. At the moment he blew the harmonica, he quickly activated his spirit vision. He saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with four bland, red-eyed heads in hand. They automatically turned and stared at the same spot. One of the heads grunted as it opened its mouth and began drawing in air. A cold wind hummed as a figure was forcibly pulled out from a green tree 100 meters away from Klein. This figure failed to maintain his difficult-to-detect state as he rapidly turned half-transparent and half-corporeal. He was the wrinkled elder with white, thin hair. His facial features had the traits of the people of the southern continent. Just as his brown eyes reflected Rionette Tinker, his brows pricked up. Then he didn't hesitate to open his mouth, as though he was about to deliver an extreme curse that he had been preparing for a long time. At this moment, another one of the heads which Rionette Tinker was holding had opened its mouth as well, as though it was making a silent screech. With that, nothing happened inside the forest. When Shanks saw this, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Klein, who had yet to react in time when a figure with white, thin hair and exaggerated wrinkles appeared in his eyes. His mind instantly turned cold. Although his thoughts weren't impeded, he had lost control over his body. All he could do was watch the white-haired elder vanish as he turned to face Miss Messenger. The two heads which Rionette Tinker carried suddenly flew out and appeared before Klein. One of them opened its mouth as it drew in air, while the other's red eyes turned dark as its teeth turned long and sharp, phasing between an incorporeal and corporeal state. Klein saw the translucent elder with white, thin hair being forcefully pulled out from his body, before Miss Messenger's head with the long teeth that bit at his shoulder, tearing out an object that appeared both like a spirit body and a physical body. Shanks frowned without screaming. Its figure abruptly vanished as it leaped to a spot with a glass fragment 100 meters away. Following that, he seemed to be pursued by formless hands and enemies. He kept phasing into shallow puddles of water, the eyes of animals, the dew on plants, etc. Finally, he was able to catch a breather, and still, Klein was feeling a little stiff and cold from the inside out. Phew! Shanks entered the spirit world and walked out again. In his hand was a moist, sticky, palm-sized doll. This figure's face only had a hole as it was inhaling and exhaling a grayish-white fog which Klein found familiar. Shanks didn't hesitate as he stuffed the doll into his mouth. Upon seeing this, Rionette Tinker's other two heads left her palm, and like before, flew towards Shanks at a fast speed, arriving nearly instantly. However, Shanks had already begun transforming. His body turned black as his skin scrunched up and water began seeping out. His hair, brows, and other parts began withering and dropping. Following that, his limbs grew long and thin. In just a second, Shanks seemed to be assimilated by the doll, becoming a huge, black, moist infant with long forelimbs and swollen, shriveled skin. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears moved from their original locations to the middle of his face as though they were gathering together to form a brand new organ. His skin, limbs, and newly formed organ brought an indescribable sense of mystery and wickedness. Just a single look had made his body, which had just recovered from the coldness, feel extremely itchy. Red spots protruded from his skin as a result of the clumps of fine granules. His eyes undoubtedly suffered a piercing pain. He instinctively closed them tight as tears were forced out. By the time he calmed himself with cogitation and opened his eyes again, he realized that Miss Messenger and the Rose School of Thought's demigod had vanished. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that they were nearby. They were in an intense battle shuttling between the real world and the spirit world. Be it the dropping of the leaves, the shaking of the weeds, the crawling of the worms, and the fleeing of the wild beasts, all of them represented each and every clash. As his mind whirred, Klein took out Death Knell and tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger twice. Countless illusory, thin threads appeared in his eyes, making him see objects that usually couldn't be seen with his normal vision or spirit vision. Two blobs were flying around him, and the dense black bundles of threads that entangled with each other were Rionette Tinker and the Rose School of Thought's demigod. Apart from these, Klein also discovered that a blob of illusory black threads was rapidly approaching him. It would stop from time to time, so as to avoid the intense battle between the two demigods. There's another enemy. An enemy who was hiding in the distance awaiting the results, but hasn't decided to participate in the battle. Anyways, anyone who's stealthily approaching in such a situation must be an enemy. Klein's eyes moved slightly as he cocked the death knell and lowered it naturally to put it into a state for lethal attack. Then he pretended as though he hadn't detected the bundle of illusory black threads, stuffed his left palm into his pocket, and grabbed a gold coin. He made it tumble between his fingers, as though he was in a divination state. He was doing this to disrupt the approacher's spiritual intuition for danger. After losing his paper figurines, this was the only method he had. After patiently waiting for 2 seconds, when the other party was within shooting range, Klein's eyes turned solemn as he suddenly raised his right hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 727. Lucky One Thud. The black revolver with the slightly long barrel recoiled backward as a pale golden beam shot out, heading straight for the spot where the target was about to arrive at. However, the illusory black threads suddenly stopped, as though they were observing something. From his condition, it didn't appear like he had sensed the arrival of danger, but he had his attention attracted by something else. A grayish-white rabbit leaped out the thick grass and fled far away as the tree standing in front of the blob of illusory black threads collapsed due to the gunshot. At the height of a human, a gigantic and irregular hole and a raging pure fire appeared at the tree's trunk, directly splitting it from the middle. Death Knell's might was equivalent to a small-caliber cannon, and its penetrating powers were even more potent. The blob of dense, illusory black threads was clearly given a fright as it instinctively disappeared from where it was, appearing on the surface of a nearby puddle of water. Inevitably, his figure was outlined, had a pale face with deep recessed eye sockets and light brown eyes. He looked to be in his 40s, had a double mustache above his lips, and wore an old triangular hat. Klein was no stranger to the man, as his bounty notice often appeared before his eyes. Step by step, they were stacked into a clear image, Admiral of Blood Senna. Just in loan alone, his bounty was worth 42 pounds. He had long infiltrated Bayam. Was it to take away Tyranny von Helmerswin? After this scientist passed away due to being discovered, he joined the Rose School of Thought's mission to target me. I seem to have an additional weakness, but before it's triggered, I've no way of knowing what it is. As his thoughts raced, Klein saw Senna's figure disappear once again. However, the traces of Admiral of Blood's existence was rather obvious. The blob of illusory black threads of his was like a firefly in the darkness. It wasn't difficult to identify him at all. The blob of illusory black threads circled around him with the aid of the morning dew, glass fragments, and water puddles that had frozen for some reason. Jumping again and again from one medium to the other, the gap between the two soon narrowed. Klein didn't wait on the spot. Instead, he quickly moved, but only slightly shifted his position so as to prevent the Rose School of Thought demigod, who was engaged in an intense battle, from attacking him in passing. Senna's performance made him understand one thing. A wraith's ability to possess someone to directly control their body requires them to enter a certain range. Previously, although the Rose School of Thought demigod was able to accomplish it at further distances, he hadn't done so, perhaps out of contempt or for fear of any accidents. It could be confirmed that Senna was a Sequence 5 Wraith. Klein kept changing his location, and he awaited the opportunity when the distance between them was more suitable. Just as Admiral of Blood's speed slowed down slightly, and he was about to possess his target from a distance, Klein's left glove suddenly turned deep black, as though it was formed layer by pure particles. Following that, he said a word filled with foulness, a word that came from the devil language. Slow. Senna had sensed it, and changed his position before Klein could even open his mouth. But everything within an 8-meter radius came to a halt. His evasive maneuver had failed to show any effects. It was an area of effect attack. Senna's figure suddenly became slow. He once again outlined his figure in the real world as Klein raised his iron-black revolver, cocked it, and placed his target in his sights. With death knell, he saw that Senna's body was covered with all kinds of colors that indicated his weakness wasn't at his head, but slightly above his throat. Without any hesitation or delay, Klein pulled the trigger. Lethal attack. At that moment, a blob of illusory black threads walked to Senna's side and pulled at him. Admiral of Blood immediately moved diagonally as the golden bullet grazed past his neck, striking a boulder and shattering it. A golden flame burst from Senna's neck as it jerked his head up and opened his mouth. A sharp shriek blasted out and entered Klein's ears, causing his mind to hum as his body came to a temporary halt. Formless souls had flown to Senna's side at some point in time before mixing with cold winds. From the sky and from the ground, they surged towards the enemy. In each of Klein's eyes, a pale-looking man with a red coat and triangular hat quickly appeared and took form. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers as his body was instantly enveloped by scarlet flames. He disappeared from his location before the wraith was able to possess him, and under a tree that was less than 10 meters away, weeds burst into flames as the flames grew bigger and they soared into the sky. Klein nimbly leaped out from it and raised death knell again. He aimed towards the spot where he was originally standing still at, and he injected more than twice the normal amount of spirituality into the gun. Slaughter. Thud. He pulled the trigger as a golden bullet split into countless shrapnel, and with a sacred flame, swept to the region the gun's mouth had aimed at. The formless specters and souls seemed to be swept away by a solar hurricane as they failed to resist and were ignited amidst screaming. Senna knew that a counterattack was in place once his possession attempt didn't succeed. He immediately flashed into a nearby glass fragment in an attempt to evade the incoming shot. But the bullet hurricane brought about by Slaughter was a rather huge range that included that glass fragment. Amidst a huge boom, golden flames struck the sides of the glass without hitting it. With only burn injuries, Senna leaped to another mirror surface and appeared on the surface of a rolling drop of dew a distance away. His body had a rotting wound thanks to the purification powers, but it wasn't anything serious. There's no way he's that lucky, right? Indeed, Senna has a mystical item that makes himself lucky. There are only 3 purifying bullets left. Klein frowned as he agilely ran over as though he was in pursuit. As he knew that he was facing members of the Rose School of Thought, he had changed all the Bayonder bullets in his revolver to purifying bullets that targeted wraiths and zombies. There were a total of 6 bullets, and now he had already shot thrice. In the first shot, Senna was saved by a rabbit that suddenly leaped out. In the second shot, he was yanked away by the Rose School of Thought's demigod who happened to come beside him. In the third shot, he happened to be in the gap of the fragment amidst the slaughter hurricane, preventing him from suffering too much damage. Klein found this level of luck completely unacceptable. However, Klein didn't wallow in depression. Instead, he turned back into German Sparrow's appearance and build. This was for him to immediately throw a bunch of Sea Guard domain charms to create a certain commotion once things went south, so as to attract the attention of Sea King John Cartman, who was in Bayam City. If this Sequence 3 demigod were to arrive, he would be facing a Rose School of Thought demigod, a hostile pirate admiral, and an adventurer with a mysterious background who had certain ties with the military. It was quite obvious who he would deal with first. As for Miss Messenger, Klein believed that she could escape into the spirit world in a timely fashion and was free to choose whether to participate in the battle royale or leave. The reason why Klein didn't escape in the middle of the night after receiving the telegram last night was because Sea King gave him a sense of security. If he were to leave alone, he would definitely be noticed and captured by the Church of Storms. He would be interrogated, making the subsequent developments unpredictable. If he were to stay in his room and await the person who saw him to attack, he had a chance of struggling until he reached the streets, allowing Sea King to notice it. Faced with an evil operative who was at least a demigod and a Sequence 5 adventurer who was rumored to have ties with the military, there was no doubt that John Cartman would first deal with the Rose School of Thought member. And as a cardinal of the Church of Storms and a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, he could use various sealed artifacts of the diocese. He could last a moment, even if he faced an angel. At the same time, with the reinforcements from the military, there was a chance for Klein to escape to the sea during the chaos and leave via whale. To his regret, the night remained peaceful after he received the telegram, and once daybreak happened, Sea King would find it difficult to monitor the entire city. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers again, igniting the surrounding trees. This appeared like blooming fireworks around him as they exuded an inexplicable sense of beauty. The reason why he had chosen to pass through the forest ahead for the cliff was because this was a place that was suitable for a magician's performance. His figure flashed through the flames as he circled around Senna, avoiding his approach and control. And from the previous experiences and lessons, Senna knew that his target had an area of effect attack and a damaging blow. He didn't dare stay too close to him, and he would pull away and create a gap once he missed an attack. Otherwise, he would use a wraith's shriek to affect his target, or use his pale green fingers to aim at his target. Unfortunately, the latter could only extinguish flames and wither vegetation. There was no way to pinpoint Klein's location. Seeing how the fireworks-like flames were the biggest barrier to his attacks, Senna stopped and let out the deafening shriek which would also damage a spirit body. Amidst the shriek, the icy blue halo beneath his feet rapidly expanded, covering the mud, randomly strewn weeds, and scattered rocks with a layer of ice. The flames sizzled as they produced tiny amounts of mist before being extinguished by the frost. Klein was influenced by the wraith's shriek, causing his flaming jump to be one step too slow. He ended up feeling his figure projected itself midway as his feet stumbled. Then he saw illusory skulls swirling with black gas rush at him, bringing with them the strong smell of death, as though an envoy from the underworld had arrived. At that instant, Klein didn't seem like he could dodge. However, a light blue fireball emanating the smell of sulfur suddenly condensed before him. His glove remained black as it remained in its devil state. With a thumping sound, the fireball was extinguished as the illusory skulls shattered and scattered to the ground, creating spots that didn't have any life to them. Right on the heels of that, Klein steadied his body and took out the iron cigar case from his pocket. He threw it at Admiral of Blood Senna as his glove turned noble and sinister at some point in time. Baron of Corruption, Bribe, Chapter 728. Triple Combo Senna obviously wasn't going to bet that the item thrown by his opponent didn't pose a threat. He immediately dodged far away, allowing the iron cigar case, which was sealed by a wall of spirituality, to fall to the ground. Then he opened his mouth once again and produced a shriek. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his own spirit body made Klein experience excruciating pain in his head. Even though he often suffered from the ravings of existences like the True Creator and Mr. Door, and was rather resistant towards such attacks, it was impossible for him to not pause momentarily. He felt his nose burning as though a capillary had burst. However, with his resistance combined together with bribe, the effects were reduced. It made his momentary pause only last for an instant, and this was something Senna had no idea of knowing. Therefore, Klein pretended as though he hadn't recovered as he revealed his weak state, waiting for the enemy to fall into his trap. In an ordinary battle, as a wraith was able to jump through mirror-like mediums, making it impossible to determine that location ahead of time, it made it impossible to maintain a 5-meter distance from his opponent, even if he created flames and repeatedly used it to achieve phasing. It caused his spirit-body threads controlling ability to be disrupted momentarily after there were any significant effects. For this, he planned on taking a little risk. He made his opponent fall for a trap he planned, so as to quickly end the battle and escape to the cliff. Seeing his target appear dazed due to the repeated shrieks, Senna didn't hesitate to make his aura turn deep. Admiral of Blood's contracted figure rapidly appeared in Klein's eyes in an abnormally clear manner. This wasn't a reflection of the world, but two tiny figures seemingly coming to life in his eyes. When the wraith's possession was almost close to completion, Klein, with his tattered and charred clothes, unhurriedly extended his left palm as though he was gesturing please as a polite gentleman. Creeping hunger maintained its sinister and noble blackness as it forcefully distorted Admiral of Blood's target. Due to the freezing halo from before, there was frost and crystalline bodies everywhere around them. All of them were equivalent to a mirror surface. On the thin ice, Senna with his triangular hat had appeared there. His expression was as though he was at a loss. At that moment, creeping hunger switched to a deep black state as Klein said a word filled with foulness, a word that came from the devil language. Slow, just as he was about to use the mirror surfaces to phase away, Senna instantly froze. His figure involuntarily outlined itself as his body turned extremely rigid. His attempts had failed. As there was no way to repeatedly use slow, Klein made his left glove turn pale as it was tinged with a slightly dark green color. Zombie. The ceiling caused by the frost on the ground had once again exacerbated as they rapidly spread to Senna's side, as they began to spread from his toes to turn him into a completed ice sculpture. With his knowledge that wraiths had a very strong resistance to the cold, Klein didn't let his guard down or waste any time. He made creeping hunger transform as if it was gilded. The illusory black threads in his eyes were hidden away as two blinding silver bolts of lightning shot out from the innermost depths of his eyes. Interrogator's psychic piercing. In his usual state, Senna's fusion of spirit and flesh typically wouldn't be significantly affected. He could even cause the attack to backfire on his opponent. However, having just recovered from slow, he found himself sealed in ice. All he could do was resist the formless bolt that targeted his spirit body. His mind felt as though a blade had penetrated it as it twisted. The pain spread through his body as he temporarily lost all reason. By the time he regained his lucidity and prepared to make continuous leaps to open up a distance, the cold adventurer opposite him opened his mouth once again. Slow, dodged. Senna's actions turned sluggish and impeded once again. Then, without any surprises, he suffered from the two follow-up attacks of ice stun and psychic piercing. When he barely escaped again, the black-haired, brown-eyed German sparrow opened his mouth a third time with a deadpan expression. Slow. Senna was enraged as he reeled in despair before finding himself stuck in a perpetual cycle. As for Klein, who had kept his opponent in place 3 times, was beginning to control his opponent's spirit-body threads. In fact, the most effective solution for when his opponent was unable to escape was to take the opportunity to use Death Knell to deliver 2 or 3 lethal attacks. But his past failures had told him that his enemy had a mystical item that allowed him to be lucky. An overly direct and lethal shot might very well lead to an accident, resulting in some undesirable effects. It was precisely because of this that he decided to gradually proceed in the proper order by controlling Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. Time quickly passed. As Klein ran around Senna to dodge the possible attacks from the Rose School of Thought demigod, he controlled Senna's spirit body threads, and he slowly reached the state of gaining initial control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Senna's thoughts instantly turned sluggish as though every part of his body was rusting. Klein no longer had the strength to use creeping hunger again. He continued deepening his control as he began walking at an adequate speed. No, I can't let this continue. Thoughts slowly moved through Senna's mind as a translucent icicle condensed in front of him. It was dyed with a gloomy green, as though it was showing its respect to the surrounding forest. As for Klein, who had witnessed his opponent's series of slow actions, he unhurriedly retracted his left hand and took out Grossel's travels from his chest and braced himself. So the icicle finally shot out, seemingly heading for Klein's chest, but it suddenly changed directions midway as it flew diagonally upwards. This adjustment should have been a sudden lethal blow, but as Senna's thoughts had been slowed down significantly, the order received by the icicle had only happened when it was almost reaching Klein. This made the sudden change insufficient to catch Klein by surprise as he shifted Grossel's travels and easily blocked the attack. Senna's expression turned pale again. After a few seconds of thought, he slowly opened his mouth in an attempt to let out a wraith's shriek. Having already prepared himself, Klein spoke first. Bang! An air bullet quickly shot out and struck Senna in the mouth, throwing his head backward as teeth fell. The shriek was left stuck in his throat. Seeing the control deepen, and how Senna's resistance was crumbling bit by bit, to the point of losing his reason and launching a barrage of attacks like a lunatic, Klein suddenly felt some joy. At that moment, a shrill, sharp infant's cry sounded and resounded in the woods. Lumps protruded all over Klein's body as he dropped Grossel's travels from his hand. His head felt as though it was being clasped tightly by an invisible hand, making him momentarily lose his senses of his surroundings, including the spirit-body threads. His control over Senna was removed as a result. About 100 meters away from them, the large-sized baby, which was black, swollen, and wrinkled, that appeared to have stormed out of the water had escaped its illusory state and returned to reality. His limbs were long and thin, and there was only an irregular hole on his face. Circling the hole were gnarling teeth. At that moment, Shank's body had an additional wound that was obvious and deep. It was a piercing wound that went through the black and swollen skin, causing putrid blackish-green liquid to gush out. After this, Rose's school of thought's demigod appeared. He stopped dodging or escaping. He began screaming like crazy, letting out infantile screams. It made Klein and Senna fall into a painful stupor. Even their bodies showed signs of losing control. The four blond, red-eyed heads were thrown into the void as they opened their mouths and let out a soundless shriek, silencing the terrifying cries. Rionette, Tynker, and Shanks had engaged in another round of combat, phasing between the spirit world and reality from time to time as they shuttled between leaves, weeds, insect eggs, ice crystals, and thorns. Senna and Klein stood in their spots in a stupor. They tried their best to recover from the effects of the infantile cry. In this aspect, Senna believed that, as a wraith, he had an unsurpassable advantage. The corners of his lips subconsciously curled up a little. He had already figured out what to do with his opponent later. But at that moment, the eyes of the adventurer who was in tattered clothes while exuding a cold demeanor had turned lucid. It had only been a second since the infantile cry had ended. Klein, who was experienced in this, quickly recovered as he realized that Senna was still in a dazed and impeded state. An opportunity. His mind stirred, but he didn't attempt a long-distance attack, which allowed for plenty of accidents. Instead, he chose to control Senna's spirit-body threads, which took more time. He tapped his right foot as his figure dashed towards his opponent like a panther. His left glove was dark, and when it moved backward, it condensed in a manner that resembled a blade, forming a gigantic weapon formed from lava and flames. Desire Apostle, Sword of Lava. Bam! Klein's body passed by Senna's left as the searing sword swept across his chest and got stuck in the middle. The light blue flames ignited Senna, but aside from suffering damage to his body, he didn't lose his life. However, the pain left him yelling incessantly. After the two brushed by each other, Klein immediately abandoned the Sword of Lava. He took a step to his left and turned around, facing Admiral of Blood's back. He raised the iron-black death knell to his opponent's head. He didn't use lethal attack, and he directly pulled the trigger. With a bang, his body suddenly shook a little. This was because the spot he had stepped onto appeared to be a hole. Hence, Death Knell had slid downwards, and the golden bullet had hit the side of Senna's neck. Blood tainted with a dark green tinge spewed out. Admiral of Blood had lost nearly half his neck as he fell forward. He fainted, but he remained alive. Klein was just about to add another shot when the sky suddenly darkened. An arm suddenly reached out. The arm was 10 meters long, and it had a black sticky surface with strange protrusions. They were either skulls, erected eyeballs, or barbed tongues. The moment it appeared, it made the entire forest shake. All the leaves withered as all the insects stiffened to their deaths. All the beasts either fell paralyzed to the ground, or they began biting themselves wildly, leaving their bodies bleeding. Klein's danger premonition reached its limit. He hurriedly closed his eyes, lunged forward, and did a roll. He grabbed Grossel's travels and held it in front of his face. Chapter 729. Chaos. The entire forest was withering, as though an entity that was bringing about destruction to everything was about to descend. Just as the arm was about to fully extend, a thick bolt of silver lightning smote down from nowhere, illuminating the entire mountain. The sizzling sounds chained together as a cage only spoken in myths enclosed around the black sticky arm. Dark clouds quickly converged together in the sky, forming brows and a mouth, as though a face was hidden within. In Bayam City, the huge commotion was noticed by Sea King John Cartman. He didn't hesitate to take action as he ordered the mandated punishers to activate the corresponding sealed artifacts. Rionette Tinker's figure was forced out of the void, but her complicated black dress didn't seem crumpled at all. She raised her left hand as two of the blonde, red-eyed heads flew back and landed on her severed neck. The remaining two continued engaging in combat with the black, swollen, and wrinkled infant. When the cut at her neck began to wriggle, two corresponding cuts were connected. Her figure instantly burgeoned to the size of a Gothic castle. Patterns, vines, and accessories appeared on the surface, interweaving into a mysterious, sinister sight that couldn't be looked at. Klein closed his eyes tight as he placed Grossel's travels in front of his face, injecting his spirituality into it. But he was unable to eliminate all the effects inflicted upon him. His body kept quivering as granules kept protruding from his body. And only at this moment did he confirm that the side effect of using Death Knell was a fear of the dark. For the next 6 hours, he wouldn't suffer any more weaknesses. Thankfully, the weakness is just insurmountable, but it doesn't mean that I'm unable to resist for a short period of time. Klein desperately closed his eyes as tears kept rolling down his cheeks. He didn't spend time considering the problems regarding this, because the situation had developed into one of extreme danger, but it was also very chaotic. The one that descended seems to be stronger than Sea King. It's likely an angel, but his condition doesn't seem to be particularly good as well. He didn't directly appear, and he instead used the spirit world to attack. Is it because he can't rush here in time and could only consider using this method? Thankfully, I received a warning from Orange Light. Otherwise, the results would be unthinkable if this situation drags on. As Klein's thoughts flashed through his mind, his first reaction was to take the opportunity to flee and open up a safe distance. However, he knew that hastily retreating without any preparations was equally dangerous. If the Rose School of Thought's angel abandons the attack and retracts his arm, see King John Cartman wouldn't have any motivation in embroiling himself in a pursuit effort. This is because he isn't facing a saint who he can consider retaining. This way, simply relying on Miss Messenger, Rionette Tinker, makes it difficult to stop this entity. I might be pursued again when the time comes. I have to add more trouble for him, making him temporarily unable to leave. I'll take this opportunity to escape the waters where Blue Mountain Island is. As his thoughts churned, Klein followed his emergency plans, took out Grossel's travels, stuffed Death Knell inside, and made a few rolls before arriving next to the iron cigar case. He stabbed it with his finger, removing the wall of spirituality and opening the case, and he threw tinder, which was corrupted by the true creator, into the air, towards the source of the danger. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Grossel's travels to shield the top of his head, opened his eyes, and took out a whistle. This wasn't Azic's copper whistle, but the numinous episcopate copper whistle which he had obtained from a mysticism enthusiast in Backland. It originated from a resurrected numinous episcopate member. Back then, Klein had made a divination about the copper whistle, and he received a revelation that sending a message would be extremely dangerous. At that moment, he decided to allow extreme danger to meet extreme danger, so as to create an even more chaotic situation that benefited him. He quickly put the copper whistle to his mouth and blew into it. Then he activated his spirit vision without daring to look up. A skull with 3 lifeless eyes emerged. Around it were black appendage-like tentacles. Without any hesitation, Klein handed over a white feather left behind by the resurrected numinous episcopate member to the messenger. He didn't wait for the messenger to disappear as he immediately bulged his muscles, swung his arm, and threw the copper whistle into the air where the source of danger was. With that done, he put away the iron cigar case, did another roll, and bounced up as he rushed straight for the cliff. During this process, he kept his head down and kept changing location. He didn't dare to look at the scene happening above him, nor did he dare to stay any longer. When he passed by the spot where Admiral of Blood Senna should have been lying unconscious, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. He was alarmed to find that he had vanished. In that chaotic situation, without any aid, this wraith, who had suffered immense damage and was unable to maintain his spirit-body state, had vanished. Klein paused as he swept his gaze. He saw that ahead of him were a few drops of splattered dark red blood that coruscated with a dark green tint, and this region was where Grossel's travels had previously dropped. No way. A few drops of Admiral of Blood's blood dropped onto the book's cover. This sucked him in. Klein frowned, as he didn't think it was a good thing. He was afraid that the angel and saint that the Mother Tree of Desire had sent was able to gain the help of Admiral of Blood from within Grossel's travels to pursue him. However, it was impossible for him to abandon the book. Without it, Klein didn't believe that he was lucky enough to dodge all the stray blasts and unknown shrapnel which could fall from the sky at any moment. I'll resolve this latent risk by entering with my spirit body after I escape. As a few thoughts rose up in his mind, Klein dipped the tip of his foot down as he ran, lifting up the soil which had Senna's blood on it, reached out and grabbed a handful. This was used to locate Admiral of Blood later. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran in a meandering manner, holding Grossel's travels over his head, making adjustments from time to time based on his premonition for danger. The book blocked the random bolts of lightning or the scattering rain of corroding rock, and it shielded him from a terrifying gaze that was cast over. With the book, Klein successfully tore out of the lifeless forest and came to the edge of a cliff. At this moment, the surroundings turned dark. It wasn't the kind of darkness before a storm, nor was it a result of a moonless or starless night. It was a dead silence that emanated the smell of rot. Ravings sounded out from varying distances and at varying pitches, as though something seemed to be slowly breathing in the air. Klein, who was afraid of the dark, trembled. He didn't dare to look at what was happening above him. All he noticed was a few white feathers stained with yellowish oil spiraling down to the ground nearby when there was a flash of lightning. His right foot took a stride forward as he jumped off the cliff and plummeted straight down. He fell out of the darkness and could see light. Then he dropped into a mouth that had been waiting for him for a long time. The mouth didn't have any teeth as it immediately closed and sank to the bottom of the sea. According to the agreement they had made previously, it was to head for a reef beyond Blue Mountain Island as quickly as possible. This was a gigantic undersea creature with 16 fins on its back. In the darkness, Klein instinctively wished to huddle into a ball and helplessly tremble, but he barely repressed his emotions and took out a priest of light bay-under characteristic he had prepared to deal with wraiths. He had obtained it through the glove. Pure light emanated from the translucent stone-like object as it drove away Klein's fear. He was just about to contemplate if he should wait for the outcome or if he should attempt something when he suddenly felt the back of his palm become itchy. He hurriedly looked down and saw his paws widen as they grew some fine white hair. These fine hair rapidly grew and looked like feathers. Klein immediately felt his entire body itch. The fellow that was attracted by the copper whistle is really very dangerous. Klein was rather experienced. He immediately stood up and took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation in the undersea creature's mouth. His spirit body once again tore through the grayish-white, which had endless ravings and roars as blackish-green gases drilled out of his body. Returning to the palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein observed his spirit body once again, and he discovered that it had returned to normal. There weren't any of the blackish-green gases, nor were there any white feathers. Phew, it's effective. He exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. With the illumination from the priest of light bay-under characteristic, Klein saw that the white feathers on the back of his hands remained, but they had lost the ability to continue growing. There were more or less some signs in other parts of his body, but they weren't obvious. Yes, I should be able to resolve the remaining problems once Mr. Azik arrives. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and drew the crimson moon on his chest. He prayed for the goddess's blessing and that Mr. Azik would arrive quickly. At this moment, Rionette Tanker's figure appeared before him. Miss Messenger had 3 heads growing on her head while she held one in her hand. Compared to before, she appeared more lively. She reached out with her left palm and grabbed Klein's shoulder, and she directly brought him into the spirit world as they quickly traveled through it. Amidst brightly stacked colors, Klein felt somewhat dizzy before he returned to reality and realized that he was on a reef. Rionette Tanker's 4 heads swept the area and said, "All ready. Safe. Remember, to pay. Next time." With that said, she vanished as though she had something more important to do. You could do that. I should have just gotten Miss Messenger to bring me away using such a method. However, her present state doesn't seem to be that great either. This must be a state and method she seldom uses. As Klein reflected over the matter, he placed the priest of light bay under characteristic into his pocket, and he kept Grossel's travels outside. Just as he was about to size up his surroundings to figure out where he was, another arm reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Klein jumped in fright as he hurriedly turned his head, only to discover that Mr. Azik had arrived. Azik grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into the spirit world once again. They rapidly moved through the brightly stacked colors. Actually, I'm already safe. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say those words. Chapter 730. Handling the latent risk on a mountain outside Bayem City, in a forest that had lost all its vitality because it was buried by a half-collapsed cliff. A tall, stocky middle-aged man with deep blue hair was wearing a storm priest robe as he stood in the air and overlooked the area. There was a clear burning rage in his eyes. He was none other than the Church of Storm's cardinal, Archbishop of the Rorsted Sea, high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, see King John Cartman. At that moment, the battle from before was still fresh in Cartman's mind. He remembered how every participant in the battle retreated. The angel from the Rose School of Thought had used a particular method to transfer his powers over from a great distance. After he failed to achieve his objectives, he rather easily brought away his heavily injured partner, and no one wanted him to stay, aside from the strange monster that appeared out of nowhere. John Cartman remembered very vividly that when the angel retracted his arm, it had sparse white feathers on the black, sticky arm. From the top of the skull, and from inside the erected eye, they grew from unimaginable spots. And all of this was because the Rose School of Thought's angel was dodging the glove with the true creator's aura while using some of his strength to shatter what seemed like an ordinary copper whistle. Shortly after the sinister and strange spirit world creature engaged in battle with the angel, it voluntarily retreated into the depths of the spirit world, preventing John Cartman from pursuing it. The Aurora Order Saint, who had opened a door of teleportation, didn't participate in the battle. After observing the situation in puzzlement, he picked up the glove with the true creator's aura, and he opened the door to leave before the battle ended. The strange monster that was summoned because of the copper whistle didn't have a fixed form. He was like the manifestation of death itself. He was like a mist that filled the surroundings, but had many feathers with yellowish marks on it. His target was obvious, Angel of the Rose School of Thought. Before the latter escaped, he had also vanished from the area as though it were in pursuit of his target. But even so, John Cartman, who had taken a sealed artifact from the city and rushed here, still felt uneasy. It felt like suddenly jumping forward while on his long journey towards death. The only person without any godhood had fled the scene before John Cartman arrived, and he was nowhere to be found. However, John Cartman recognized him. He was an adventurer who had killed a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, making him qualified to have his information placed on Sea King's desk, although this wasn't something that he needed to pay great attention to. John Cartman, who had experienced the Seafarer sequence, still remembered the relevant information. He cast his gaze towards the cliff and looked down at the crashing waves as he muttered a name. Jayman Sparrow. On an island in unknown waters, Klein and Azik's figures were rapidly outlined on the shore. Klein was just about to speak when the hat-wearing, bronze-skinned Azik's eyes suddenly turned dark, as though it was connected to a silent and dark world. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and all the undeveloped white feathers flew out and curled into a bundle, landing in his palm. With a gentle squeeze, all the strange feathers vanished, as though they had turned into food for the silent world in his eyes. Mr. Azik, this was brought about by that numinous episcopate whistle. Klein first pointed out the matter before explaining in detail. The situation was somewhat pressing, and to make the situation even more chaotic, I blew that copper whistle and gave that feather to the messenger. Then, a similar feeling from the underworld descended. I didn't stay, and I immediately left the area, but I still had these feathers on my body. Azik, with his soft facial features, nodded gently and said, I sensed it from afar. It shouldn't be an ordinary high-sequence Bayounder. I suspect that it's a byproduct of the numinous episcopate's artificial death project. Is that so? So it succeeded in holding back that Rose School of Thought angel. Klein thought in joy. Azik looked around and continued, I still have matters that require my attention. This might awaken more of my memories. When all of that is done, I'll look for you again to claim that ring left behind by ancient death. I have a feeling that I might need to make a trip to the Berserk Sea or the southern continent. It's best if you head over to large cities like Backland or Trier. In those places, the forces the Rose School of Thought can deploy are very limited. They wouldn't dare to act rashly. Of course, it's best that you choose places like Parsu Island where major churches have their headquarters, but this will bring about another type of danger. Isaac's last sentence was a joke, just like an ordinary lone gentleman. The experiences of his present life seemed to leave a deep impression on him. Regardless of the portion of memories that he had recovered, he still showed clear signs of his old self. In situations regarding retained memories, the time span of decades shouldn't have much of an influence on the time span of millennia. But from a state of complete memory loss, 2 to 3 decades is enough to remold a person. After Mr. Isaac completely recovers his memories, will his many different lives result in him having different personalities? What a profound question. I'll let Miss Justice consider it later and seek advice from the psychology alchemists. As Klein was thinking, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that Mr. Isaac wasn't delving into why he had a conflict with the Rose School of Thought. Instead, he asked, "Mr. Isaac, do you know anything about the Mother Tree of Desire?" Isaac shook his head. "I didn't even know of her existence before you sent me the letter." "You didn't know the Mother Tree of Desire?" Klein was taken aback as he switched to asking, "Then what about the chained guard?" Isaac shook his head again as he said with a smiling sigh, "In ancient times, she or they might have had other names." "That's right." Mr. Isaac began the cycle of losing and finding his memories at the end of the fourth epoch. He kept wandering the northern continent, while the Rose School of Thought was born in the early fifth epoch in the southern continent. Klein nodded and didn't ask further. And since Isaac had matters which needed his attention, he gave a few words of advice before bringing him to traverse across the spirit world until he arrived at a particular beach on the northern continent's eastern shore. With Mr. Isaac gone, Klein looked at the seawater that kept surging towards the shore for a few seconds. He wasn't in a rush to head for the nearby city. Instead, he found an uninhabited cave, set up a simple ritual, and created a wall of spirituality. He sacrificed creeping hunger, death knell, Isaac's copper whistle, Grossel's travels, and the soil with Senna's blood to the mysterious space above the grey fog. Then he walked 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the mysterious space. He took the seat which belonged to the fool, and he summoned a metal bottle. As it was stored above the grey fog, the remnant blood in the tiny bottle didn't coagulate. After wearing his glove and stuffing the other items, Klein poured a few drops and smeared it over Grossel's Travels' dark brown cover. Hey, why doesn't a brand new story start right from the beginning with the addition of a new character? Klein looked at the book that didn't change its name as he suddenly felt puzzled. Before he had the time to think, his vision turned into a blur, as though there were countless translucent creatures hidden around him. Everything soon turned clear, and Klein found himself sitting on a long wooden chair along the street. This was where he had departed from previously. There's a saving function. Klein joked inwardly as he took out the mud stained with Senna's blood before snapping a tree branch to attempt divination. Following the results he received, he walked out of the city, entered a nearby forest, and found the unconscious Admiral of Blood beside a small stream. At this moment, only about 10 minutes had passed since the battle. The exaggerated wounds on Senna's neck, chest, and abdomen were contracting and appeared to have recovered significantly. Such a level of vitality was completely different from a human's. In another 15 to 30 minutes, Admiral of Blood would likely wake up, and in another 1 to 2 hours, his mobility would be restored. This was a zombie, a wraith. You had a chance of being rescued by your organization's angel and demigod, but your blood happened to splatter onto Grossel's Travels, making you a prisoner of this book and giving me enough time to handle you. Of course, this made you avoid the stray attacks of the battle between demigods, preventing you from dying immediately. I've no idea if you call this good or bad luck. Klein mumbled as he observed, while grasping Death Knell in his hand and reaching out to Senna's neck and removing the necklace made of pure silver. The necklace had a pendant of the same color which resembled an ancient coin. Both sides were filled with mysterious patterns and relevant symbols, as well as words carved in ancient Hermes. You will be as unlucky as you are lucky now. This is the mystical item which raises Admiral of Blood's luck. Unfortunately, even a demigod can't enhance my luck, so I doubt it can. I can sell it for money, or I could ask Miss Messenger if I can use this to make a partial payment. Klein wasn't in a hurry to take the necklace as he placed it on the stone beside him. He was afraid that there were unknown side effects that might affect the things he was about to do. Then Klein focused as he controlled Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. He wanted to make his first marionette, which he would use for an extended period of time, so as to conclude the principles of a marionettist. Furthermore, no marionette was more convenient to bring around than a wraith. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In just 10 seconds, Klein achieved initial control. Senna's spiritual intuition sensed the danger as his body showed obvious signs of struggling. But he was unable to wake up due to his heavy injuries and sluggish thoughts. Time ticked by, and by the fourth minute, Klein didn't hide his sigh of relief. At that moment, Admiral of Blood Senna opened his eyes, rolled to his feet and faced him. With a harmonious series of actions, he pressed his chest and bowed. "Good morning, sir. How may I be of service?" Chapter 731. Gain's illusory black threads emanated out of Senna's body and entered Klein's hands. With every jolt in spirituality, it gave a different reaction. In fact, there was no need to use both hands when controlling the spirit-body threads. Klein was just accustomed to doing so, as it gave him a feeling like he was truly controlling a puppet. From the looks of it, other marionettists can discover each other's marionettes. The Senna's abnormality can't be hidden from their eyes, so I have to be careful about this. Klein concluded the problems he discovered, and he quickly turned his thoughts back onto Senna. This Admiral of Blood was dead. His spirit body had become a vessel for the marionette, losing any traits that belonged to him. Therefore, many divination methods were ineffective against him. Of course, methods to seek his corpse were still effective. Klein planned on cleansing the wraith in the grey fog before using paper angels to envelop the mirror-like objects that he had possessed before placing him into a cigar case that was sealed by a wall of spirituality, along with Azic's copper whistle. This created a three-layered interference effect. This way, Klein believed that, even if the Rose School of Thought Angel wished to, it was impossible to use divination to lock onto his position via Admiral of Blood. As for whether the Mother Tree of Desire had left any backdoors in Senna's body, he wasn't too worried. This was because if that really happened, she could have mutated Senna during the demigod battle royale in order to deal with him. Based on the situation back then, there was a guaranteed chance of success. Mother Tree of Desire, or should I say, the Chained Guard, strictly controls its organization's members. It relies on a vow contract and other methods that are ingrained into the soul. This can be inferred from Miss Sharon's descriptions and my interaction with the corresponding characteristics. As long as I don't attempt to use Admiral of Blood to divine the secrets of the Rose School of Thought or the potion formula of the mutant pathway, I wouldn't trigger any problems. The werewolf Bayunder characteristic has remained normal despite being above the grey fog for so long. Besides, there's still the grey fog cleansing process. If there are any latent problems, it should be washed out. Klein thought for a while and took out Azic's copper whistle from inside his body. He turned his right wrist and made the side with fewer patterns appear under the sunlight, making it reflect the light. Immediately, the copper whistle had Senna's figure appear on it as it rapidly turned clear. The Admiral of Blood in front of Klein suddenly vanished as a result. Perhaps the Mother Tree of Desire can use the vow contract and other methods to vaguely lock on, but that doesn't matter. She can sense the grey fog's unique trait on me anyway, and she will sense me once I'm within range. Besides, this marionette might be destroyed at any time when I use it as a shield. Klein was like a jobless tramp who was debt-laden. He felt that there was almost nothing he was afraid of. Of course, he really was debt-ridden. As long as I advanced to a demigod and could hide my unique trait, it's fine losing marionettes. Klein surveyed the area as he bent his back to pick up the silver necklace. He took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation softly. This time, he hadn't entered via summoning his spirit body, so he couldn't directly return. The greyish-white fog was quickly emanated as hysterical ravings and roars echoed for an eternity. Azic's copper whistle didn't react abnormally, which meant that there weren't any latent problems with Admiral of Blood. Sitting at the end of the bronze table, Klein placed Azic's copper whistle in front of him, making Senna who was dressed in a dark red coat and old triangular hat, appear. He was like a butler awaiting orders from his master. "Do you have any other items on you?" Klein asked, as though Admiral of Blood was still alive. This was his attempt to act as a marionnettist. Following that, he controlled Senna, made him rummage through every pocket as he subsequently took out £325, 16 solely, and 8 pence in cash. There were also 13 gold coins. Apart from that, perhaps due to his frequent act of transforming into a wraith state, Senna didn't carry anything else on him. How poor. As a pirate admiral, you don't even have a single mystical item. Did you hand it over to the Rose School of Thought or your subordinates? Klein seriously considered cashing out Admiral of Blood via the black market. Just in loan alone, he was worth £42,000. Yes, claiming the bounty from loan isn't pragmatic. Be it the Church of Storms and the Kingdom's military, they will follow the clues to capture Jem and Sparrow, who managed to embroil so many demigods in a battle royale, and then investigate the organization backing him. They wouldn't even pay, and they might even plant a trap. By the same logic, the churches and governments of other countries must have similar ideas. However, they might be easier to work with. Retrieving the bounty will require substantial risks. Besides, there's no rush. I'll send Senna out when I plan on switching marionettes. After all, being a marionette for a few days won't change his identity or value. Klein reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze on the silver necklace with an ancient coin attached to it. He immediately used divination to gain the gist of its origins and usage. It came from a Sequence 5 winner from the Life School of Thought. After dying at the hands of a Rose School of Thought demigod, this gentleman's Bayonder characteristic and psyche fused with an ordinary silver necklace that he carried with him, turning into a mystical item. As for the reason why the ordinary silver necklace would be carried by a Sequence 5 powerhouse for extended periods of time, Klein was unable to receive any effective revelations from it, as it had been too long and it had been corrupted. The mystical item had two uses. One was to passively make the wearer lucky. In their daily lifestyle, the owner would encounter good things, easily succeeding in whatever they did. When suffering a lethal blow or terrifying disaster, ridiculous scenes would happen, allowing them to be successfully rescued. The latter situation only lasted for 10 minutes. The second use was to actively give an enemy bad luck, making the target unlucky. Be it in daily life or combat, it was easy for them to experience failure due to some trivial problem. The corresponding negative effects of the necklace was the conservation of luck. After being lucky, they would immediately meet with repeated bad luck. They would be as unlucky as they were lucky before. It needed the wearer to be devoted and seriously avoid any danger. Otherwise, it was very easy for them to die in a comedic manner and even harm people around them. The luck received in one's daily life would often revert back after a month. The user would end up unlucky regardless of whether they wore it or not. However, such bad luck was slowly released, so it wasn't too dangerous, and luck obtained in combat would similarly strike back 10 minutes later in a similar vigor. Overall, this is a rather good mystical item, but I don't have much use for it. After all, Fate Counselor Rixardo was unable to change my luck. I'll just wear it on me for now. It has few negative effects on me. I'll sell it if there's a chance to pay off my debt with Miss Messenger. Miss Messenger wants gold coins, while I have gold pounds. It's nearly impossible to exchange 10 gold coins through the banks or official markets. From the looks of it, I'll have to do it in batches, getting each Tarot Club member to change some of it. Klein soon decided on a plan as he casually came up with a name for the necklace, Scales of Luck. Following that, he cast his gaze onto Senna, who was standing reverently to his side. He began to study the powers a wraith had: forceful possession, enemy control, wraith shriek, mirror blink, obstacle penetration, death-related spells, and invisibility that wouldn't be discovered by most mid- and low-sequence Bayanders. Klein distinguished each power, and he matched them with Sharon's and Marek's description, as well as his experience gained from combat. He soon concluded this, afraid that the candle in the outside world would finish burning, and a dark cave was extremely bad for the present him who had a phobia of the dark. Klein immediately took out a paper figurine from the junk pile, and together with the Black Emperor card, he stirred some of the powers above the grey fog, turning it into an anti-divination angel. This angel rapidly spread its wings and wrapped around a gold coin. On its reflective side was Senna's figure. Then Klein brought the gold coin, Azic's copper whistle, death knell, and his suitcase back to the real world. As for creeping hunger and Grossel's travels, one of them hadn't been fed, and the other might cause Klein to be swallowed into the book for carrying it for too long. Therefore, they were left in the junk pile above the grey fog. Having returned to the cave, Klein hurriedly placed the gold coin and Azic's copper whistle into a cigar case before sealing it with a wall of spirituality. He cleaned up the scene, switched into formal clothes, and carried his suitcase. He followed the beach until he came to a residential area. He discovered that he was near Pritz Harbor. He didn't immediately return to Backland. Instead, he changed his appearance, took a steam locomotive, and headed for Canant City in Daisy Bay. He planned on circling the area once before changing his identity again. Banzi Harbor. Alger Wilson looked at the destroyed city under the afternoon sun. He saw that the buildings had completely collapsed, and there were deep chasms in the ground and charred spots everywhere. Such a scene extended into the depths of the island. Even the mountain had collapsed. At that moment, there wasn't anyone from the Church of Storms watching the ruins, since there wasn't anything here, and the plans to rebuild the harbor wasn't brought forward at all. Alger jumped off the Blue Avenger and circled the ruins with his sailors, but they didn't discover anything of value. "Let's go," he instructed with a staid attitude. He soon boarded the ship which hoisted its sails and left the island. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly walked out from the depths of the ruins. He wore a double-breasted, pure black clerical robe. He had dark golden hair, and his facial features were clear and distinct, like an ancient, classical sculpture without any wrinkles. His eyes were dark blue, nearing black. They looked lusterless, but they were filled with dense blood capillaries. Chapter 732. Destination Daisy County, Canant City, 67 Red Indus Street. Wearing a commonly seen face in the Lone Kingdom, Klein took a step forward and rang the doorbell. In less than a minute, the door creaked open as a maidservant looked out and asked out of curiosity, "Good evening, who might you be looking for?" "I'm here to find Ma'am Nilu. I'm a friend of her father, Davy Raymond," Klein answered calmly. Davy Raymond was the nightmare who he had released from creeping hunger. It was a red glove from the Nighthawks, and the first thing on his mind before he dissipated was his daughter, Nilu Raymond. He was very apologetic towards her for not spending time with her while she grew up, making her effectively lose her father when she had already lost her mother. Klein had promised him that he would make a visit to the beautiful coastal city if he had the chance to visit his daughter. Having probed for more information earlier, Klein had gained a general idea about Nilu Raymond's situation. After this girl graduated from grammar school, she worked at the Women and Children Care Foundation, which was run by the Church of the Evernite Goddess. She had a weekly salary of £2.10 solely and was the target of envy by her neighbors. She also inherited an inheritance from her businessman father. As for how much it was, no one knew. They just knew that she was richer than most people from the middle class. Typically speaking, women with such wealth would place great emphasis on their marriage. They would repeatedly select and observe candidates, resulting in their late marriage. However, Nilu had married to a civil servant just a year later. As both parties were believers of the Evernite goddess, she didn't take on her husband's last name. She continued going by the name Nilu Raymond, and she continued staying at 67 Red Indus Street. After hearing Klein's answer, the maidservant quickly requested him to wait as she entered the living room to report to her mistress. Before long, a woman in a home dress walked to the door. She had black hair and blue eyes. Her face was rather thin, and she was rather pretty. She resembled Davy Raymond. "Good evening, sir. I'm Nilu, Davy Raymond's daughter. May I know when you got to know my father?" Nilu Raymond asked politely but warily. Klein took off his hat and smiled. "I got to know him at sea. It's been several years." Nilu Raymond swept him with a wary gaze and said, "Perhaps you might not know, but he has already passed away." Klein sighed and replied, "Yes, I know. I got to know him through that disaster. He had some words to say back then which I didn't think too much about. However, the more I thought about it in recent years, the more I felt that I should inform you." "Is that so?" Nilu said softly. After some thought, she invited him. "Please come in. Would you mind if my husband listens in?" "This is up to you to decide," Klein frankly replied. Nilu nodded and led Klein into the study. Her husband had the looks of an ordinary civil servant with a gentleman's bearing. He put down his newspapers and followed them in. After both parties sat down, Klein looked at the couple on the sofa and deliberated. Mr. Davy Raymond once experienced disaster after another. He lost his father, mother, wife, brothers, and sisters. Nilu nodded with a deadpan expression. I know, Klein thought and continued. He appears to be a merchant, but he was in fact seeking out the murderers who caused that disaster. I know. Nilu didn't object to it. Klein glanced at her and continued. He dedicated himself to this matter, and he was very regretful that he didn't manage to spend time with you growing up, making you lose your father alongside your mother. Nilu fell silent for a second before she rapidly replied. I know. Klein swept his gaze to the old books around him and sighed silently. He said that his greatest wish was to see you enter the hall of marriage under the witness of the goddess, to have your own family, and to not be lonely anymore. I believe he should be very happy right now. Nilu's gaze slowly moved away from Klein's face as she turned agape, answering only 2 seconds later. I know. Klein leaned forward slightly as he clasped his hands. He said that he might die at sea, and he wanted me to tell you that he died as a result of an accident. All the murderers from before have already been punished. You do not need to hate anyone. He also said that he loves you very much and that he's very sorry. Nilu remained silent for a few seconds as she blinked. She turned her head to the side and scoffed with an unclear attitude. Got it. Klein gave her a deep look before getting up. I'm done passing on the message. It's time I leave. Met with silence, Nilu's husband nodded gently as a gesture of thanks. Klein turned around, walked to the door of the study. Just as he twisted the doorknob, Nilu Raymond's voice sounded from behind him, deep and hoarse. What kind of person do you think he was? Klein fell silent for a second, turned his head, and curled his lips. He said with a smile, a guardian. He didn't stay any longer as he opened the door and walked to the coat rack. When he wore his hat and left 67 Red Indus Street, soft, restrained sobbing suddenly drilled into his ears. Shaking his head silently, Klein left the burrow and entered a cathedral of the Evernite goddess. Passing through the dark and serene aisle, he sat in the 7th row from the back. He faced the crimson half-moon and the black sacred emblem filled with resplendent stars. He took off his hat, lowered his head, and held his hands to his mouth, just like the many believers present. While praying silently in the silence and tranquility, time quickly passed. Klein slowly opened his eyes as he gently stood up. At the spot where he sat, he left behind an item wrapped in paper. Klein walked along the aisle and left the prayer hall, going straight to the cathedral's entrance. With his back facing the hall, he wore his hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Pa! The paper suddenly ignited where he sat, garnering the priest's attention. When this gentleman rushed over, the flames had already extinguished, leaving behind a dark gem-like item. This is. Although the priest didn't know what the item was, his spiritual perception told him that it was very important. When he and the other priests rushed outside the cathedral, the gentleman in a tailcoat and half-top hat had already disappeared. The next morning, through a local black market, Klein had obtained a new identity as he came to the steam locomotive station. In his hand was a second-class ticket worth 18 solely, as well as identification documents for himself. He held a black leather suitcase as he stood at the platform with his back straight, awaiting the arrival of the train headed for Backland. The present him was a middle-aged man who was nearing his 40s. He was slightly more than 180 cm tall, and his black hair had a few silver strands. His deep blue eyes were like a lake at night, and he was rather good-looking. He gave off mature and elegant vibes. Looking down at the identification documents, Klein's eyes reflected his present name, Dwayne Dance. After some thought, he placed the suitcase on the ground, laid it down, and opened it before stuffing all his identification documents inside. Inside the suitcase, there was a black wooden box containing the former lone soldier, Franzer Edwards' ashes. Moments after arranging his suitcase, he heard a whistle. A steam train chugged into the station spewing smoke before it slowed down to a halt. He looked up and cast his gaze forward as he examined it in silence. Then he looked down at his suitcase and whispered, "It's time to return." He then stood straight, carried his belongings, and walked to the open carriage door. Backland, Sherwood Borough, 26 Gunstead Street. Benson took off his hat, removed his coat, and handed it to the maidservant. He looked at his sister, Melissa, who was glued to her book in the living room. The entrance examinations are in June. You'll finally experience the pain of studiously studying that I endured back then. Melissa didn't look up as she continued reading. I'm studiously studying every day. A little humor, Melissa. A little humor. What's the difference between a person without humor and a curly-haired baboon? Benson said with a smile. Melissa casually glanced at him and said, "That wasn't what you said in the past." She didn't correct him on what the exact difference was between humans and curly-haired baboons, and she instead said, "Do civil servants also finish work so late?" No, there's been a lot of work recently. As you know, Ahiu don't. In such a huge reform, the handing over of work and the straightening out of different relationships are very troublesome. Benson swept the mirror in the living room. He couldn't help but lift his hand to comb his hair as he said, with a look of displeasure, "Although I'm only a low-ranking employee in the Ministry of Finance, that doesn't stop me from having plenty of work. The only thing to be happy about it, that I've finally survived the darn probationary period. I'll soon have a weekly salary of £3. Melissa put down her book, and she walked to the dining hall and said to Benson, "It's dinner time." She paused and said very seriously, "I read in the papers that there's something called Darningsman tree sap that has a significant effect on boosting hair growth." Benson's face immediately had mixed expressions. Whoosh! Amidst the whistle, the long steam locomotive chugged into Backland. Klein picked up his suitcase and once again stepped into the capital of capitals, the land of hope. He discovered that the smog had thinned significantly, and there wasn't the obvious palish yellow colors. The gas street lamps on the platform were already turned on, dispersing the gloominess and darkness. Surveying the area, Klein walked out the steam locomotive station, took the metro and a carriage, and came to a Church of Storms cemetery outside Westborough. Then he spent a little bit of money and placed Frunzer Edwards' ashes into a partition. By then, this lone soldier had already left Backland for more than 165 years. After taking a step back, Klein observed it for a moment before using a pen and paper to engrave something on the partition door. Frunzer Edward. He closed his eyes and added, "Every journey has its destination." End of the third volume Traveller, chapter 733. The return under a persistent rain mingled with the thin fog. The rows of street lamps tried their hardest to shine through the mist. The occasional horse carriage that proceeded down the streets was a common evening sight in Backland. Apart from these, Klein noticed a few gratifying changes while standing behind the window. Ring. A crisp sound echoed in the air as a two-wheeled mechanical device rushed down the side of the street to the other end of the street. Its frame was black in color, with some parts revealing grayish-white steel. Under the illumination of the street lamps and rain, it sparkled with the beauty of metal. On this device sat a man dressed in a postman's uniform. He kept pedaling with his legs, apparently using a great deal of strength. Behind him was a wooden box that had been painted in green. "It's been promoted very well." The white-shirted, black-vested, mature-looking Klein sighed inwardly when he saw this scene. In a few hours within his return to Backland, he noticed many similar mechanical devices, and they were none other than the bicycles that he had promoted and invested in. From the newspapers, Klein knew that the Backland Bike Company had done tons of advertisements. It even held a bicycle competition in boroughs like Sherwood and Backland Bridge so as to garner the attention of others. Apart from that, they also actively promoted it to the government departments such as the Postal Service and the police departments. The results were said to be pretty good. Their pricing strategy had followed Klein's original suggestion, avoiding the middle-upper class who often used horse carriages. Instead, they aimed their target audience at those with weekly salaries of £1.10 solely and above, such as technical workers, students with a decent family background, and clerical employees that often needed to travel outside. Therefore, a bike worth £3 to £5 was affordable for the people in this demographic if they bit the bullet a little. And at the same time, they could flaunt it to the masses who had incomes that were lower than them. The current issue is that Backland often rains. It's difficult to hold an umbrella while riding a bicycle. The next step should be a raincoat. Klein retracted his gaze, shook his head, and chuckled. The place he stayed at was a high-end hotel in the Hillston borough. It cost him 10 solely a night, making him feel quite the pinch. However, to match his persona, all he could do was bite the bullet and put up with it. His idea of Dwayne Dance was that he was a believer of the Evernite goddess, and a mysterious tycoon that came from Daisy Bay. He had sold his original land and mines, planning to seek out brand new opportunities in Backland. He had a certain level of interest in obtaining an aristocratic title, but he didn't have the abundant wealth to do so. He had to first expand his social circle and begin making some investments. The benefits of this identity was that it was clearly different from the characters Klein had previously acted as. It allowed him to very naturally interact with people from the middle-upper class, especially members of the Military Officers Club and the Backland Diocese bishops of the Church of the Evernite Goddess. It made it convenient for Klein to continue his investigations into the great smog of Backland, while gathering intel before he made detailed plans to steal the Antigonus family's notebook. There were obvious disadvantages as well. Such a mysterious tycoon would definitely catch the notice of the Nighthawks and mandated punishers, so there was a certain level of background checks that he would have to undergo. According to Klein's experience, such an investigation would be done by the official Bayonder organizations under the premise that nothing important had happened. It could also be handed over to the police department, but in summary, not too much effort would be put into it, as it would be considered a routine check. Therefore, Klein, who was considered quite an expert at disguises, had prepared a second layer to his identity as Dwayne Dance to his designs, so as to deal with the background inspection. This second layer to his identity was that Dwayne Dance was a person who had adventured in the southern continents east and west Balam for some particular reason. He had used a nickname, and he spent more than 10 years in that rather dangerous land filled with opportunity in order to amass a great deal of wealth. Since the origin of his wealth wasn't overboard, he had secretly returned to Daisy Bay, and he forged a new identity. He had planned on beginning a new life in Backland and gradually legalize his wealth. It wasn't rare to see such people in loan. Their stories were acceptable and imaginable for an investigation. For this identity layer, Klein had left some inconspicuous clues in Canant City so as to indirectly reveal the truth. These clues included, but were not limited to the stubs of his scalped tickets from East Balam to Canant City, habits as a result of living in the southern continent for extended periods of time, as well as his wealth of unknown origins. Klein believed that as long as Dwayne Dance didn't involve himself in any serious Bayonder matters, preparations such as this were enough to fool most routine background inspections. And if he encountered an extremely dedicated official Bayonder who investigated it all the way and was even willing to seek the help of colleagues from the southern continent, then Dwayne Dance had a third identity layer. It was that he was a cheat who had anti-divination measures to a certain degree. He disguised himself as a mysterious tycoon and spent large amounts of money in investments for this final scam. This identity was enough to get Dwayne Dance arrested, but the level of attention placed on him wouldn't be too great. This allowed Klein to exit the stage without much trouble. Compared to my first time in Backland, the creation of a three-layered identity shows how I've really matured significantly. Klein slowly walked to the middle of the room as he cast his gaze on a full-body mirror in the corner. His reflection had black hair and some strands of gray hair. His eyes were deep, but his experiences had left indelible marks on his face. He was a charming middle-aged man with a mature bearing. The design of Dwayne Dance's identity wasn't difficult for the present Klein. However, stealing the Antigonus family's notebook from behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's gate was practically an impossible task for any external Bayonder. Even a king of angels couldn't guarantee success. Of course, unlike other Bayonders, Klein had two advantages. First, he was once a Nighthawk. He had quite a good understanding of the internal procedures they followed, and he knew which matters he could exploit. Therefore, the first solution he eliminated was to become a particular Nighthawk, infiltrate it, and find a chance to pass through Channy's gate. There was a problem that existed in this. Nighthawks weren't able to randomly enter Channy's gate, even for the captains and deacons. Something had to happen first before they received the corresponding authority. Furthermore, Channy's gate had its keepers inside. Randomly entering or taking things would result in an attack on him, causing a battle to break out. Klein didn't wish for his theft to result in any deaths or injury to the members of the Church of the Goddess. After careful consideration, he placed his sights on the keepers. These elders were retired Nighthawks who volunteered to enter Channy's gate. They were in charge of watching the sealed artifacts and they were from a different department from the Nighthawks. They entered and exited using the underground passageway through the cathedral, and they never interfered with the Nighthawks' work, nor would they be disturbed by the Nighthawks. Perhaps a result of staying behind Channy's gate for extended periods of time, these keepers all had certain traits. They had cold auras and had deadpan expressions. Their skin was pale, and they resembled monsters from the deep darkness who were on the border of life and death. Klein believed that it wasn't difficult for him to locate his target if he met one. His initial plan was to rent a place in North Borough near St. Samuel Cathedral. He would hire a butler, a valet, a maidservant, a gardener, a chef, and a carriage driver to have a front as a tycoon. Then he would often head to the cathedral to pray piously, participate in mass, donate money, and familiarize himself with the bishops and priests. During this process, he would work hard to find suspected keepers. He would choose 2 or 3 targets and observe their habits. When the opportunity arises, he would imprison one of them, change into his appearance or directly possess him, pass through Channy's gate, and attempt to flip through or take the Antigonus family's notebook away. This was a very crude plan that was merely a train of thought. It needed to be perfected according to the intelligence Klein would slowly acquire. For this matter, Klein's second advantage was the Tarot Club. He had assistants that the Church of the Evernight Goddess and the Nighthawks would never think of. Furthermore, he could consider extending the recruitment of a Backland diocese Nighthawk or keeper into the gathering. He could then complete the theft through this traitor, just like how Emperor Roselle was used to obtain the Antigonus family's notebook by Zeratul. I've got to frequently head to the cathedral. Only by doing so can I find a target. Klein faced the mirror as he silently nodded. It had to be said that he felt conflicted. If a true Nighthawk or keeper were to betray the church to serve Mr. Fool, his first thought was to unleash divine punishment to get rid of this despicable traitor. After exhaling, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. He wore his double-breasted frock coat and hat, walked out the room, and reached the streets. With an umbrella, he circled to another street. Taking advantage of the distant street lamp and the drizzle, he suddenly changed back into Sherlock Moriarty. Glancing at his wrinkled trousers, Klein stopped a carriage and planned on heading to Isengard Stanton's house in Hillston Borough. Half an hour later, the somewhat ancient and dark building appeared before Klein's eyes. He paid too solely for his ride as he walked steadily around the puddles amidst the drizzle that refracted the yellowish light of dusk before coming to the famous detective's doorstep. Putting away his umbrella, he reached out to ring the doorbell and waited for a moment before seeing a man with a wide face open the door. The man had a head of malt-colored hair, grayish-blue eyes, and high cheekbones. He had the traits of someone from Lemberg or Massin, Mr. Isengard Stanton's new assistant, someone from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Klein took off his hat and said with a smile, "Good evening, is Mr. Isengard Stanton home?" "He is. He just had his dinner after a busy day at work," the malt-colored lad replied politely. "May I know who you are?" Klein chortled and said, "Tell the good detective that a friend of his has returned from his vacation." The young man was taken aback as he blurted out, "Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, chapter 734. Old friends, you actually know me. This means that Mr. Isengard Stanton often mentions me as a friend. Or does it mean that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom knows that I was embroiled in the great smog of Backland?" Klein smiled as he nodded in an unperturbed manner. "Yes, I'm Sherlock Moriarty." The grayish-blue-eyed lad immediately gave way as he warmly gestured him in. "Mr. Stanton has been worried about you all this time. He was afraid that you met with trouble. He can now be at peace." Klein handed him his umbrella as he took off his hat and coat while walking in. At this moment, Isengard Stanton, who had sensed something, had put down his papers and pipe, and he left his reclining chair to take a look. "Oh my, Sherlock, you're finally back. It's been so long, my friend." The thin Isengard with greyed sides revealed a smile as he came over with welcoming arms in an attempt to give him a greeting hug. Klein wasn't used to such a custom, so he forced himself to reciprocate it and smile. "Mr. Stanton, this isn't something a believer of wisdom would do." The bishops and priests of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom had their pride, and they seldom gave greeting hugs. But in fact, apart from the boorish Fasak Empire and the liberal Intis Kingdom, such a manner of etiquette was rare in other countries and regions. It only happened among very familiar friends. Isengard took 2 steps back and chuckled. No, Sherlock, we're never stingy with respect and friendliness towards intelligent friends. In my heart, you're one of the top 5 detectives in all of Backland. I like that. Klein smiled inwardly as he retorted in jest. So you're one of the top 3 detectives. To be praised as having true wisdom by a Sequence 7 believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom was really delighting. I wish that you share the same thoughts as myself, Isengard skillfully and gently replied. Then he invited him to the living room and to the sofa. He leaned into a reclining chair and picked up his pipe. With a deep breath, he exhaled. I'm very happy that nothing bad happened to you. You seem especially fine, both in body and mind. How was it? Was Daisy Bay fun? Klein had already prepared an excuse as he calmly smiled. In fact, I didn't go to Daisy Bay. I ended up going to Constant. Heh heh, I was previously embroiled in some trouble in Backland, so I could only find a place to hide. Sherlock Moriarty was a gentleman from Midseashire who had a slight accent. It was a very normal choice to return to his hometown after causing trouble. Constant was Midseashire's capital. I know, Isengard replied heavily. He didn't inquire about the trouble which Sherlock had involved himself in. Instead, he said with a smile, in short, welcome back to Backland. Come to me if you need any help. Klein didn't stand on ceremony as he immediately said, the purpose of my visit was first, because it really has been a while since we last met, and second, I wish that you can sell my shares in the Backland Bike Company on my behalf. Heh heh, all the documents are in place, and there's no need to carry out any other procedures. In order to act as a mysterious tycoon and to repay Miss Messenger with the 10 gold coins, not only did he plan on selling items he had little use for, but he also planned on letting go of the last 10 of his shares in the Backland Bike Company. After all, Sherlock Moriarty wasn't able to appear in a legitimate fashion for a long period of time. Are you really going to sell it? Isengard stroked his pipe and said, although I've never been a businessman, I can tell that the bike is a product that's of great value and something that can be promoted on a large scale. Its commercial future is like the newly risen sun, and it has yet to reach its limits. You'll be losing plenty of money by selling it now. That's why a buyer will be very willing to raise the price significantly because of this expected value. Klein chuckled. I believe the people who can tell the value of the bike and its future aren't in the minority. And Framis and Leopard are definitely unwilling to reduce any part of their holdings at this stage. There shouldn't be a problem selling my 10 shares at twice or thrice the normal price. Isengard, the pricing of shares isn't about the present, but about its future. To illustrate an alluring story for the buyer and investor, and drawing a beautiful future is very necessary. Of course, the value and future of the bike don't require additional input from me. Anyone with any business sense can tell. The only problem stems in the rubber production. Klein silently added inwardly, the pricing of shares isn't about the present, but about its future. Isengard softly repeated Klein's words, and after a moment he sincerely sighed. Sherlock, perhaps you should be involved in the business world. However, there will always be many accidents present. To dare to take risks is equivalent to chivalry in business. Oh well, I admit that I've recently been in dire need of large sums of cash, Klein replied with a smile. Isengard picked up his pipe as he gave it a satisfactory suck. You've convinced me. I will specially hire a lawyer and accountant to confirm the market value of Backland Bike Company. Then I'll add on an estimate of the expected profits and sell that 10 of yours. The corresponding fees and taxes will be deducted from the amount received. Oh, how should I contact you? It seems like your rental contract for the house at Minsk Street has lapsed. Klein obviously wouldn't expose his present identity. He said, having prepared for it, you can post news on the Tussock Times, Backland Daily Tribune, and other newspapers about the sale of the shares to make more people know. Only when there's competition would there be better price negotiations. When it's sold, you can publish a notice to indicate that the deal has been closed and that further inquiries won't be entertained. And when I see that notice, I'll come visit you. Isengard was no stranger when it came to communicating over published notices in the newspapers. He nodded and said, no problem. Of course, all expenses will be deducted from the final sum received. With his main goal accomplished, Klein stood up and reached out his hand. Thank you for your help, Isengard. I need to leave. We can talk in the future. Isengard didn't hold him back as he sent him straight out the door. Klein circled to a nearby street and took a carriage to the Braveheart's bar as he admired Braveheart's bar's night view in the drizzle. He planned on re-establishing all the news and resource channels which Sherlock Moriarty used to have. After entering the noisy bar, he didn't head for the bar counter to order some beer and make inquiries. Instead, he circled around the boxing ring in preparation to leave, so that he could wait for Miss Sharon to appear on the carriage outside. At this moment, the door to a billiard room creaked open. Ian, with an old coat, walked out with newspapers in hand. His red eyes did a cursory sweep when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure. He gaped his mouth, but he didn't say his name. He greeted in pleasant surprise. "Good evening, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Not for now. I'm only here to visit an old friend." Klein smiled warmly. As he spoke, he noticed that the papers in Ian's hand was news at sea. On it was a striking headline. "Shocking! Crazy adventurer made a fugitive." Crazy adventurer. Klein intuitively believed that it had nothing to do with him. Ian noticed his gaze and raised the newspapers with a smile. "This is one of the rare up-to-date reports from news at sea, because the bounties have already appeared in various places. The crazy adventurer, J.M. Sparrow, plotted to bring harm on the city of Generosity, and he has been proven to be a member of a cult. In this incident, thanks to the Church of Storms and the military, no one from Bayam was injured, but Admiral of Blood Senna, who was involved in the matter, vanished as a result. It's suspected that he has been killed by J.M. Sparrow. Guess how much of a bounty they are offering for J.M. Sparrow. 50 £0. It has exceeded Admiral of Blood's, and it's almost reached that of Admiral Hell's. 50 £0. Klein's heart stirred. He calmed the palpitations in his heart as he replied with a smile, "Unfortunately, few people can claim such a bounty." He pointed at the bar's entrance and said, "I'll come to look for you again when I have the time." "All right." Ian didn't ask further as he mentioned in passing, "Is Mr. White from the Harvest Church your friend?" "That fellow, Emlyn, is finally willing to get out of the house. For those primordial moon believers." Klein nodded. "That's right." After saying that, he squeezed through the crowd and pushed open the door to leave the Braveheart's bar. After getting onto a rental carriage, Klein cast his gaze outside, awaiting Miss Sharon's appearance. Of course, he wasn't certain that she was here. Months had passed, so it was very possible that this lady and Marek had switched their area of activity. Silently, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned to look at the window. On the glass which could reflect the night view, a young lady in a black bonnet and Gothic-styled black dress clearly appeared. Turning his head, Klein saw Miss Sharon sitting opposite him. Her pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale expression didn't seem any different from before. "Good evening." Klein, who no longer needed to act as J.M. Sparrow, greeted first. Sharon got up a little and curtsied. Realizing that she might have read news at sea, he was momentarily unable to find a topic for small talk. He cleared his throat and directly said, "I killed Senna." "Okay." Sharon nodded slightly, indicating that she was aware. Klein smiled as he continued, "If Marek still needs the Bayonder characteristic of a wraith, he can wait and prepare the money needed. Once I find a replacement, I'll sell Senna to him." Sharon didn't ask what replacement meant as she replied, "After seeing that piece of news, he has been awaiting your return." "Very good," Klein chuckled. He reached out for his collar, pulled out a silver necklace and said, "Senna's lucky item. You should know about it, right?" Sharon tersely answered as she waited for Klein to continue. "I plan to sell either this or the biological poison bottle. Would you or people from your circle be interested?" Klein took the initiative to ask. Chapter 735. Another visit. Sharon was silent for 2 seconds before she said, "I'll help ask. It means you need to consider it." "That's right. The negative effects of scales of luck does leave one hesitant. However, biological poison bottle is really compatible with a wraith. If it wasn't because I'm short on money and how it lowers my immunity, making me easily fall sick, I wouldn't be willing to sell it. It's rather effective in an ambush." Klein vaguely grasped Sharon's intentions as he stuffed the silver necklace back into his collar. He asked after some thought, "Which power of a high-sequence prisoner pathway Bayonder makes all surrounding lifeless items attack one's target?" "Puppet," Sharon succinctly replied. "It's the power of a sequence 4 puppet, turning themselves into a lifeless puppet so that they are able to control all lifeless objects in a certain range. Advancing further, Will they be able to directly influence the mystical items of an enemy? Klein nodded in enlightenment and asked, "Then, do you know that demigod?" He immediately described in detail the appearance of the elder who had attacked him outside Bayam. "Shanks," Sharon calmly said a name. "I actually wish that you could share with me more about him." Klein knew Miss Sharon's style as he said with an exasperated smile, "Then, do you know Zatwin?" He was the mentor of the naturism sex leader in Oravi Island. "The demigod who was pursuing us," Sharon answered without hiding anything or any emotions, like a doll. "That's the one who made me feel like the chairs, tables, and curtains wished to kill me." What a coincidence. However, it wasn't arranged. It just proves that as a secret organization, the Rose School of Thought, with a history of over 1,000 years, doesn't have that many demigods. Perhaps it has about the same number as the Aurora Order. The number of saints number around 5, and the number of angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts number about 2 to 3. Of course, this is also because they were suppressed by the 7 major churches, reducing their headquarters to colonies. At the height of their powers, they might have had far more than these. Klein thought and asked again, "Then, do you know the Rose School of Thought member that is able to make an entire mountain tremble with just one arm?" He planned on describing the arm's traits, but he realized that he hadn't dared to look straight at it. Sharon listened quietly as her eyes darted around as though they came to life. She asked with a clear voice, "What did you encounter?" "A saint, an angel, as well as Sea King, an Aurora Order demigod, a monster byproduct from the numinous episcopate's artificial death." Klein silently made a self-deprecating comment as he said with a wry smile, "I got on the bad side with the Mother Tree of Desire, and I suffered an ambush from the Rose School of Thought. Thankfully, I was in Bayam, allowing the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military to take action. I also threw out an item corrupted with the true creator's aura, as well as something related to the numinous episcopate. In short, it was chaos, and I took the opportunity to escape." He replied frankly, apart from hiding the existence of Miss Messenger and Mr. Azek. As for the matter of the true creator, he believed that Miss Sharon had long known that he wasn't affected by the ravings. This could be explained by a timely psychological intervention or psychic treatment. Mother Tree of Desire. Sharon murmured the name as rare emotional upheavals slowly appeared in her eyes. Klein didn't have the interpretation abilities of a spectator, and he was unable to tell what was exactly on Sharon's mind. He could only sense that she felt a little fear and loathing. Sharon quickly restrained her abnormal reaction, turning back into an extremely exquisite doll. She looked at Sherlock Moriarty and said, "You are very lucky and very mysterious." Klein smiled without a word, neither lying nor explaining. Sharon didn't inquire as she said, "You might have met Sewer. He is an abomination born 922 years ago and claims to be the son of the chained god. He is also the present leader of the Rose School of Thought." "No way. The Rose School of Thought sent its leader and a demigod to deal with me. I'm just a mere sequence 5. If not for Orange Light Hilarian's warning, I might have already been captured by the Rose School of Thought." Klein felt a chill run down his back again as he asked, "Is Abomination the name of the prisoner pathway's Sequence 2 or Sequence 1? "Probably." Sharon didn't give an affirmative answer. At this moment, without waiting for Klein's response, she said, "William Street has been destroyed." Klein had pondered what kind of reaction he should have when Miss Sharon raised the topic, so he immediately frowned. "By who? When did it happen?" "The Nighthawks and Machinery Hivemind, about 2 months ago." Sharon had clearly gathered the corresponding intelligence. Klein nodded solemnly and after some deep thought said, "Perhaps we've neglected something. That evil spirit didn't need us to rescue it. It was still controlling Baronet Pound. Could it be that something happened to that gentleman, incurring the notice of the Nighthawks and Machinery Hiveminds?" Klein offered a guess filled with half-truths without utmost confidence. Sharon nodded. "Baronet Pound died during one of his revelries." "That's it. That's the end to Alistair Tudor's final bloodline," Klein thought and said, "How's the situation with William Street at the moment?" "Some high-rise buildings are being built," Sharon described without much of an expression. "People monitored it in secret at the beginning, but the surveillance decreased with time, diminishing to 0 early last month." Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, "Have you gone down to explore it?" Sharon's eyes swept his face. "No. This is her remembering our unwritten agreemento, explore it together, because we found it together." What a noble-hearted lady. The Rose School of Thought's temperance faction is infinitely times better than the indulgence faction. Klein probed, "Shall we go now?" "All right," Sharon succinctly expressed her stance. Klein immediately instructed the carriage driver, and he changed the destination to William Street at the intersection of West Borough and Empress Borough. Along the way, he casually mentioned what he heard and saw at sea, as well as the experiences that didn't involve his secrets. Although Sharon didn't answer him, she listened attentively, seemingly interested. This made Klein recall the time when he first got to know her as Miss Bodyguard. She sat on the illusory high-backed chair in the oriel window's glass. Her right hand held her cheek as she seriously listened to his conversation with Ian. She had great potential in being a spectator. The carriage passed through the silent streets in the drizzle before finally arriving near William Street. Without approaching the area, Klein and Sharon discovered that the area had become a huge worksite. After circling to the region that matched the underground ruins, they stood behind a huge tree with a lush canopy. Klein said to Sharon, who wasn't drenched by the rain despite not holding an umbrella, "Let's head down." As the rain fell, they passed through Sharon's blonde hair and body before hitting the ground. "All right." Sharon didn't ask how Sherlock Moriarty was planning on heading down with her. Klein reached his hand into his pocket and easily removed the wall of spirituality, and he opened the iron cigar case. Beside him, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Admiral of Blood Senna, who wore a dark red coat and an old triangular hat. "He will head down in my stead," Klein said with a smile. Immediately following that, he controlled his marionette in a composed manner. Senna immediately pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Sharon. "Good evening. I'm honored to work with you." Sharon swept her gaze across Klein and Senna, and without a word, her body sank into the soil. Ah, Miss Sharon seems to detest Senna quite significantly. Klein curled his lips and made Admiral of Blood rapidly turn into a wraith and sink. As for himself, he leaned on a tree, half closed his eyes as he seriously controlled the marionette. There wasn't anyone around him, and the drizzle was light, and the streetlights dim. Slowly, Klein found the feeling of being a marionettist. His vision and Senna's vision overlapped with one another as he saw black-brown soil, squirming worms, and miscellaneous items in between the rocks. As they passed through layers of obstacles, they arrived at the region where the ruin once was. The dome ceiling had collapsed, and the stone columns had snapped. The area was filled with soil and rubble, looking nothing like it once was. Such a scene made Klein believe that the humanoid statues of the six deities had been completely destroyed. To his joy, their location was relatively close to the room, which sealed the evil spirit. That meant that he didn't need to worry that any subsequent exploration would exceed the 100-meter range for the control of his marionette. Amidst the smell of soil and rot, they soon entered the previously menacing room. However, between the rubble and soil, there were only a few signs of crushed bone and rotting clothes. The dark gold and deep blue light from before had all vanished. The Beyonder characteristics had been taken away by the Nighthawks and machinery hivemind. Senna's expression twitched as it perfectly reflected Klein's mood. Sharon turned around in the dark, solid environment and gently shook her head. "They didn't send anyone in. There are no traces of living creatures existing in here." "That's right. If a living person had entered and exited this room over the past half-year, a wraith should be able to sense it. Besides, the deity statues obviously cannot be seen by the Nighthawks and machinery hivemind. Where did those Beyonder characteristics go?" As Klein frowned, Senna had a similar reaction. Could it be that the evil spirit wasn't completely obliterated? It had long escaped. Klein thought about it when he suddenly came to an alarming conclusion. He held back his emotions and made Senna pass through the soil and rubble-filled room with Sharon, and they arrived at the spot where the bloody door previously stood. And at that moment, only a few splinters proved that it existed before. After proceeding forward a few meters, the two truly entered the room where the evil spirit was sealed. It had likewise been destroyed and buried. Klein used Senna's body and eyes to look for clues as he flew about. "There should be a black high-back chair here." Sharon stopped and pointed at the splinters above two rocks. Klein instantly recalled the scene he had once seen in the dream. The young man, suspected of being Medici, had sat on a high-back chair. His head drooped low as though dead. Sharon didn't pause. She continued proceeding in the compressed soil in search for any traces. Suddenly, she spoke again. "There should be one here." Another one, a second black high-back chair. Klein floated over in surprise. Chapter 736. Third chair center in his wraith form passed through the thick soil and rocks under Klein's control, arriving beside Sharon. He saw a damaged armrest which had asymmetrical patterns buried there, looking rather similar, but also different from the splinters they discovered moments ago. The armrest wasn't pure black in color. Their patterns exuded a dark red color, as though it was an intersection of iron and blood. Recalling the scene from his nightmare, Klein determined that this wasn't the high-backed chair that the entity suspected to be Medici sat on. This was the second chair. The room that sealed the evil spirit had at least two high-backed chairs. Klein and Sharon didn't say a word as they circled around in different directions to search for other clues. Before long, they discovered the evidence of a third high-backed chair. It was the leg of a chair, mainly dark red in color with pure black patterns. It was completely different from the other two kinds of splinters. Perhaps it's a problem caused by the asymmetrical trait of the fourth epoch. Klein knew Sharon's style, volunteering to speak and saying something even he couldn't believe. In the nightmare that resulted from the evil spirit's influence, the colors of the high-backed chairs were, at the very least, uniform. Sharon shook her head slightly. 3 has more of a ritualistic feel. She was implying that the innocent victims of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor weren't just one person back then. Perhaps a ritual had been held in the room that sealed the evil spirit. Klein was taken aback by what he heard as a scene flashed through his mind. In a spacious and dark room, 3 high-backed chairs of different styles were placed around a particular point in the center, and sitting on each chair was a breathless humanoid creature with a drooping head. Among them included Red Angel Medici. The scene became clearer as Klein instantly connected 2 additional matters together. The main ingredients of the sequence 0 Black Emperor's potion is the uniqueness, and 2 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, excluding one's own Beyonder characteristic. Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor had apparently forcefully jumped from the Black Emperor pathway sequence 1 Prince of Abolition to the Red Priest sequence 0, which wasn't a neighboring pathway. As a result, he became a half-crazy true god. As his thoughts whirred, Klein quickly had a theory. This room had once held a sequence 0 advancement ritual needed for a true god. Of course, according to the complicated ritual needed by a Black Emperor, this was only part of the requirement. The pathway that represented war had clearly required the entire continent to be in chaos and at war to match in scale. And Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor doesn't have the corresponding sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, so his Red Priest potion requires 3 sequence 1 angels or sealed artifacts to provide him with the Beyonder characteristics. There happens to be 3 high-backed chairs here. Yes, the evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici said that to help it escape its seal, one should find direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici family, and then extract 10 ml of blood and mix them with holy water. Sauron and Einhorn wield the Hunter pathway and are also angel families of the Red Priest Beyonder pathway. They've existed since the 4th epoch to this day. One of them has already waned, only capable of controlling the spy network and a military faction in Intis, while the other remains the royal family of Fasak. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he had a new belief regarding what had happened in the room, as well as the true identity of the evil spirit. On the other 2 high-backed chairs sat the ancestors of the Sauron and Einhorn families, sequence 1 angels, together with War Angel Medici, who very likely possessed the pathway's uniqueness. All the main ingredients of the Red Priest potion were gathered, and that evil spirit is highly likely to not be the pure Red Angel Medici. It might include the remnant psyche and hatred of the Sauron and Einhorn family's ancestors. Man, this place once sacrificed 3 sequence 1 angels. Before they died, their curses and the ritual itself left effects, making this room become abnormally horrifying, as well as sealing it. Thankfully, I reported this to the churches ahead of time to let them deal with it. Otherwise, we might have died here if we relied on ourselves. It would be the same even if Miss Sharon and I advanced to sequence 4. It would become food for the evil spirit. Klein felt a sense of fear and joy. Meanwhile, he began to understand the reason why the Red Priest card had landed in the hands of the evil spirit. After all, the former highest-ranking members of a pathway were buried here in this underground ruin. The convergence of Beyonder characteristics would naturally lure Beyonders of the same pathway over without any deviations. Furthermore, as Roselle once said, whatever separates will definitely converge, and whatever converges will definitely separate. After Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor perished, the true guard characteristic he possessed, which is the sequence 0 characteristic, will likely split into 4 pieces. One is the uniqueness, an abstract item or concept, while the remaining 3 are 3 sets of sequence 1 Bayonder characteristics. If it wasn't because of that, the corresponding Bayonder pathway wouldn't have any more sequence 1s when someone becomes a guard. Could 1 or 2 of these sequence 1 Bayonder characteristics be attracted, entering the sealed room? This is likely one of the reasons why the card of blasphemy was lured over. The more Klein thought, the more he felt that he had previously underestimated the evil spirit. They live up to being angels who advanced from conspirers. Standing under the tree, Klein controlled Senna to say, "Perhaps it really is a ritual. It's related to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. The scale and level involved must be great." Sharon added after silently listening, "Sauron, Einhorn, Medici." Miss Sharon is also suspecting if the 3 high-backed chairs once belonged to different angels from the details requested by the evil spirit. Klein thought for a moment, and he divulged something through Senna. Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor is likely a true guard from the Hunter pathway. The card of blasphemy is represented by the Red Priest. Sharon remained silent for a few seconds, as though she came to a realization regarding certain matters as she said, "That card is gone." She was referring to the Red Priest card, which the evil spirit had formerly shown them. Perhaps that evil spirit had long escaped before the Nighthawks and machinery hivemind destroyed this place. Klein shared his theory, and it had taken away all the Bayonder characteristics and that Red Priest card. Sharon silently surveyed the area and said, "It's very crafty. It wouldn't leave behind any obvious clues." That's right. The Bayonder characteristics outside the sealed room are clearly not at sequence 4. To an evil spirit who was once a king of angels, they don't have any allure. Likewise for the Red Priest card. It can be understood that it took away the things in the room, but why didn't it leave anything? It's like telling others something like, "Haha, I've fooled you. I've already successfully escaped. Catch me if you can." Wait, perhaps that's exactly what it wishes to convey. As Klein thought, he suddenly found it amusing as he made Senna speak. No, being crafty doesn't necessarily equate to not leaving clues. The sequence 8 of the Hunter pathway is provoker. At that moment, the red angel that surfaced in his mind had the picture of Anderson Hood over it. Sharon listened silently as she gaped her mouth slightly, but she didn't say a word. Similarly, Klein was speechless. He felt that the Bayonders of the Hunter pathway truly had a crystal-clear style. In comparison, the red-haired Helene didn't appear anything like someone from the Sauron family. However, she was rather talented at provoking Vice Admiral ailment. Yes, back then, the Sauron family members also infuriated Roselle terribly. Klein silently exhaled as he lampooned. The silent mood was soon broken by Klein. Senna looked around and said a joke. Perhaps that's the reason why they were captured and brought here. Who was helping Alistair Tudor? Sharon's translucent figure asked, but she didn't seem to look forward to the answer. Perhaps it's the 6 deities. Klein recalled the 6 deity statues in the hall. However, he had second thoughts. However, the 7 deities supported the Trunsost Empire. The Sauron and Einhorn families were powerful aristocrats of the Empire. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that they first supported Tudor and later had a falling out after he went mad. If it's not the 6 deities, does it mean that there are other deities supporting Alistair Tudor? Who would it be? Klein thought in silence. Sharon didn't stay any longer as she floated up to the surface, returning to the tree. Klein stored away Senna's wraith, allowing it to enter the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. Then he asked in passing, "Actually, I've always been curious. Where do the powers of pure evil spirits and wraiths who do not have Bayonder characteristics come from?" "The spirit world," Sharon answered simply. "The conservation of Bayonder characteristics, but the source of Bayonder powers isn't necessarily the same. Yes, perhaps the spirit world itself is the product of some Bayonder characteristics." Klein nodded and looked at the soil beneath his feet. "I'll continue investigating the whereabouts of the evil spirit. I'll inform you if there's anything." He planned on asking Arrows later. With that said, he took out a pen and paper, scribbled down the method to summoning his messenger, and handed it over. "You can write to me if there's anything." Sharon received the piece of paper and seriously looked at it. I'll be in the Bravehearts bar. Letters can be mailed to 126 Guard Street, Hilston Borough. Address it to Ma'am Merriam. All right. Klein stuffed his pen into his pocket. In front of Sharon, he used a ritualistic dagger to create a wall of spirituality and resealed the iron cigar case. Following that, he crossed the street to stop a carriage like a gentleman, sending Sharon all the way back to the Backland Bridge area. After doing this, he returned to the high-end hotel in Hilston Borough. Midway, he changed his appearance and switched carriages. Bam! Inside the seaweed bar, Danitz, who had spent some time drifting at sea, once again stepped back into the city of generosity. He planned on helping the resistance handle some matters. He pressed down on his cap, sat at the corner of the bar counter, and prepared to first hear about the recent news. He didn't wish to become a bounty reward due to untimely or inaccurate intelligence. At this moment, he heard an adventurer beside him say to his companion, "Hey, do you think Chairman Sparrow will get someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf?" Ah, Danitz subconsciously looked up, looking at the speaker with a blank, confused look. Chapter 737. Official appearance. Why would the madman, Chairman Sparrow, need to find someone to claim Admiral of Blood's bounty on his behalf? That's not right. Why would he be able to claim the bounty? Danitz suddenly snapped out of his confusion and grasped the crux of the matter. He immediately lowered his head to prevent himself from exposing his shock and confusion. The adventurers beside him continued their conversation. How would that be possible? No one would dare to claim it on his behalf. That's right, unless they wish to bear the wrath of the Church of Storms or selling out Jaem and Sparrow. 42 £0. If I can receive that sum of money, I'll immediately head to Backland to be a tycoon. Ha ha, wouldn't you be enjoying yourself in the Red Theatre for half a year first? Perhaps Jaem and Sparrow can claim it from Intis, Fasak, or Fainapotter. Although it wouldn't be as much as 42 £0, it's definitely in no way a low amount. As the adventurers conversed, they began imagining their lives after obtaining 42 £0. They even had a conflict of opinions and began arguing with flushed faces. No way. Are they implying that Jaeman has finished off Admiral of Blood? No, although that madman always had the intention of doing so, he lacks the required support that he needs. He needs to work with Captain Anderson Hood. Danitz stood up, pressed down his cap, and kept his head down. He rushed towards the billiard and card rooms where there were newspapers placed there. Just as he left, the few adventurers from before looked at his back and spoke in hushed tones. "Do you recognize him? It's obvious that something is wrong with how he was acting so suspiciously." "I didn't get a good look, but I think he's a pirate who's here to gather intel." "Shall we?" An adventurer gestured, slicing his hand across his throat. "Perhaps it's someone we can't afford to offend. Let's wait and see." Another adventurer stopped his companion's actions. Danitz entered an empty billiard room, came to the corner, and picked up a stack of newspapers. He quickly flipped through them, and slowly his expression twisted. What did that madman do? He really finished off Admiral of Blood. It's only been a few months, and his strength has risen to such a level. Furthermore, the papers didn't even mention Anderson Hood. Danitz was alarmed and thankful that he wisely chose to submit in front of Jaem and Sparrow. Otherwise, people would have long seen the news of him being hunted in exchange for bounty money. No, no, back then my death wouldn't have been published. Man, Jaeman Sparrow is really a member of a cult. As he thought, Danitz suddenly froze like a statue. That was because he was apparently, probably, likely a member of that cult. Haha, the church and military often likes to exaggerate. Yes, it's a secret organization, not a cult. Danitz consoled himself before having the feeling that the organization backing Jaem and Sparrow was surprisingly mysterious and abnormally powerful. The successful hunting of Senna, one of the 7 pirate admirals, was evidence. Phew! Danitz exhaled as he apprehensively praised the fool inwardly, expressing his desires to handle matters seriously. In a small building near the Governor-General's office, Elland and Ars Kent walked out. "It's finally over," Elland sighed as he wore his captain's hat. Ars Kent rubbed his red brandy nose and added with a sigh, "That's right." They had been interrogated while separated for 2 full days because of Jaem and Sparrow. They were faced with interrogators who were best at such matters. Thankfully, Elland had never hidden anything from the beginning. He had reported to his superiors that Jaem and Sparrow was of unknown origins, but that he was friendly to the military. It had nothing to do with him, since the decision of making this crazy adventurer an informant while having his background investigated was made by the higher-ups. As for Oz Kent, there weren't any problems at all. He had followed regular protocol when claiming the bounty for Jem and Sparrow. As they slowly walked towards the entrance in the middle of the garden, Ellen said with a sigh, "Who knew that Jem and Sparrow was that crazy and powerful?" According to the little information that they knew, finishing off Admiral of Blood was just one of the most ordinary and trivial matters that Jem and Sparrow had done that day. And such a crazy person had made the choice of entering the dangerous Banshee to save a few passengers and crew members who had merely expressed their friendship to him. Ellen later learned that the dangers lurking in Banshee had far exceeded his imagination. The Church of Storms had directly destroyed the entire place. If I had told the interrogators that Jem and Sparrow has a soft and kind heart, they will definitely think I'm lying. Humans are really a mass of contradictions. Ellen silently shook his head. After hearing Ellen's poignant remark, Oz Kent replied with a wry smile. Back then, I thought you introduced me to a relatively strong adventurer. But in the end, he even finished off Admiral of Blood. Damn it. I even think he has the strength to become the fifth king. You wouldn't doubt what I say if you look at the forest and those nearby mountains. That place, It's like, Elland glanced at Ars Kent and finished his sentence for him. It's like it was blasted by the coastal defenses more than 100 times over. That's right, Ars Kent agreed with Ellen's description. By then, the two had walked out the main entrance. Elland looked at the night sky with twinkling stars and the dark crimson moon. After a few seconds of silence, he adjusted his collar and said, "Let's hope he doesn't return to the sea again." Bayham, 6 Esphere Street. Dressed in children's clothes, Denton ran up to the study and said to his elder sister who was practicing her sketching, "Dana, they say that Uncle Sparrow is a bad guy, a cultist, and a murder. They even showed me the newspapers." Dana turned her head as she wrinkled her nose. "No way. Uncle Sparrow is a righteous, brave, and kind adventurer. We saw it with our own eyes. These are definitely more reliable than the papers." She hesitated for a moment before eloquently saying, "Al, although he had a very terrifying and ugly appearance, it was the price for his dreams and the power to protect. Denton, remember, the papers often like to fabricate content based on rumors or hearsay." "Yeah," Denton nodded heavily. "I've already cursed them." Dana praised her brother and subconsciously looked out. She saw that the street lamps had cast their light into their garden. It was tranquil, serene, and gentle. Hillston Borough, inside a high-class inn. Klein folded a white handkerchief and placed it in his left breast pocket, and he raised his hand to retrieve his half-top hat. Today was the day for the mysterious tycoon, Dwayne Dance, to officially appear in public. He didn't wait for the sale of the bike company shares or the mystical items, and he planned on first using the remaining £962 he had to cover his initial expenses. This was sufficient, as it was equivalent to 6 to 7 years of an upper-middle-class family's income. Arrows didn't enter my dream last night. This means that he's unable to sense my return to Backland without any close contact. That's a good thing. Yes, I'll contact it with the radio transceiver tonight to inquire about the evil spirit. I won't need to go through this hassle in the future, Klein mumbled inwardly as he held his cane and walked out of the hotel. At that moment, the sun was shining through the thin mist, elating the moods of the pedestrians. Klein got onto a carriage, and he went straight for Sherwood Borough City Family Servant Assistance Association at 9 Canalowell Street. He planned on hiring an experienced butler and get him to organize the servants needed for a villa. In the City Family Servant Assistance Association, Balin ended a conversation with a male colleague that came to talk to her. She lowered her head to clean up the 2 drops of black tea on her lotus leaf-colored dress. At that moment, she heard a mellow and heavy voice that time had left its mark on. "Good morning, ma'am." Balin hurriedly looked up and towards the reception. She saw a gentleman in his 40s, wearing a tailcoat made of silk and carrying a gold-inlaid cane. Apart from the 3 buttons on his clothes, there was a golden chain that extended into his pocket. This gentleman had a pair of deep blue eyes, and he was good-looking. Even the tiny white patches on the side of his hair had added to the air he exuded. Just a smile from him made Balin feel her cheeks turn warm. "Sir, how may I be of service?" "Ah, right. How may I address you?" Balin hurriedly got up and said, "Dwayne Dance, Klein warmly replied with a smile. I wish to hire a butler, a good one. Mr. Dance, please wait a moment. Have a seat. Balin hurriedly led Klein to the guest area, and she reached out to point at a cloth sofa. Klein held a smile without rushing or nagging her. He very patiently sat down and awaited the staff to provide him with a list of names of the butlers. What a gentleman! Oh no, I forgot to ask him what requirements he has. Balin raised her hand to touch her cheeks and said, Mr. Dance, what kind of butlers are you looking for? Klein was already prepared as he replied with a mellow voice, It's best if they have served in a noble family before. This aided Dance in widening his social circle. Balin gradually grasped her professional knowledge as she said in detail, Such butlers are rare. As you know, nobles seldom change their butlers unless they're unable to provide an effective service. Furthermore, even if they aren't able to be a butler, they're able to fill other positions in a noble household. In addition, the wealthy often have a considerable desire towards such butlers, and they're willing to offer salaries with a premium. Mr. Dance, we do have the kinds you are looking for, but their annual salaries are above £100. That makes the weekly salary to be about £2 and up. An ordinary butler's annual salary is £40 to £80, which is 15 solely to £1.10 solely a week. That appears to be at the level of a technical worker's salary, but the master will provide room, food, clothes, charcoal, and other necessities. A butler practically has zero expenditure. An annual salary of £100 and above is really expensive. Klein quickly did the math as he replied, as though he didn't take much notice. No problem, as long as they're good butlers. Chapter 738, Life of a Tycoon. Please wait a moment. Would you like coffee or tea? Balin asked warmly. Klein laughed and replied, I enjoyed coffee when I was younger, the rich and fragrant kind, but now I prefer black tea. I prefer black tea as well. Then, a cup of Marquis black tea, Balin suggested with a smile. The coffee and tea provided to guests at the City Family Servant Assistance Association were ordinary in quality, ranging from low to medium quality. Marquis black tea was tea that Balin had brought from home for her own enjoyment. Klein wasn't a simpleton, and he was great at observing. Just as he walked into the door, he would take in everything about his surroundings without anyone noticing. He discovered that the coffee and tea container placed in the display case were very ordinary, and he believed that the quality was definitely lacking. Therefore, he believed that Marquis black tea was likely reserved by the Association for VIPs, or it belonged to the lady before him. Regardless, it expressed how sincere she was. He didn't expose her as he smiled. Thank you, you leave me unable to reject your suggestion. How may I address you, ma'am? Balin, just call me Balin, Balin said with a smile which resembled a blooming flower. She immediately briskly walked inside, and she selected suitable candidates from her colleague. Then she returned to the reception counter, picked up a tin container, and skillfully brewed a cup of black tea. Sai, with a good-looking face and a good disposition while being dressed in a way that speaks volumes of my status. I can still sense the friendliness from a beautiful girl, even though I'm middle-aged. Klein was having such an experience for the first time, as he couldn't help but sigh. This made him further understand the importance of the faceless principle of ultimately being yourself. If he didn't keep this in mind and lost himself to the benefits brought about by his appearance, he would keep maintaining the corresponding appearance, resulting in him forgetting or even rejecting his former self, and he would gradually lose his identity. Soon, Balin carried a white gold-rimmed porcelain teacup and placed it in front of Dwayne Dance. She said with a smile, It still needs some time to cool down. Klein looked down at the cup, and he said half-jokingly, Perfect. This gives me the time to adjust my mood to more formally face this cup of black tea. His compliments and gratitude made Balin feel even better. She found him a true gentleman, one who knew his way with words. He's definitely not a believer of the Lord of Storms. Balin combed her slightly curly brown hair, and she returned to the room to hurry her colleague. Before long, she came over with a stack of documents and sat on the single-seater beside him. After the screening, we have 3 suitable butlers. I'll briefly introduce them to you. The first person is Mr. Asnier, age 55. He once served Viscount Yorkville. But after this Viscount had a failed mining prospect investment, his family fell into a particular financial situation, and he had to sell its land and manors while terminating many of its servants. In the past decade, He was hired by two tycoons, and he has contributed significantly to the management of their households. As she spoke, Balin's brown eyes sparkled like two stars hid in them. She exuded the unique vibes of a teenage girl. Klein nodded slightly and said, "Then why did he leave the two tycoons?" Balin replied with a smile. The first tycoon invested greatly in East Balam, and his whole family had moved there. Mr. Asnia wasn't willing to leave Backland, so he offered to resign. The second, Tycoon's health isn't too good, and he had handed the family business to his son, who has a butler he trusts more. Mr. Asnia is a believer of the Evernite goddess, and his political inclinations is with the Conservative Party. He expects an annual salary of £130. May goddess bless him. Klein tapped 4 spots in a clockwise manner on his chest, forming the sign of the crimson moon. Balin's eyes lit up as she asked, "Mr. Dance, are you a believer of the goddess?" "Of course." Klein nodded with a smile without explaining further. "It's no wonder he's so gentle." Balin praised inwardly as she continued introducing Mr. Rabach, age 48. He once served the Negan family, and he was the deputy butler for a long period of time, as well as an assistant to the butler. Later, after a transaction, he became Baron Syndras's butler. Shortly after Duke Negan was assassinated, Mr. Rabach, whose contract came to an end, didn't receive a new contract from the Baron, so he had no choice but to seek our help. He's not a staunch believer of the Lord of Storms, and his personality is without problems. His political inclination is with the Conservative Party. He expects an annual salary of £120. Klein listened silently, nodding from time to time as a response, but he didn't cut off Balin's description. Balin flipped through the documents and took a few glances and spoke again. The third person is Mr. Walter, age 42. He had been the land's steward and assistant butler at Viscount Conrad's household. Due to certain matters, he had a conflict with the butler, and he chose to leave. He expects an annual salary of £115. He's a believer of the Evernite goddess, and his political inclination is with the new party. Oravi Island's new Governor-General is a member of Viscount Conrad's family. This family pledges loyalty to the royal family. The relevant information quickly flashed through Klein's mind. After the introduction, Balin handed over the stack of documents. "Mr. Dance, who do you wish to choose?" Klein fell silent for a few seconds before saying with a smile, "Let's do this. Let the three of them come to where I live tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'll meet them and have a chat with them to make the final decision." He knew that such associations didn't provide lodging, and it was purely an agency. Even if he made the selection right there and then, he still had to wait until the afternoon or tomorrow to see his butler. Therefore, he decided to have a small interview to select the person that matched his intentions the best. "No problem," Balin said with a smile. "May I know your address?" Klein sipped the black tea, picked up a pen and paper from the table, and wrote down the location and name of the hotel he was staying in. "You just came to Backland?" Balin blurted out a question when she saw it. Only then did she realize that Mr. Dwayne Dance's skin was slightly darker than normal. It was slightly bronze-colored, seemingly a result of tanning. It gave him quite a rugged flavor. Yes, he doesn't have a Backland accent. Balin slowly recalled more details. Klein smiled. "I came from Daisy Bay. I'm waiting for an excellent butler to help me seek out a suitable house and servants." After handing over a £3 deposit, he politely drank another sip of black tea and got up to bid farewell. Balin sent him all the way out of the door and watched him board the carriage. Mr. Dance also seems to be a tycoon. Compared to that, his bearing and gentlemanliness are even more charming. Balin stood in her spot as she casually thought. On the carriage, Klein half closed his eyes as he leaned against the wall, and he couldn't help but calculate the subsequent expenditures awaiting him. The butler will cost around £120. Taking into account the average cost, a valet will cost £35, a chef £30, a gardener £25, a carriage driver £25, a nursery governess £20, 3 ordinary ladies maid £15, and 3 maidservants £10. This way, just the servants alone would cost £330 a year. It's equivalent to £6.7 solely a week. This already exceeds my salary back in Tingen. Furthermore, I'll need to have a carriage which costs about £100. I need a garden and house, and the weekly rental fee is about £2. With all the food, clothes, and charcoal expenditure for all these people, the overall cost is ridiculous. Is this the life of a tycoon? Klein suddenly felt a little regret over choosing such a persona. He exhaled as he tried hard to ignore the matter. He took a carriage to Phelps Street in Northborough. There was a pure black cathedral here, with a clock tower on each side, producing a symmetrical beauty. This was none other than the headquarters of the Backland Diocese of the Church of the Evernite Goddess, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein adjusted the handkerchief on his left pocket, held a gold-inlaid cane, and strode into the cathedral and walked down the quiet aisle. Under the sunlight which penetrated the colored glass panes, he came to the main prayer hall. It was very dark, making one's mood automatically turn peaceful. Klein casually found a spot, leaned his cane, and took off his hat. He then closed his eyes and prayed. Time passed, and after listening to the preaching, he slowly got up, walked to the altar, and bowed at the bishop with short black hair. Then he walked to the donation box by the side. Exhaling silently, Klein took out two 10-pound notes, six 5-pound notes, and stuffed it inside. The bishop caught this sight through the corner of his eye as his expression couldn't help but turn soft. Typically, unless they specially solicited for donations or received donations from a deceased's will, the cathedral's donation box received tens of pounds at most. This meant that the person was a tycoon, a rich person. Chapter 739. The encountered and the yet to be encountered in the main prayer hall of St. Samuel Cathedral. The black-haired bishop retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the middle-aged gentleman in front of the donation box, nor did he have any intention of chatting with him. Here, before the holy altar, he represented the church, and he was under the goddess's sight. He couldn't show more warmth towards anyone because of their generous donations. However, he remembered the gentleman's good looks and mature, refined disposition. He planned on attempting to get to know him when the opportunity arose in the future. Seeing the final note slip into the donation box, Klein closed his eyes and turned to leave. When passing the preaching bishop, he deliberately glanced at the clergyman and smiled with a nod. The bishop returned with a warm smile as he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Klein wasn't in a hurry to make contact with the relevant personnel. He needed his actions to adhere to logic, and not to have any jarring actions that would incur suspicion. He silently and coolly turned to the side to give way to another devotee, and he made way down the aisle back to his seat. He then picked up his hat and cane before walking out of the cathedral. At that moment, with the preaching done, the devotees either went forward to the donation box to express their sincerity, or they got up to leave without feeling that there was anything wrong. After all, it wasn't compulsory. Even a devotee who passionately donated was unable to donate money every time. It usually depended on the family's exact situation, doing it once or twice every 1 to 2 weeks. At the level of a commoner, each donation was in the form of pennies, while middle-class devotees ranged from 3 to 5 solely. The wealthy and nobles used pounds, but they didn't exceed £100. This was under ordinary circumstances. During the Evernite Goddess's Holy Memorial Day every year, which was the Winter Gifts Day, the amount donated would increase several times. The commoners with a little bit more cash to spare would choose 2 to 3 solely, while the middle class donated around £5. As for the members of high society, they directly donated to the diocese bishop or church's charitable organizations, ranging from several £100s to a few £1,000s. Winter Gifts Day was the day in a year when the night was longest. It was believed to be the birthday of the Evernite goddess. After leaving the cathedral, Klein stood at the square outside. He watched idly as pigeons flew up, circled around, and landed. He even bought some food from a nearby street hawker. He leisurely fed the pigeons, and he had no plans on flipping through the advertisements in the newspapers to find a suitable residence in Northborough, since it was the butler's mission. An excellent butler that had resided in Backland for many years had ought to know the different nobles and tycoons, as well as the best middle-class individuals who could provide their masters with help. He would know which streets to live in, and from there, purposefully choose a residence. The interaction between neighbors was the first step for a newcomer to enter the relevant circles, be it the Carlton Club, where members of the Conservative Party gather, the Club of the Free of the new party, or the various in-service and veteran clubs for the military. They also require a recommendation before any contact can be made. This is also the so-called club politics in the kingdom. Klein reined in his thoughts as he considered what he should do after he was done setting up the pigeon-feeding persona he created. After careful consideration, he discovered that there was really nothing that needed his immediate attention. This was because his plans were stuck on the surface. Hence, he planned on enjoying an expensive and sumptuous lunch. This was an action Dwayne Dance ought to have, and it was also a result of Klein's own curiosity. In the months when he was in Backland, he didn't manage to muster the courage to head to the most famous restaurants in the big city to broaden his horizons. He kept choosing one of the Forhigh's own dining hall, the buffet cafeteria of the Quelag Club, the ordinary restaurants by the streets, and Lawyer Jurgen's dining hall. Otherwise, he would head to East Borough and settle his breakfast and lunch in what seemed like a very oily coffee shop. Laborie Restaurant. Their head chef is said to be from Earl Hall's family. He has provided tycoons, successful lawyers, high-ranking government officials with usually hard-to-come-by flavors. Earl Hall had apparently invested in this restaurant and holds quite a major stake in it. And this restaurant mainly serves local Backland cuisine. It's very famous for its desserts, but its price is horrendous. Inti's S-Ren's restaurant. It serves the most authentic Inti's cuisine. Heh heh, many of the specialty dishes use Roselle's name, claiming that it originated from the Emperor's palace dishes. Besides, it's not like most of the restaurants of the same class where they only offer a few main dishes every day. It has a wide variety. Klein recalled the information of the top restaurants he had read from the papers and magazines, and he finally decided on trying out the Emperor's palace dishes. He didn't stay any longer as he got on a horse carriage and headed for the Inti's S-Ren's restaurant in Westborough. At the entrance, Klein handed his coat, hat, and cane to a red-vested waiter as he asked, "Are there still any available seats? I didn't make a reservation." "Yes, sir." The red-vested waiter didn't show any abnormal behavior as he humbly asked, "Sir, is this your first time here? Are you alone?" Klein nodded frankly and smiled. "Yes." "Then, may I have the honor of introducing you to some of our most unique dishes and fine wine that our restaurant has to offer?" As the waiter spoke, he led the guest in. "That's exactly what I need." Klein passed through the beautifully decorated door, and he saw walls that nearly reflected golden light. Instantly, he felt as though he was in a gold vault. Then he noticed oil paintings hung on the walls, marble statues that were placed at suitable locations, as well as golden objects that were embedded or adorned in different spots. "Please watch your step," the attendant warned him as he led Klein to a spot by the window. Violin music played in the background of the restaurant. The waiter brought him a food menu and a wine menu as he flipped it open and introduced. "These are our most famous Dishesrid braised Taja beef short ribs, black truffle porcini mushrooms, Inti-styled foie gras. I would like to point out that our foie gras comes directly from the Boners farm in Champagne province in the Inti's kingdom." As Klein listened to the waiter's introduction, he browsed through the menu written in ancient Fasak as the prices caught his eyes. After introducing the main dishes, starters, and desserts, the waiter began explaining how the wines should be matched. Finally, he said, "The champagne, red wine, and white wine we have all come from a famous brewery from Champagne province. We even have Ormir red wine from 1,330. Its price is £126. If you wish to purchase it, you can take it along with you or store it with us, drinking a cup every time you come. £126. I can already hire an excellent butler with that." "Heh heh," Klein smiled with great grace. "Your dishes and wine are excellent. It's really difficult to choose." The red-vested waiter gave a hospitable smile. "You can choose the chef's recommendations for the day. It will be an authentic and delicious Inti's meal arranged by our main chef. There are three choice £15, £10, and £8. I don't want any of them." Klein leaned back slightly as he smiled. "I'll have the £15 set meal." "All right." The red-vested waiter took away the menus, and he walked towards the kitchen. Klein drew a breath and slowly exhaled as he casually observed the area before him. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was a lady wearing an olive-green dress. She was tall, with an excellent figure. She wore a black, out-of-fashion bonnet, with a fishnet veil hanging down and concealing her face. As a faceless, Klein had a strong ability to discern the external characteristics of humans. He immediately identified the lady, Queen Mystic, Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. He wasn't in a rush to look away as he naturally moved his gaze to the side. Bernadette didn't seem to notice anything abnormal as she disappeared around the stairwell. Why would she appear here? Right, this restaurant's specialty is Emperor Roselle's palace dishes. Heh, it's nothing like the Chinese cuisine I thought it would be. He probably doesn't know how to cook and at best is able to describe the concept. There are stir-fried dishes here. Could the owner behind the scenes actually be her? Why is she here in Backland instead of floating out at sea? Hasn't she found hero bandit Black Emperor? Klein sat down with a calm expression as questions arose in his mind. Meanwhile, on the streets, a carriage was driving towards the Intis S. Ren's restaurant. Sitting in the carriage was Aaron Sirius's family. This famous surgeon was a member of the Quelog Club, a good friend of Sherlock Moriarty. He had once sought out the detective to handle Will Ossipton's matter. Ever since his wife became pregnant, he found his luck had become rather good. His business was improving by the day, and his income was rising by the month. He recently successfully completed Baron Syndras's surgery, and he received the commendation of this newly promoted noble. He was invited to the S. Renzo restaurant to have lunch with him. It's said that the ice cream is pretty good, Aaron smiled as he said to his wife. His wife was a black-haired beauty, and she was already obviously pregnant. She smiled demurely and said, I'm more looking forward to Emperor Roselle's palace dishes. Aaron tersely acknowledged as he looked out the window. We're almost there. Just as he said that, his wife held her tummy and frowned. It hurts a little. Aaron, who wasn't a first-time father, immediately checked on her and didn't discover any problems, but his wife was feeling greater discomfort. The child in her womb seemed to be pulling a tantrum. I think I won't go over there. I wish to return home to rest, Aaron's wife suggested. Aaron thought for a while and said, I'll accompany you home. He immediately ordered his valet, get down here and head to the restaurant to apologize to Baron Syndras on my behalf. After the carriage began its return, the discomfort that Aaron's wife suffered was relieved. By the time she walked through the doorstep, everything was normal. She pointed at her tummy, exasperated. It appears like he doesn't want to eat ice cream. Achoo. In the Intis S. Renzo restaurant, Klein, who hadn't spared any dish, felt the pinch, but began enjoying his ice cream in satisfaction. Midway, he found his nose itchy as he sneezed into a piece of tissue paper he pulled out. Westborough, in a dark house. Fours, who had already advanced to astrologer, participated in all kinds of Bay-under gatherings in search of the possibility to earn money. She owed Zio £220, and she was even suspected by her good friend of being involved in illegal gambling. I can't even afford to buy my essential crystal ball. As her thoughts wandered, Fours suddenly heard a member at the gathering say, I wish to sell a moon puppet. Chapter 740, Self-Recommendation Moon Puppet. For's heart palpitated as she refocused and looked at the gathering participant who had just spoken. The man in a black iron mask had already taken out a small puppet and showed it to everyone. I have a friend who discovered a series of graves deep in the southern continent's Paz Valley. This puppet was stuck in the deceased's right eye socket. Fors observed the puppet seriously, just like the other gathering participants. She discovered that it was slender, and its entire body resembled a tiny wooden piece that had been engraved with crescent-like eyes and a mouth. Embedded in it were dried grass and flowers. Doesn't look like anything special, Fors mumbled inwardly. Her spiritual perception didn't sense anything as her pen-wielding hand continued hovering over a bronze-green notebook. The man in the iron mask continued the introduction. My friend and I are unable to determine what use this puppet has, and we can only suspect that it's not simple. It might also hide quite a secret. £60. For just £60 you can have it. This price is very fair. Even if it has nothing to do with mysticism, it's not a bad antique worth £40 to £50. That is to say, you'll be spending £10 to have a chance of a pleasant surprise. To you, this is a small sum of money. A very tempting explanation. This gentleman is likely a successful salesman. However, I don't even have £10. As Fors engaged in a self-deprecating laugh, she didn't believe that anyone would buy the so-called moon puppet of unknown origins and usage. Just as she had that thought, she heard a female voice which was deliberately suppressed. £50. Is she too rich, or is she willing to try her luck? Fors subconsciously turned her head to look at the speaking person, only to see the lady wearing a hooded long robe. Her face was hidden in the shadows. At that moment, the owner of the moon puppet laughed. I'll be more inclined to keep it for myself. Perhaps there might come a time when I discover what's so special about it. As he spoke, he realized that no one was offering a better price. He immediately said, "Of course, as a gentleman, I'll satisfy your wish since you have expressed your desire and have given a reasonable price." "Deal," the hooded woman replied with a deep voice. Soon, the gathering's attendant helped them complete the transaction. Fuzz noticed that the lady's hand was trembling slightly after she received the moon puppet. She places great importance on the item. She might actually know what's so special about the puppet. Moon puppet. Moon. From the southern continent. Fuzz suddenly made connections and recalled the few primordial moon believers who Mr. Moon was searching for. She began having a suspicion that the hooded lady was one of them or that she had a connection with them. Of course, she had zero evidence. She didn't even have much of a compelling reason to have such a guess. Phew, Force silently exhaled as she decided to find a way to verify her theory. She casually moved the hard-covered notebook in her hand, making a yellowish-brown goatskin appear. On the piece of paper were all kinds of patterns that formed an ancient, mysterious picture of unknown intent. This was one of the pages of Leymano's travels, and it recorded a particular Beyonder power. It wasn't a recorded power which Fours had gathered herself, but one of the 5 original pages when she received it. Fours looked up, and she pretended to observe the transactions of the others while fully taking in the hooded lady's situation. She discovered that there was a mosquito with dark brown spots on a nearby wall and unknown worms that were slowly squirming on the ground. Force's finger naturally slid across the yellowish-brown goatskin's pattern as a complicated symbol quickly formed in her mind. Silently and without showing any odd signs, she felt that she had understood the brown pattern as her thoughts connected with the other parties. The brown-spotted mosquito flew at a low height. It circled beneath the hooded lady and carefully clung to her front. The mosquito's vision was different from a human's since an incomprehensible scene appeared in Force's mind, but it soon disintegrated and reformed into a rather normal scene. The hooded lady had a rather curved outline with dark skin. Her brows were thin and the corners of her mouth drooped significantly. Force immediately recognized her. She was none other than the primordial moon believer, Windsor Bearing, who Mr. Moon was searching for. An effective clue is worth £100, and directly finding her means £500. Fours recalled the reward as she immediately became flustered. Her first reaction was to drive the mosquito to bite Windsor Bearing and suck her blood. That way, she could later use astromancy to directly lock onto her location. However, she gave up the idea after struggling for a moment. That was extremely taboo in a Beyonder gathering. If she were discovered, she would definitely be attacked by all the participants of the gathering, and the host of the gathering often had significant strength. Going too overboard made it easily detectable, and I'll just get the £100. If there's another chance, I'll consider how to lock onto her directly. I have to leave this gathering early and smear my blood over Leymano's travels to prevent myself from getting lost. That would be dangerous. Foz repressed her disappointment as she made her final decision. In fact, her actions were already out of line, hence she didn't wish to stay another second longer. Hilston Borough, inside a high-class hotel. Klein stood behind an oriel window as he silently took in the crimson moon and thin clouds in the sky. Some time later, he combed the white hair around his temples and reached out to draw the curtains. Then, he went through the hassle of moving the radio transceiver back to the real world and spent the time airing out most of its smell. This time, he only waited about 10 seconds when he felt the room turn dark and eerie. He heard the radio transceiver begin to producing clicking sounds. Klein approached and saw a piece of illusory paper spew out. On the paper were words composed of Lonese. "Great Master, please look right, right." Klein turned his head in amusement and curiosity to his side. He saw a full-body mirror, which had already turned dark, as though it was smeared with a layer of ink. Just as a thought flashed in his mind, the full-body mirror lit up. Illusory fireworks began shooting inside the mirror as it burst and scattered down in a beautiful and dazzling display. Meanwhile, the full-body mirror produced a line of golden Lonese words. "Welcome back, great master." At that moment, although arrows didn't produce any sound, Klein had the baffling feeling that it was hysterically shouting. As the fireworks came to an end, the golden text distorted and formed a new line of text. Great Master, your loyal and humble servant, Arrows, wishes to ask you how I might be of service to you. Klein was already very accustomed to this, as he said in a practiced manner, "Answer my questions." The golden line of text reformed again. "Thank you for your answer. You may ask." Prepared, Klein said, "Where did the evil spirit in William Street go to?" The full-body mirror's golden text froze for a few seconds before they slowly disappeared. As for the blooming fireworks in the background, they first blurred before a new scene became clear. It was that of an abandoned chapel where withered vines crawled over its walls and grey stones were strewn everywhere. Klein found it rather familiar. It was where he and Sharon had once conversed with the evil spirit. The scene drew close as Klein saw that in a corner of the collapsed chapel was a tiny pit that wasn't too deep. There were clear signs of it being dug up with one's fingers. Miss Magician mentioned it before. As Klein's thoughts surfaced, the scene produced a cold voice that hid a smile. "It's a pleasure working with you." As those words came out of the soil, the scene immediately turned distorted like a water surface being stirred before the scene completely shattered. "Pleasure working with you." Who did the evil spirit speak to? To make an angel from the hunter pathway use such a tone, the person opposite it mustn't be someone of a lower level. That person might even be an angel. However, why would he use his hands to dig? He should have a much easier method that didn't waste that much time. The angel is also restricted in a certain sense. Just like that grandpa in Leonard's body. Right, Leonard was in Backland back then. This is a clue, but there are other possibilities. Something at the level of an angel doesn't equate to being an angel. The evil spirit controlled Baronet Pound to contact someone. From the looks of it, the Inties and Faceac spies were just a smokescreen that was deliberately set up by the evil spirit. As expected of a conspirer, thoughts ran through Klein's mind as he said to Arrows, "Second question. I have 3 butlers to choose from. Who do you think is the most suitable?" Golden Loney's words appeared one after another. "If you choose Rabach and Walter, there might be an additional development. Asnier is the most professional, but he's also the most ordinary." The two who were formerly under the service of Duke Negan and Viscount Conrad do allow for additional development. Klein nodded in thought. "It's your turn to ask." At this moment, a bunch of golden text appeared. "Great Master, what do you make of me being your butler? As long as you bring me out of the Church of Steam, I can become the best butler in the world." Klein hesitated for a second as he replied, mincing his words, "It's not suitable at the moment." The golden text in the full-body mirror darked instantly before it lit up again, reforming the words. "All right, your loyal and humble servant, Arrows, will patiently await the day." Immediately following that, the full-body mirror produced a complicated picture with some footnotes. "This is a rune formed with the corresponding symbols and magical labels. Great Master, as long as you are in Backland, writing it on some paper is equivalent to summoning me." A mixture of concealment and mystery prying symbols. Klein identified the rune and said, "Okay." Chapter 741, Butler 9 a.m., Hillston Borough, inside a high-class hotel. Klein picked up a bottle of exquisitely packaged white wine as he handed it over to the elder opposite him. "Mr. Asnier, thank you for coming. This is a gift of mine. Please accept it. At the latest, I'll make my decision by tomorrow. When the time comes, I might come and visit you in person." He was using such a euphemistic manner to inform the man that he had failed to be selected. To be frank, he was actually rather pleased with Mr. Asnier. He perfectly met his image of a Butlerstone, well-mannered, professional, a high level of mental understanding, and was good at handling all kinds of thorny issues. As the oldest candidate who lived the furthest away, he had arrived half an hour ahead of time. He had been patiently waiting outside, while Rabach and Walter were only 15 minutes early. If not for Arrows mentioning that the latter, too, allowed for additional developments, Klein felt that he would have chosen this old gentleman. After all, his main goal was to use the butler's social connections to more easily enter high society so as to make contact with the corresponding targets. The white wine was specially bought from the Intis S. Wren's restaurant, costing him £2 since he knew someone was destined to be disappointed while wasting money to travel to and fro by carriage. This could effectively accentuate how generous Dwayne Dance was and how gentlemanly he was as a mysterious tycoon. In addition, He didn't think it was right to belittle a butler from a noble family. Such people definitely knew plenty of people in high society, many professional butlers, and countless servants due to their past professional experiences. They covered the entire spectrum of people, and they could affect a gentleman's image, and this was a necessary consideration for entering even higher social circles. At present, the 55-year-old Asnia had plenty of white hair. His blue eyes were ingrained with the wisdom that time had given him, so he didn't reject Dwayne Dance's gift. He received it and glanced at it before bowing. "I love white wine from Gerard. Thank you for your kindness. Your grace is admirable." Gerard. "Yes, the waiter yesterday mentioned that it's a brewery in Intis, Champagne province. It's well known for producing high-end grape wine. Some of the wine of certain vintage years are considered top-notch. Sigh, a butler knows more about wine than me. That's right. Mr. Asnier had mentioned that wine cellars are directly under the charge of the butler or a butler assistant among nobles and the rich. Does this mean that I need to have a wine cellar in the future? Wine costing £2 is at the bottom of the totem pole, while even Ormir red wine from 1,330, which costs £126, isn't even considered the best. How much would such a wine cellar cost? As he thought it over, Klein felt heavy in the chest. He began to suspect that the £288 he had set aside from the gold coins weren't going to last long. If not for the training he had during his time as a clown, he definitely would have lost his cool and not reply with a smile. "Your fondness for it is the greatest form of praise for me. Mr. Asnier, please invite Mr. Rabach, who's at the coffee house below up." Asnier didn't hesitate to agree to it. Less than 5 minutes later, Rabach knocked on the door and entered the living room. This gentleman had his blonde hair combed neatly. The edges of his eyes and mouth had some wrinkles which weren't too distinct. He had a ruddy complexion and a masculine bearing. It was obvious that he was a butler who could accompany his master hunting or even fend off enemies. After exchanging greetings, Klein invited him in to take a seat while smiling. He went directly to the point. "Forgive me for being honest. I don't understand why you would become the butler of Baron Sindras. Your father was the assistant butler to the Negan family, and your grandfather was the land steward of the same family. Many of your ancestors served the Duke and his relatives until they returned to the arms of God. You should have had such a life trajectory as well." Due to Emperor Rosel's influence, the various countries in the northern continent went from using their fief and aristocratic title to indicate their nobility to just their names and aristocratic titles. Only under special formal occasions would they use the former. Of course, there were a few nobles whose names stemmed from their fiefs. Rabach gave a standard smile and answered, "Baron Sindras is a newly promoted noble, an old friend of the late Duke. Therefore, I was sent to his family to help him and his family get accustomed to noble life and grasp the corresponding etiquettes." The late Duke he was talking about was the present Duke Negan's father, the Palace Negan, who had been assassinated the previous year. "Then, why did you leave the Baron's family later?" Klein deliberated and asked. Rabach answered honestly. Although Baron Sindras obtained his aristocratic title via the Conservative Party, he is one of the most famous bankers, investors, and enterprise owners in the kingdom. He was one of the earliest multimillionaires, and he had a strong penchant for the new party. He was willing to provide a certain degree of support to them, creating friction between him and the Conservative Party nobles, including the younger Duke. Therefore, to prevent the Baron from being put in a difficult position, I offered to leave. He actually tried to keep me, and he was an excellent employer. Klein nodded and asked, "You believe in the Lord of Storms?" Rabach seriously replied, "Yes, the Lord gives us courage, zeal, and a sense of responsibility." Klein asked a few more matters about butlers and received a detailed response. Then he said with a smile, "Might I trouble you to invite Mr. Walter, who's at the coffee house, up? After I'm done chatting with him, I'll make the decision. You can wait in the coffee house for about 10 minutes. "All right." Rabach didn't harp on the matter and immediately got up to bow. After bidding farewell, he left in a manner that exuded the air of a military man. As he watched him leave and close the door, Klein sat back down, picked up his black tea, and took a sip. He muttered silently, "If I were to choose him, I'll likely establish certain connections with the present Duke Negan and the Conservative Party. The additional development might include the situation before the assassination." Before long, Walter arrived and entered after knocking on the door. Klein first exchanged some pleasantries before asking, "What conflict did you have with Viscount Conrad's butler? You should understand that I need to understand the situation. I cannot afford to risk offending a noble." Walter had a broad forehead with raven-black hair and brown, stern eyes, but he wasn't a person who appeared taciturn. He thought for a few seconds and said, "As a butler assistant, I was responsible for the Viscount's children. During this process, due to certain matters, I was appreciated by a particular important figure. As such, I won the recognition of the Viscount, which made the butler wary against me. Later, that important figure passed away due to an accident, and as a result, the Viscount's attitude towards me changed. The butler treated me even worse, making me believe that it was pointless waiting for things to improve. In charge of the Viscount's children, and he got to know an important figure. Talim also got to know Prince Edisac from teaching Viscount Conrad's youngest son. And the prince passed away a few months ago because of the great smog of Backland. This matches Walter's explanation. From the looks of it, this butler was one of the peripheral victims of that matter. He's rather cautious and professional. He didn't expose his former employer's negatives or reveal the matter about the prince, nor did he speak ill of the Viscount's butler. If I select him, the additional development is something to look forward to. Klein listened silently as he made some connections. He then switched to asking some professional questions, expressing his desire to enter high society. After receiving a satisfactory answer, he straightened his clothes, got up, and smiled. "Let me introduce myself again. I'll be your employer, Dwayne Dance." Walter immediately bowed and said, "Sir, how may I be of service?" He kept maintaining a stern, old-fashioned, and unperturbed demeanor, as though these were the professional traits of a butler. "Two matters," Klein replied with a chuckle. "First, help me hand this bottle of white wine to Mr. Rabach, who's waiting at the coffee house. Please express my apologies and gratitude to him. Second, hire a solicitor to write up a professional contract that will include you and the other servants." "All right, sir." Walter bowed once again. As Klein handed the white wine over, he asked, "Walter, how many servants do you think I need to hire in order to not appear improper?" While Walter received the bottle of Garrard white wine, he replied without any hesitation, "You should first determine where you will be living. Only then can you know how many servants you actually need." "Oh, do you have suggestions? My requirements are simple. I wish to live in Northborough, as I'm a pious believer of the goddess." Klein drew the crimson moon on his chest in passing. "According to the information I read on the papers and magazines, a gardened villa in a high-end district has to be at least £3 a week. That makes it £156 a year. Although there are no direct numbers, I can infer that the suburb's best gardened villas cost about £2 a week. A high-end apartment with a few rooms and halls would cost about the same. It's been mentioned that that's relatively extravagant, a place where only the richest of the middle class can afford to rent. Yes, from that, I can preliminary estimate the rent of a tycoon's house. It's expensive just thinking about it. Back in Tingen, Benson, Melissa, and I spent 13 solely a week on a gardenless terrace house. There was an additional 5 pence for the use of furniture. In the house I lived in Minsk Street, it didn't even reach £1. So be it, even if it's £3. I have two, £888. It shouldn't be a problem renting a slightly better one. No problem at all. While awaiting Walter's answer, Klein silently recalled the information regarding rental costs. He began calculating how much he needed to pay every week and every year. Walter considered it for 2 seconds before replying in a serious manner. "Sir, you can choose 32 Beekland Street. It's close to St. Samuel Cathedral, and it's a 3-story manor with more than 10 rooms. It comes with a stable, a servant's quarters, and a rather large garden. Living nearby are baronets, House of Commons members of Parliament, and senior lawyers. The interior design is especially tasteful. There are plenty of famous paintings and antiques. All the furniture and wares are enough to accentuate your identity. You can rent it for a year first. If you find it satisfactory, you can consider buying it entirely." "Sounds pretty good." Klein asked with a smile. "How much is it to rent for a year?" Walter sternly and skillfully reported the number, including the use of furniture, £1,260 a year. Klein was glad that he wasn't drinking any tea, or else he would have spewed it all across his butler's face. He mustered nearly all of a clown's control in order to prevent any abnormalities from showing on his face. Author's note: The rental prices of houses are referenced from money in the past on the economic life of people in Beijing, Paris, and London in the 19th century, and British study of Victorian middle-class marriage and family life. A house costing £260 is an embassy rented during the Qin dynasty. As for whether there was a premium to it, I've no idea. Chapter 742. Decided after a brief moment of silence, Klein raised the black tea and took a sip. He said with a smile, "It's something that can be considered, but Emperor Roselle once said to never be in a rush to make a decision. Only after repeated comparison will one receive the best answer." "Are there any other options?" Walter, who wore a white glove, replied without any abnormality to his expression. "Phelps Street would also satisfy your request. I recall that Unit 9 is available for rent. It's a two-story villa with more than 10 rooms. It comes with a stable, the servants' quarters, and a small garden. The furniture and wares are relatively old, but they're considered decent. The annual rent is £220. That's quite a reasonable price. Reasonable. However, Phelps Street means that it's less than 100 meters away from St. Samuel Cathedral. Although this does help in being right under their noses, many of the pedestrians will be nighthawks. It would be very inconvenient for me to leave and return, making it easy to make mistakes." Klein, who originally had a budget of about £160, suddenly felt £220 was a pretty good price after undergoing the catharsis of the gardened manor's price. This made him suspect whether butler Walter had deliberately offered him an expensive choice at the very beginning. Klein pondered for a few seconds and said, "Any others?" Walter replied without showing any signs of impatience, "160 Beekland Street is also available for rent. It's a three-story house which also comes with a garden, a stable, servants' quarters. There are more than 10 rooms, but its location isn't as good as Unit 32. The decorations, furniture, and wares can be considered decent. It has an annual rent of £315. £315. The rental fee flashed past Klein's slightly numb mind. He asked in thought, "What do you suggest?" At that moment, he had already decided on an answer, but as an employer, he wasn't in a rush to express his decision. This was because he would easily be belittled if his decision had a slip-up in common knowledge. Walter seriously thought and said, 160 Beekland Street. In comparison, the neighbors here will be more helpful in entering high society. As for Unit 32, it's overly extravagant. To rent it immediately will make your surrounding neighbors believe that you lack the necessary self-restraint, making it seem inappropriate. To put it simply, to rent a house costing £260 a year so easily will make neighbors define me as an ostentatious nouveau rich. To a tycoon who's trying to enter high society, such a reputation will be terrible. Klein sipped his black tea and asked with a smile, "Then, why did you offer me the selection of 32 Beekland Street?" Walter unhurriedly bowed and said, "Honorable sir, I'm only a butler. My responsibility isn't to decide, but to present all suitable options and give you certain suggestions for your consideration. In a situation where I'm unaware of your exact preferences, I have to do my best to provide you with all possible options." Very professional. He's likely worried that Dwayne Dance is a nouveau rich who enjoys flaunting his wealth. So he first gave the choice of 32 Beekland Street as a way to probe me, so as to adjust his suggestions and management style. Klein smiled and said, "Let's eliminate Unit 32. We shall choose one of the two. Before I make the decision, I'm accustomed to paying a visit. Let's head off after lunch." "Yes, sir." Walter continued wearing that stern, old-fashioned expression. South of the bridge, Harvest Church, Emlyn White was wiping the silver candle stands as he was mulling over the clues provided by Miss Magician. A secret Bayonder gathering. That's equivalent to providing no clues. It will be rather difficult to pursue the matter, and I won't be able to participate in the gathering in short notice. Emlyn observed himself in the silver stand's surface as he combed his hair. Then he put down the wiping cloth, retreated to the first pew in the cathedral, and sat down as he watched Bishop Otravsky praying seriously before the altar with his gaze unfocused. Thoughts came to his mind as they occasionally created sparks. Emlyn suddenly grasped a detail. Why would a puppet that garners the primordial moon believer's immense interest happen to appear? Moon puppet. This feels like it's bait. See, could it be a trap designed by Ruse Thori and the others? Emlin's eyes lit up as he suddenly stood up. Ruse Thori was a sanguine baron who was participating in the hunting competition. He was viewed by Emlyn as his strongest competitor. The more Emlyn thought about it, the more he found it as a possibility. This was because he knew that Thori was an antique enthusiast, one who especially enjoyed collecting all sorts of strange trinkets from the southern continent. After pacing back and forth a few times, he curled the corners of his lips and chuckled. He silently said, I have no way of entering the Bay Under gathering to seek out the location of Windsor, but I can monitor Ruse Thori and finish off the target before he does. Haha, I look forward to his expression when that happens. Yes, Miss Magician's clue is indeed worth £100. Just as Imlin was feeling abnormally excited, Father Atravsky ended his prayers, walked over, and looked down at him. He said with a gentle voice, Our piousness is not in our language, but in every detail of our body language. You are not being focused enough today. Wipe the candle stand again. All right, Imlin replied, suddenly feeling ashamed. After the priest turned to walk to the confessional, he snapped to his senses as he muttered, amused and incensed, I'm not pious at all. I don't have to appear pious. Rows of straight Intis parasol trees lined both ends of the street, making the streets appear beautiful and tranquil. With his gold-inlaid cane in hand, Klein slowly walked out of Unit 160. He silently drew a breath and turned to look at Walter. Tell the owner that I'm very satisfied. I'll temporarily rent it for a year. We might move to a better place later, such as Empress Borough. His words hinted at his ambition to obtain an aristocratic title, as Empress Borough was a place where the nobles gathered. As for why he didn't rent half a year to save on money, it was because such high-end estates only accepted long-term contracts. 1 year was the minimum. To be frank, if money wasn't an issue, Klein had quite a liking for the house. Its lawn was clean, and the garden was beautiful. The furnishing was befitting, and the wares were exquisite. There were plenty of bedrooms, sufficient furniture, and many washrooms on every floor. Even the stables and servants' quarters at the back weren't shoddy work. It was the best residence Klein could have ever imagined in the past. Walter immediately replied, I'll hire a solicitor in a while. Sir, what specific requests do you have regarding servants? Klein strolled underneath the Intis parasol trees and smiled. I'd first like to hear your suggestions. Walter thought for a moment before saying, Sir, you will need a housekeeper regardless. During the interview, Klein had mentioned that Dwayne Dance wasn't married and had no children, nor did he have any mistresses in Backland. Therefore, he didn't need a lady's maid. Dwayne Dance nodded gently without expressing any intentions. Walter continued. Her duties would be to manage the female servants and the expenses of the household. Sir, you can't leave everything to me or the same person. Balance is an art in politics, and it's also a good method when managing a household. Emperor Roselle once said that absolute power definitely corrupts. I'm confident in myself before money, but it's only confidence. Very honest. A housekeeper is needed. She'll cost about £30 to £40 a year. Klein nodded. Okay. At that moment, Walter was walking behind Klein to his side. He extended his hand to stop a rental carriage. On the carriage, he continued, I will get the Family Servant Assistance Association to produce a name list for the selection of the housekeeper. You shall choose her personally, and I won't provide any suggestions. Based on the current residential situation, you will also need a steward who can be male or female. You will need a valet, a lady's maid in charge of the bedrooms, and 2 chambermaids who will be in charge of the living room and activity room. 2 footmen to valet guests, a parlor maid, a scullery maid, 2 laundresses, and 2 handymen. Apart from those, you will need a cook, 2 gardeners, 2 coachmen or 1 coachman, and an assistant coachman. If necessary, you can have an additional attendant, a steward's boy, a nursery governess, and a second cook. You currently do not have any carriages, but you'll definitely have 2 in the future. A 4-wheeled carriage costs about £300. A 2-wheeled one costs about £100. As he listened to his butler introduce the required servants in detail, Klein's mind went numb. He didn't wish to do the accounts on how much he needed to spend. After all, it was paid on a weekly or monthly basis, and not an annual basis. Ignoring the attendant, steward's boy, nursery governess, and second cook, there will be 10 to 11 male servants, and the female servants with the housekeeper will number about 9 to 10. It's basically several times what I calculated. Each week's expenses will exceed £10. This can only be determined after all of them are hired and their salaries are negotiated. There's also the carriage. Klein's mind couldn't help but drift when he saw Walter's mouth moving non-stop. Seeing the staid and extremely dignified Mr. Dwayne Dance nodding from time to time, Walter subconsciously broadened the topic. In the future, you will also need to rent a manor in the suburbs to entertain friends to have a wonderful weekend over there. There's no rush. It can wait until you hold several dances and banquets at Unit 160. Sir, do not mention housemaids in front of the neighbors of this street. Only those with salaries below £500 a year will hire housemaids because they're unable to hire enough female servants to handle the different parts of the household. Klein listened numbly as he reflexively wore a warm smile. Back at the hotel, he watched Walter leave before he sat back down, his expression collapsing. When it was 20 minutes to 3, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly got up. He went into his bedroom and prepared to begin this week's tarot gathering. Chapter 743. A diary page above the grey fog in the palace with the towering dome. The fool Klein glanced at the sun, who had been pulled up ahead of time, as well as the world who had been conjured in advance. Emanating a little bit of his spirituality, he made contact with the crimson star representing justice, the hanged man, the magician, the moon, and the hermit. Beams of light rose up as relatively blurry figures appeared on the two sides of the long bronze table. Justice Audrey, who had just returned from a tree farm leading to the castle, had already changed into a dress. Her sleeves were layered in laces that were filled with lustrous pearls. Like clockwork, she stood up, lifting the corners of her skirt as she curtsied. "Good afternoon." Mr. Fool Klein instantly felt better as he nodded with a smile in response. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but sigh. To act like a tycoon costs so much money. I wonder how huge the expenditures are for a noble like Miss Justice. After all the members exchanged greeting nods, he looked at the hermit, as he knew that this pirate admiral would likely provide him with new Roselle diary entries. As he had expected, Catlia spoke out. "Mr. Fool, I only managed to find one page of Roselle's diary. Just one page. Shouldn't Queen Mystic be able to produce an entire book any time she wants?" Klein, who had been met with repeated tribulations recently, remained composed as he nodded. "That won't be a problem." Catlia immediately conjured a yellowish-brown diary page. It then seemed to tear through the spirit world and enter Mr. Fool's hands. Klein deliberately looked down, and he was surprised to discover that the beginning of the diary entry didn't have a date. That means that it's a second page from another diary page. Why didn't Bernadette give me the first page? She should be able to figure out dates. After all, old Neil succeeded, did she not? Or were the diary pages thrown into a mess, and she wasn't able to restore them to the correct order? Does this mean that Emperor Roselle's belongings were vied for by various factions after his death? Some were lost, and at that time Bernadette was unable to stop them. Only when she became Queen Mystic did she have the ability to get involved. As Klein guessed, he quickly began reading the content on the piece of paper. How surprising. The fourth epic history divulged by Mr. Dorr is getting more and more interesting. This unlucky beastard, who's trapped amidst the storm and lost to the depths of darkness, told me that the Black Emperor died once and had revived again. Surprisingly, this matches what was said in that ancient secret organization. Back during that gathering, they said that the 9 secret mausoleums of the Black Emperor weren't all destroyed. Even if this deity who walked the land were to perish, he could resurrect. Even if all 9 mausoleums were destroyed, as long as the order left behind by the Black Emperor remained, he had the ability to strangely resurrect. Only with the birth of a new Black Emperor would he be completely obliterated, never to appear again. According to Mr. Dorr's description, the Black Emperor had 3 stages in the process of his resurrection. First is that the uniqueness leaves the person possessing it, turning into an abstract concept. Second is when the subjects of the Black Emperor hear his mighty voice again. The third is that, when fused with the uniqueness, the Black Emperor would reappear in the astral world. The 3 sequence, 1 Bayonder characteristics, would automatically be returned into the Emperor's hands. This is an order that other true deities are unable to distort or prevent. This way, the sequence 1 Prince of Abolition of this pathway Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor would be in a rather awkward situation. They might instantly perish, falling back to sequence 2. Mr. Dorr said that back then, the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess had chosen the Night Emperor. They helped him switch to a neighboring pathway, the Justicia pathway. As such, the Tudor Trunsost United Empire fractured, and Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, who was pushed into a corner, made a crazy decision. It was to switch to a non-neighboring Bayonder pathway. He paid the cost of losing his reasoning, becoming a lunatic so as to forcefully advance and become a true god. I have to say that this decision is filled with irrationality. It's almost impossible for it to happen, but Mr. Dorr told me that Alistair Tudor eventually succeeded. The craziest true god was born. It's truly fascinating, but Mr. Dorr didn't go into the details since he kept it from me. I asked him which was worse, lunacy or death. He said that it was an obvious choice, death, because as long as one was alive, it wasn't impossible to recover even if one was completely mad. He laughed and gave an example. A crazy true god could use his instinct to mate with all kinds of living beings, giving birth to all kinds of descendants. Through this process, if he was lucky enough, the conflicting Bayonder characteristics would be purged. The lunacy would slowly disappear with time as he improves bit by bit. Mr. Dorr deliberately didn't say if there would be any remnant problems, nor did he explain why almost no one made such a choice. But I could tell that there was definitely some huge hidden risks. I have to say, Mr. Dorr's understanding of true gods far exceeds my imagination. Before he was exiled, he might have made an attempt to reach sequence 0. It's no wonder he shows such contempt to Zaratul, and he has zero respect for the various true gods. This only makes me more unwilling to let him return to the real world. There's plenty of information. It's no wonder that Bernadette deliberately chose this diary page. Wait, why did she choose this page? What important meaning is there behind it? Did problems begin to slowly happen to Emperor Roselle from that day until he eventually went mad? Mad? Could it be? No way. Roselle's situation back then was similar to Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. His pathway was severed, and the neighboring pathways were blocked by either people or items, making it difficult to reach them. See, could it be that under the immense stress, he made an irrational choice like Blood Emperor, and he had attempted to switch to a non-neighboring pathway? This way, the craziness in his later years was a result of him truly losing his reasoning, not a result of the defamation from others. It's no wonder Bernadette hated and betrayed him, but is also trying to figure out the truth. From this angle, certain things have become very interesting. Roselle forcefully ascended to the throne and declared himself emperor, his declaration of the civil code, using the order from Earth's 18th and 19th century to replace the existing order. He wantonly spread his speeches and promoted his sense of aesthetics. Heh heh, I really belittled this senior of mine. I always thought he was cosplaying Napoleon or Caesar for his own entertainment, so it was him making preparations to become the Black Emperor. No, I saw a few pages of his diary back then. His thought processes were clear and his emotions were stable. He could even communicate with various noblewomen of different ages. Um, he might not have made the final decision back then, but was subconsciously leaving a way out for himself. The civil code probably wasn't deliberate. As a usurper to the throne, declaring new laws is necessary. And from what he could use for reference, the civil code was what matched the situation and flow of history. The actions of him declaring himself emperor later on must be something Bernadette found incomprehensible. She found it difficult to accept. As Roselle's most beloved child, she probably noticed certain abnormalities with her father before he declared himself king. Hence, she chose the longest diary page during that period of the emperor's life to give to Admiral of Stars. Klein couldn't help but make connections, as though the heavy history hidden deep in the fog was being turned over to reveal a page filled with blood and iron. This made him curious about the final trigger that made Roselle go mad. Meanwhile, he also resolved some of his puzzlement. So the resurrection of the Black Emperor is done this way. It's very similar to my previous guess. In the fourth epoch, there was actually a Tudor Trunsost united empire, which was supported by the six deities, like the Lord of Storms and the Evernight Goddess. The two thrones in the ruins in William Street can be explained then, as it belonged to the United Empire. According to Mr. Dorr, the six deities chose the Night Emperor, resulting in the United Empire fracturing. Then, who helped the Blood Emperor capture or kill the three Sequence 1 hunters? Among them, Red Angel Medici was likely stronger than the Blood Emperor from back then. Primordial Demoness, Death, Primordial Moon, Dark Side of the Universe, Mother Tree of Desire. Klein tried listing possibilities for his guesses, but he had nowhere to begin. He quickly made the diary disappear as he smiled at the hermit. "What's your request?" Catlia frankly answered, without holding back. "Is there someone else apart from Emperor Roselle mentioned in this diary entry?" This question made Audrey turn to look at Mr. Fool. Her eyes sparkled as they were filled with curiosity. Even her ears seemed to prick up. Alger was also very interested in the matter. That person definitely wouldn't be an ordinary person to be mentioned in Emperor Roselle's diary. Klein could guess at their thoughts as he couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. It's only because this diary entry was specially selected by Bernadette. If it were any other entries, I'd have to tell you that the other people mentioned are Demoness A, Demoness B, Hunter A, Hunter B, some aristocratic ma'am, some aristocratic lady. After 2 seconds of consideration, Klein, who was leisurely leaning back into his chair, replied with a smile, "Mr. Dorr, Mr. Dorr. To be addressed by Mr. Fool in such a manner, it must be an existence that's close to a guard right." Audrey figured out Mr. Dorr's status from the tone and words used as she obtained an affirmative answer. Catlier and company also had similar ideas, but no one knew who Mr. Dorr was. They looked at each other only to be met with the shaking of heads. Seeing Fours and the other members have a uniform reaction, Klein deliberately looked at the lady and chuckled. "You shouldn't be a stranger towards him." "Ah!" Fours wore a confounded look. She didn't feel like she knew a so-called Mr. Dorr. This person seemed to be of a very high level. Chapter 744. Sale, I'm no stranger to Mr. Dorr. Apart from Mr. Fool, the only one I'm no stranger to will be the 7 deities. Furthermore, I've only been to the Cathedral of the God of Steam and Machinery. As Fours was feeling puzzled, she quickly recalled which high-level existence she could have made contact with. Since there weren't many, she quickly eliminated all the other possibilities. Her eyes lit up as she made the connection with the contents of what Mr. Fool had originally said to her. She looked at the end of the bronze table that was enveloped in grey fog. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Is he the one who created those ravings during the full moon?" Klein chuckled with a nod. "That's right. Ravings during the full moon. What's that?" Audrey and company exchanged looks as though they were ordinary people who had just entered the mysterious world. They had never heard of any so-called full moon ravings. As expected, Miss Magician isn't simple. She actually knows about Mr. Dorr, and she's aware of the corresponding matters. My initial judgment wasn't wrong. Although the Bayunder ingredients she needs are relatively low, there are too many possibilities. Catlia nodded her head indiscernibly, planning to ask more about Mr. Dorr during the free exchange. She was also willing to pay a certain price for it. An existence who could be seriously mentioned by Emperor Roselle and addressed by Mr. Fool in a rather formal manner had to have many secrets involved. It was definitely nothing simple. At that moment, Force silently exhaled. She felt that she was one step closer to removing her curse. At the very least, I now know who's producing the full moon ravings. She lowered her gaze and sincerely said to Mr. Fool, "Thank you for your reminder." Klein didn't speak further, nor did he point out that Mr. Dorr was suspected to be the ancestor of the Abraham family, Bethel. After surveying around the table, he said with a casual tone, "You may begin." With that said, he immediately controlled the world to say with a hoarse voice, "I have 2 mystical items for sale." 2 mystical items. Mr. World has recently been able to produce something of great value at every gathering. He lives up to being Mr. Fool's blessed. Audrey poignantly sighed in amazement as she cast her eyes towards the other end of the long bronze table. Clearly, she was looking forward to the world's explanation of the powers of the item. Alger was tempted, as he knew that the mystical items the world sold were definitely up to mark. However, thinking back to his lack of savings, with the secret to the primitive island already given to him, all he could do was silently sigh, feeling depressed. He still had 5 hours before arriving at Parsu Island, and he was yearning to immediately fly over and complete his report. Then he could leave the area, find an Obninsk to advance to Ocean Songster. Once he did that, he could explore that primitive island with the world, obtaining the relevant rewards so as to ease his financial situation. As for Derek, Emlyn, and Fours, although they were somewhat curious about the mystical item, they lacked the desire to actually purchase it. One of them could submit an application to the six-member council to select one mystical item which the City of Silver had for becoming a Sequence 6. The other wished to receive the rewards from the hunting competition, and he wasn't certain what the rewards would be. Therefore, blindly purchasing items made it easy for redundancy and wastage to happen. Furthermore, he only had the £2,000 to £3,000 needed for the reward for clues. As for the last one, she didn't even have the money to purchase it. Catlia looked at Jam and Sparrow with piqued interest as she considered the possible origins of the mystical item. If it was suitable, without clashing with the two mystical items she had, she didn't mind buying it. Seeing how the two major clients appeared interested, the world gave a deep chortle. One of them is Scales of Luck. It's what I named it. As he spoke, he requested Mr. Fool to conjure the silver necklace that had an ancient coin dangling from it. After introducing its mystical effects and negative effects, he glanced at Audrey and specially gave a warning. I suggest that Beyonders lacking in combat strength don't purchase it. Although it can allow one to avoid a fatal blow, the subsequent backlash is equally dangerous. One needs to have sufficient combat strength and sharp reactions to have a chance of surviving the backlash. Thinking back to how she took on more of a support role, one that leaned towards control and influence, as well as her lack of combat experience, Audrey nodded with slight disappointment. It was an indication that Mr. World was right. Mr. World is pretty nice to me and the Tarot Club members. He's willing to give such a warning. This would have prevented him from selling it. Audrey adjusted her understanding of the world. The hermit found the description extremely familiar. She had apparently heard of the effects of the scales of luck. Scenes quickly flashed through her mind before finally being fixed onto a few particular scenes. Catlia's eyes constricted as she blurted out in surprise, "Senna! It's likely Admiral of Blood Senna's necklace. It looks similar, and the effects are identical. Where did J.M. and Sparrow obtain it? What did he do this time? Did I miss some important news over the past few days while the future was out at sea?" Catlia instinctively suspected that the world had stirred up something massive again. Klein thought about it and controlled the world to laugh deeply. He's already dead. He wasn't against letting Miss Justice and company realize that J.M. and Sparrow was equivalent to the world. After all, there were already two people who knew, and he didn't plan on using this identity frequently in the future. A powerful member who often took action made the rest of the Tarot Club feel a greater sense of belonging. He's already dead. Jem and Sparrow killed Senna. In the previous battle, I only held a slight advantage over him. Catlia discovered that she was increasingly unsure of the world's strength. Although Admiral of Blood's bounty was higher than hers, it was mainly because he did more evil deeds. In terms of strength and mystical items, Catlia was slightly stronger. It wasn't as if she had never had any conflict with Senna. She had held the advantage several times, but she had failed to mortally wound him. As for Jem and Sparrow, she believed that he was inferior to her when they met on the future. He was even unlikely to defeat Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy in her optimum state. Only when this crazy adventurer completed his advancement and hunted Slaughterer Kirchase did she determine that he truly had the strength of a pirate admiral and was someone at her level. However, a week had just passed, and Jem Sparrow had completed another hunt. He had finished off Admiral of Blood Senna, who was one of the top 3 pirate admirals. Catlia knew that she herself was incapable of doing so. He's dead. Admiral of Blood Senna is dead. Jem Sparrow did it. He's killing one sequence 5 a week. Furthermore, each one of them is stronger than the last. Even if he's Mr. Fool's blessed, isn't such strength too ridiculous? Especially when he hasn't become a demigod. Was it done with the help of the other blessed? The church should have the relevant records, but at my present position, I won't be able to read them. Alger was secretly alarmed as he automatically began to consider a reasonable explanation. Audrey was still in her family castle in East Chester County. All she read was a few newspapers and magazines that involved the entire nation, so she wasn't aware of what happened at sea. However, from Ma'am Hermit's tone and words, she could tell that Mr. World had done something incredible again. Senna, Mr. Hanged Man, had apparently mentioned it before. It's Admiral of Blood's name. Mr. World finished off this pirate admiral and obtained his mystical item. How amazing. That's practically what I dreamt of. Back when I had heard of the 7 pirate admirals, I had imagined myself becoming a powerful Beyonder to adventure out into the sea to capture all of them and hand them over to the kingdom. So our Tarot Club is already this powerful. I have to investigate who killed Admiral of Blood. That way, I'll be able to figure out Mr. World's real identity. But would he be unhappy about that? No, he mentioned it himself, so he's likely willing to let himself be known. Audrey thought in glee. Fours, who needed to read various newspapers to obtain material, instantly recalled a piece of news that she had recently read. Admiral of Blood Senna was suspected to have been killed by the crazy adventurer Jam Sparrow. See, could it be that Mr. World is the crazy adventurer worth, Noise the crazy adventurer with a bounty of 50 pounds? Fours felt respect. She began to believe that he had the ability to help her finish off the Aurora Order Oracle, the suspected traveler, Lewis Ween. Emlyn shared similar feelings as Audrey. This was because he seldom read minor newspapers. His area of activity didn't include any information-gathering grounds. As for Derek, he wasn't one bit surprised. He had long confirmed that Mr. World was extremely powerful, even though Mr. Hanged Man had once mentioned that Admiral of Blood Senna was very powerful. He believed that Senna was inferior to Mr. World due to a lack of any direct impression of him. Catlia said after a few seconds of silence, "How much do you plan on selling it for, or what item would you like to trade it with? If the price is suitable, I can consider it." Great. There's finally someone who's interested. Klein, who was burdened with immense financial pressure, controlled the world to say 12 gold pounds. He was afraid Catlia would be frightened away by such a price, so he quickly added, "You can choose to pay a portion with gold coins. That way, all you will need is 11 pounds." Klein believed that Admiral of Stars, who had plundered gold-carrying ships from various nations, definitely had some gold reserves. Even if she didn't have much, she could exchange for them from other pirates. This would allow him to make his first payment to Miss Messenger. As for fishing up sunken ships, due to the existence of the Church of Storms, Klein believed that any easily discoverable ships would have long been found by the irascible Storm Bros. Sea King isn't weaker than Sea Guard, and there had to be a handful of people at the level of Sea King inside the Church of Storms. Catlia did a silent calculation and said, 40 pounds worth of gold coins and 500 pounds in cash. We can close the deal if you are agreeable. The money wasn't easy to raise, even for her, but she had the Moses ascetic order backing her. Spending about 10 pounds to obtain the scales of luck was something that no secret organization would object to, as expected of a pirate admiral. Unfortunately, I have to avoid the Rose school of thought, and I can't clean out Admiral of Blood's ship. Klein made the world carefully consider it before saying, "Deal." Chapter 745. Knowledge is money, finally. At the instant that they reached a deal, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He felt the pressure on him significantly decrease. Although Miss Messenger had said that the 10 loan gold coins could be paid in installments, and she hadn't specified when it would begin, Klein didn't wish to drag out payment for too long, afraid that he would incur the wrath of Rionette Tinker. After all, she was a spirit world creature at the demigod level. If she really ended up mad, she had the means to make things difficult for her employer, even if she was restricted by the contract. Besides, the cost of acting as a tycoon is just too high. The salary of 20-plus servants and the corresponding costs is only just a tiny portion. There's still the carriage, horses, wine, gifts for neighbors, banquets, and investments to conceal my status, each of them more expensive than the last. If I don't save up enough cash, I'm afraid I'll go bankrupt and be unable to continue. Sigh, 500 pounds with the cash I already have should be able to last until I confirm my target right. No, the experiences from the past 2 days have proven to me that I should never use my own understanding to imagine a tycoon's life. I probably still need another 5 to 6,000 pounds to barely maintain it. Klein wished to raise his hand to rub his temples, but he ultimately held back. He soothed his mind and made the world look around again before saying with a hoarse laugh, "The second item is biological poison bottle." He used a relatively succinct description to describe the conjured brownish translucent bottle. He emphasized the few poisonous traits it had, how long it took, how to prevent the effects ahead of time, and any negative effects it gave while carrying it. Audrey felt a chill down her spine as she felt a little embarrassed. She felt the former because of the terrifying poison that made one rip off their skin and flesh, while the latter was a result of the strange aphrodisiac effects it had on a wide area. This is truly a crazy mystical item. It's the type that needs to be prepared ahead of time to show its full effects. It's quite useless against an ordinary spectator, because observation and reading minds can help the low-sequence bayonders of this pathway detect the danger ahead of time and make the necessary actions. However, there's no need for me to do so. If I were to detect danger ahead of time, I can directly cry out for my guards. Besides, I don't like such effects. It will easily harm myself. Audrey, you're already a mature and rational bayonder. You can't buy everything you see. Audrey seriously considered it for a few seconds before giving up on asking the price. Seeing Miss Justice not ask for the price, Klein couldn't help but let the world add, £200. Audrey bit down on her inner lips as she politely shook her head. I wish to obtain a mystical item that's more offensive in nature. Spectator was a pathway that lacked any direct attacks in the early stages, one that was only effective at affecting or controlling their targets. £200. Alger, Fours, and Emlyn repeated the price softly in unison before they shirked all thoughts about it. £200. Catlia suddenly seemed to recall something as she paused obviously. She then quickly added, It's not necessary for me. Ma'am Hermit seems to be afraid of something. Audrey acutely read her emotions. For a split second, Catlia felt that the biological poison bottle had a lot of synergy with poison expert Frank Lee. Furthermore, their powers didn't overlap too significantly, and they even complemented one another. She was wondering if she should purchase it for her first mate, since he had saved up quite a bit of money. But considering how Frank Lee might come up with terrifying experiments after obtaining the biological poison bottle, she trembled and gave up on the idea. She didn't wish to see the deck of the future produce the children of the crew, the kind that mood. After the gathering is over, I'll write to Miss Sharon and tell her that Admiral of Blood's necklace has been sold. All that's left is the biological poison bottle. Klein hid his disappointment, and after some thought made the world speak. I have a book of secrets. It's a book on mysticism left behind by the southern continent's shaman King Klarman. It's suitable for mid-sequence bayonders who have pretty good foundations. The price is £10. Knowledge is money. Having undergone the teachings of Mr. Fool, Mr. Hanged Man, and the other members of the psychology alchemists, Audrey was tempted. She now had an extremely solid foundation in mysticism, and she had a desire to improve further. The psychology alchemists will likely teach me some mysticism knowledge of a higher level in the future, but it will definitely not be all-encompassing and will be limited to the domain of the mind. Audrey easily convinced herself as she nodded. This is exactly what I want. Fours was equally interested, but the thought of how much money she had made her close her mouth. As for the other members, they didn't lack such knowledge. As expected of Miss Justice, she doesn't bargain at all. My bottom line was actually £800. No, I don't have one at all. It's not like knowledge can only be sold once. Klein happily made the world chuckle. Deal. However, I have to remind you not to pray to the primordial moon. It will make you become a lump of squirming flesh that only knows to wildly mate with different creatures to produce all kinds of children. Of course, you cannot pray to other secret existences. It will be equally dangerous. Audrey was terrified by what she heard as she couldn't help but change her seating posture. She then calmed down, turning to look at the end of the long bronze table. She said firmly, I'll only pray to Mr. Fool when holding a secret ritual. She had spoken with utmost sincerity and without any hypocrisy. Miss Justice really worships and trusts the Fool. Klein felt touched and a little ashamed. This was because the Sea God Scepter's domain didn't overlap with the primordial moon. He was unable to provide an effective response in certain rituals. All he could do was attempt to use some of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog as feedback. Following that, as the Fool, he expressed his attitude on the matter. Very good. Meanwhile, having achieved his goal, he made the world say, I have an interrogator bayonder characteristic here for just one, £200. How many items does he have? Fours was dumbfounded. Considering how Zia was still lacking in money and lacked the corresponding formula, all she could do was retract her gaze and pretend as though she hadn't heard him. As for the interrogator Beyonder characteristic, which was in the hands of Mr. Fool's subordinate, she didn't believe that he would keep it that long for her. Seeing no one respond, the world coughed and said, "I'm done." Just as he said that, Alger, who had been waiting all this time, looked at Catlia and said, "I wish to know where Obninsk sea monsters that do not belong to the Church of Storms are." Obninsk sea monsters that don't belong to the Church of Storms. The hanged man really isn't a member of the Church of Storms. Catlia frowned a little before easing them. "I'll help you ask. We'll talk about the price when I have actual clues." "All right," Alger silently sighed. A few seconds prevailed before Emlyn said to Fors, "I'll pay you the £100 for the clue today." "Thank you," Fors said, without a delightful expression. Mr. World's transactions were all in the thousands or more. It made her feel a little numb to such a pittance. Emlyn then looked towards Derek. "The crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders and supplementary ingredients you need have been acquired. Hand me the list of resources and monsters around the City of Silver, and I'll choose a few items of equal value." "Oh, they cost me a total of £20. Adding my payment of £200, it will be a total of £200. Emlyn only wished to obtain things that he could quickly sell, otherwise he wouldn't have much money. "All right. Thank you, Mr. Moon." Derek was delighted, for he suddenly felt that Mr. Moon wasn't that irritating after all. He quickly conjured the corresponding list and handed it over to Emlyn. Emlyn casually flipped through the piece of paper and suddenly felt that it wasn't right. This was because just this piece of information had extremely high value. It presented the detailed information and corresponding resources around the City of Silver. "I remember that they didn't pay to see this list." Emlyn couldn't help but glance at the hanged man Alger and the hermit Catlia. At that instant, he seemed to understand something. When he looked at the sun again, Emlyn had a newfound sense of superiority, as well as a sense of guilt he couldn't get rid of. He cleared his throat and said, this, also this." Derek seriously memorized what was said, and he indicated that there was no need for him to return to the City of Silver, as those could be gathered around Afternoon Town. Following that, Audrey inquired about clues to the fruit of an illusory chime tree, but she received a disappointing answer. When the transactions came to an end, it didn't need the fool to announce it, as they automatically entered a free exchange. Alger looked towards Little Sun and said, "Are you still in Afternoon Town?" "Yes, but we will be returning to the City of Silver soon. The new expedition team arrived today." Derek not only answered Mr. Hanged Man's questions seriously, but he even offered a tidbit. "I've already told the chief that while clearing out the Afternoon Town monsters, I obtained the potion formula for notary." The Hanged Man nodded slightly and said, "What was his attitude?" "He only said, 'Very good.'" Derek carefully recalled what had happened. Alger chuckled when he heard that. "You can be at ease. Your chief is very happy to see you grow. In contrast, he will be more wary of the Elder Council's shepherd." He didn't continue on the topic, as he informed all the members of a piece of news. Recently, many pirates have been heading to Banzi Harbor. They discovered that it has already been completely destroyed. Even if it's rebuilt, it would take several years. Chapter 746. Same night after hearing the hanged man's description, Klein couldn't help but recall Red Angel Medici and the evil spirit found in the underground ruin. However, he didn't share the discoveries of his exploration this time. Firstly, there wasn't a need to, and secondly, it involved Miss Sharon. As for the other members, they had already learned that Banzi Harbor had been destroyed, and since the hanged man hadn't revealed any new information, there was no need for them to reply to the matter. Realizing that no one was saying anything, Alger glanced at the world before looking back. He said calmly, "That's all from me." The hermit immediately turned to look at Fors. "Ma'am, what do you know about Mr. Dorr? I can pay for the corresponding piece of information." Fors, who didn't wish to expose her problems, suddenly hesitated when she heard the latter half of the sentence. She was momentarily tempted. "Payment. I wonder how much Ma'am Hermit can pay me. I don't really know much about Mr. Dorr either. Furthermore, some of the knowledge stems from Mr. Fool's words." Fors looked to the end of the long bronze table once again and asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I tell her?" As he met her every full moon, Klein knew that Miss Magician's financial situation wasn't in the best of states, so he smiled with a nod. "Yes." Fors silently heaved a sigh of relief, turned to Catlia and said, £500. You can request for a private exchange." Catlia didn't bargain. After some thought, she said, "There's no need. Just say it directly." She wished to see if the other members would be able to figure out more about Mr. Dorr from Miss Magician's description. Fors nodded and deliberated over her words. "I once obtained a mystical item that helped me traverse the spirit world. But after using it, I would hear strange ravings every full moon or blood moon. It would inflict an excruciating pain upon me that puts me on the verge of losing control. And according to Mr. Fool, these ravings come from Mr. Dorr." She paused and added, "He might be asking for help." So Fors has been silently suffering such pain. She usually doesn't show it, acting as though she greatly enjoys life. As Audrey subconsciously pitied her friend, she began wondering how she hadn't discovered anything abnormal about Fors with her spectator powers. Mystical item that can traverse the spirit world. Ravings during the full moon. Suspected to be asking for help. Catlia repeated Miss Magician's key points as she nodded with satisfaction. "Thank you for your description." She then swept her gaze at the other members, regretfully realizing that no one else had any additional reaction. The free exchange continued and soon came to an end. Watching the other members leave and helping them complete a few transactions, Klein returned to the real world as he sat in his reclining chair, feeling relaxed as he rested for a while. Following that, he walked to his desk and he picked up a pen and paper to write to Sharon. He told her that the scales of luck had been sold, leaving only the biological poison bottle for sale, as well as the lunatic Bayonder characteristic. After folding the letter, he wrote the information such as 126 Guard Street, Hillston, and Ma'am Merriam. Then he opened his iron cigar case and made Admiral of Blood Senna silently appear beside him. This wraith acted like a valet as he humbly picked up the letter on the table before vanishing from the room. A few streets away, a letter appeared out of nowhere in a mailbox as it fell inside. Eastchester County, the Hall family manor. Audrey looked at the mirror with her unfocused green eyes as the contents of the Book of Secrets filled her mind. This knowledge formed an illusory book that appeared upon being recalled. She could then flip to the corresponding page simply by willing it. This was a result of Klein directly using a portion of the powers from the mysterious space above the gray fog to create a product that was a fusion of information bestowment and the seer's dreamscape ability to recall it. It could last a week or two, and this was sufficient for Audrey to finish reading the Book of Secrets. If she had anything she couldn't recall in the future, she could always request for a bestowment. Mr. Fool's condition seems to be improving. Audrey thought in delight as a twinkle gradually returned to her eyes. She stood up, walked to the door, and said to the bored golden retriever who was sprawled on the ground outside, "Susie, you don't look ladylike enough this way." Susie looked around warily and twitched her nose before saying, "This is the most standard action during hound training. But you aren't a qualified hound." Audrey lampooned as she said with a smile, "I thought you would reply." "Audrey, I'm only a dog," Susie replied in a serious manner. "An excessive use of repeated words makes it easy for others to grasp your personal habits and mental gymnastics. Audrey, that's what that book on psychology wrote." Audrey was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, she saw her father, Earl Hall, with his valet and attendant walking up the castle's staircase. Even though it was sunny outside, this place remained dark and gloomy. There were even candle stands that had been lit. They were embedded in the walls as they illuminated the stairs. "This castle is just too old. I think it needs a major renovation," Earl Hall casually grumbled to his daughter. Audrey nodded in a demure manner and said, "Yes, my dear Earl. This is precisely why I dislike this place. It makes me feel like I'm slowly rotting away. But I'm actually spending £13,000 a year to repair this place," Earl Hall said, with a regretful chuckle. Audrey glanced at Susie and smiled at her father. "Father, is there something for me?" Earl Hall pointed at the papers in his attendant's hands. "A telegram from Backland. Someone is selling 10 of the Backland Bike Company. Are you interested? I think this industry has a very bright future, and it's currently far from reaching its lowest estimated prospects." "Bike!" Audrey found the word rather unfamiliar as her eyes darted around, her expression slightly confused. Earl Hall smiled at his daughter. "It's a kind of machinery with 2 wheels that allows a person to ride on it. You can understand it as a carriage for the ordinary person. In Lone and Backland, the majority of the population doesn't mostly comprise of the nobles or businessmen, but the ordinary people who engage in labor work. Next would be the type of people with some technical skill and standing. This is the target audience of the bike. They have absolute numbers, as well as the required ability to purchase it. Even if 10 of them are willing to buy a bike, it will lead to quite a wonderful development for this company. Yes, they hold the corresponding patents. Audrey trusted her father's foresight, and she could understand the prospects as described by him. She nodded gently and said, "How much would the 10 shares cost?" According to preliminary estimates, the Backland Bike Company is currently valued at £50. This is because the product's advertising and sales campaign still needs time to develop further. Therefore, you can't naively believe that the 10 shares are only worth £50. I suggest that you bid £80 in the first round of bidding with a bottom line price of £15. I will send people to help you in this matter, Earl Hall answered succinctly. About £10. I've mostly used up the cash for this month. Clearly a little embarrassed, Audrey said, "Father, I won't be able to produce that much money on such short notice. And selling my shares, estate, collections, or await their profits will require some time." Earl Hall laughed out loud. "There's no need to go through so much hassle. You can mortgage your shares in the Backland Munitions Corporation or Pritz Commercial Marine Company to the bank for a short period of time to obtain the cash. Once the matter is complete, you can mortgage the shares in the Backland Bike Company for a longer period of time, using the mortgage loan to pay off the first loan. This way, you'll only need to pay about a week to 2 weeks of relatively high interest to complete the trade, and the bike company's dividends a year would be enough to cover the interest of the long-term loan. You'll then be able to patiently wait for its value be recognized, and that's a high probability event. Although Audrey had never received a complete education in commercial finance, she wasn't too unfamiliar with such matters with a major banker as her father. Some thought it allowed her to understand the entire process, as she asked as a form of confirmation. "That's to say, I only need to pay about £200 to £300 to obtain 10 of the bike company's shares." "Or lower," Earl Hall said with a smile. Audrey understood her father. As the largest shareholder of the Varvet Bank, as well as the fourth largest shareholder of the Backland Bank, he had the ability to help his daughter to obtain the most reasonable interest for a short-term loan. "Thank you, my dear Earl." Audrey smiled as she curtsied. Under the moonlight, with the dark blue seawater nearing the color of black, Alger Wilson stood at the bow of the ship as he watched the silent outline of Parsu Island. This was the headquarters of the Church of Storms, a land where a true God's grace was showered. As a middle-ranking member of the church, Alger recalled himself coming here only 3 times. The first was him finding the Blue Avenger and after advancing to Seafarer. The second was his report last year, and this time. And very long ago, as a mixed blood with dark blue hair, he had been selected to enter the headquarters to be a member of the children's choir. But without any talent in singing, he was soon dismissed. He returned to the chapel on the island, where he was born to be a servant. And the priest there was an extremely violent superior to his subordinates. Every time he recalled that piece of history, his expression would turn extremely livid, fortifying his thirst to become a high-ranking member of the church. Midst the wind, the Blue Avenger silently cruised forward into the harbor. In Backland, which had also ushered in the night, Emlyn White, who was dressed in a starched formal suit and top hat, infiltrated the residence of another sanguine baron, Ruse B. Thory. He believed that Ruse would be taking action soon to reel in his bait. And for a sanguine, a night with the crimson moon was very suitable for hunting. After an unknown period of time, Emlyn's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a figure leap from a window facing the house's rear before landing silently on the ground. Chapter 747. First blood under the crimson but gloomy moonlight. Emlyn took out a metal bottle, twisted its lid, and downed it. Then he seemed to transform into a shadow as he drifted over the surface of the wall, quickly and silently following Ruse B. Thory. Sanguine were always known for their speed. The two barons ran through the sides of the dark alleys and streets, one after another, spending more than half an hour to arrive at the messy and dirty East Borough, where they stopped in front of an old apartment. Seeing Ruse Beathory choose to climb the pipe, and using the most stealthy approach to head for the third story, Emlyn slowed down his pace and didn't rush to follow behind him, as he would be easily discovered. After 2 seconds of serious consideration, he picked up a translucent perfume bottle, twisted it open, and pressed down on it, scattering the liquid inside it onto his body. This potion only had one use: eliminate his smell to make it identical to his surroundings. After putting down the bottle in his hand, Emlyn raised the brass bottle and downed the liquid inside. A potions professor sure is troublesome, he mumbled, looking down as his hands became transparent. The brass bottle seemed to be floating in front of his sleeve. After Emlyn stuffed the tiny bottle away, all that was left was a formal suit, a top hat, and a pair of leather shoes without any buttons or laces. They formed a human shape as they moved about. Another completely transparent bottle, resembling a perfume bottle, flew over and floated in midair as it pressed itself, spurting the potion inside onto the clothes. Following that, the suit, top hat, and shoes turned faint and completely disappeared. After completing his invisibility, Emlyn glanced at the apartment where Ruse Bethori had entered. He silently climbed a pipe, and he chased after him with extreme speed. While the window was still ajar, he floated inside like a transparent cloud, without causing so much as a stir. He hid in the corner as he watched the thin-faced but charming Ruse Bethori search for the target. The latter slowly frowned since the place was empty. There wasn't even a mosquito, much less a person, despite the former becoming active in the past week, and this sanguine baron had already confirmed that the moon puppet was here. Suddenly, a creaking sound broke the frozen silence. The apartment's main door opened as a woman in a black dress leisurely walked in. When she saw Ruse Bethori, she asked with an ethereal voice, "Who are you looking for?" Emlyn looked in the direction of the sound, and he saw a dark-skinned, long-browed face with soft outlines and a drooping mouth. It was none other than his target, Windsor. However, in Emlyn's eyes, this primordial moon's devout believer had certain differences from her portrait. He discovered that her eyes, eyebrows, and mouth were curved up, like they were mimicking the crimson moon, and her forehead, cheeks, neck, and every layer of skin that she exposed had patches of withered grass and flowers. Man, what did Ruse Bethori sell to her? Why would she become like this? Emlyn jumped in fright as he felt the hair on his back stand up. Meanwhile, withered grass mixed with dried flowers grew from the floor, walls, door, and ceiling in swaths. They began to isolate the room from the outside world, creating an extremely strange scene. Once Ruse Bethori caught the smell of danger, he didn't attempt to converse with her. Without any hesitation, he took out a metal bottle and downed the liquid inside. Pah! He threw the bottle as his body dragged out after images as he pounced towards the mutated Windsor. His fingernails extended as they swirled with black gases. The withered grass and dry flowers that were embedded in Windsor's face made her look like a huge doll. She met him at an equally fast speed, clawing at Ruse Bethori without any aversion to being injured. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of collisions, Ruse Bethori was sent flying back as he slammed into the wall. His sleeves were ripped apart, revealing the bone-deep scratches on his skin, and in the midst of his flesh, the withered grass and dried flowers slowly grew from the inside out. What a monster! This was the first time Emlyn was encountering such an enemy. He huddled in a corner and nearly forgot to help his kinsman. He didn't rashly appear, as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. As he observed the battle between Ruse Bethori and Windsor, he considered how he should deal with the situation. The strangest of all is the withered grass and dried flowers. Withered grass and dried flowers. They're likely afraid of fire. Emlyn's heart stirred as he immediately abandoned his invisibility, took out another metal bottle, twisted its lid, and downed it. He then spewed out all the liquid in his mouth. The grayish-red liquid ignited upon contact with air, extending its scorching flames to the side. The flames stacked upon each other as the fire extended. Instantly, they engulfed the room in a scarlet ocean of fire. Amidst crackling sounds, the withered grass and flowers were ignited one after another as they rapidly spread the flames to their own kind. In just a few seconds, the sealed environment was on the brink of destruction. As for the grass and flowers on Windsor's body, they were also turning aflame. At this moment, Ruse Bethori had a gaping hole dug through his chest, making him lose a great portion of his combat strength. He was relying on the Sanguine's extraordinary recovery ability to barely hold up. Seeing his enemy as a flaming torch, Emlyn acutely noticed that her aura was weakening. He didn't hesitate to lunge forward, circle around Windsor, and deliver several clawing swipes. Beneath his feet, wisps of black gas rose and swirled around the primordial moon believer like chains that bound her vitality. Bang, 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 bang. Intense and short bursts sounded as the two figures suddenly closed the distance. All movement within the scene had vanished in the end as Emlyn's grabbed Windsor's throat with his left hand, raising her up. After hesitating for a second, he saw her hideous appearance and snapped her neck. Pa! A thin, miniature wooden puppet embedded with withered grass and dried flowers fell from Windsor's body as the flames in the apartment gradually died out. Emlyn yanked Windsor's mutated head, turned around, and faced the heaving Ruse Bethori. He then pressed his free right hand to his chest, and he bowed with a smile. Thank you for your help. Seeing Ruse Bethori instantly turn furious and helpless, Emlyn added in great delight. Remember to hand over the puppet and the bayonder characteristic to Lord Nibs. They might be problematic. After saying that, black gases coagulated behind him, turning into two illusory bat wings. With a whoosh, Emlyn flapped these wings as he turned to fly out the window and land in the dark, nearby alley. When he landed, he quickly converged the black gases and turned to look around. Seeing that Ruse Bethori hadn't followed him, Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief as he pressed his fist to his mouth. As he coughed, he mumbled, I hate fire. I hate smoke. He was just about to leave East Burrow when he felt a chill run down his back. Emlyn's mind instantly tensed up as he held onto Windsor's mutated head, slowly turned around, and looked at the shadows in the corner. He first saw a very tiny figure before identifying it. The body was thin and long, akin to a wooden pole. Its eyes and mouth were curved like a crescent, and its surface was embedded with plenty of withered grass and dried flowers. It was none other than the moon puppet from before. It's targeting me. What the hell is this? I'm still very far from where Lord Nibs stays. It's really dangerous outside. Thoughts surfaced in Emlyn's mind as he felt his spine turn cold and his muscles turn tense. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he suddenly had an idea. He stared at the moon puppet, and he murmured in ancient Hermes, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Can't a man have some sleep in the middle of the night? Klein sat up as he rubbed his temples in fury. He quickly left his bed, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and he entered the space above the grey fog. He then took his seat that belonged to the fool. It's that fellow, Emlyn White. Klein gave a glance as he curiously emanated his spirituality, touching the crimson star that represented the moon. He then saw a stiffened Emlyn, and he saw the thin, strange puppet looking straight at him. The puppet was cloaked in a rich but illusory crimson moonlight. They were undulating like a tidal wave, making a connection with something high in the sky. At this moment, the crimson moonlight was spreading silently, enveloping Emlyn White within. There's a problem. There's something wrong with this puppet. Klein, who could see more with the grey fog's aid, didn't hesitate to summon the Sea Guard scepter from the junk pile into his hand. The blue gems on the end of the bone scepter lit up one after another, emitting a blinding luster. After chanting Mr. Fool's honorific name and seeking his assistance, Emlyn felt his already cold blood turn colder. It felt like it would slowly freeze into ice. This made his body rapidly turn stiff as he watched the moon puppet stumble and swagger towards him. At this moment, a silver bolt streaked down into the alley, causing all the gloom and darkness to scatter. The lightning bolts sizzled into a ball of lightning and landed on the moon puppet, drowning it in a swath of silver. The burst of light dissipated immediately as the strange puppet was left charred black. It lost its decorations as it collapsed. As for Emlyn, his blood no longer froze as it resumed its flow. With him quickly recovering from the stiffness, he knew that Mr. Fool was watching. He hurriedly asked softly, "Do you need, how can I sacrifice to you?" He always believed that Mr. Fool adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. Therefore, he believed that he needed to pay a corresponding price for requesting his assistance. After a brief silence, he saw the boundless grey fog and the faint figure behind it. He then heard a lofty and magnificent voice. That puppet. All right. Emlyn took 2 steps forward, bent down to pick up the puppet, and cleared up the scene before quickly leaving East Burrow. As for Klein, he cautiously used a paper angel to disrupt any divination before returning to the real world. Just as he was planning to head back to bed, he suddenly discovered the moonlight brighten outside, as it seemed stained with blood. A. Klein walked to the window in puzzlement. When he looked out, he saw that the crescent had turned full at some point in time. It was scarlet red like blood. Another blood moon. Blood moon. Alger Wilson looked up at the sky as he steadily walked into the lightning cathedral ahead of him. This was the place he would be giving his report tomorrow. And in the middle of the island, at the peak of the towering mountain, there was another cathedral named the Chasm of Storm. It was the headquarters of the Church of Storms' headquarters, the holiest of holy temples. Chapter 748, a duet inside the Lightning Cathedral, the high and spacious dome arched continuously. There wasn't any blank space, with gold and blue as the main colors. It made anyone who walked beneath it subconsciously feel that the place was sacred and solemn, thus making them bow their heads. Alger Wilson often made contact with a secret existence, and he often gathered in the palace of a deity's residence. As a result, he no longer had a longing for this. He wasn't as respectful as before, but he still had to put on an act. Like the other sailors around him, he kept his head down as he lightened his footsteps without even daring to breathe clearly. In the silent atmosphere, they were led by the priest all the way to the clergymen's quarters at the back of the cathedral, with each of them getting a room. After closing the door, Alger saw the sanguine moonlight shine into the window. It made the environment turn cold and sinister, as though countless wraiths seemed to be observing the real world through a thin curtain. Every time the blood moon appeared, one's spirituality would be enhanced. Powers that stemmed from spirituality and hell would receive a significant boost, while the negative emotions of living beings reached an explosive state. The higher the sequence, the more obvious it would be. Faintly, Alger heard sobbing, low shouts, and whispering. This was completely different from the solemnity he previously felt in the Lightning Cathedral. Illusory arms appeared before his eyes as they reached outwards from the walls, floor, and ceiling, like a three-dimensional pale forest. Alger knew of the abnormalities of the blood moon, so he removed his captain's hat without panicking at all. He entered the bathroom and washed his face. During this process, he suddenly heard a distant singing voice. The singing voice was indistinct, as though it came from the middle of the island. It kept echoing endlessly, as though it was right beside Alger. It didn't make him feel horrified, for it was akin to a woman who was away from her family and loved ones, singing slowly and sadly as she looked at the surging tides. Alger pulled at a towel and wiped his face before cocking his head to listen. He gradually frowned as he took out a small iron box from his priest robe's inner robe and placed it close to his ear. In it was the ocean songster Bayunder characteristic he had purchased from the world. He suspected that the residual mental imprint on it was temporarily enhanced by the blood moon. As the metal box came close, the singing by Alger's ears instantly became partially clear, melancholic, sorrowful, wistful, and painful. But apart from that, there was still the ethereal and ancient voice sounding from it, forming a clear boundary with the clear singing as though they were in a duet. Whose voice is that? It sounds like an elf's, an item in the church that stems from the elves. This ocean songster Bayunder characteristic on me comes from an elf. Alger nodded as he came up with a theory. Due to them sharing the same sailor pathway, the Church of Storms had always been in search of elven relics. They were used to concoct potions, made into sealed artifacts, or isolated underground. Those with relatively fewer negative effects were rewarded to clergymen. Therefore, it wasn't odd that something similar would be stimulated on the night of the blood moon. If it's a mystical item, there wouldn't be a problem. If it's a sealed artifact, it means it's definitely not simple if the voice can penetrate the isolation barrier. Alger reined in his thoughts, brushed his teeth, and went to bed. He soon fell asleep and had a dream. After an unknown period of time, Alger suddenly felt a little lucid, vaguely aware that he was having a dream, but he automatically sized up his surroundings. He discovered that above him was rippling dark blue seawater, which was stacked up layer after layer and blocked the view of the sky. Ahead of him was a beautiful palace made of coral. It was tall, spectacular, dark, and gloomy. Alger subconsciously walked towards the palace, walking into the open doors. Inside were columns of coral that held up an exaggerated dome. The walls and dome were filled with murals depicting the terror of a storm. Over 100 meters away, there was a throne embedded with sapphires, emeralds, and lustrous pearls above a 9-stepped staircase that was extremely striking. Alger looked over and saw a woman in a complicated ancient dress sitting on it. Her hair was black and held up into a bun. Her facial outline was soft, and her features were exquisite. She had a beauty that seemed timeless. The woman's expression was cold, and her ears sharp. Her deep brown eyes looked down at Alger from a commanding position. In her hand was a golden wine cup with complicated patterns. Alger was just about to say something when her eyes emitted silver light, resembling the bright flash of lightning, tearing through the dream. Phew! Alger sat up and subconsciously gasped for breath. He found the dream both blurry and clear at the same time. The woman's appearance was blurry, as well as the details of the murals and coral palace, but her eyes that contained lightning and her sharp ears were clear. A high-ranking elf. Under the effects of the blood moon, her relics resonated with the ocean songster Bayanda characteristic I have, resulting in it influencing my dream. As Alger guessed, he wondered which item it would be. Due to his limited standing, the number of sealed artifacts and mystical items he knew were limited. However, he knew certain knowledge that others didn't know, so he quickly thought of a possible target. Calamity Kohinum. The Book of Calamity, she, left behind, has likely been sent to Pasu Island. After making the report and departing, I'll seek Mr. Fool's advice and see if there will be any unexpected influences regarding this matter. Alger didn't dare recite the Fool's honorific name in the Church of Storms' headquarters. After daybreak, he didn't show any signs of abnormality. Under the servant's lead, he entered a room with a long table, and he was questioned by 3 mandated Punisher deacons. Among these 3 deacons, only one of them possessed dark blue hair. This was because this wasn't a necessary change that would happen from consuming the Sailor Pathway Potion. However, this trait would quite stubbornly be passed down, just like the elves. Many of them with black hair would end up with blue hair. Nowadays, mixed bloods with elven blood mostly had blue hair. Alger sat at the end of the long table as he systematically answered the deacon's questions. He mentioned what he had done at sea, what he had planned to do, and what he had succeeded, as well as his failures. And this would be compared to the description from his crew to prevent anyone from lying. Towards the end of his report, the deacon with dark blue hair glanced at Alger. He asked with a hoarse voice, "Do you know Admiral of Stars Catlia?" "Not only do I know her," Alger was nearly taken aback as he answered after some thought, "I met her at the pirate convention." The deacon didn't harp on the question as he directly said, "Think of means to get to know her. Try to investigate Jaeman Sparrow's situation from her." "So that's how it is. It's because Jaeman hunted Admiral of Blood," Alger deliberately asked, feigning his ignorance. "What did Jaeman Sparrow do again?" The dark blue-haired deacon said in a peeved manner. "He nearly destroyed Bayam." "All right, this isn't something you should know. In summary, remember, Jaeman Sparrow is a very dangerous person. There's a secret cult backing him. That organization has a demigod that's at odds with the Rose School of Thought. Nearly destroyed Bayam. A demigod in the organization, at odds with the Rose School of Thought." Alger deliberately didn't hide his shock. He originally imagined that a focus was placed on Jaeman because of his hunting of Admiral of Blood Senna. But who knew that the reason was far more complicated and ludicrous than he had imagined? What did Jaeman Sparrow do? When I pass by Bayam, I should find the actual spot to take a look. Also, isn't our Tarot Club's archenemy the Aurora Order? Isn't Mr. Fool always targeting the true creator? Why did it change? No, he is there the additional Rose School of Thought. Alger muttered to himself inwardly. As for the Tarot Club having a demigod, he wasn't surprised. He even found it logical. How could an ancient existence not have a demigod under him? Besides, back when Vice Admiral Hurricane Kelangos died silently in a strange manner, he was already convinced that Mr. Fool had a high sequence blessed. Thankfully, my meeting with Jaeman was very secretive. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. Alger listened in silence without asking any questions. Like before, he accepted the missions and got up to leave the room. Backland's Northborough, outside 160 Beekland Street. Servants stood in 2 rows to welcome their master's arrival. With white hair at his temples and deep blue eyes, Dwayne Dance wore a tailcoat and a top hat with an inlaid gold cane. Together with butler Walter and valet Richardson, he walked in between his servants and arrived at the entrance of the 3-story building. Waiting, there was housekeeper Tanger, who he had long selected. She was in her early 40s, and her hair was tied neatly. She had ordinary looks, but wore an experienced demeanor. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and a black and white dress, which was different from the other maidservants. From the information received, In the interview, Klein knew that this lady was born in East Borough. She was a believer of the Evernight goddess, and she had chosen to be trained by a charitable organization by the church at the age of 15, making her become a qualified maidservant. After more than 10 years of hard work, as well as the free lessons from the night schools, she was promoted from the lowest-ranking maidservant in a tycoon's household to a lady's maid. She later followed the tycoon's daughter when she got married, and she became a housekeeper until the family met with a financial crisis, forcing her to leave. She was extremely experienced when it came to managing a household. After this lady signed the contract, she received £10 from Dwayne Dance as petty cash for the month, before entering an argument with butler Walter on whether they should purchase or rent a carriage. From her point of view, since Mr. Dance's goal was to enter high society and move into West Borough or even Empress Borough, a carriage needed to be custom made to not appear inadequate. Before that, they could rent a high-end carriage for a year and wait until there was hope of him becoming a noble before they had one custom made. It was a more reasonable choice that didn't waste money or appear inadequate. She convinced Walter, and of course Klein. This was because renting a high-end carriage with a horse costs only £88, and a two-wheeled carriage costs only £42. Of course, someone who controls the household's expenditures needs to be someone who's good at accounting. Klein felt poignant as he smiled at Tanger before stepping through the three-story house's door. This was the stage for which the tycoon, Dwayne Dance, would be acting on. Chapter 749. The moon's authority. Upon entering the house, the first thing Klein saw was the foyer. It was very spacious here, with several chairs and umbrellas placed there. Furthermore, the furnishing was elegant, and the decorations were befitting of his status. If he hadn't known of the structure ahead of time from his inspection, Klein might have imagined it to be the living room. After passing through a second main door, the sight before his eyes opened upit was a huge hall that could accommodate dozens of dancing guests. In the middle of the hall was a brightly colored, thick and plush carpet. Surrounding it were spaces covered with bright marble tiles, with a piano, stone sculptures, and other decorations decorating the hall. There were also stone columns that held up the second floor with inlaid ornaments. To the left was a series of floor-to-ceiling windows, and beyond them was a lush, green lawn and blooming garden. To the right were walls, wooden doors, and a corridor that led to the lounges, storerooms, washrooms, kitchen, and butler's room, etc. The hall was 2 stories high, and there was a crystal chandelier hanging down from the ceiling. It instantly made one imagine what it would look like when night fell. Ahead of him were 2 staircases that led to the second floor. The winding corridor here was square in shape, and the emptied-out section in the middle happened to be where the carpeted hall was. All Klein needed to do was hold a cup of wine and stand behind the railings of the second floor, and he could leisurely take in the sights of a ball below. There were many rooms on the second floor. There was a living room, an activity room, a dining room, washrooms, a billiard room, and many bedrooms. If any guests needed to stay for the night, they would stay there. Similarly, on the second floor, there were 2 staircases that led to the third floor. That was where Dwayne Dance stayed. There was an exaggerated master bedroom, with a bar counter-equipped open room that allowed one to sunbathe and enjoy the scenery. There was a study which could be deemed as a miniature library, as well as 2 changing rooms and small bedrooms for the valet and the maid on night duty. There were also rooms meant for the household members and bathrooms, but Klein was currently a single man. As for the other servants, they lived in a terrace house behind the main mansion. In another direction was the stable. The mansion's underground area was equally spacious, with a huge storeroom and wine cellar. Taking off his coat, Klein stood on the balcony in the half-open room on the third floor with his back straight. He took in the sights of the surrounding streets and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There really is a reason why it's so expensive. The rent of £315 really can't be considered a waste. He had already paid a year's rent yesterday afternoon, and he could only force himself to enjoy this place that he rented. Meanwhile, he had also directly paid Walter a year's salary of £115, as it was very possible that he would flee once he obtained the Antigonus family's notebook. He didn't want to affect his butler's livelihood. By the same logic, he had long paid housekeeper Tanger her annual salary of £42. It allowed this lady to realize how generous Mr. Dwayne Dance was, as well as how mannered he was. Through the two-head servants' negotiations and hard work, they hired all the servants. The annual salary of a male steward was £30. His valet, Richardson, was £35. The two footmen in charge of valeting guests and serving at the dining table each received £30. The two ladies' maids were £18 each. The two chambermaids were £12 each, and the two handermen were £12 each. Apart from them, the cook was £30. The assistant cook was £15. The scullery maid was £13. The parlour maid was £11. The nursery governess was £25. The steward's boy was £10. The two coachmen were £25 each. The two gardeners were £20 each. The two laundresses were £10 each, all for a total of £413. It cost about £8 a week. Together with the two-head servant's annual salary, Klein needed to pay £570 a year, making it approximately £11 a week. This was still without including the expenditures for food, clothes, and all kinds of daily necessities. I'll pay £10 to £20 a week without any income the moment I open my eyes. Klein did a mental calculation as he forced himself to cast his gaze onto the garden. In the afternoon, he had paid off the rental fee for the two carriages and servants' first week's salary. Together with him giving housekeeper Tanger £10 for the daily expenses, he only had £286 and 18 gold coins left. However, he would receive the payments from Miss Justice and Ma'am Hermit within the week. I wonder how long that £0 can last Tanger. Just to store up the required alcoholic beverages for the balls would cost a few £100s. The rich Mr. Dwayne Dance fell into deep thought and could hardly extricate himself from it. To calm his emotions, he decided to head above the grey fog while the butler and servants were busy with handling the household chores. He wanted to study the strange puppet which Emlyn White and sacrificed. After the blood moon happened, Klein had no choice but to return to the mysterious world and pull Fours into it. He resisted the urge to sleep as he listened to her drone on about her daily life in Backland. After everything was over, he was just too tired. He accepted Emlyn's sacrifice, and after confirming that there wasn't anything weird, he returned to the real world and collapsed into bed. After straightening his stylish, dark-colored vest, Klein walked to the door and said to the awaiting valet, Richardson, "I have a habit of sleeping in the afternoon for 45 minutes. I don't want anyone disturbing me." "Yes, sir," Richardson answered humbly. He was an illegitimate son with mixed blood. His father was Lonese, a supervisor at a manor, while his mother was a native from East Balham who was a slave in the same manor. After he was born, he was met with discrimination and bullying. This resulted in a weak and submissive character, and because he was good-looking, he was suitable for valeting guests. He was selected by the manor's master to be a valet before being brought to Backland. After both houses of the Lone Kingdom had abolished slavery, he found himself out of a job. All he could do was seek the help of the City Family Servant Assistance Association. Before Klein, he had served 2 households and committed some mistakes, but he did build up a wealth of experience. He caught Butler Walter's notice, and he became Dwayne Dance's valet. After looking at Richardson, who stood straight and tall, with a height that was almost identical to himself, Klein indiscernibly shook his head and sighed. This guy that can clearly be a celebrity with his looks can only be a servant in this day and age. Furthermore, he's such a tall man, but he appears cowardly and weak. However, this can also be considered an advantage. He's obedient, silent, and submissive. He does whatever his master instructs him to do, and he will absolutely not dare to make his own decisions. If I only have a valet with me requiring him to handle all kinds of matters, Richardson will definitely not be up to mark. However, I still have Butler Walter and so many other servants. He can handle the other matters with his experience and capabilities. Without musing further, Klein locked the door and returned to the side of the reclining chair. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and entered above the grey fog. He sat at the seat of the fool, and he beckoned with his hand to make the charred moon puppet fly over and land before him. After scrutinizing it, Klein didn't discover anything odd about it. Hence, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement, its origins. Putting down his fountain pen, Klein waited a few seconds before picking up the piece of paper and leaning back against his chair. My spiritual intuition didn't stop me from making the divination statement. It means that the latent danger of the moon puppet isn't as bad as the Rose school of thought Beyonder characteristic. Klein mumbled as he skillfully recited the divination statement. In the grey, hazy world, he saw an altar with a circle of fiery torches around it. On the altar, there was what he suspected to be human skin with traces of blood everywhere. In the middle were 3 candles and a few puppets that resembled thin wooden poles. These miniature puppets had curved eyes and mouths, as though they corresponded to the crimson crescent in the sky. Therefore, they continued hanging their creepy smiles as withered grass and dried flowers remained embedded in their bodies. A priest in a dark red robe was circling the altar with heavy steps, as though he was dancing a dance created by an epileptic patient. At some point in time, moonlight gathered and shone on the puppet as it increased in brightness. Towards the end, it resembled the gentle ebbing of water waves. The ritual quickly came to an end as the priest picked up a thin puppet and walked to the human body bound to a frame beside him. Instantly, he stabbed it through the body's eye socket. Amidst tragic cries, the scene quickly changed. The dead man with the moon puppet in his eye socket was buried somewhere in an orderly manner. The scene once again skipped and showed further development. Every full moon or blood moon, the moon's glow would scatter over the grave, seeping into it like water as the surrounding darkness turned gloomy. Klein opened his eyes and adjusted his seating posture. He had a general idea of the moon puppet's origins. It came from a prayer ritual to the primordial moon. It was a ritual lasting for centuries. Over the past few centuries, they had absorbed the powers of the crimson moon, mutating bit by bit until they were exhumed by the colonists. They usually didn't exhibit any oddity, and something only happened when a primordial moon believer activated them with the correct method. As for what would happen, Klein had no idea. In a particular sense, these primitives are equivalent to the primordial moon's chosen ones. Last night, after I smote one to death, that evil god was enraged, thus causing the blood moon. Klein gently tapped the mottled table's edge as he came to a preliminary judgment. The primordial moon's wrath directly changed the moon's phenomena, making it a blood moon. If this theory is right, it means that in the domain of the crimson moon, the goddess is inferior to the primordial moon. She might only have the title in name as she grasps a grade 0 sealed artifact. Klein nodded slightly as he attempted to divine the weaknesses of the moon puppet. This time, he saw sunlight and lightning. This means that the Beyonder powers in the sun domain and lightning from the storm domain are best at dealing with it. As Klein interpreted the information, he threw the moon puppet into the junk pile and returned to the real world. An hour later, Walter, who was wearing a starched suit and white gloves, knocked on the door. He bowed and said, "Sir, I'll be printing your name card in a while. They will be sent to the neighbors along with some gifts. They will take a few days to observe to determine your situation. If they're willing to accept you, they would send gifts and invite you to be their guests. Does your name card need a title added? Title: The Fool That Doesn't Belong to This Era." Klein lampooned as he replied with a smile, "Merchant Dwayne Dance from Dacey would suffice." Walter nodded and said, "Based on your wishes, I'll immediately arrange for you to have etiquette lessons. The focus will be on dancing, and I've hired a professional teacher." Chapter 750, Attraction. Having read many magazines, Klein knew that the social life he wanted to enter had many balls, so he wasn't surprised by Walter's suggestion. He said with a nod, "Okay." With that said, he looked sideways at his valet, Richardson. "Prepare the carriage. I'll be heading over to St. Samuel Cathedral." Klein vividly remembered that his main goal was to act as a devout believer of the Evernite goddess in order to get to know the corresponding clergymen, and from there he would find a way to sneak into Channy's Gate. Therefore, he planned to pray at the cathedral whenever he had the time to express his sincerity and get to know the members of the clergy. "Yes, sir," Richardson answered politely. Before long, Klein boarded his rented luxurious four-wheeled carriage, decked out in a coat and a top hat. As he enjoyed the scenery on his journey, he sampled the black tea that was adorned with a slice of lemon. In fact, there was a tiny bar counter in the carriage, and in it, Butler Walter had specially prepared golden lanty, winter black rand, and other distilled liquor, as well as all kinds of red and white wine that came from Intis. However, Klein wasn't someone who enjoyed drinking. As a Beyonder, he didn't like the feeling of being tipsy. It made him recall the feeling of losing control. Therefore, he used the excuse of him heading to the cathedral so as to get his valet, Richardson, to prepare a pot of marquee black tea. If it's possible, I would actually like a cup of sweet iced tea. It's something from the south, Klein said half-jokingly to Richardson. I will prepare it next time, Richardson immediately replied. Klein chuckled and shook his head. No, there's no need. That wouldn't appear decent. Once I'm more familiar with the neighbors and have hosted a Daisy-styled banquet, we can prepare some sweet iced tea. Heh heh, I believe their children will like it. When Richardson realized that he had mistaken his employer's intentions, he hurriedly said in a fluster, I will keep it in mind. It only took 20 minutes to go from 160 Beekland Street to the St. Samuel Cathedral at Phelps Street on foot, if it wasn't because he needed to hire a coachman and rent a carriage to project an image befitting his status. Klein would rather walk over to digest his food and strengthen his body. Soon, the carriage stopped along the square outside the cathedral. Klein held his gold-inlaid cane, got out of the carriage, and stopped there to enjoy the pigeons' dance. After entering the cathedral and coming to the main prayer hall, he passed his top hat and cane to Richardson. He found a seat near the aisle and sat down. He lowered his head, clasped his hands, and seriously and silently prayed. Richardson sat behind him to his side, putting the items in place as he glanced at the dark, sacred emblem on the altar. He then closed his eyes. In the serene atmosphere, Klein felt his spirituality lightly scatter. He wasn't too surprised by this, because the praying masses in the cathedral would encounter something similar. The tiny bits of spirituality that carried pious beliefs gathered together to provide power to the Chinese gate seals underground. After an unknown period of time, his spiritual perception triggered as he opened his eyes and looked diagonally across him. Standing there was an elder dressed in a black clergyman robe. His hair was sparse and his face looked pale. He resembled a dead man. From afar, he had a cold aura with a lacking expression. He blended in with the prayer hall's dark environment to a certain extent. A keeper. Klein made a judgment from a single glance. He closed his eyes again and continued praying. Of course, he had already remembered the man's facial features. Big nose, grayish-blue eyes, loose facial skin, and no facial hair. The elder dressed as a clergyman had sat down as well. He focused on praying to the goddess. Inside the prayer hall, the wall in front had a few holes. Pure light shone in from them like resplendent stars. It made the dark environment appear gentle and holy. Time ticked by as Klein felt his spiritual perception trigger again. He carefully opened his eyes and saw that the black-robed keeper had left his seat and entered a passageway to the side. That should lead to the back of the cathedral. The keepers stay inside the cathedral. They have no family and don't have their own residences. From their conditions, it's not that surprising either. Furthermore, the keepers of Channy's Gate are monitored by the bishops, so it's a normal precaution. This means that I have to become friends with the priests and bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral to obtain the freedom to enter the area at the back of the cathedral. Klein didn't sneak any more glances as he closed his eyes and considered various problems. After some time, he slowly got up and walked to the altar. Standing in front of the donation box, he took out £50 in cash and devoutly threw it in. This made the bishop and priest on duty look over. Their gaze turned friendly as they remembered his appearance. After doing that, Klein nodded gently at the clergyman, turned around, and walked down the aisle towards the exit. Richardson held his hat and cane and followed closely behind. Once out the prayer hall, he walked towards the main entrance alongside a series of intricate murals and colored pane windows that lined the top. At this point, a few figures walked in. Leading them was a middle-aged man with long sideburns and soft facial features. He wore a black trench coat without any gloves, nor did he carry a cane. Behind him was a young man dressed in a similar trench coat. He had black hair and green eyes, and he looked handsome with his randomly styled hair. He looked like he hadn't combed it after waking up in the morning. Klein was especially familiar with his looks and figure. It felt as though they hadn't seen each other for years. Leonard Mitchell. Klein's pupils constricted a little, but he didn't stop at all. He maintained his pace and stride, and he walked towards the few nighthawks in black trench coats. Yes, Klein was certain that they were nighthawks. When they met, he casually swept a gaze at Leonard and company before passing them and walking towards the main entrance. The main entrance was open, and the clouds outside were thin. There was plenty of sunlight, and pigeons were flying. Leonard Mitchell glanced at the believers who walked past him out of boredom, and he retracted his gaze. He said with a sigh, "I hope we can stay in Backland for a few days this time to have a good rest." The case this time wasn't only dangerous and thrilling, but it also required us to be tense the entire time. His team of red gloves had just cracked a human skin-darning devil case, and they had captured 2 targets. This seemed easy on the surface, but it wasn't simple at all. They went through plenty of setbacks and tribulations before completing the mission with great difficulty. Every member was exhausted both in mind and body. Captain Soast shook his head with a smile. "This is the life of us red gloves. You should have known that this would be how it would be back when you chose to join. However, congratulations on advancing to Sole Assurer." Leonard Mitchell curled his lips into a smile. "It's slower than I had expected. Also, Captain Soast, you've finally reached Sequence 5. This isn't a problem with the Church. If I could have endured it better, I could have become a spirit warlock earlier." Soast wiped his smile away as he walked into the prayer hall's corridor. "Pray to the goddess. It will effectively eliminate your mental stress, allowing you to recover." As he spoke, the team of red gloves entered the dark and serene hall as they found a spot to sit down. Leonard was just about to focus on praying when he suddenly heard a slightly aged voice ring in his mind. "That person from just now is problematic." "Who?" Leonard kept his head down as he asked with a suppressed voice. The slightly aged voice replied, "One of the men you met at the entrance. I'm living in your body, and my strength hasn't recovered, so I wasn't able to see too clearly." Leonard recalled and asked softly, "What do you mean by problematic?" "He has an ancient aura. A Beyonder who has lived for a very long period of time," Leonard mumbled. "I will try to investigate." Simultaneously, he thought, "Old man must be hiding certain things. He seldom volunteers to tell me that someone is problematic, yet be so vague about it. After I find the target and confirm that there's no danger for the time being, I'll leave it. I don't want to be embroiled in the conflict of some undying monsters from the fourth epoch. If that person will really bring about a calamity, I'll directly report it to the Archbishop. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough. This the money I borrowed from you." Fours handed £220 to Zio. She had already received the £100 from Mr. Moon and the £500 from Ma'am Hermit. Zio Derecha grabbed at her messy blonde, unsmooth hair, looked at the money, and raised her head to look at Fours. She blurted, "You really are involved in illegal gambling. I have to tell you that such gambling must be a scam and a trap. They let you win in order to make you lose more. Even though you're a trickmaster and have a chance of fooling them, such gambling scams might have other Beyonders hiding in it." "Stop, stop, stop." Foz lowered her hands. She said in bemused anger, "Do I look like someone who will participate in illegal gambling?" "Yes." Zio didn't hesitate in her reply. "If I didn't stop you, you wouldn't just be smoking cigarettes, you'd even be smoking cannabis." "That's because I needed to numb myself due to the pain brought by the full moon's ravings. I no longer need to." Foz didn't debate with Zio as she directly explained, "I sold the mysticism knowledge I know at a Beyonder gathering." "Heh heh, that person was very generous and had paid several £100s. "Is that so?" Zia instantly threw the problem to the back of her mind and said, "There's been a new Beyonder gathering that appeared recently in East Borough. I've been invited." "A new Beyonder gathering." Fours was first taken aback before feeling a sense of anticipation. According to her teacher, Dorian Gray, and Mr. Fool, she knew that Lewis Ween was an oracle of the Aurora Order. His arrival in Backland was likely to replace the missing Mr. A, so as to rebuild the Aurora Order faction in this big city. Therefore, there was a solid chance that he had disguised himself to organize a new Beyonder gathering. Force thought for a moment and said seemingly mindlessly to Zio, "Are you going to join it?" "Of course, I have to prepare the interrogator formula potion," Zio answered decisively. Foz nodded and covered her mouth to yawn. "Remember to bring me along when you have the privilege of inviting a new member."